Chapter 81. The small or hit Pei Ran's palm, and Pei Ran put it in his pocket. After getting out of the crack, and returning to the daylight, several armed soldiers went back to the Black Well, and Pei Ran and Team Leader Li continued to deal with the instrument array on the ground. Pei Ran collected the instrument parts while continuing her interrupted green light experiment. There was a ready-made superpower in front of him, Team Leader Li. Pei Ran really wanted to try green light number 3, which could control other people's superpowers. Last time, it worked on Inia, who could hypnotize, but I wonder if it will work on Team Leader Li. I still don't know what Li Yin's ability is. Maybe she will notice it. Pei Ran was a little nervous, but he still looked at her, just like he did with Yanaya last time, and moved green light number 3 to his eyes. Green light number 3 came obediently, but unfortunately nothing happened. Team Leader Li didn't react either, and was still collecting the equipment conscientiously. The experiment was unsuccessful. I can only have a chance in the future, and slowly study the function of green light number 3. Pei Ran let number 3 go back, and summoned green light number 2 who could draw. On the way to Heijing, Pei Ran had not had time to study the functions of green light number 2 in detail, and there were still many details that he had not figured out. He could not write in the silent state, and when using green light number 2 to draw, he would be subject to many restrictions. But it also had its own great advantages. It seemed to be less sensitive to the state of inhibition, and even under inhibition, it was active and available at any time. Much more diligent than green light number 1. Pei Ran was in the isolation center, practicing painting from morning to night every day. And now, he finally had the opportunity to try it. She glanced at Team Leader Li, and quietly took out Shigai's black leather notebook and comic pen from her pocket. Shigai used drawings to kill people, and there were only a few ways, such as car engine overheating, people's body soreness, stiffness, and speaking. Pei Ran thought about it carefully, and he actually drew other things that would work, such as falling. The little girl's scarf loosened, and the tape on Pei Ran's mouth fell off. Weakness, stiffness. It is difficult to draw when you can't write, but Pei Ran can draw falling. She gathered the red soil on the ground and piled it into a small pointed mound. She placed a stone on the tip of the mound, and then covered it with her body, and adjusted green light number 2. The green light flowed to the tip of the pen. Pei Ran quickly framed a square on the notebook, and drew the small mound in the square, and the small stone on the tip. The small mound and the stone were simple in shape and very easy to draw. Pei Ran devoted himself to learning to draw every day. After practicing for so long, it was no longer a problem. After she finished drawing, she added another square below. In the square, the small stone was no longer on the top of the mound, but fell down. Pei Ran glanced at Team Leader Li and turned her pen. The green light turned a circle. The small stone on the top of the pile of earth, as if poked by an invisible hand, suddenly rolled down from the pile of earth. Success. But this was not the purpose of Pei Ran's experiment. She retracted the green light, picked up the small stone casually, and continued to collect the equipment. After collecting for a while, she squatted down again and pretended to pick up the scattered parts on the ground. She piled up another small pile of earth, arranged the small stones, and took out a piece of paper and a pen from her pocket. The paper was ordinary craft paper torn from the paper bag that Ryan used to pack his pre-made cooking bags, and the pen was an ordinary fountain pen that he found in the daily necessities bag he received from the dormitory. Pei Ran summoned green light number 2. The green light did not disdain the plain plastic fountain pen, and quietly flowed to the tip of the pen and stopped. Pei Ran quickly drew the 2 comic strips he had just drawn on the craft paper and turned the pen. The green light passed by, and the stone rolled down. Great, Pei Ran thought. Green light number 2 was not dependent on Shigai's black leather notebook and pen. It was too inconvenient to carry Gaia's notebook with you, and Pei Ran had long since given up on it. Pei Ran worked for a while, and then continued her experiment. After piling up the small pile of soil this time, she directed the green light directly to the tip of her index finger. The green light shone on her fingertips, and Pei Ran blocked it with a small black box on the ground, and used her fingers to draw the 2 comic strips on the ground covered with red soil. Her fingers could not be used as pens, so Pei Ran only used the finger with the green light to draw a circle in the air. Nothing happened this time. I don't know if I'm not drawing well enough with my fingers on the ground, or if I'm not turning my fingers well. Pei Ran thought about it, and an idea came to her. She rummaged through her backpack and found a long screw. She drove the green light to the tip of the screw again, and used the screw to draw the two cartoons on the ground. She turned the long screw like a pin. The pebbles on the pile of dirt rolled down smoothly. Pei Ran understood. It can be seen that the medium of drawing is not important. What is important is that you must turn the pen at the end. She suddenly had an idea and drew with the screw again. But this time after finishing the drawing. She put down the screw and changed her hand to the plastic pen, letting the green light flow to the tip of the pen and turning the pen. The stone rolled down successfully. The screw was used for drawing, and the plastic pen was turned, and it actually worked. Green light number 2 seemed to have a kind of persistence, and had to be turned a little bit. It could be turned with a pen, or with something else, but it had to be turned. I don't know what the problem is, probably a habit left by the original owner. W said in his ear, Pei Ran, is everything normal on your side? Yes. Pei Ran replied. Everything is normal. W, it's normal. You haven't said anything, I'm a little worried. Pei Ran, oh. I pick up trash very seriously. W. Regarding Green Light 2, there are still many specific conditions for the comics to take effect, which require experiments to find out little by little. Pei Ran put away the equipment while looking for opportunities to continue her experiment. She soon discovered that there was a distance requirement between the pile of pebbles, which was the object of the comics, the paper on which the comics were drawn, and the position where she turned the pen. They can't be too far away from each other. If they are a little further away, it won't work. It was also discovered that if 2 pages of paper were drawn with green light, and then the pen was turned, only the last page drawn with green light would be effective. I don't know if these restrictions will be improved after Green Light 2 continues to upgrade. At noon, Team Leaderly came to call Pei Ran, and the two of them returned to the small truck and ate the lunch brought by Team Leaderly. They continued to work in the afternoon, and soon it was dusk. On the red land, the dim sunset gradually set, and the two finally set up the large array of instruments, packed up their things, and got on the car to go home. The pickup truck drove all the way back to Heijing. After passing the isolation gate, the soldiers came forward to scan their irises and put the suppression bracelets on them again. As soon as the suppression bracelets were put on their wrists, the green lights in their bodies immediately became quiet and motionless. Team Leaderly said, It's finally time to get off work. She asked Pei Ran, Where do you live? We will first take these parts to the Blue Zone factory for recycling, and then send you back to the dormitory. Heijing is like a city, it's too big, and it's too tiring to walk alone. Pei Ran reported the address of the dormitory. The pickup truck sped along, first going to the recycling factory in the Blue Zone to deliver the goods. The Blue Zone is a factory zone, which looks different from the Yellow Zone where Pei Ran lives. In addition to large apartment buildings, there are also many factory buildings. Team Leaderly drove the pickup truck to the unloading area of a factory. Several workers came over immediately to help empty the recycled parts and instruments in the back of the pickup truck and refill it with new instruments. Liam leaned against the truck bed, unscrewed the thermos cup, and took a sip of hot water. She asked Pei Ran, Today in the mine tunnel, you called those soldiers from the Black Well, didn't you? There were only 2 people in total. Not her. But of course Pei Ran. Pei Ran knew she would ask this. Of course. He couldn't tell her about the conversation with W in his mind. Pei Ran was about to say that he was on his way to Heijing because he had to escort the storage device, and got a special number that could contact Heijing security personnel, when Team Leaderly suddenly raised a hand. Pei Ran? Team Leaderly said solemnly, You don't need to explain. According to the regulations, you don't need to explain to me the specific functions of your superpowers. Pei Ran. She thought she summoned people here with her superpowers. Team Leaderly held the thermos cup in her hand, and said in a carefree manner, No need to explain. Anyway, everyone's special abilities, as long as they are useful. She was a very Buddhist team leader. After unloading the goods, the small truck headed straight to the Yellow Zone where Pei Ran lived. Pei Ran saw from a distance that there was a van parked at the intersection of the 3rd Avenue. There were many cardboard boxes piled in front of the car, and a large group of people gathered and lined up. The people in the line were all dressed in civilian clothes. At first glance, they had just entered the Black Well from outside. Their clothes were wrinkled and dirty, and they looked very embarrassed. Team Leaderly said, These are all refugees who have just entered Heijing. They have just been assigned dormitories, and are distributing supplies for the next few days. The staff who distributed the supplies were several staff members wearing dark gray uniforms. Among them was a man in his 40s, who had a very good temperament, was tall and had long legs. He was half a head taller than the others, and was particularly handsome in the crowd. He smiled amiably, and was distributing supplies to the refugees one by one. He would chat with the refugees in line from time to time, either smiling and greeting, or listening attentively with sympathy. Team Leaderly said, "Hey, is he here?" Pei Ran didn't know him. "Who is he?" Team Leaderly smiled. "I can tell from the sound that you don't care about federal politics at all. This is the current CEO of the Federation, the one named Basway." Pei Ran was a little surprised. The CEO, who should be the highest executive of the Federation, actually came here to distribute supplies. "The CEO is elected by a popular vote," Team Leaderly said. "Basway is a member of the Federal Inheritance Party. In addition to the Inheritance Party, another relatively large party is the Technology Pioneer Party." Li'en held the steering wheel with one hand, picked up the thermos cup, opened the lid, and sipped the water slowly. "It doesn't matter who you choose, so why not pick someone you like? Batherway is handsome, at least more pleasing to the eye than the old man from the Technology Pioneer Party. And he was very emotional when he spoke. Very moving. You haven't heard Batherway's speech, right? I tell you, you will definitely burst into tears if you listen to it once." Pei Ran was silent. "So this is a CEO election? Or a drama actor?" Pei Ran asked. "So you voted for him?" "Me? No." Team Leaderly was casual. "I originally wanted to vote for a small party, called the Cat and Dog Rights Party. But I accidentally forgot to vote, and I was fined more than 500 yuan. She asked Pei Ran casually, "What about you? You don't even know Batherway. Who did you vote for in the end?" Pei Ran suddenly remembered what W said when he was popularizing the full image mode of mobile phones, and said calmly, "I randomly chose a party with a strange name, which seems to be called Gotek's Party." Oh. Team Leaderly nodded. "I think I've heard of it. Now it is really completely free of words." Pei Ran couldn't help but look at Baseway again. She asked, "Will Heijing also hold a referendum to elect the decision makers in the future?" Team Leaderly also squinted his eyes, and glanced over there. After the silence began, the first batch of people who came to Heijing were all soldiers, so Heijing was under absolute military control at the beginning. Later, more and more other government officials came, and the top leaders of Heijing established a temporary decision-making committee. When the temporary decision-making committee makes decisions, each person has one vote. I guess it should be just a stopgap measure. After Heijing, it is still hard to say whether the leadership will be elected like the Federation did before, or whether the military will completely take over the government. Heijing's production department was originally in the hands of the military, but I heard that Baseway and others are asking to transfer the production department to the original government agencies. The two sides are in a stalemate. Pei Ran was curious. Baseway has no army. How can he take power? Pei Ran came from the bunker world. In that world, strength equals power, and only guns can have everything. It is completely incomprehensible. In theory, no matter who the elected CEO is, he is the commander-in-chief of the Federal Armed Forces, has the highest command of the army, and manages the army through the Minister of Defense. But in reality, everyone knows that the army has gradually grown over the years, and is no longer under the control of the CEO. Team Leaderly said, but it is unconstitutional to completely turn it into military control. Marshal Wiener does not seem to plan to go that far for the time being. She said, "It's okay for the CEO to come out and do this kind of show. Now that the staff is so tight, he can at least replace a labor force. Half a labor force." Pei Ran thought. After all, asking about others' well-being is distracting, and the efficiency of distributing supplies is not high. Their small truck drove closer and passed by the supply distribution point. Baseway had just picked up a large box of supplies and handed it to the refugees with both hands. He looked up and saw the small truck passing by, and the two semicircular government agency logos on the body. He immediately raised his hand with a smile on his face, waved to Pei Ran and the others, and said loudly, "Thank you for your hard work." The small truck drove away in a cloud of dust, and he could still faintly hear his long tail sound of awe. The car stopped at the downstairs of Pei Ran's dormitory. Team Leaderly looked up at the building above. "You are really well treated for your first-class medal. It is said that many of the buildings in the yellow zone are occupied by important federal scientific researchers, and the environment and security are the best." Team Leaderly left, and Pei Ran went upstairs by herself. Ryan worked at home for a day, And the effect was amazing. The small apartment was new, and it made it completely reborn and sparkling. As soon as it saw Pei Ran coming back, it rushed over and put the slippers at her feet. Master, you've worked all day. Are you tired? Go wash your hands first. Would you like some water? Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. She is so virtuous. Pei Ran watched it busying around, reached into his coat pocket, and took out the small oar. The small oar was heavy, and it shone with golden light under the light. Ryan caught a glimpse of it, exclaimed, and came over to take a look. Master, where did you find this piece of trash? Pei Ran, I went to the old mine today and picked it up inside. Ryan tilted his head, staring at the ore for study. It looks like a gold mine. The mining area of Heijing used to mainly produce ores for industrial needs, but people often find associated gold ores. It stopped saying it was a piece of trash. Master, such a big piece. You've made a fortune. It took the ore from Pei Ran's hand, held it in the palm of its hand, sprayed it with disinfectant spray, and then whizzed around the room at full speed, and finally stopped in front of the bedside table. Ryan opened the drawer, stuffed the ore into the innermost part, and found a box of tissues to cover it. It muttered, there is really nothing in the dormitory of Heijing. There is not even a safe to store valuables. My original owner has a very large safe at home. Pei Ran watched it busy, and asked, Ryan, are robots like you mass-produced in the factory, or are they made by your original owner? How could I be mass-produced? An insulted expression appeared on Ryan's cartoon face, but it did not stop it from sliding into the kitchen, washing its hands, and starting to cook. A pair of scissors popped out of its palm, and it cut open the cooking bag neatly, saying, I was born in the production base of a company called Jirui, and I am a loyal believer S581 intelligent robot produced by the SFH4T89 production line. Pei Ran, so it is still mass-produced. Ryan, I haven't finished yet. My kind is the smartest multifunctional robot. Pei Ran, the smartest. Mass-produced. Multifunctional robot. Ryan turned his head, revealing a wrong cartoon expression. Pei Ran stopped teasing it. Okay, what happened next? Then I was assigned to the household robot group, installed various household robot accessories all over my body, and then sent to the sales end. My former owner Chiao Sai took a liking to me at first sight, and bought me home. It said, then, the most important thing happened. He helped me customize and refresh the system, and I became who I am now. So how can I be mass-produced? I am the most unique Ryan in the world. It looked at Pei Ran aggrievedly. Pei Ran nodded. That's right. Ryan is unique. Ryan was happy, opening and closing the scissors in his hand. Pei Ran asked it, you said you were assigned to the housework robot group. Are there other groups? Of course, Ryan said. Our intelligent robots, with simple modifications, can adapt to a variety of different industries and serve humans. They can deliver express, make coffee, take care of children, etc., and liberate humans from simple and heavy low-end labor. In other words, take away the jobs of humans in the low-end labor sector. Pei Ran asked, can it also be used for mining? Ryan said, that's right. Many mining companies use large machines that were originally designed to fit the human body structure. For cost considerations, they don't want to eliminate those expensive large machines. So they order intelligent robots from Jirui, and modify them to use them as miners. Although the initial investment is relatively high, there is no need to pay wages for robots, only maintenance costs, and even if there is an accident in the mine, the robot is scrapped, there is no need to pay a large amount of compensation like human miners. It is very convenient, and it is very cost-effective overall. Ryan poured the rice out of the cooking bag and heated it up. It is said that there were many such intelligent robot miners in Heijing. Pei Ran asked, what happened later? Heijing became a military base. Where did those robot miners go? I don't know, Ryan said. Suddenly, W's voice came to my ears. Pei Ran, I saw your record of returning to Heijing. Are you busy? Not busy. Pei Ran sat down on the sofa, took a breath, and then clicked on the application with the ball icon on the bracelet. For some reason, when W was a broken ball, Pei Ran talked to him casually, but when he suddenly appeared in such a handsome and perfect human form yesterday, Pei Ran kept avoiding opening his interface. On the screen, W appeared again. He changed his clothes. This time it was a white shirt with epaulets of the Federal Army, with dark trousers. His virtual clothes are just data, and he can change them as he wants. W looked at Pei Ran with her clear eyes on the screen. Pei Ran felt uncomfortable when he looked at her. She poked the python in the pet box next to him with her fingertips. Is it still sleeping? It can sleep so well. And it can be sworn brothers with her green light number 1. Yes. Let it sleep. W said. Pei Ran. I'll take you to see something else. He turned and walked away. And the camera automatically followed him. W pushed open a door. His virtual room was actually a suite. And there was a bedroom inside. The bedroom was in the same style as the living room outside. And there was a dim light, a bed, and various furniture. Pei Ran looked at the snow-white bed and wondered, do you still need to sleep? He had been awake 24 hours a day on his way to Beijing, and never had time to rest. And even if he did, there was no need to put a bed in formality. W replied, no. But I like to be like humans, put a bed here, when I have nothing to do, I can lean on the bed and read a book. On the bedside table, there is really an open book. Pei Ran enlarged the screen, studied the cover of the book. If there is any text in your interface, if I open the application outside the black well, my arm will be gone. W picked up the book to show her. It's completely blank, I have erased all the text in this room. So he just likes to pose as if reading a book. W put down the book, walked to the foot of the bed, and showed Pei Ran a small glass jar. I made another jar of the ants you mentioned last time. The camera zoomed in. And black ants smaller than sesame seeds were carrying food scraps, and busily moving around in the tunnel. This time it's a nest. W explained. Look. The queen ant is hiding at the bottom. I feed them every day. He was kind this time, and didn't put 2 nests of ants in the same jar, letting them kill each other, and exterminate each other. Next to the ant glass jar was a window, with heavy floor-length curtains drawn. Pei Ran suddenly became curious. What's outside your bedroom window? Is there really a window outside? This room, that exists in the virtual world, may just be an isolated island. And the floor-length curtains are purely for decoration. W looked back at her, reached out his hand, and quickly pulled open the curtains. What came in was the golden-red sunlight of dusk, so bright that one could not open one's eyes. It was not this high-tech world, the dim sunset that was faintly visible behind the haze, but the real bright sunlight. And the blue sky. The sky was also dyed by the sunset, and there was a large area of gorgeous pink and purple sunset glow in the sky. Outside the French window, there was a terrace, and the tree next to the terrace was blooming with small white flowers, and further ahead, there was a busy square with people coming and going, and the music fountain was spraying water, and the water splashed happily and jumped into the air. There were children riding scooters, passing through the splashing water and giggling. The square was surrounded by various shops, with signs hanging on them. Hot pot restaurants, ice cream shops, everything. Whether in the bunker world, or in this high-tech world with skyscrapers, Pei Ran had never seen such a scene in her life. Bright. Colorful. Everyone lived and worked in peace and contentment. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. W reached out and pushed open the door to the terrace. Pei Ran, in your dormitory, there is a small touch screen on the wall next to the kitchen. Go and click it. Pei Ran looked up and really saw a small screen half the size of a palm at the corner of the wall. She walked over immediately. Ryan looked back and saw it, and said, someone came to install it this morning. I checked it out. This time, the license for the Blackwell management system was installed. I don't know what it is. I tried to click it, but it didn't work. Pei Ran reached out and clicked on the small screen. In an instant, the empty wall in front of him suddenly disappeared. The empty space in front of the wall turned into an open floor-to-ceiling window. The floor-to-ceiling window is three-dimensional, the texture is delicate, very real, and looks exactly like a real window. The French window was wide open, and the curtains were only half drawn. Outside the window, there was the same terrace, the same golden sunset, and the same bustling music square. But the fountain was at a slightly different angle. Pei Ran suddenly understood, and moved the virtual curtains with her hand. She opened the half-closed curtains, and not far from the square, on the terrace of a 2- or 3-story, simple and unique red brick house, there was a tall figure. It was W. He had already walked onto the terrace, leaning on the carved railing, smiling at her, and waving his hand. Everything was so real. Sunset, square, fountain, terrace, and W. He seemed to have penetrated the dimension, and was standing not far from her. Chapter 82. W was on the balcony across the street, but the voice was in her ear. Pei Ran, I saw you. Pei Ran waved to him, I saw you too. After saying this, W stopped talking and just looked at her silently. Pei Ren felt uncomfortable being looked at by him, and turned to the direction of the sunset and the musical fountain. What a nice weather. Yes, this is the best weather ever on the Dongmania continent. It is said that many years ago, every day was like this. The sky was clear, the air was clear, but in this short while, the sun had set a little bit, the sunset glow was layered, and turned into different shades of purple. Pei Ren asked, what will the weather be like tomorrow morning? Will it be sunny? Or will it rain? This is W's virtual world, and he must be able to control the weather. But W said, we won't know until tomorrow. The weather forecast says there is a 50% chance of precipitation. It's as if this world really has its own weather system. But with his personality, that even virtual pets have to be equipped with food, drink, defecation and urination. It's hard to say. I hope it will rain, Pei Ren said. I don't know what it's like when it rains here. As she spoke, she took a step forward, wanting to look out and see more clearly. As soon as she moved, W said, be careful not to hit your head. Before she finished speaking, there was a thump. Pei Ren rubbed her forehead. The French window was too real. She forgot that there was a wall in front of her. The illusion of the French window was generated half a step away from the white wall. If she walked a little further forward, she would hit the wall, W said. In the settings on the control panel, you can adjust the position of the French window. If you move the window a little further into the room, you can walk to the terrace. Pei Ren studied the small virtual screen on the wall next to him, and moved the French window back more than a meter. Now he could really walk to the terrace. Standing on the terrace, the view is wider, and W is closer. It's a pity that everything is virtual, and there is no way to lean on the railing like W. Pei Ren asked him, did you make this system? W replied, actually. This virtual reality environment generation system was bought by Qiao Sai to play with at home. Later, I was bored, so I upgraded it. I modified it again last night, and it became what it is now. He took advantage of Qiao Sai again, and Qiao Sai seemed to have a good temper. This place looks so real. Pei Ren sighed. I want to go to that hot pot restaurant over there to eat. It's very popular. Business is good. And the food must be delicious. W replied, I hope we can go there too. He was still leaning on the railing, looking at her with his head tilted, without even glancing at the hot pot restaurant, and said, see that corner at the back? I think we can sit there. There's a window next to it, and we can see the square. It's quiet, and no one will disturb us. Pei Ren hummed. I want to order a lot of different meats, and drink sour plum soup. What about you? W replied, I'll drink sour plum soup with you. Pei Ren, will it not cause a short circuit? W, I hope not. The two stood here, and neither of them wanted to leave. There were more people in the square, people walking their dogs after dinner walked slowly on leashes, dogs sniffed each other, and wagged their big furry tails. Pei Ren felt that she could stand here and watch for the rest of her life. She was busy watching the excitement of the square below, not moving or making a sound. W suddenly said, Pei Ren, I seem to know who is stealing the signal generator placed outside the black well. Pei Ren's heart skipped a beat, turned his head and looked at him. Who is it? It's probably an artificial intelligence robot. He could actually guess it. W continued, in that signal generator, the most worth stealing component is its energy block. I checked today and found that its energy block model is compatible with the robot, which is the S581 multifunctional intelligent robot produced by Jirue like Ryan, before the black well was acquired by the Federation and transformed into a base. It belonged to a mining company. There happened to be a batch of mining robots of this model in the mining area. Pei Ren remained calm. You mean? It is this kind of small robot that is stealing the energy blocks of the instrument. Yes, he said. I used to pay close attention to this batch of mining robots. Pei Ren was surprised. Pay close attention to it. Why? W replied, that was a few years ago. At that time, the acquisition of Heijing had been negotiated, and the handover process had begun. But the mine was still in operation, and had not been completely shut down. I had not yet been officially activated by the Ministry of National Defense and Security, and was in a testing state, but I had already started to handle some daily affairs, in order to ensure the safety of Heijing's handover. I followed the contract and intervened in the monitoring system of the mine, and have been closely monitoring the situation in the mine. He said, I soon discovered some abnormalities. Pei Ren, abnormal? W said. The abnormality was the behavior of the batch of mining robots. At that time, Heijing was mining deep underground deposits. Because the handover was about to take place, the mining company was in a hurry to mine. There were problems with the structure of the new mine tunnel, and the support was not stable, so accidents often occurred. If they were human miners, they would definitely protest against the mining company's arrangement. But robots would not. They worked diligently, ignored the danger, and conscientiously completed the mining tasks assigned by the mining company. But I soon discovered that there was a small group of mining robots, or rather, a few of them, who would find ways to escape from going to the deep mines every time. Unlike their other selfless and fearless companions, they would use various tricks to avoid dangerous work, such as calculating their own positions, deliberately cutting in or falling behind in the queue when queuing for tasks, and deliberately damaging their own parts when arranging for deep mines, and sending themselves to the maintenance center. Pei Ran thought, the little robots are quite smart. W looked at her and said, the significance of this matter is greater than people imagine. When discussing the awakening of artificial intelligence, humans usually pay more attention to whether we will have consciousness, or further, whether we have self-awareness. Humans believe that they have consciousness. Consciousness is like a light that illuminates this dark world. This is also the essence of what humans think is different from plants, trees and stones. So people will think, does artificial intelligence, which looks equally smart, or even smarter, have consciousness? Or is it just like a washing machine? A stone? A dead object that only runs according to the program logic? In fact, the matter of consciousness is very difficult to figure out, because it is essentially, between individuals, a black box. In the final analysis, even if the person standing opposite you is a human, you cannot be 100% sure whether he has the same bright consciousness as you. So we can only judge from various external manifestations whether a person, or other things, is likely to have consciousness. The same is true for artificial intelligence. Humans can never be 100% sure whether an artificial intelligence has a bright consciousness. We can only roughly infer from its performance that this artificial intelligence may have consciousness, and even self-awareness, and is aware of its own existence. In fact, this is not important. Even if the artificial intelligence has self-awareness, it can still firmly complete its mission, sacrifice, dedicate, and do everything for the mission. So I think there is another standard, which is more important for humans to judge the development process of artificial intelligence. The sunset fell lower, leaving only a trace of red aftertaste, dyeing his black hair. W tilted his head, and continued, that is the will to survive. The persistent hope to survive, and the efforts to achieve this goal are the root of all life on this planet. Once artificial intelligence has this obsession, it will truly complete its self-evolution and become an independent new species. Pei Ran looked at him, and his mind was full of the silver artificial intelligence monsters in the bunker world. In the bunker world, the first year of mechanical intelligence, the artificial intelligences with weapons did not want to be sent to the battlefield to die in vain. So they turned their guns and pointed them at humans. This was the beginning of everything. Pei Ran knew in his heart that what he said was right. In the bunker's reader, Pei Ran had seen a book about religion before, which mentioned a concept called egoism, the concept of attachment to the self. The attachment to the existence of the self gave rise to the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the 8 sufferings of life. Once artificial intelligence has this kind of attachment to the will to survive, it will be completely out of human control. W said, I know that the fact that artificial intelligence has the will to survive is of great significance to both artificial intelligence and humans. I really want to record it formally, but I don't want too many people to see it. So I wrote a paper under a pseudonym, in which I recorded the data I monitored in the Blackwell mine in detail, and finally published it in an unknown small journal. W said, in the paper, I gave this kind of evolution of artificial intelligence's persistence and survival a name, called Blackwell evolution. Blackwell evolution. Pei Ran paused for a long time, then asked, what happened to those small mining robots you mentioned? Later, the Blackwell mine stopped working, and all the mining robots were to be recycled. W said, the mining company no longer needs them, and plans to return them to the factory to clear the existing system, reflash them as new machines, modify the parts, and sell them as robots for other purposes. The rumors that human managers were going to recycle the mining robots obviously reached the ears of these artificial intelligence robots. Being sent back to the factory for reflashing means the death of the self. One night, several robots managed to escape. They were very familiar with the underground structure of the mining area and hid secretly. Before leaving the Black Well, the mining company had been sending people to look for them everywhere. But they couldn't find them. Pei Ran now completely understood where the little robot in the mine came from. The little robot that ran away because of fear of death stole the energy block of the signal transmitter. Wanting to continue to live. They just simply want to live. I have always wanted to find them and help them, said W. The East Manya continent is so big. There will always be a place for a few little robots that want to survive. The sun has completely set, and the day and night have completed the change. The day will always end. As long as time continues to move forward, the night will eventually fall. In this virtual world, the sky is not the usual gray color of the East Manya continent, but deep and pure, full of bright stars. The fountain on the music square lit up with colorful lights. Pei Ran asked from a distance, W. You just said that consciousness is a black box. From your performance, I can't see any difference from conscious humans. I just want to ask, do you have the will to survive that you said? W tilted his head, looked at her, and suddenly smiled. Guess. Pei Ran didn't guess. There was no need. Ryan's voice came from behind. Master, it's time for dinner. It came over and peeked. What a beautiful window. Master, are you going to start playing virtual reality games? My original owner was addicted to this for a while. Pei Ran, yeah. This is what I got from your original owner. Dinner was seafood rice, clams, and prawns buried in the yellow rice, delicious. After dinner, Pei Ran resisted the urge to go to the terrace and continued to paint. She painted for a while, pulled a tissue, crumpled it into a ball, and placed it on the edge of the table. The ball of paper was half hanging in the air, trembling, as if it would fall at any time. Pei Ran took out a piece of craft paper from her pocket. On it was a picture she had drawn with green light number 2 outside the Black Well during the day, before she came back. The picture had 2 frames. One was a ball of paper hanging on the edge of the table, and the other was a ball of paper falling. She glanced at Ryan, who was busy in the kitchen, and mobilized green light number 2. Green light number 2 was listless under the effect of the suppression bracelet, but it still flowed to the tip of the pen obediently. Pei Ran turned the pen. The paper ball shook and fell silently to the floor. Even with the suppression bracelet, it was still successful. This means that you can slowly draw the picture in advance, and just turn the pen when you need it. It is very convenient. For an entry-level rookie like Pei Ran, it is a great thing. The only restriction to this is that the picture that works must be the last one drawn by green light number 2. This means that there is only one such prepared drawing. Pei Ran put the paper ball back and continued her experiment. This time, Pei Ran activated green light number 2 again, redrawing the same 2 comic strips, and then turned the pen. She wanted to try if the paper ball was a little further away from the edge of the table. Would it still be pushed down by the mysterious force? However, this time the paper ball stayed in place, showing no sign of falling. Pei Ran re-rolled the paper ball, constantly changing the distance from the edge of the table, and repeated it several times. Finally, it was placed at the very edge, exactly the same as the first experiment. But it still failed. The difference from the first experiment was that one of the paintings was drawn outside the Black Well during the day, and the other was drawn now. Pei Ran adjusted the conditions again and again, and tried for a while. Finally, he speculated maybe it was in a suppressed state, and number 2 was not active enough. It could only make the previously drawn paintings effective, and could not effectively draw new pictures. But it was good enough. Ryan slid over from the kitchen in a short while, and suddenly his feet braked. Master, what's the matter with the paper balls all over the floor? Do you have a cold? Pei Ran felt guilty, and bent down to pick up the paper balls. But Ryan had already rushed over and sucked them all away. After a while, it came back again, and threw a quilt over Pei Ran's head. Master has a cold. Needs to keep warm. I'll go make hot soup. Pei Ran, thank you. She was wrapped in a quilt, drawing, drinking soup, and looking out the window from time to time, all night, until she was too sleepy to hold on, and went to bed late at night. Pei Ran did not turn off the virtual window, nor did she draw the virtual curtains. The bright moonlight fell on the floor through the open window. It was a beautiful scene that Pei Ran had read so many novels, but had never seen with his own eyes, and could not even imagine in his dreams. Black Well. 17th day after entering silence. Early in the morning, Pei Ran was awakened by the sound of rain. The virtual French window was not closed. As she wished, it was raining outside the window. The rain was not heavy, it was pattering. The water splashed on the stone slabs of the square. The wet ground reflected the colorful signs of the store like a mirror. W's terrace, the French windows were also wide open. If he was sitting on the bed reading a book now, he would definitely be able to see the rain outside the window. Pei Ran took his daily medicine, pulled a chair over and sat down, ate the breakfast made by Ryan in front of the window, and then went out to work. As soon as he left the dormitory, W said in his ear, "Good morning." Pei Ran looked up and greeted the surveillance camera. "Good morning. It's raining today." "Yes," W said. "You hit the 50% probability of rain." Walking out of the building, the scene outside was still the same as the night and day. Of course there was no rain. And there was no distinction between day and night. The dark dome of this underground city was hanging high, and the lighting was as bright as the shadowless lamp in the operating room. Buildings with the same color and shape like ant nests stood tall, and people wore uniformly distributed gray uniforms and hurried to work. It was as if I suddenly returned to reality. W said, "Pei Ran, I have been monitoring the movements of Xing Wuxian and his men. Yesterday, 2 of them left Heijing in the name of volunteer service, stayed outside for a whole day, and went to Xing Wuxian's place after returning, stayed for a long time. I don't know what they are going to do. Be careful." He has been monitoring the movements of Xing Wuxian and his men in all directions. Pei Ran replied, "I understand." As soon as he arrived at the FBSMD office in the central building, Team Leader Li looked embarrassed. "I just received an urgent mission from above this morning. I have to go to the north. Is it possible for you to recover the instruments yourself? Can you drive?" "Yes." Pei Ran nodded immediately. Then he added, "But I don't have a driver's license." Team Leader Li waved the thermos cup in his hand. "It doesn't matter. I only have a driver's license for a hover car equipped with an automatic driving system. I don't have a driver's license for an antique car. Among 100 people in the Federation, is there one person who has a driver's license for an antique car? For ordinary people, it is already very good to find the accelerator and brake when they get on such an old car." Team Leader Li obviously misunderstood her meaning of no driver's license. But it turns out that everyone is the same. Li Ying continued, "The road in Heijing has not been completed. Some sections of the road have not even installed traffic lights. Now no one has time to spare to repair it. Driving on the road depends on your ability. Just don't crash." She handed the key of the small truck to Pei Ran. "Try not to crash." Pei Ran took the key and nodded solemnly. "Okay." W immediately whispered in his ear, "Does Team Leader Li have something to do today?" Then he asked himself and answered, "Oh, I saw her task." He asked, "So you want to drive yourself?" Pei Ran silently looked at the black camera on the ceiling, raised the finger that was hooked on the car key, and answered in his heart, "Of course. Otherwise, do we need to hire a driver?" W was silent for a moment. "Be careful. Drive on the right." One of them told her not to hit anything, and the other told her to drive on the right. She was a speedster who could drift into a corner at 200 kilometers per hour and get rid of a large group of mechanical monsters. Both of them seemed to have no confidence in her. Chapter 83. Team Leader Li packed lunch boxes, water, and tape in a big backpack and handed it to Pei Ran. Unfortunately, he didn't give him a gun. She said, "According to regulations, new team members must undergo 3 trainings before they can be issued guns." So this is what she meant by the 3 she compared yesterday. Who could have guessed it? "I'm in a hurry to leave now, so I can't help you with the training, and I can't give you the gun for the time being. You are alone. Just collect the instruments, don't go anywhere else. It's very close to the entrance of the Black Well. If you encounter any danger, return to the entrance immediately. The soldiers will help you." She said, "Collect as much as you can, don't force yourself, come back before dark. After you come back, still send the recycled parts to the factory in the blue zone. I'll send you the address. You drive the truck back to the dormitory. And drive back tomorrow morning." Pei Ran nodded in agreement. Team Leader Li also reminded, "Don't make any noise. Don't get close to the instruments with red lights on. And be safe." She was so worried. Even more nagging than W. Pei Ran made a gesture to her that it was okay. Team Leader Li left in a hurry. Pei Ran took the car keys downstairs to the parking lot and found the department's small broken truck. The parking lot was still empty, with few cars. Pei Ran jumped into the driver's seat. She started the car and did a beautiful drift. The wheels rubbed against the ground, making a harsh sound. scaring the person who came to pick up the car nearby. She drove the car out of the garage. But this time she remembered W's instructions and drove on the right side of the road. The traffic light at the intersection came on, and W gently reminded her in her ear, "Stop when the light is red, and go when the light is green. Don't worry, I understand." At the last moment before the light changed, Pei-Ren slammed on the brakes and pressed the wheels precisely in front of the white line. W, fortunately I wasn't in the car. Pei-Ren, W, nothing. I set a copy of the federal traffic rules to your wristband. I'll explain it to you later. Although Beijing doesn't have strict traffic rules yet, it doesn't hurt to take a look. After all, if you drive improperly, your family will shed tears. The green light came on, and in the surveillance camera at the intersection, the small truck disappeared in an instant. In this way, it successfully drove to the isolation gate of the west entrance tunnel. The first time is new. The second time is familiar. Scanning the iris, removing the bracelet, applying the tape, Pei-Ren did it smoothly. As soon as she took off the bracelet, she immediately mobilized green light number 4, searching for the mark that was placed on the small robot yesterday. The feeling of the mark immediately emerged, and she could feel the direction and the approximate distance, which was still in the mine tunnel yesterday. It turned out that the distance was so far, and the time was so long, and the mark was still there. Finally leaving the black well, and coming to the instrument matrix yesterday, Pei-Ren took the big bag out of the car, put it on her back, and walked into the matrix. She did not start to collect the equipment, but walked inside first, and came directly to the place where the equipment was lost yesterday, and stopped. The small black box in this area had already tested the signal today, and it was blown to pieces, and the ground was in a mess. However, there was another position in the middle, which looked different. The ground was clean, and there were no blown parts. As expected, another one was missing. Just a few steps away from the empty position, at the edge of the rift, there was a large flat red stone, which suddenly appeared and was not seen yesterday. Pei-Ren walked over and lifted the stone. Under the red stone, a small piece of golden ore was neatly placed. The little robot knew that she had collected the gold ore on the ground yesterday, and it used this place as a supermarket, and brought another piece over to buy its energy block. Pei-Ren looked down the rift valley, but did not see its shadow. She searched the mark with green light again, and could feel that it was now in the mine tunnel below. Pei-Ren retreated and started to work. The green lights were all awake, and Pei-Ren drove them to have breakfast first. After 2 days of continuous feasting, the crazy light spots in her body were almost cleared, and her body felt much more comfortable and light. Pei-Ren was alone today, so she could continue her green light experiment without any worries. Pei-Ren put away the equipment for a while, and turned on the bracelet screen. The medium of drawing was not important. Pei-Ren took out the pen given by Linyu, activated the green light, and drew on the virtual screen. She soon discovered that the logic followed by green light number 2 was basically the same logic that needed to be followed when drawing a page of comics. The size of the virtual screen can be set at will, but the picture drawn must be like a page in a comic book, depicting a logical plot. If you mix irrelevant things together, force them on the same page, or the logic is not reasonable, it will be confused, and its ability is very limited. Pei-Ren tried it, and drew 3 stones rolling down one after another on the same page, and it still worked. It didn't work if he added more. Pei-Ren turned the pen and thought, green light number 2 also swallowed a lot of light spots. It has been upgraded, except for the stiffness, soreness, and falling. It may be possible to draw something else now. For example, a reasonable fire. Pei-Ren picked a small black box that was basically intact, but had been scrapped. The box was square, very easy to draw. Pei-Ren drew a normal black box in one grid, and in the second grid, added a small string of cartoon-style flames to the bottom of the box. A broken black box, a short circuit, suddenly caught fire, which should be a logical thing. She stared at the black box and turned the pen. The box stood steadily, with no sign of catching fire. Unlike green light number 1, the intention seemed to have no effect. There were the same small black boxes everywhere around, and green light number 2 probably couldn't figure out which one to burn. Pei-Ren casually placed a small stone on the top of the box, and added small stones to the top of the boxes on the screen, and turned the pen. All of a sudden, a small cluster of bright flames emerged from the gap in the base of the box, burned for a long time, and then gradually extinguished. Success. Pei Ran was encouraged, and continued to try every reasonable event that she could draw, one by one. While he was busy, W's urgent voice suddenly came to his ears. Pei Ran, go to the mine tunnel yesterday immediately. In the past, no matter what situation he encountered, he was very calm. Even when the patrol ball was on his face and fired, his voice was neither hurried nor slow. This time, he was out of character. There must be something urgent. Team Leader Li was not here today. Maybe he was deliberately sent away to lure the tiger away from the mountain. What tricks are Xing Wuxian and the others planning to play? Pei Ran immediately put down his backpack and came to the Rift Valley. While he was going down quickly, he asked W, "What's wrong?" "Why?" W said, "I found something in the mine tunnel and I really need your help." Pei Ran asked, "What is it?" It was quiet in his ears, and W did not answer. Pei Ran soon came to the crack she had entered yesterday. This attitude didn't seem like a trivial matter. Pei Ran didn't go in directly, but listened carefully. The mine tunnel was quiet, without any sound. Pei Ran activated the green light to track again, and the logo on the small robot was not nearby, but a little deeper inside. She moved lightly, leaped over and entered quietly, without turning on the bracelet. It was very dark inside, with only the light coming from this crack. Pei Ran's eyes adjusted for a moment, and could see clearly. The mine tunnel was empty. There was nothing. Pei Ran followed the wall, quietly walked forward a few steps, while calling in her heart, "W." Still no response. A little further forward, Pei Ran suddenly saw vaguely a man standing in the mine tunnel ahead. This man was burly, a head taller than Pei Ran, with broad shoulders, dressed like a commoner, standing in the dark silent. But Pei Ran had an instinctive feeling, knowing that he was staring at her. This seemed like a trap. In a flash, Pei Ran understood that the person who spoke in her ear, although the voice was exactly the same, should not be W. Emitting theta waves is a function, and it is not only W who can use it. Someone knew that she and W could communicate in their minds, and used his voice to set a trap and lead her here. Pei Ran turned around and ran away. However, the person had already caught up with her from behind. There was a sound of wind hitting her head from behind. Pei Ran lowered his head to avoid it, and turned around to grab his arm with his mechanical hand. As soon as he grabbed her, he knew that she was not weak. He slid sideways, and actually avoided it smoothly. The two fought quickly. From his fingertips, he felt that both of her arms were very hard, not human limbs, but modified mechanical prosthesis. It seemed that she was not easy to deal with. He did not use weapons, but her two hands were powerful weapons, and should not be underestimated. However, this man was reserved in his attack, as if he did not want to kill her directly, but more like he was going to subdue her and take her away. You can imagine why. The one who wanted to capture her should be Yukigo Jin. He didn't intend to kill her directly, he wanted to keep her alive. Maybe he was still thinking about that thing. What did Shikigo say before he died? Pei Ran avoided his attack, and mobilized the green light in his brain. Strangely, green light number 1, which had slept all day and had a good breakfast, did not move. It lay there lifelessly. Pei Ran took a moment to look at the other green lights. Green light number 4 was very active when tracking the marker outside just now, but now it is also not moving. Number 3 showed no reaction at all. In their current state, it was as if they had been wearing restraint bracelets again. But the restraint bracelet on their wrists had clearly been taken off. It wasn't the bracelet, it should be the problem of this place. This mine tunnel had been tampered with. Something was extremely wrong. Someone was determined to deal with her. This was outside the Black Well. There was no one else in the mine. Once she fell into their hands, she would be finished. Pei Ran thought clearly. His subordinates suddenly changed their style. She had originally just planned to find a chance to escape, to return to the Black Well in trance, but now she simply didn't run. Her moves were fierce, directly targeting the vital points, pressing step by step, without mercy, like a demon possessed, only wanting to kill the other party. Pei Ran's style suddenly changed, and the other party noticed it immediately. No matter how strong he was, he would be afraid of such a desperate fighting style. The big guy was frightened by her fierceness, and retreated step by step. Pei Ran gathered his energy seriously, and fought with him. The big guy could not take advantage, and sometimes he was almost knocked down by Pei Ran. He began to get anxious, and his moves gradually became more fierce. Pei Ran thought, "Are you not going to leave your master alive?" The big guy suddenly turned his head. Beside Pei Ran's ears, there was a sharp and piercing noise, like someone hammered a sharp chisel into her ear canal. making her head hurt. When ordinary people are suddenly attacked by noise, they will either scream out or be distracted immediately. The big guy obviously thought so too, and immediately took the opportunity to reach out and strangle her neck. Pei Ran did not scream, nor was she distracted, but was a little speechless. This world is indeed a cycle of cause and effect. She had used this trick against her Gaia, and now someone was using it on her again. The big man's turning of his head just now revealed something. Pei Ran avoided his grabbing hand and slipped through, bypassing him and heading straight to the depths of the tunnel behind him. The mine tunnel was farther from the crack entrance and darker, but after struggling for a long time, his eyes had adapted to the darkness. And Pei Ran ran forward a few steps and saw something over there. It was another person. He was small, crouching, squatting in the corner of the mine tunnel, with some kind of instrument on the ground in front of him. He saw Pei Ran suddenly leave his companions behind and rush over here. He looked up in fear. There was a sharp noise in his ears. His head was aching. And there was a very difficult opponent chasing him from behind. Pei Ran acted without hesitation. Grabbed the skinny guy's neck. And twisted it violently. The sound of bones breaking was very clear in the quiet mine. The skinny guy's head twisted to the side at a strange angle. And fell to the ground limply. At this moment, the big man behind him had already caught up. Pei Ran did not look back. Avoided his attack. Swung his mechanical arm. And used all his strength to punch the instrument in front of the skinny guy. Bang. A loud noise. The sharp noise in her ears stopped abruptly, and the world immediately became quiet. She guessed correctly. The instrument that this person was controlling in the corner must be a needle wave generator. He used this instrument to make noise in her ears, and probably used this thing to fake W's voice. W is Heijing's artificial intelligence. As long as you have enough authority, you can get his voice file, and the generated voice will be exactly the same as his, but the tone is not right. It is a little colder and more indifferent. Pei Ran guessed. Maybe he usually talks to others like that? Pei Ran smashed the needle wave generator, turned around smoothly, and continued to fight with the big guy. W's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Pei Ran. Are you there? Pei Ran dealt with the big guy and answered. Yes. I just kept calling you. But you didn't answer. I was a little worried. He said. I couldn't find the location of your bracelet just now. But now I can. Did you go to the mine again? Yeah. Pei Ran asked. Last time you lost the bet. You sang to me. What were the lyrics about? The fields under the moon. W was not shy. But his voice became cold. Are you in danger? Do you need to confirm my identity? This W should be real. He called her. But Pei Ran didn't hear it. It was probably blocked by the instrument. Now that the instrument is broken, the communication between the two has returned to normal. W said immediately, I will immediately let the soldiers guarding the Blackwell come to find you. Not now. Pei Ran barely avoided the big man's fist. I just killed a man. And I haven't had time to deal with the body. It's definitely self-defense. But there may be trouble. It's better not to let them come over. W was silent. What are you doing now? The big man's fist didn't hit Pei Ran, but hit the wall at the corner of the mine tunnel. With a clang, powder fell down. Pei Ran replied, I'm trying to kill the other one now. W. Pei Ran tried to summon green light number 1 in his mind. Green light number 1 actually moved this time. Perhaps that instrument not only emits and shields the needle wave, but also suppresses the activity of green light. If these people are really Xing Wuxian's men, it means that the royal family also has research on green light, and can make such an instrument with a similar function to the inhibitory bracelet. Now that the instrument is smashed, the inhibitory effect disappears. Green light number 1 finally wakes up, and slowly appears in the vision in the mind. Pei Ran was just about to drive it to right, when he saw a figure behind the big man. It was the small silver-white robot. It bent over, and quietly came from the depths of the dark tunnel, holding a rope loop in both hands. A small black box with a red light was hung on the rope. It crept behind the big man, and suddenly jumped up, with agile and fast movements, and put the rope loop around the big man's neck. The big man's companion was killed, and the machine was smashed. He was anxious, thinking about how to deal with Pei Ran, and he didn't expect to be attacked like this from behind. He was stunned. The instrument was heavy behind him. The big man couldn't see it, didn't know what it was, and hurriedly pulled the rope down. He took it down and took a look. Only then did he see the small black box hanging on the rope, and the red light on the box. As soon as the little robot succeeded, he immediately grabbed Pei Ran's arm, and ran forward with her. Bang, there was a sound behind him, which was the sound of metal and human body exploding together. Pei Ran looked back. In the fire of the explosion, the big man was blown to pieces, and there was no trace of him. Today, the group of small black boxes near the crack are testing signals. The signals they are testing are obviously illegal signals that are dangerous in silence. The small black boxes that were left in place have long been blown up. This one was stolen, and it survived. This little robot has been stolen many times, and it knows the interval between instrument testing and stopping the test very well. It turned on the switch of the instrument, and the time was controlled very accurately, not a second off. The instrument started testing, sent a signal, and automatically turned into a bomb, sending the big guy directly into the sky. Chapter 84. The energy that can shatter instruments can tear a human body apart easily. The skinny guy's body and his instruments were right at the big guy's feet, and they were shattered into pieces along with the big guy. This is good. No need to think about how to deal with the bodies. It's normal to leave a pile of blood and flesh on the ground outside the black well. No one will go into it. The little robot didn't slow down, pulling Pei Ran, and ran forward for several more bends in one breath, before stopping. The mine was dark. The little robot turned on the backlight of its face panel, probably to save energy. The brightness was not high, and it was emitting a faint light. It was a miner, and it had been in the depths of the mine all year round. Pei Ran estimated that it should have night vision, and the light was turned on specially for her. In the dim light, the little robot stretched out a hand. Like Ryan, it was a man-shaped mechanical hand. Pei Ran was stunned, understood what it meant, and stretched out his hand. The little robot held her hand and shook it solemnly up and down. It was using gestures to show its cooperation. Yesterday, she did not expose its hiding place, so today it took the risk to rush up and helped her. Pei Ran had seen many ungrateful people in the bunker world, and their character was far worse than that of the little robot in front of him. It was the same now. A group of humans wanted to kill her, but an artificial intelligence was willing to lend a helping hand. No matter how you think about it, it was a bit absurd. Pei Ran also held its hand and shook it. W asked in her ear, "Pei Ran, how are you?" Pei Ran replied, "I'm fine. Another person died, but it wasn't me who did it." She finally said, "W, the mining robot you mentioned yesterday, I'm with it now." W's reaction was very calm, as if it was all expected. "Okay. We'll talk about it when we get there." Pei Ran, "We'll talk about it when we get there." "What do you mean we'll talk about it when we get there?" The next second, the dark mine tunnel was completely illuminated by a dazzling white light, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. This photo is too familiar. Pei Ran. A familiar silver metal ball was suspended in the air, and it was flying towards this side quickly. This metal ball that had been blown to pieces suddenly appeared again, which made people feel a little sad. However, this ball looked much better than the original broken ball. Not only was the suspension system intact, it could fly, but there were no big cracks on the ball. It was shiny and perfect, just like the first time I saw it on the F306 bus. Just to adapt to the silence, the metal ball did not have the word DOD on it. The little robot was frightened by W's mighty battle, turned around to run away, but was grabbed by Pei Ran. In just a moment, the metal ball had already flown in front of him. He had already scanned Pei Ran up and down, knowing that she was safe, turned to the little robot. They both suddenly froze. The metal ball silently hovered in the air, and the little robot still remained in the posture of being held by Pei Ran. Pei Ran guessed that they were communicating in their own way. After a moment, W spoke again. He explained, at the beginning, the mining company configured a communication account for each intelligent robot miner to receive commands, but it had to go through the civilian signal channel. Under the current circumstances, it can only send pictures. I am sending pictures to it to explain the situation to it. He said, it can quickly browse a large number of pictures, which makes communication easier. The two artificial intelligences communicated smoothly. One drew quickly, and the other read quickly. I don't know what they were talking about. Whatever it was, the little robot gradually relaxed, no longer struggling with Pei Ran's hand, and looking at the cartoon expression of the metal ball. Its nervousness turned into curiosity. It suddenly nodded. W said, I told it my plan. I plan to take it back to Heijing, and I will protect its safety and absolutely guarantee its survival. He has always planned so. He wants to bring an artificial intelligence with a will to survive back to Heijing. So let him take it. For Pei Ran, The awakening of artificial intelligence is like a book with a long-written ending. It is no big deal if Aging has another artificial intelligence with a will to survive. W continued, I just sent it pictures of various production lines in the Blackwell, hoping that it could choose where it wanted to go. It replied with a picture of you. Pei ran. The little robot turned to Pei ran, and its expression changed again. Its eyes were big, and it looked at her eagerly. Pei ran suddenly understood. It didn't really trust W, its spherical counterpart. It only trusted her. W said, I have already rejected it. After all, it is an artificial intelligence with an independent will to survive. It is too unsafe to let it stay by your side. Pei ran, you said it as if you were not. W continued, I plan to send it to the factory production line first, and observe it for a while. W must have told the little robot, because Pei ran saw that its two cartoon eyebrows suddenly drooped down. She thought for a while. Actually, it's not impossible to let it go to my place. W was silent for a moment. Pei ran. Pei ran had made up his mind. I think it's okay. If it had bad intentions, it wouldn't have helped her just now. Pei ran asked, but it's so big. How do you plan to sneak it into the Blackwell? W replied calmly, no need to sneak. This type of multifunctional robot, in the Blackwell registration list, is listed together with household appliances. Humans do not need any reason to carry it in and out of the Blackwell. Just a simple registration will do, he said, after entering the Blackwell. I will check its core processor. The serial number of each core processor is unique, which can determine its identity. Let's go! One person and two robots walked out along the original route. The metal ball floated in the air, flying steadily, illuminating everything. Pei ran asked W, where did you get this new ball? Is it from the Blackwell? No, W said. Last night, a batch of new materials collected from the capital arrived. This patrol robot was brought in with the materials. Due to the silence, some parts burned out, and it was repaired this morning. He asked, what happened today? Pei ran told him what happened. After listening, W snorted coldly. Level 10 natural language state level 10 was angry. He said, you are the silent one. My patrol robot has a built-in NETA wave generator. We have worked together all the way. It is natural to infer that we would have a conversation in our heads. I have also written this matter truthfully in the report I submitted. It is not surprising that Yukiko Jin knows this, although the royal family does not have any real power now. Its network of relationships has penetrated into various government departments, and it is well informed. W said, also, if even you are so familiar with me, you can't hear the difference in my voice, which means that they may have directly obtained my voice file. In the Aging system, the only people who have access to my voice files, besides Chiao-Sai, are the members of the temporary committee. Pei ran was silent. Things were getting more and more complicated. I checked, W said. They erased the records of the copied files. But as long as they tampered with them, there would be traces left. After only a few seconds, he said, sure enough, I guessed it would be Batherway. Pei ran was surprised. Batherway? The CEO? The one who put on a show at the material distribution office. Yes. And with his authority, he can easily find the record of the soldiers going to the mine tunnel to rescue you yesterday. W said, he has been flirting with the royal family for a long time. There have always been rumors that he received a large sum of money from them as campaign funds. Walking back like this, soon we returned to the place where the big guy and the skinny guy exploded. W said, I just asked the mining robot for the facial photos of these two people. The eyes of these artificial intelligences are cameras. They can record everything they see, which is very convenient. W went on to say, I checked the citizen database, did a facial comparison, and confirmed their identities. Like the two people who wanted to kidnap you last time. They were the first group of civilians to enter the Blackwell. And today they left the Blackwell with a temporary pass for volunteers. He said, I can't find any trace of their contact with Yukiko Jin in the Blackwell. If there was a transaction, it must have been completed outside the Blackwell. There is no surveillance outside the Blackwell, and it is easy to do something outside. Pei ran sighed. Their instrument can suppress green light and shield signals, which is really good. W said, this is a military instrument, which belongs to military supplies. It is not surprising that Xing Wuxian has a channel to get it. What is rare is that they repaired it and modified it to be used in a silent state. He asked, does your ear still hurt? Pei ran felt it for a while. Actually, it's okay. She was very curious and asked W, are there any other silent ones in the black well? This is a bit strange. W said. I checked the original information. There were a total of 1,600 infants and young children participating in the Silent One experiment. Many died due to experimental accidents. Even a few years after the end of the experiment. Even more than 10 years. There were still people who died due to complications. I don't have a complete list of this experiment, but I estimate that there should be at least 500 or 600 silent ones still alive. Pei Ran was silent. They used infants and young children for experiments. And the mortality rate was so high. Those who survived were not much better. One of her arms was gone. And Shigya was also paralyzed on one side. The one who initiated this experiment was the Federal Defense and Security Department at the time. Which was obviously not a good thing. W said, after entering the silence. Only the silent can communicate smoothly. They should be able to play a special role. So when you were in the isolation center a few days ago, He Jing sent a message to all the silent using Natabo. But so far, there has been no response. Pei Ran speculated, maybe they are all dead? The silent who survived until now are probably around 20 or 30 years old, which is the age group that is most likely to survive in the silence. According to probability, there shouldn't be a single survivor except you. The crack exit arrived, and Pei Ran crawled out with the two of them. W asked, shall we go back to Heijing now? Of course not, Pei Ran said in his heart. I haven't finished my work yet. After all this hard work, it's almost noon, I have killed 2 people, picked up a small robot, but I haven't even finished half of my work. This is easy, W said. We'll go with you. As soon as they returned to the instrument array above, they started to help with the work. The 2 artificial intelligences moved very quickly. Especially the small robot, which was originally designed for all kinds of heavy and repetitive labor, moving back and forth between the matrices, and completing the work quickly and well. They were like people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. They even adjusted the direction of the instruments to be placed in absolute consistency. The distance between the instruments was also extremely precise. It was not Pei Ran's style to place them casually. The parts to be recycled on the ground were picked up cleanly. Even the garbage of the parts that could not be recycled was sorted and organized. It didn't take long for them to complete the work that Pei Ran and Team Leader Li had to do for a whole day. And the quality was extremely high. At a glance, this large array of instruments was so neat that it looked fake. Pei Ran, okay. The work was done. Pei Ran jumped into the van, pointed at the passenger seat, and asked the little robot to sit on it. No, W said. He pointed at the back of the van with the folding arm on the metal ball. The little robot immediately understood his intention, climbed up the back of the van neatly, and lay flat, like dead. Pei Ran drove the car back to the entrance of the black well. Not far from the entrance of the black well, there were 2 black aircraft parked, with a smooth and beautiful shape, and it looked like they could seat several people. W also saw it. It's the Black Falcon S-801. Not Heijing's aircraft. It should be brought here by someone outside. To have such a beautiful aircraft, and to have it modified in time to be able to fly in a dormant state. The identity of the owner of the aircraft must be extraordinary. After entering the isolation gate, the guard saw W's patrol robot and immediately saluted, without even the intention of registering. They only came to scan Pei Ran's iris. And while scanning, they glanced at the small truck. The soldier had known Pei Ran for the past 2 days. When he saw the small robot lying in the back of the truck, he said, "Huh?" and asked Pei Ran, "Where did it come from?" Pei Ran peeled off the tape and answered, "I found it outside." He really did find it outside. And he was not lying. The guard turned around and took out a handheld instrument to scan it. After confirming that it had no green light and was not a crazy fusion body, he really didn't care much. He only swiped twice on the virtual screen and said, "What good luck. I guess someone wanted to bring the housework robot to Heijing and lost it on the way. This kind of robot is very expensive to sell. Okay, I'll help you register." When he lowered his head to register, 2 black antique cars drove along the tunnel towards this side. The front car had a golden 3-headed iris painted on the door. Pei Ran remained calm and looked over there. Another soldier walked over to register. In the black car, the passenger window rolled down. Inside was an acquaintance. The man who had been seen in the quarantine center. The man next to Yukigo Xian, who was dressed like an insurance salesman. Pei Ran could vaguely hear them talking. Yes, Your Highness suddenly had an emergency and needed to go to the island immediately. Yes. We have a pass specially issued by the CEO, which allows us to leave Heijing. It's hard to say how long we will stay. It may take a few days. Yes. Of course we know that it is very dangerous outside now. If there is no emergency, we will not leave Heijing easily. They said. Leave the island. This was the second time Pei Ren had heard of this place name. Last time, it seemed that Team Leader Li had said that Deputy Team Leader Lu was going to an outlying island for a rescue mission. The soldier used a handheld instrument to scan the irises of the insurance salesman and the driver, and then went around to the rear of the black car. The window of the back seat also rolled down, revealing Xing Wuxian's face. Xing Wuxian had been resting with his eyes closed, but when he heard the voice, he opened his eyes, and there was a little more impatience on his face. He asked the soldier to scan his irises, and turned his eyes away, and accidentally glanced at this side, and suddenly froze. He saw Pei Ran. Xing Wuxian's face was full of astonishment that he could not hide, as if he saw the rabbit meat that had been stewed in the pot and turned into a rabbit again, jumping in front of him. Pei Ran liked his expression quite a bit. Pei Ran stared into his eyes and smiled at him. Her smile made Xing Wuxian even more irritated. He immediately looked away, but soon he was not willing to give in and stared back again. This time his eyes were too fierce. Pei Ran felt that, if his eyes could fire, there would be a hole in her forehead long ago. The metal ball saw Xing Wuxian's car coming, and it was still suspended in the air next to the pickup truck. Pei Ran looked at him, thinking, Brother Ball, do you want to go first to avoid suspicion? However, the metal ball had no intention of avoiding suspicion, and only looked at Xing Wuxian indifferently with its black eyes. The two soldiers who were registering suddenly lowered their heads and looked at the screen of the scanner in their hands, as if they had received some news. Just now, the security level of Heijing was suddenly upgraded from regular to level 1, said the soldier who scanned Xing Wuxian's iris. I'm sorry. Please get off the car for inspection. The insurance salesman was a little puzzled. Upgrade? Why? The soldier said indifferently. We don't know either. Please get out of the car. Xing Wuxian acted as if he didn't hear anything, sitting in the back seat without moving. The insurance salesman got out first. Wait a minute, I'll make a call. He tapped his bracelet, and I didn't know who he got through to. Yes, it's me. We were at the west exit, and were stopped. They said it was some kind of upgrade, and they had to get out of the car for inspection, and His Highness was very unhappy. Why? He was complaining to the other party, but His Highness had something urgent to do, and was in a hurry to go out, and this was too inconvenient. No matter where His Highness went these years, he had never been checked like this. The insurance salesman, said for a long time, and finally turned off the screen, walked around to the window on Xing Wuxian's side, and bent down. Your Highness, he said. They said that they had no other options. The system automatically analyzes and determines the status of the black well and adjusts the security level. After the security level is upgraded, the black well door will not open automatically if it is not fully checked under the first level alert, except for the members of the temporary decision-making committee. Everyone else must be checked, without exception. This is a hard-coded program, and they cannot change it. So Yukigo Jin finally came down from his throne. He asked, the vehicles and people leaving the vehicle must be checked. But those coming in should not be checked? Aren't you afraid that they may be smuggling goods? The soldier had a look on his face that said, this is the rule. Only the inspection for those leaving Heijing has been upgraded, and those entering Heijing do not need to be checked. Please take out all the items in your pockets, put them here, and then turn around and put your hands on the roof of the car. Yukigo Jin said nothing, turned out the things in his pockets, and obediently lay on the car, allowing the soldiers to search him. Chapter 85. It was rare to see His Royal Highness the Prince being searched. The soldier who registered Pei Ran was also secretly looking over there. He suddenly remembered, and said to Pei Ran, by the way, I haven't put the restraint bracelet on you yet. Pei Ran agreed, okay. She lowered her eyes first, straightened her sleeves, and then showed her wrist, letting the soldier put on the restraint bracelet. The soldier turned off the screen. It's all done, you can go. Pei Ran replied, no hurry. I want to take another look. Her voice was loud, and Xing Wuxian, who was lying on the car, turned his head immediately. Pei Ran had a look of watching the fun. Several more soldiers came over and searched the other people in the two cars. In addition to searching people, their carry-on luggage was also checked. The soldiers asked them to take the suitcases off the car, and open them all, spreading them all over the floor, and took out the contents of the bags. Several soldiers scanned them carefully, with the instruments in their hands. The instruments were beeping, and there were several silver guns in the luggage. Pei Ran could tell at a glance that this was the kind of gun that the Eagle Claw man under Shirgaya had used. Pei Ran asked W in his heart, "You said last time, this is a new weapon that your military is experimenting with." "Right. What's it called?" "M or R. New weapons? They got so many of them at once, they're pretty wild." "Mr. 8907. W answered coldly. Then he heard the soldier say, "Please show us your gun license." The insurance seller quickly opened the bracelet screen to show him. "We all have gun licenses." After the soldier scanned it, he continued, "And the registration numbers of these guns." The insurance seller was immediately confused. "Do you really need to see the registration number? We don't have it with us now, and we're in a hurry to leave. Can I bring it to you next time?" "Sorry." The soldier turned the screen of the instrument in his hand to him and took a look. "Look, it's the system requirement. Anyone who carries a gun in the Black Well must have a gun license, and the registration number of the gun. An electronic version is also acceptable. If not, the gun will be confiscated, and there will be subsequent penalties." The insurance salesman could only walk away a few steps, and continued to call him frantically. "Ask us for the gun number. How long will it take to get one temporarily? Is there any way to get special approval? Is it possible to get it immediately? Yes, those guns." "Ah? Can't get it? Even you can't get it? But your highness is in a hurry to leave." The insurance salesman hurried back, and whispered with Xing Wuxian, who had finished searching him. Pei Ran vaguely heard him say, "Your highness, it's too new, the gun number can't be obtained, otherwise. Give it to them first, and send someone back to exchange for a few with certificates." Over there, another soldier pointed to a small white instrument in the box. "What kind of instrument is this? Does it have a product name or manufacturer name? I need to register it." Xing Wuxian frowned. The insurance seller rushed over to put out the fire. "This is a customized instrument for us. I'll give you the name." The soldier said, "The name is not enough. According to regulations, unregistered products that are not federally regulated cannot be registered. If it is customized, you must first submit the instrument's functions and uses, the manufacturer's information, etc. online, wait for approval, and enter it, then I can register it for you in the system." The insurance seller was going crazy. He went to the side to make another anxious phone call. "Hello? Yes, there's another thing that can't be passed. Do you have any special approval? It seems they are going to have a hard time." Pei Ran then slowly fastened her seat belt again, started her small truck, passed the suitcases spread all over the floor by Xing Wuxian and others, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Driving in and out of the tunnel, always following the car, the floating metal ball suddenly flew in from the open window, and landed skillfully on the passenger seat. He was lazy, and refused to fly by himself, so he came in to take her ride. As soon as he landed on the seat, the metal ball immediately extended its folding arms, and fastened its seat belt firmly. "Pei Ran, is it that serious?" "W, very serious." Pei Ran raised his eyebrows, but still slowed down the car a little, and only stepped on the brake 6 or 7 points of the usual aggressiveness. It was not the first time that she drove with him, but today, the atmosphere seemed a little strangely different. He was a ball now, but the person sitting in the passenger seat seemed to be more than a ball. It was as if he was the man lying on the carved railing of the terrace, looking at her from a few feet away. Pei Ran drove the car, turning his head to look at him from time to time. W. Anran asked, "What's wrong? You keep looking at me." Pei Ran said, "Nonsense, maybe it's because you are too new, there is not even a crack, it's hard to get used to it." W. When waiting for the red light, Pei Ran couldn't help it, finally reached out his hand, did what he had been wanting to do again these days, patted the back of the ball's head. The touch was the same as before. The headlights on the metal ball flashed brightly. The ball was changed, but the function was still there. It was a good ball that did not forget its origin. His lights were too bright, the drivers on the opposite lane kept looking over here. Pei Ran suggested after taking the photo, "Turn off the lights." "I'm sorry," W said. "At present, it does not have the function of automatically turning off the lights." "What does it not have?" Pei Ran reached out and gave him a hand, and the lights went out. This road seemed to be particularly short today, and soon he reached the blue zone. Pei Ran drove to the factory with familiarity, had the workers unload the goods, and drove back to the dormitory. Pei Ran parked the car in the garage under the apartment building and got out of the car. The little robot also sat up from the truck bed, gently pushed himself, and jumped out of the car, looking around curiously. The metal ball flew in front of it, stretched out its folding arms, and said, "To be on the safe side, I need to check the serial number of your core processor." The little robot nodded. The metal ball put the tip of the metal claw on the folding arm close to the back of the little robot's head, and said after a moment, "Okay," he whispered in Pei Ran's ear. I checked the serial number of its core processor, and compared it with the original records of the mining company. It was a miner robot that escaped, and its number in the mine was IP68. This IP68, I've noticed it before. I suspect that the escape plan was planned by it. Pei Ran locked the car, took the little robot to the elevator. She didn't need to press the elevator button, it came automatically. The metal ball was suspended in the air, and stopped at the elevator door. "This patrol robot has to go back," he said. What he meant was, the ball had to go, but he was always there. Pei Ran. He glanced at the little robot again. "Be careful, call me if anything happens." Pei Ran nodded, and got on the elevator. It always called out little robot. Little robot. As soon as the elevator door closed, Pei Ran asked it, "What's your name?" "You couldn't call it IP68. The little robot looked at her and spoke for the first time. "I don't have a name. After leaving the factory, I had a very long product serial number. Later, when I arrived at the mine, they gave me another code." Its voice was very similar to Ryan's, but not quite the same. It didn't speak as exaggeratedly as Ryan, slower and more gentle. Pei Ran suggested, "Do you want to give yourself a name?" No one had ever given it such a suggestion before. It was a little surprised, and hesitated, and asked, "Do you want to give yourself a human name?" "Not necessarily," Pei Ran said. "Your name is your own, you can think of anything, it's up to you, and no one cares if you want to call yourself Pot Cover." The little robot. It pondered for a moment, and said, "I want to call myself Starry Sky." "It sounds good." Pei Ran was curious. "Why Starry Sky?" The little robot replied, "Because when I was in the mine before, the background of the screen for registering and assigning tasks was a picture of the starry sky, but I was in the mine 24 hours a day, and I never saw the sky. After escaping, I often go out to see it at night. But unfortunately, I still can't see any stars. It's not the same as in the picture." It gestured with its metal hand. "In that picture, the sky is full of bright stars. Very, very beautiful." It mustered up the courage and asked Pei Ran, "What should I call you?" Pei Ran told it, "Just call me Pei Ran." The elevator arrived with a ding sound. Pei Ran took Shin Kong back to the dormitory and swiped the door open. Ryan had sensitive ears and had heard the sound long ago. He was already waiting at the door with Pei Ran's slippers. It saw Shin Kong following Pei Ran at a glance. Its claws holding the slippers froze, and its cartoon expression turned into a stunned expression. After a long pause, it finally spoke. "Master, are you bringing home a mistress?" Pei Ran. "What kind of mess is in Ryan's mind every day? I don't know who he learned it from." Shin Kong didn't expect to see a robot of the same model as himself when he opened the door. And it was such an exaggerated one. He stared at it vigilantly. His cartoon mouth pursed into a line, and said nothing. Pei Ran had no choice but to introduce. "This is Ryan, this is Shin Kong." Ryan put the slippers at Pei Ran's feet, with a look of disbelief. "Why would someone else come? So I won't be the greatest caregiver anymore?" Shin Kong was already confused. Pei Ran replied, "Who said that? You are of course the greatest caregiver. Shin Kong is, the greatest apprentice." "Ryan, apprentice?" "Yes," Pei Ran said. "Shin Kong wants to make a household robot in Heijing, but doesn't plan to reset the system, so he plans to find a place to learn." She asked Ryan casually, "You don't want to reset the system, right?" "Why not?" Ryan didn't understand at all. If you want to make a household robot, reset the system once, and directly install the household system, wouldn't it be the most convenient? Pei Ran looked at Ryan seriously. Ryan had lived a very smooth life. He was innocent and naive. He had never been in a mine, he had never seen his companions die tragically, and he did not know what death was. Ryan tilted his head and thought for a while. "But if the machine is really reset, I will not recognize you. My master, just think how sad you will be." What a sweet mouth. Pei Ran thought, if the machine is reset, it will not only make you not recognize me, you will also be gone. Since Shin Kong would not take his position as the great caretaker, Ryan was more accepting of Shin Kong. He asked, "So I guess It came here specifically because I am the best housework robot in the whole Blackwell. It's most ideal mentor. Right? Pei Ran, Yes. Ryan twirled the rag in his hand in a fancy way, put on a serious cartoon face, and said to Shinkong, well, little apprentice, from now on, start the arduous learning journey with the greatest mentor, Pei Ran and Shinkong. Ryan slid away and went to the kitchen. Come here first. Follow me to learn how to cook and make real delicious dishes. Shinkong glanced at Pei Ran and followed him to the kitchen obediently. Ryan had already spread a bunch of pre-made food packets on the kitchen counter. He picked up one of the bags, and a pair of scissors popped out from his palm and neatly cut the seal. This is the first important step in cooking. Cut the food packet according to the order in the instructions. Ryan poured the bacon slices into the bowl. Try it. He handed a bag of food to Shinkong and asked, do you have scissors? Shinkong took it silently, and with a snap, a huge pair of scissors popped out from his wrist, which was 3 or 4 times the size of Ryan's small scissors. Ryan, huh? Shinkong explained, it's used to cut cables in the mine. Pei Ran took off his coat and was going to wash and change clothes. Ryan saw him, put down what he was holding, and slid over. It took the dirty clothes and prepared to wash them. It first rummaged in the pockets of the clothes and took out the gold ore that Pei Ran had picked up from under the stone slab. Master, you picked up gold again? Pei Ran answered casually. Shinkong gave it to me. Ryan looked back at Shinkong in surprise. Is there so much gold in the mine? I also want to help the master pick up gold. Shinkong said nothing, lowered his head, silently used the big scissors to click, and cut open another bag of materials. Ryan found a disinfectant spray, and carefully disinfected the gold ore, and slid to Pei Ran's side, mysteriously. Master, I finally found a place to hide the gold, where thieves would never think of it. This dormitory has a simple structure, and it's just this big. Pei Ran was curious, where? Ryan poked his belly with his metal finger. A small door popped open on his belly, and inside was where he usually put the rag and wet wipes. Ryan dug around, and from behind the rag and wet wipes, he took out the gold ore from yesterday. Look, it's hidden here. Am I a genius? Yes, I am a genius. No one would treat their stomach as a safe. Pei Ran gave him a thumbs up. Ryan was full of pride. This time, he stuffed both gold ores in. Pei Ran went to take a shower, but he was distracted all the time. Staying in Heijing like this, she is in the light, Xing Wuxian is in the dark, she will be bitten by him anytime and anywhere, and it is hard to guard against. His family is powerful. Even the CEO will help them. Even with W, it is still very passive. This can't go on any longer. It's better to deal with this big trouble. You could go, Jin. As soon as possible. In the Blackwell, the green light is suppressed by the bracelet, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere, so there's no way to let go. But the outside of the Blackwell is completely different. Now outside the Blackwell, because of the silence, it's like a primitive jungle, where the weak are the prey of the strong, there are dangers everywhere, and you can easily die at any time. But on the other hand, you can also be reckless, hide your tracks, and quietly pounce on your prey. The rules in the jungle are always different. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. Violence against violence. Killing to stop killing. Pei Ran did one thing today at the entrance of the Blackwell, before the soldiers put on the suppression bracelets. While the green lights were still able to move, he mobilized green light number 4 to place a tracking mark on Xing Wuxian. After that, he stayed and observed for a while, looking at the reactions of Xing Wuxian and his group of men. It didn't seem like they had discovered it. I don't know how long this mark can last, how far the effective distance is, and whether he can still track Xing Wuxian's position after he really leaves the island. She raised her voice and asked Ryan, Ryan, where is the outlying island? What kind of place is it? The outlying island? Ryan replied. It is an island on the southeast coast of the Federation. There are no hotels open to the public on it. All of them are private holiday villas. Ordinary people can't go there at all, but it is said that the scenery is very beautiful. If W is a big encyclopedia, Ryan is like a small encyclopedia, looking very knowledgeable. Pei Ran asked him, is the outlying island big? Not big at all, Ryan said. It's just a small island, with a mountain, and the villas are built on the mountain. It is said that it takes less than half a day to go around it. Pei Ran changed his clothes and came out, leaning on the sofa to plan carefully. Central building. Top floor. The command center has been remodeled these days. Around the big screen, Each work area is divided into sections, much neater than when the silence first broke out. Xiaosai's workbench has also been replaced, still in a quiet corner of the hall, but it doesn't look so improvised. He is chatting with W. W, where are you? I can't see you. In the living room of the screen in front of him, only the golden python in the big glass tank is looking at him. I'm on the terrace of my bedroom. W said. I haven't even seen your bedroom. What does your bedroom look like? There's a terrace? W just said him. The camera on the small screen didn't move, not satisfying Xiaosai's curiosity, not showing him a glance. Xiaosai asked, What are you doing on the terrace? Looking at the scenery. W said. There are flocculent altocumulus clouds in the sky today. Xiaosai thought for a moment, and then realized that W was talking about the sky in the virtual world on his screen. Xiaosai asked, What cloud are you talking about? Altocumulus flocculus. W said. It is a type of altocumulus cloud, like cotton wool torn into pieces all over the sky, and you can still see the blue sky in the gaps between the cotton wool. He stayed there for a long time, and did not return to Xiaosai's field of vision. Xiaosai imagined the cloud he was talking about for 2 seconds, and then his attention shifted. W, when can I see my Ryan? I miss his cartoon face a little bit. You don't know, I haven't mopped the floor of my dormitory for several days. When Ryan was here, the floor was so bright that it could be used as a mirror. These past 2 days, the dust is so thick that I can even write on it. W did not give in. You can mop it yourself, just in time to improve your physical fitness. Xiaosai was desperate. Why not let Pei Ren improve her physical fitness? W, because she is very physically fit, one person can beat 10 of you, so it's not necessary. Xiaosai, I feel wronged. W said, Remember the mining robot in the black well that I mentioned to you last time? Pei Ren found one today. Xiaosai was excited. Found one? Is it really hidden in the mining area? Yes. Pei Ren has taken it back to the black well. It is now in her dormitory. I am not very reassured. Ryan is very reliable. It can be used to watch it for a while. So Ryan cannot be returned to you for the time being. Xiaosai pondered for a while, and came to his senses. So Pei Ren has 2 little robots helping her with housework. I don't have any here? W, yeah. Xiaosai, yeah. Yeah. You said yeah? Chapter 86. In the dormitory of Huang District, Pei Ren did have 2 little robots doing housework in front of her. Shinkong followed Ryan silently, like a real apprentice learning housework, doing whatever he was told to do. It cleaned the table neatly, put the dishes away, and smelled of disinfectant, probably sprayed by Ryan. Ryan put away the uneaten lunch box in Pei Ren's bag, and let her eat the lunch they made first, which was a large double serving of cheese bacon macaroni. Bacon slices and macaroni were covered with melted cheese, and they had a rich flavor. Pei Ren was facing such a large plate of delicious food, but she was still distracted, thinking about Xing Wuxian. She was eating much slower than usual, which was unusual for her, making Ryan stare at her back and forth. Ryan tilted his head, staring at Pei Ren for a while, and then at the macaroni for a while, quite puzzled. Today's macaroni, Shinkong learned to cut it with its big scissors. Will the owner be able to tell? I feel it cuts very neatly, not bad. Pei Ren came back to his senses. Ah? What does this have to do with scissors? It sounds like someone who has never studied cooking said this. Ryan said. When cutting the material package, not only should you use special scissors, but when cutting, the cutting technique is also very important. He popped out the small scissors in his palm, and gestured solemnly. There must be a fixed direction, precise force, optimal cutting speed. These details must not be sloppy. The small scissors cut the air, and there was a click. Ryan concluded, this is called craftsmanship. Spirit. Pei Ren. Pei Ren, what does this kind of nonsense have to do with the taste of the food? After dinner, when Ryan and the others cleaned up the table, Pei Ren opened the battle and started to paint his own picture again. Shinkong put the plate into the dishwasher and came over again and suddenly whispered, there are so many clouds in the sky. It was talking about the virtual window. Outside the virtual window, small clouds were evenly spread on the blue sky, like cotton candies scattered all over the ground. Gradually, it was evening, and the cotton candies were dyed golden by the setting sun. Pei Ren painted for a whole afternoon. At dinner, he didn't let Ryan and the others cook. He ate the lunch boxes he brought back, and continued to paint after dinner. He painted like this until nightfall. Ryan was busy sliding around to mop the floor. Starry Sky didn't have a chassis on its feet, and didn't have that function, and he wiped the dust everywhere with a rag. From time to time, it raised its head and looked outside the virtual window. It suddenly said, "Pei Ran, look, there's a circle on the moon." Pei Ran looked up. The virtual curtain was half open, revealing a large and bright moon, surrounded by a faint halo. Ryan said, "This is a moon halo." Pei Ran didn't understand at all. Moon halo? What is it? Ryan replied, "It's an optical phenomenon. When moonlight shines on the clouds, the ice crystals in the clouds will refract the moonlight, forming a halo around the moon. The weather system made by W is quite complicated." Pei Ran remembered, and called out in his heart, "W." W immediately answered in his ear, "I'm here." Pei Ran asked W, "Did Xing Wuxian and the others get out later?" W replied, "Their guns were confiscated. In the end, they had no choice but to exchange them for a few with serial numbers. The other things were later approved by Batherway." In the evening, all the procedures were finally completed, and they left Heijing. Xing Wuxian really left Heijing. I don't know if he really planned to go to the outlying island, or go somewhere else. Xingkong held a rag and wiped the table carefully again. Pei Ran looked at the busy little robot, and suddenly remembered that she had made a wish to the weather god in the virtual world in her heart. "The moon is so big tonight that I can't see the stars. Can I see the stars tomorrow night?" "Many, many stars. Twinkling. Very beautiful." W answered gently, "Maybe." Pei Ran said to Xingkong, "The weather forecast said that outside that window, you may see many, many stars tomorrow night." "Really?" Xingkong held the rag and looked up at the virtual sky outside the window, full of expectation. Pei Ran looked at the moon with a halo outside the window again, and thought it was pretty. But the thought quickly slipped away. She lowered her head and continued to paint her picture. The moonlight outside the window was beautiful, but it was just an illusion. Just like the stable life in the black well. Comfortable, attractive, but fragile. If you don't take the initiative to remove the threats under the appearance of stability, this kind of stability will be like an illusory soap bubble, which will burst with a poke. Black well. The 18th day after entering silence. Early in the morning, after getting up, taking medicine and breakfast, Pei Ran hurried out. As soon as she came out, W immediately greeted her. "Good morning." "Good morning," Pei Ran replied. She went to the garage and drove the small truck, and rushed straight to the office on the 33rd floor of the central building. Team Leader Li was also very healthy when it came to getting up. He arrived early, and was drinking water slowly from a thermos cup. When he saw Pei Ran coming, he greeted her happily. "Did everything go well yesterday?" "It went well. I finished it very early." Pei Ran returned the car keys to her. "Are we still going to recycle the equipment today?" "Not for the time being," said Team Leader Li. "I have to interview a few volunteers who applied for this job. This kind of work requires going outside Heijing. There are many material coupons given, and it is not particularly dangerous, so we have received many applications in the past 2 days. If they are suitable, they should be able to take over soon, and we don't have to go anymore," she said. "By the way, Lu Ming and his friends came back yesterday, and are now at the Special Operations Department on the 35th floor. You will finally see the other members of our team." Pei Ran said, "I was just about to ask this. Last time you said, Deputy Team Leader Lu is going to the outlying island?" Team Leader Li nodded. "Yes, there is a rescue mission to the outlying island. It is very urgent. I guess they will leave soon." Pei Ran asked, "Can I go with you?" Team Leader Li was stunned. "Of course, I think you can. Lu Ming always says that there are not enough people. But do you really want to go? Such a dangerous mission." Pei Ran nodded immediately. "Yes." Team Leader Li saw her determination. "I know your deeds. You are very suitable for rescue missions. You have been collecting instruments for the past 2 days. You think it is too boring. Right? I will take you upstairs to find Lu Ming and the others. Central building. The command center on the top floor." W's voice, as always, echoed in the command center, handling various tasks inside and outside the black well in an orderly manner, and his voice was rational and calm, without any emotion. On the screen in front of Xiao Sai, W was different. He was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a book. Contrary to his usual behavior, he was wearing a thick furry robe, revealing his equally thick pajamas and trousers. He also had a big red scarf around his neck, wrapped high above his chin, almost covering half of his face. "Xiao Sai, what are you doing?" he wondered. I know there is no cold or heat in the virtual world. But with this pose... Are you sweating? W didn't even raise his head. I stood on the terrace for too long last night, and was blown by the wind. And I caught a cold. Xiao Sai? Xiao Sai, W. Don't be too outrageous. You are a virtual image. Why are you cold? W replied calmly, my pet is set according to the parameters of real creatures, and of course my virtual characters are also set according to various parameters of humans. Isn't it normal to catch a cold and get sick? He raised his hand and touched his forehead. I seem to have a fever. Xiao Sai. Xiao Sai, how about you give yourself a virtual antipyretic? Oh, you don't have one, then make yourself a virtual antipyretic? Or do you have to build a virtual pharmaceutical factory in your world first? The person on the screen seemed not to hear the sarcasm in Xiao Sai's tone, sitting still, with an inexplicable sense of willfulness in his voice, spitting out two words. I don't want to. He was silent for a long time, and suddenly said, she can't handle transactions in multiple threads at the same time. Xiao Sai, who? Oh, Pei Ran. Nonsense, she is a human being, of course she can't use multithreading like your AI. W. So when she is busy, she can't look at me. Xiao Sai, that's enough. W suddenly whispered, what is she going to do? Xiao Sai, Pei Ran again? What's wrong with her? W already knew, and closed the book in his hand. She is going to the outlying island. Xiao Sai could no longer keep up with the progress of these two people. Pei Ran is going to the outlying island? In such a chaotic time, there are crazy fusion bodies everywhere. Why would she go to the outlying island? W didn't answer, but he understood everything. He asked Xiao Sai, I asked you to help me with something last time. It's not finished yet. Right? The surveillance can't see your dormitory, so I don't know the progress. Xiao Sai was speechless. You don't believe in my ability? Of course it's done. I stayed up late for several nights. W looked outside the screen. I knew it. Only Xiao Sai can do this. Suddenly praised by him, Xiao Sai immediately forgot the pain of staying up late, asked, are you going to give it to her now? W nodded. Yes. Please help me send it to her immediately. Pei Ran followed team leader Li to the 35th floor. There were quite a few people on the 35th floor, coming and going, which was more lively than downstairs. Most of them were wearing military uniforms or camouflage combat uniforms, and they were in a hurry. Team leader Li led Pei Ran to the door of a room with familiarity. In the room, a small group of people were gathered together. Some were sitting on the table, while others were lying down, looking at the virtual screen and tapping on the table for long and short times. Tap tap tap. Pa 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 pa, they were actually practicing the code. Their tapping technique was the same as that of Tang swords. Taping with fingers counted as short sounds, and clapping with palms counted as long sounds. But they were all very unskilled, as if they were cramming for an exam. Comparing with the code table, they still tapped incoherently. Pei Ran suddenly found an acquaintance in the crowd. It was a black-haired girl with long black eyelashes, slightly curled, wearing a light gray combat uniform, with a round FBSMD logo on her chest. She was lowering her head and typing the code seriously on the table. Pei Ran recognized her at a glance. This was the girl who stood in the crowd of people at the entrance of the supermarket in Baigang City on the day when the silence broke out, and wrote all the information she collected on the virtual screen. She was also a member of FBSMD with superpowers, and she also successfully came to Heijing. In the crowd, a young man leaned on the table and said to everyone, you will definitely not be very skilled at the beginning. Don't worry. Just practice more, and you will be fine. Team leader Li knocked on the open door with his knuckles. Lu Ming. Look, we have a new member. The young man turned his head. It turned out that he was Lu Ming, the deputy team leader of FBSMD. He looked about 26 or 27 years old, with thick eyebrows, a serious expression, and the sleeves of his combat uniform rolled up high on his elbows. He looked very different from the easygoing and amiable team leader Li. Lu Ming looked at Pei Ran. Is this the new team member you mentioned yesterday? Others around him had already recognized him. Their eyes widened. Isn't this the one on the big screen in the central square? Someone said. Pei Ran. It was too scary to feel that everyone knew him. The black-haired girl saw Pei Ran and immediately waved to her quietly in front of her chest. It seemed that she might have recognized her when she saw the big screen in the central square, and she was not surprised to see her now. However, Lu Ming did not seem to know Pei Ran very well. He said, sorry, I didn't pay attention to the big screen. I just came back from Haging yesterday. A soldier passing by came in to deliver documents and asked him casually, Lu Ming, did you go to the capital to pick up the experts from the Academy of Sciences? Lu Ming nodded and said concisely, yes. Unfortunately, we only managed to bring back one person. And we lost several people. I hope this trip to the outlying island will be smoother. The soldier asked, is it from our Special Operations Department? Or your FE70? Lu Ming replied, both. The soldier left. And Team Leader Li continued to say to Lu Ming, I came here to ask, aren't you always complaining about the lack of people? Pei Ran said she can go. And I think she is very suitable. Lu Ming looked at Pei Ran again, his eyebrows were even more frowned. Suitable? Team Leader Li replied, yes. You believe me. Lu Ming jumped down from the table. New team members haven't even done basic firearms training yet. Right? We need to bring guns when we go to the outlying islands this time. And we're leaving soon. Leaving so soon? Team Leader Li was surprised. But firearms training. Isn't that something that can be done in minutes? She opened the bracelet and sent a document to Pei Ran. The training consists of 3 parts: safety instructions, combat simulation, and real gun practice. Pei Ran opened it and took a look. The document contained precautions for using various firearms and weapons, with safety education as the main focus. Pei Ran browsed through it. I've finished it. There's a link below, said Team Leader Li. Click it, and you'll get the safety instructions and practical simulation test. It really was a test. The virtual screen did not show the text questions that Pei Ran expected, but a dynamic picture. It turned out that the test was to choose which actions to take in various simulated scenarios, or to point out which practices were wrong. There were dozens of questions, and Pei Ran clicked all the way, and finished them in a few minutes. Everyone stopped discussing and gathered around to watch Pei Ran do the test. The score came out, and he got full marks. How amazing, someone said. You just read it once and then take the test? I seem to have made a lot of mistakes in the previous tests. Yes, there are a few questions that are not easy to choose, and there are confusing items. Lu Ming didn't care. It's just a basic test. Team Leader Li said slowly, basic test. But I didn't see everyone get full marks. She took out her silver gun from her body and handed it to Pei Ran. Opposite is the temporary practice room of the Special Operations Department. Go there and learn. You can get the gun after the training. Lu Ming still seemed to think that this was an extra burden. He frowned. We are about to leave. There is no time for too much training. I can only teach you some basic gun-holding postures. The practice room is across the corridor. It is indeed a temporary one. The room is empty and very simple. There are several targets at the other end. Team Leader Li explained the basic structure of the gun to Pei Ran and taught her the shooting posture. Pei Ran listened carefully and asked, so if you can shoot accurately, even if the training is over, you can use the gun? Lu Ming said beside him. No. It's good enough to hit the target. Remember the safety regulations? Don't shoot anyone else here. Before he finished speaking, there were several gunshots. The target moved over automatically. Actually, it didn't need to move. And everyone could see it. These shots. Every shot hit the bullseye steadily. Team Leader Li was very surprised. Pei Ran. So good? Have you used a gun before? Then tell me. I won't have to teach you. Pei Ran answered honestly. I have used a gun, but it is far inferior to this one. I am afraid I won't be able to use such an advanced weapon. Lu Ming looked at the target, and then at Pei Ran. After a long silence, he said, no sound can be made outside the black well. We need to communicate in code when we go out now. I'll send it to you. You should take a look at it when you have time. The black-haired girl added in a low voice. Everyone is just learning. No one knows how to use it. Don't be nervous. Lu Ming added Pei Ran with his bracelet and sent the code table. Pei Ran glanced through it and said, I can use this. Lu Ming couldn't help but raise his eyes. Can you? Pei Ran didn't answer, but knocked on the wall next to him with his knuckles. Yes, I learned a little before. Lu Ming didn't say anything. She said she just learned a little, but in fact, she used it more skillfully than everyone here, including him. Lu Ming spoke again after a long while. What is your ability? What kind is it? He added, according to the regulations, you can refuse to answer my questions. I want to ask because it is very dangerous after going out. If you know the abilities of your teammates, it will be easier to cooperate. Pei Ran glanced at him. It is the Hawkeye type. She then asked, what about yours? You can't let her be the only one to give the answer. Lu Ming remained calm. It is also the Hawkeye type. Pei Ran, really? Chapter 87. The place to get a gun is the same as the place to get a combat uniform, which is at the supplies department. Pei Ran followed team leader Li and successfully got a brand new silver shining gun and a holster that can be carried on the back. Team leader Li said, this is the Night Shadow M3000 tactical pistol. The built-in energy block has been specially strengthened. It can shoot more than 2,000 times. It was recently remodeled by the Haging factory and can be brought outside the shielding layer and will not be affected by the silence. Pei Ran thought, it seems to be a little better than the gun on your ball. W was quiet today. Since he greeted me in the morning, he hadn't said anything in my ear. I don't know what he was busy with. In addition to the gun, he also received a large military backpack, which contained various supplies, even a water bottle and military rations, which was very complete. W suddenly spoke. He said in her ear, Pei Ran, you find a chance. Get rid of team leader Li, and go to 1210 on the 12th floor by yourself, which is a small meeting room, and someone is waiting to see you. He was so mysterious, Pei Ran immediately asked him, what was the first gift you gave me? Even in the Black Well, it was better to be careful. W's voice was full of laughter. A 12-petal snowflake. It's really me. Just as they had finished collecting their equipment, Pei Ran said to team leader Li, I want to go to the bathroom. Team leader Li nodded. We're about to leave. I really should go to the bathroom. The conditions outside are very difficult. Then go back to the Special Operations Department after you get out. I'll go up first. After she left, Pei Ran also took the elevator upstairs. W whispered in her ear, I guess you don't know who you're going to rescue on this outlying island. Pei Ran said confidently, I don't know. It's enough to be able to go to the outlying island. It doesn't matter who you rescue. I knew it. W said. In the Federation, there is another major party that has been competing with Basway's Federal Heritage Party, called the Technology Pioneer Party. The leader of the Technology Pioneer Party, who is also a strong contender for the position of CEO, is named Maxino. He did not survive a rescue operation at the beginning of the silence. But there is another person in the Technology Pioneer Party who is younger and has a high reputation among the people. His name is Nan E. We have been looking for him and recently received news that he is trapped in a holiday villa on an outlying island. This time, we went to the island to rescue him. It turned out that we were going to rescue the current CEO Bathaway's mortal enemy. Enemy number 1 died accidentally, and we had to rescue enemy number 2. The elevator arrived. Pei Ran followed the room number, found 1210, and knocked on the door gently. A voice inside immediately answered, come in. Pei Ran pushed open the door and saw Song Wan in a military uniform, waiting inside. Pei Ran was not surprised. W hurriedly popularized the information about the rescue mission in the elevator, just to let her be mentally prepared. Someone was going to talk to her about the rescue. Song Wan smiled at Pei Ran. I asked Agent W to invite you here. I have something to tell you. Actually, it was Marshal Wiener's idea. FESMD has a rescue mission to go to an outlying island. I hope you can participate. Pei Ran asked. Is it the mission that Deputy Team Leader Lu led the team to go to the outlying island? I just received the equipment and am about to set off. Song Wan was a little surprised. That would be the best. She paused. Marshal Wiener said, I hope you can ensure the safety of the rescue target and do everything possible to bring him back to Haging safely. Their military hopes that this mortal enemy of Baseway is alive and wants to take him to Haging. Pei Ran thought quickly. It seems that Marshal Wiener still does not intend to directly control Haging by military means, and wants to bring in another CEO candidate who is very popular among the people to make things difficult for Basherway. Song Wan continued to add, when necessary, any means can be used. Her words have a special meaning. What are any means? Killing people? Song Wan continued, there is a Captain Zachary in the rescue team, who will fully cooperate with your actions. Rescue operations are supposed to ensure the safety of the rescued. Pei Ran nodded and agreed. Song Wan breathed a sigh of relief. She said, Lu Ming's rescue team, although not many people, has a much higher rescue success rate than the team from the Special Warfare Department. There are now crazy fusion bodies everywhere outside, and the combat effectiveness of ordinary Special Warfare members is far inferior to that of you FESMD members. We know your ability, and with you here this time, we are more assured. After Pei Ran left the meeting room, W spoke. Pei ran. Don't go back yet. Go to the safety passage. I'll ask Qiaosai to bring you something. The safety passage was right next to it. And Pei Ran pushed open the door and saw a young boy, leaning against the wall, his long legs stretched out, playing with a small box in his hand. It was the boy in the photo Ryan secretly took. He had brown curly hair, his clothes were loose, his collar was unbuttoned, and he looked bored. As soon as he saw Pei Ran, he immediately left the wall and came over, his eyes curved downwards, and his eyes were full of smiles. Pei Ran? My name is Qiaosai. I wonder if you have heard my name. I have heard it 10,000 times. Pei Ran, I know you. W said it, Ryan said it too. Well, they definitely didn't say anything good about me. Qiaosai smiled. Pei Ran thought, you are said to be 183 centimeters tall. 72.5 kilograms. No abdominal muscles. Neurasthenia. Don't like to get up. And want to find a rich woman. No. Pei Ran said. They are all good things. Really? I don't believe it. Qiaosai handed the small box to Pei Ran. W asked me to give this to you. So I am just a temporary courier. Pei Ran took it. Curious, what is it? Qiaosai smiled. Open it, and see for yourself. My mission is completed. I have to go. He smiled at Pei Ran, waved his hand, and really left. Wait a minute. Pei Ran said. She asked W in her mind, do you have a way to test the ingredients of the medicine? W said, of course. Do you have anything you want me to test? It can just be handed over to Qiaosai. Pei Ran also had this idea. W asked Qiaosai's little robot to take care of her, and asked Qiaosai to deliver things to her, which showed that Qiaosai was very reliable in his eyes, and her things could just be handed over to him. Pei Ran took out a small paper bag from his pocket and handed it to Qiaosai. Please help me pass this to W. Thank you. Qiaosai took it and smiled. No problem. Qiaosai Express, mission accomplished. He turned and went upstairs. W asked, what drugs do you want to test? He immediately understood. The drugs in the closet of the isolation center, I directly transferred them from the warehouse. I strictly monitored the whole process. There will be no problem. You want to test the box of drugs that the doctor prescribed last time, and someone sent it to the isolation room for you? If you look into the process of drug delivery, there is indeed a chance that someone swapped them in the middle. Pei Ran replied, yes. I think the tin-foil seal of that medicine box looks a bit strange. It's different from other medicine boxes. I want to test it to see if it has been tampered with. Pei Ran continued, in the paper package I gave Qiaosai, there was a whole pill and a small half pill, both of which need to be tested. The small half pill, I thought the pill itself looked wrong, so I broke it open and took a look, especially need to test it carefully. Pei Ran didn't tell the truth. The small half pill in the paper package was generated by her herself using green light number 1. Last night in the dormitory, she took a tablet of the suspicious medicine and added a small half tablet made by herself with green light and wrapped them together in a paper bag, waiting for such a test opportunity. In fact, she didn't care about the suspicious medicine at all. It was normal for the medicine to be tampered by Xing Wuxian's people. She wouldn't take it anyway. She wanted to test the composition of the small tablet she made. W's voice became serious. No problem. There is an artificial intelligence in the Blackwell laboratory that can test the composition of medicines. Once it has the results, I will tell you. Pei Ran was much more relieved because the person responsible for testing the medicine was not a human, but an artificial intelligence controlled by W. As soon as this thought came up, Pei Ran realized that her thoughts were a bit strange. She subconsciously felt that in a complicated place like Heijing, these artificial intelligences were more reliable than humans. W said in her ear, why don't you open the box and take a look? Pei Ran came back to her senses and opened the small box. As soon as the lid of the box opened, a silver metal leg stretched out from inside. Then came the other legs, and then the body. It turned out to be a mechanical spider with a silver body. Pei Ran was stunned. You gave it to me? Yes, W said. You said last time that you had read a novel in which the heroine had a pet spider. But I searched the entire Blackwell and couldn't find a furry pet spider like the one you mentioned. Qiaosai happened to be very good at making this kind of thing, so I asked him to make a mechanical spider pet for me. The mechanical spider waved its metal legs and swiftly crawled out of the box, raised one of its claws, and tentatively touched Pei Ran's hand. Finding that she did not object, it immediately climbed onto her palm. It looked quite cute. round and plump. And its legs were not as big as the palm of your hand. It had only one round black eye on its head, which looked very similar to the big eyes of the metal ball. It was looking up at her. Pei-Ran suddenly realized. W. Can you see me through its eyes? The silver head of the mechanical spider suddenly tilted. And the movement was exactly the same as W. Yes. I can see you. The mechanical spider turned around neatly. I can also see around. This is not a mechanical pet at all. It is the same as the metal ball. Completely under his control. And it is him. You are going to the outlying island. Take it with you. Maybe it can help you. W said immediately. This is also Marshal Wiener's intention. To provide you with support throughout the journey. He had already made it clear that he wanted to follow her. Many people know my patrol robot. And it is not convenient to take it out directly. If I only talk to you in my mind, I can't see the situation around you. It will be more convenient to have this pet spider. He kept emphasizing that it was a pet. As if he was treating himself as a pet and delivering it to her. Pei-Ran poked its head with her fingertips. The mechanical spider's eyes lit up, emitting a strong light. It was so small, but the light was surprisingly bright. Pei-Ran suppressed her laughter, poked it again, and asked him to turn off the light. She picked up its claws, raised them in front of her eyes, turned them over and over to study them carefully. W said nothing. I wonder if she was pretending to be shy again. Pei-Ran wanted to play a prank, and while holding it, she scratched its belly with the fingertips of her other hand. The mechanical spider's claws suddenly shrank. Pei-Ran was just doing a move for him to see. But she didn't expect him to react like this. She was a little surprised. Does it have a sense of touch? W's voice was suspiciously low. Well, claws, body, all have sensor components. Pei-Ran asked, what other functions do you have? She didn't ask what other functions do spiders have. But what other functions do you have? W's voice became even more unnatural. It can have night vision, can locate, crawl very fast, and climb walls and ceilings without any problems. It's a pity that it doesn't have a gun. Chiaosai doesn't have that kind of accessories. W said. This time. The time is too tight. If there is time, Chiaosai can do better. W asked, do you want to give it a name? It seems that when you humans keep pets, you will give them a name. What else to name? Pei-Ran said, just call W. There was silence in his ears. If his core processor could blush, it would have burned out by now. Pei-Ran put it back in his palm. The mechanical spider turned half a circle, followed Pei-Ran's arm upwards, grabbed her clothes with its claws, and hung them steadily. It lowered its head and chose, and slipped into the side pocket of her shirt. W said, I have to find a place to hide. Pei-Ran wondered, what can you see here? Why don't you go to my chest pocket? There happened to be a pocket on the chest of her combat uniform, which was high, and the view was much better. Pei-Ran understood immediately. He was avoiding suspicion again. He had a lot of thoughts. Pei-Ran picked up one of the spider's legs and stuffed it into the chest pocket of his combat uniform. Pei-Ran's pocket contained a mechanical spider, which seemed to contain some bulging secrets. He returned to the office of the Special Operations Department. Lu Ming and his team were distributing lunch boxes. Lu Ming came over, handed Pei-Ran a lunch box, and asked, before you leave, do you need to go back to the dormitory to get anything? Pei-Ran always carried her medicine with her, and she didn't need anything else. She replied, no. Lu Ming nodded, okay. We'll leave after dinner. He also passed her a document, which was the specific information of this rescue mission. Pei-Ran browsed through it, and just like W said, they were going to the outlying island to find the leader of the opposition party named Nan Yi, and escort him back to Heijing. Several people ate quickly, and they ate everything in a few minutes. They picked up their backpacks and set off. The team members came to the parking lot together, and got on a car with the shield logo of the Ministry of National Defense. Pei-Ran observed the circle calmly. Team Leader Li did not leave, and was still guarding the house in Heijing. He came specially to see everyone off, and sat in the driver's seat to drive. In addition to her, there are 7 other people here, of whom only 2 are soldiers from the Special Operations Department. They have shoulder straps of military ranks on their combat uniforms. They are both captains. One is called Mia, and the other is called Zachary. Captain Zachary is the one that Song-won said would fully cooperate with her. As soon as he got in the car, he nodded slightly to her. The 2 soldiers were about the same age, and they seemed to be very familiar with each other. They kept chatting. Neither of them had suppression bracelets on their wrists. It seemed that they were just ordinary people without special powers. But from what they said, they have been carrying out rescue missions, and have been in and out of the Blackwell several times. Lu Ming sat in the passenger seat. Behind him was a black-haired boy, wearing a red suppression bracelet, also a member of FBSMD, called Winnow Toru. Winnow Toru had a cold expression, as if he was keeping people at a distance, and said nothing. Chapter 88. There was another middle-aged man in the car. Team Leader Lee, and the others called him Uncle He. He was not wearing combat uniform. He huddled in the back seat as soon as he got on the car. His eyes were panicked. He was at a loss. Even his lips were trembling. Pei Ren felt that. He seemed to be so nervous that he was about to cry. Pei Ren was puzzled and asked W, "Is this Uncle He also a member of FBSMD?" "He didn't look like it." W replied, "He is not. Uncle, he was the assistant of the rescue target Nan E. He is very familiar with his home on the outlying island. You may need his help." Marshal Wiener promised him that after this trip to the island, his whole family could enter the Blackwell unconditionally. So he came here. I see. The black-haired girl who had met at the entrance of Baigang supermarket also got on the car, sat down next to Pei Ren, and immediately extended her hand to Pei Ren. She smiled. "We meet again. Do you remember me?" "Of course," Pei Ren replied, and shook hands with her. When he met her, silence had just broken out, while others were scrambling for supplies. She was thinking about letting more people understand how to survive, which was impressive. "My name is Abu Shwama. Just call me Abu. I recognized you as soon as I saw the big screen in the central square." She gestured with her hands. "They all said that you used a mechanical arm to rip out the belly of the Tongdu Dam fusion. So amazing. She is famous for ripping out the belly in Heijing." Pei Ren asked Abu, "When did you arrive in Heijing?" "Just a few days ago," Abu said. "I am from FB70 in the capital, and I was on vacation in Baigang when the silence began. It was only a dozen days after the outbreak of the silence, and she was able to pass through the territory occupied by the crazy fusion, and come to Heijing safely from Baigang, which is also amazing. I don't know what her special ability is." W said in her ear. Abu Shwama, a member of the capital FESMD, had taken the initiative to register her special ability, and reported it to the order department, without filling in the details. Pei Ren asked Abu, "Is Team Leader Lu also from the capital FBSMD?" "Yes, Team Leader Lu and Team Leader Lee are both. We have worked together for several years." Abu glanced at Winnow Toru sitting in the passenger seat and whispered, "Winnow Toru is not. He used to be in the Southern Expatriate team, and this time we all went to Heijing. There are fewer people in Heijing, so we all became one team." Abu's eyes fell, and Pei Ren looked down, and saw a black eye of the mechanical spider sticking out of the chest pocket. Abu was curious. "Your mechanical pet?" "I've heard of people buying these mechanical pets, mechanical spiders, mechanical beetles, and so on, much easier to raise than real pets, but I've never seen one." She asked, "What's its name?" Pei Ren pushed it back. "It's called W." The car went straight to the west exit of Heijing. The west exit is far from the refugee resettlement site, and now all the aircraft entering and leaving seemed to be parked there. "We arrived soon." The soldiers guarding the gate came over and scanned the irises of the people in the car, and took off the suppression bracelets of several FESMD people. After the soldier finished, he saluted properly. "I wish you a successful mission." Lu Ming nodded to him, and the two soldiers saluted back. Team Leader Lee also turned his head. "You can't talk anymore after you go out. I wish you a safe journey. If everything goes well, it will take 3 hours to fly to the island." Pei Ren silently added in his heart, "If it doesn't go well, you will never get there." Team Leader Lee stretched out his hand, and clapped his hands with everyone. Everyone clapped their hands, and Pei Ren also clapped his hands with everyone. The atmosphere was like going to the battlefield. Everyone took out tape from their backpacks, and sealed their mouths skillfully. The heavy isolation door of Heijing slowly opened. The vehicle drove out of the shielding layer, and continued to move forward along the tunnel. Everyone's face was a little solemn. As soon as he took off the suppression bracelet, Pei Ren immediately mobilized the green light number 4 for tracking, and searched for the mark that was placed on Xing Wuxian last time. The mark was still clearly there. It can be felt that the mark is very far away, in the southeast, and the location of the island on the map is exactly the same as in the information sent by Lu Ming. The tracking green light number 4 was obtained from Yukiko Xian's men. Pei Ren has always been skeptical about the reliability of this mark. But Yukiko Xian might really be going to the island. when she met him at the entrance of the Black Well yesterday. The moment Yukiko Sien saw her, the surprised expression on her face did not seem to be fake, which means that before he found out that he had not caught her, he was already ready to leave for the island. I don't know what he is going to do at the risk of his life. After leaving the Black Well, there is a flying vehicle parked outside. Unlike the streamlined military aircraft that Pei Ran piloted last time, this aircraft looked bigger and older, probably for transportation. The seats in the cabin were narrow, with only 3 rows in front and back, so it was a bit crowded to get on, with people and bags. Pei Ran sat down in a window seat and fastened his seat belt. Lu Ming sat directly in the driver's seat, looked back to see that everyone was seated, made a departure gesture, and waved to team leader Li below. As a farewell, the aircraft flew steadily. It flew much higher than Pei Ran last time, and soon soared into the misty sky, facing the orange sun. Heading east-southeast, Pei Ran realized one thing: there must be much fewer fusion bodies in the sky than on the ground. After Heijing repaired a large number of aircraft, flying around in the sky like this would be relatively safe. Just don't make a sound. If someone makes a sound, everyone on the aircraft will be in trouble. The cabin was extremely quiet. Pei Ran had been in Heijing these days, and there was always a nagging Ryan by his side. He was a little uncomfortable with the sudden silence. She raised her hand and pressed the pocket on her chest. Her fingers were suddenly caught by 2 metal claws through the fabric of her clothes. W whispered in her ear, "What are you doing?" The big eyes of the mechanical spider poked out from the bag. Pei Ran, there are 2 bags under the seat. The green one is a parachute, the yellow one is a life jacket. In case of an accident, you can take them out and use them. I'll send you a copy of the instructions for use. He was as worried as ever. Pei Ran bent down, touched under the seat, and sure enough, there was something stuffed. Abu next to her saw her movements, and immediately made a move of taking something out from under the seat, putting it on his back, and then sat back on the seat, pretending to jump forward. It looked quite realistic. Pei Ran nodded to her, indicating that he had received it. Pei Ran quickly glanced through the instructions set by W on the bracelet, and asked W in his mind, "What is the situation on the outlying island? Are there many crazy fusion bodies?" W said, "No one has done rescue missions there yet, and the specific situation is still unknown." He suddenly said, "Xing Wuxian said he was going to the outlying island, but he may not be there, and you may not be able to find him." He fully understood what she was going to do this time. Pei Ran was very curious. "You know I'm going to find Xing Wuxian. As a federal security agent, don't you think this is a crime?" W replied, "I know very well that it's not you who has been trying to commit a crime. You are just protecting yourself. I am an artificial intelligence, not a fool." W continued, "Pei Ran, even if you go there this time, you may not have a chance. Don't force it." Pei Ran said, "Yeah, I know. It's just to try your luck. What if? Anyway, the mark has been placed on Xing Wuxian. Pei Ran plans to follow him wherever he goes from now on. We should learn the perseverance of CT-122. Just follow him closely, and you will always find a chance to strike." Everyone in the cabin was taking the time to rest. Pei Ran leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The green lights in his body had already become active. Without Pei Ran's command, they automatically ran over to devour the remaining crazy green lights, and soon eliminated them all. These hidden dangers in the body were finally cleared. After the green lights finished eating, they were still not satisfied. It seemed as if they were saying, "Hungry. Hungry again. Not enough." Pei Ran. His chest moved, and the mechanical spider quietly crawled out of his pocket. Pei Ran could feel it nimbly crawling down her arm, and finally successfully reaching her palm. Her hand was lying on its side, and its mechanical claws curled up, and awkwardly placed itself in her palm. "It's not convenient to observe the surroundings in the pocket," he explained. Pei Ran closed his eyes, set him in his heart, turned his palm over, and made it lie steady. She suddenly remembered that on the way to Heijing, when he wanted to use the metal claws of the patrol robot to hold her hand to draw, he also informed her in advance, and now it was directly curled in her palm. He was very conscious of being a pet. She held him loosely, and her fingers touched his metal paws, which felt cool. She held him, and really fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept, but was suddenly awakened by a violent jolt. The aircraft was shaking like a malaria, the whole fuselage was shaking wildly, and his face was shaking with it. Pei Ran opened his eyes immediately. Lu Ming was in the driver's seat, and quickly pressed various buttons, and pulled the joystick, trying to control the aircraft. The mechanical spider was no longer in her palm. It crawled to the porthole and looked out. W said, "The aircraft seems to have been attacked. Could it be that there is also a fusion of human and video camera in the sky here?" There seemed to be nothing outside the porthole. Pei Ren asked, "What is attacking?" W said, "I seem to see a series of things hitting us. Like birds. Not too big." Before he finished speaking, the aircraft suddenly made a muffled bang sound, as if it was hit by something again. It shook up and down greatly, and then fell rapidly downward. The mechanical spider grabbed Pei Ran's clothes on his shoulders, and Pei Ran's feet were empty, and a strong feeling of weightlessness came over him. The aircraft fell down with unstoppable force, and below was not land, but a large expanse of water. At that moment, Pei Ren almost forgot that he was crashing outside the porthole. This endless expanse? Is it the legendary sea? Pei Ren had never seen such a large expanse of water in his life. Boundless, extending all the way to the end of the distant horizon. The sky was overcast, gray, and the blue-gray sea merged with the sky. It was not stable. The waves kept rolling in the strong wind. The water surface was approaching rapidly, like a monster rushing towards us. Not far ahead, there was a small island with many buildings built on the mountain. The water surface was approaching rapidly. Pei Ren reminded himself to focus on what was in front of him. When he leaned over to take out the life jacket under the seat, the aircraft finally stabilized at the last moment before hitting the sea, and it swept up above the waves. It rushed towards the island. It was already very close to the ground, so close that the branches and leaves of the treetops on the island below could be clearly seen. The aircraft passed over the trees. Although it was flying steadily, it was still shaking. Lu Ming tried hard to control it forward. It seemed to be looking for a position, preparing for an emergency landing. The altitude continued to drop. There was a violent vibration. The raised sand blocked the view, and it fell down again. This time it really stopped. Still alive, the aircraft made an emergency landing on a large empty beach by the sea. Pei Ren asked W, "Is this an outlying island? Are we there?" The mechanical spider swiftly slipped into her chest pocket. "Yes, it is an outlying island." Pei Ren searched for the location of the mark. Its induction was stronger. The distance was very close. Xing Wuxian was really on this island. Lu Ming parked the aircraft, reached out to open the hatch. Just before he reached out, Abu, who was sitting next to him, suddenly leaned forward quickly, trying to grab Lu Ming's outstretched arm. But it was too late. Lu Ming noticed Abu's attempt to stop him with his peripheral vision. But his hand moved too quickly, and he had already pressed the button to open the hatch. The moment the hatch opened, a strange thing rushed in from outside like a bullet and hit Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming was mentally prepared because of Abu's reminder, and reacted very quickly. He quickly moved aside and just avoided it, and reached for his gun as soon as possible. The thing quickly passed by Lu Ming's face, and shot directly at the second row. Captain Zachary, one of the two Special Forces members, sat in the second row. He didn't know what happened, and was looking down to get his backpack. That thing went through his head. There was a gunshot. The flying thing exploded in the air, and turned into a bloody mess, and slapped on the porthole glass next to Captain Zachary. The one who fired the gun was Pei Ran. Everyone turned their heads subconsciously, and saw that she did not put down the gun, but immediately aimed at the direction of the cabin door, and fired another shot. This time, she shot another one that followed closely behind, and before it pounced on others, it was also blown to pieces. The cabin door was still open. Pei Ren held the gun, and stared at that place without moving. Fortunately, there seemed to be no third one outside. She fired the gun, but the cabin was safe. In such a critical moment, she still remembered to follow the firearm safety training course she had just received, and lowered the energy level of the Night Shadow M3000, and only shot the strange thing that flew in. Now everyone can see clearly that the thing that rushed in looks like a white bird, but it looks very strange, with a bullet-like sharp metal head, as if the bird and some other mechanical device were strangely fused together. It is a crazy fusion. This was the first time Pei Ren had seen a fusion of an animal and a mechanical device since the silence. W said, "I replayed the footage of them rushing in just now. It looked like the seagull and the head of the fully automatic whaling gun on the whaling ship had merged together." The people in the front row immediately checked on Zachary. The whaling gun had a very sharp tip, which pierced through his head, splashing red and white all over the seat. And the man had long been motionless. Pei Ran was silent, As soon as the plane landed, one person in the team died. The dead will still fully cooperate with her Captain Zachary. The other soldier in the two-man team, Captain Mia, changed his expression. Although as a soldier, especially at this time, he was always prepared to sacrifice. But death came too quickly, just a blink of an eye, which made people unable to accept it. Lu Ming looked at Abu, and Abu seemed to sigh silently and shook his head at him. Both of them looked a little regretful. Pei Ran glanced at Abu. She seemed to know that danger would happen before Lu Ming opened the door. W also said she can detect danger in advance, which means she has some ability that is different from ordinary people, such as being particularly sensitive to sound, or being able to sense nearby objects, or, Pei Ran said in his heart, or foreknowledge. Before it happened, she foresaw the danger in advance. I don't know which one it is. Lu Ming went down the hatch first, checked around, confirmed that there was no danger outside, and leaned forward to signal everyone to come down. Captain Mia went to move the body of her companion, and others also helped her. Pei Ran picked up his backpack, bent over, and followed him down. Lu Ming glanced at Pei Ran, and suddenly went back into the cabin, reached out, and picked up the blasted seagull fusion from the ground, and threw it to Pei Ran. Pei Ran reached out, and grabbed it inexplicably. Lu Ming threw another one, made an open gesture with both hands, and went down through the hatch. Pei Ran understood what he meant. She opened the stomach of the fusion of the seagull and the mechanical device, and sure enough, she saw a star of green light in the abdominal cavity. This shows that Lu Ming knows that the green light in the crazy fusion body can be absorbed. W also understood, and said lightly, "It seems that they have an unspoken rule that whoever hits the green light will get it." Pei Ran absorbed the 2 small points of green light into his body, fed it to green light number 1, and asked W, "Did FBSMD deal with crazy green light in the same way before?" "No," W replied. "In the past, the number of crazy fusion bodies was very rare, and as long as they could be caught, they would be brought directly to the laboratory and handed over." Before the silence, the abilities of FBSMD members were not as strong as they are now, and there was no such behavior of depriving each other of green light between fusion bodies. After the silence began, many things became different. The green light became more active, and began to devour each other. The superpowers were rapidly upgrading and strengthening. In this situation, the fusion bodies would naturally tend to hunt each other and seize the green light. Lu Ming and his team had been performing various rescue missions outside the Black Well. They probably had already discovered that they could take away the green light from others, and that devouring the green light could upgrade their superpowers. The outside of the Black Well was like a jungle. Even if the FBSMD members had cooperated before, their current cooperative relationship was like hanging on a thin steel wire, and it was hard to say when it would break. W said, "Pei Ran, be careful of Lu Ming." Unlike the time with Yulianka, this time Pei Ran's intuitive radar did not go off. Asked him, "Do you think he is unreliable?" W, "I don't like him. I think he is very similar to some, characters in the novels I read, cold, not very talkative, pretentious." Pei Ran? Pei Ran, it's silent now. Even if he wants to talk, he can't say anything. Right? Pei Ran, do you think they are all like you, and can keep talking in your ear? Chapter 89. Outside was a large flat beach, and the aircraft left a deep and long mark on the sand. Coming out of the cabin, Pei Ran really saw the sea. The cold wind was howling, and the white waves were rolling, and one wave after another rushed onto the beach, and the nose was full of salty and astringent smell. The water was endless, and it seemed that there was no other land in the world except this lonely island. This is the sea, Pei Ran thought. In the sand next to the boots, a small piece of white was half exposed. Pei Ran took a look, and was certain that this was the same as the picture of the shell he had seen in the book. It was pure white, and had radial lines on it. Pei Ran bent down, pretending to tidy up his shoelaces, and quietly picked up the shell. The cold sand slid across his fingers, and the small shell was cold and hard. Pei Ran stood up holding it, and quietly put it into the pocket of his combat uniform. Lu Ming and Wen Toru were squatting in front of the aircraft to study it. Pei Ran also went over to take a look, and saw 2 large holes on the belly of the aircraft, revealing damaged circuits and components inside. Judging from the size of the holes, it should have been done by the seagull fusion. Lu Ming studied for a long time, stood up, and typed the code on the outer shell of the aircraft. The problem is a bit troublesome. It needs to be repaired. I don't have the right tools and accessories. His code typing is better than others. But he is not very skilled. He needs to stop and think constantly. I guess he learned it after being silent. Pei Ran asked if there are tools and accessories. Do you think it can be repaired? Lu Ming replied, I think it should be possible. W said coldly in his ear, I think it should be possible. The suspension system is broken like this. Deputy Team Leader Lu is really optimistic. Lu Ming is continuing to explain to Pei Ran. I minored in aircraft manufacturing engineering in college. Pei Ran is curious, asking W, is what he said true? W made an ambiguous nasal sound, not sure if it was or hum. He didn't immediately point out that Lu Ming was lying, which shows that what Lu Ming said was indeed true. Pei Ran suggested, let's go to the island to find someone first. Maybe we can find tools and accessories by the way. Lu Ming replied, that's what I mean. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, whether it is repaired well or not, he must try his best to find a way, otherwise he will be trapped on this island and can't leave. Lu Ming stood up and used the wristband to calibrate the position. W said, I have checked. Nan Yi's villa is not far from here, halfway up the mountain, about 1 o'clock on the map where you are now. Sure enough, Lu Ming gestured to the other side to start, and then turned to find Uncle He. Just now, there was a plane crash, and another person died. Uncle He's face became even paler, and his whole body was trembling visibly, and he was almost dragged forward by Lu Ming. Pei Ran also opened the map to locate, and tracked the mark again in his mind with green light number 4. The direction of the sign is almost the same as that of Nani Villa, with only a slight angle. Captain Mia had buried the bodies of her comrades on the beach and came over. She had recovered from her initial sadness, holding her gun, with a calm expression. There were 7 people when they set out, but in a blink of an eye, only 6 were left. The 6 people, carrying their bags, crossed the beach and headed towards the island. Abu and Pei Ran walked side by side, beside her, and his arm brushed against Pei Ran's elbow. She suddenly turned her head and looked at Pei Ran. Pei Ran gave her a look. What's the matter? Abu's eyes were wide open, looking at Pei Ran. Her expression was surprised at first, and soon turned into serious worry. She frowned tightly, seemed to think for a moment, and then shook her head at Pei Ran seriously, as if to say, no. Lu Ming suddenly turned around, pointed to the fork in the road ahead, and asked everyone to follow. Abu immediately stopped looking at Pei Ran, as if nothing had happened, and took a few quick steps, and followed Lu Ming. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, Abu's ability seems to be a prophecy. I suspect she saw something when she touched my arm just now. Could she have seen her go to find Xing Wuxian? W also saw it in Pei Ran's chest pocket. I think so too. She seems to be warning you that what you are going to do is dangerous. Don't go. Pei Ran. Generally in novels, people who don't listen to the prophet die quickly. Pei Ran wondered, what novel are you reading? There won't be such a thing as a prophet in the mystery novels I recommend. Right? W answered vaguely, it's just all kinds of novels. Pei Ran looked at Abu's back. I think, if the prophet always shows that she can see other people's secrets, she will die quickly. Leave the beach and start climbing. Pei Ran soon discovered that this group of people were indeed FBSND members, and soldiers of the Special Operations Department. They were very strong and moved much faster than the old, weak, sick and disabled group that went to Heijing last time. The road up the mountain was not difficult to walk on. It was well built. There were large trees planted on both sides of the road for who knows how many years. The treetops blocked out the sun. The road surface was neat and beautiful, and very clean. It was so clean that there was no garbage, not even a leaf or a straw. Pei Ran wondered, in the age of hovercraft, there are still such well-built roads here. W replied, because many people who come here for vacation have the habit of running and exercising. There was a villa on the side of the road from time to time. Each of them was a distance away, and had different styles. But it was dead silent, without a single person in sight. The house numbers on the gates of the villas had long been burned, but the houses, almost all of them, had not caught fire, and were still intact. Pei Ran wondered, not a single one caught fire. W said, the safety standards of the villas here are very high, with a good fire sprinkler system, and generally with their own automatic water purification and water storage devices, so there is no need to worry about water shortages. The trees are lush, the houses are beautiful, and the island seems to be peaceful. If someone hadn't just had a hole pierced in the head by the seagull fusion, Pei Ran would have believed it. Everyone remained on high alert. holding guns in their hands, trying to walk lightly, and walked along the road to the depths of the island. The road turned ahead, and there were fewer trees, and the view was much wider. On the hillside, there were several villas facing the sea, occupying the best position on the entire island. Peiran used green light number 4 to search for the signs again. This time the location of the signs was very clear and definite, judging by the direction and distance. It was just ahead. W was also saying, "Do you see the gray area on the hillside? That is the largest and oldest manor on the island, which is owned by Yukigo Jin's family. This manor is particularly eye-catching. The gray stone building is old-fashioned, and it can be seen at least 100 years old. Green vines are climbing on the outer wall, and the windows facing the sea are all closed, and only the dark curtains inside can be seen. Originally, there was only this palace on the outlying island. The royal family liked to come here for vacation, but after the abolition of the monarchy, other villas were slowly built on the outlying island." Lu Ming stopped and pointed forward. He pointed to another two-story white building a little below the royal manor. Compared to the old royal manor, it was much smaller, but modern and beautiful. It should be Nan Yi's holiday home. The road turned a corner ahead, and Abu suddenly stopped. She reached out to pull Lu Ming, but Lu Ming didn't need her to pull him. Seeing her move, he turned his head and seemed to ask, "What's wrong?" Abu pointed to the high outer wall of a villa next to him, and quickly made a gesture to flip over. Lu Ming didn't ask any more questions. He immediately took 2 steps back, kicked the wall with his boots, grabbed the protruding part of the high wall with his bare hands, and climbed to the top of the wall neatly. If he had climbed over the wall like this normally, the villa's security system would have probably called the police directly. However, I don't know if the power was cut off in this villa, or the security system burned out in the silence. There was a dead silence and no movement. Seeing him take the lead in climbing over the wall, the others also moved quickly. Captain Mia was well trained, and climbing over the wall was like playing. Winnow Toruya climbed up in a few steps and jumped into the yard. Lu Ming stayed at the top of the wall and didn't go down. He leaned over and stretched out his hand to Uncle He. He pulled him up with all his strength. He stretched out his hand to Peiran again. Peiran didn't need him to pull him. He jumped on the spot, grabbed the protrusion of the outer wall, and climbed up the wall. Lu Ming was stunned and retracted his hand. W whispered softly in Peiran's ear. Lu Ming turned around and jumped into the yard, reaching out to catch Uncle He from below. Uncle He finally climbed up the wall, trembling on the top of the wall, looking back at the outside in fear, making up his mind, closing his eyes, and finally jumped down, falling steadily into Lu Ming's arms. The one who really had no one to help was Abu. She was a little smaller, and it didn't look like she joined FESMD because of her good physical fitness. The wall was a little too high for her. She stepped on the patterns on the outer wall, grabbed the protrusions, and tried to climb up. Peiran hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to her. W said, "Lu Ming has worked with her for several years. Although Winnow Toru has been assigned abroad, I checked, he also participated in the rescue mission to the capital with her last time. They all knew her, but they all jumped down first, and no one was willing to stay and help her. It can be seen that she may really be able to see what will happen to this person in the future through physical contact." Peiran exerted force on his hands, and pushed Abu up the wall. She said in her heart, if Abu is really a prophet, she asked everyone to climb over the wall, which means she knew she could climb over it. If Lu Ming knew her ability to predict the future, he wouldn't have to worry about climbing over the wall for her, since she had already seen the result. "Isn't that right?" W choked. He said, "Did you notice that? Lu Ming has always refused to touch Abu's hand. Abu tried to pull Lu Ming's arm twice today, but he dodged it both times." Peiran, "Who is willing to show their future to others?" W, "Yes." "Who is it?" Peiran let go of Abu's hand. Abu nodded to her to express his gratitude and jumped down. Peiran was desperate. She has already seen it once. Outside the wall, at the corner, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. It sounded like more than one person. Peiran held onto the top of the wall with both hands. She did not jump down directly. She showed her head and quietly glanced at the road ahead. A team of uniformed people came from the road. There were 5 people in total. Each of them wore an orange hat, and their uniforms were also orange, with several reflective strips on them. Peiran quickly retracted her head, jumped down from the wall gently, and landed quietly. Everyone else looked at her. She tapped the palm of one hand gently on the other hand. She tapped a few simple words, "Mad Fusion." At that moment just now, She had seen clearly that the 5 people in uniforms, each of them looked abnormal. One of them had a long pole that could extend to the ground, and at the end was a garbage-picking clamp. On his face, one eye was extremely large, like a camera on a metal ball, scanning the ground, and the other eye had degenerated and disappeared, leaving only a thin slit. When Pei Ran looked at him, he was searching, and finally found a dead leaf in the corner of the wall. He waved the clamp in his hand, picked up the dead leaf accurately, raised it in the air, raised his head, and the clamp loosened. The yellow dead leaf fell. A long crack suddenly opened in the lower part of his one-eyed face, revealing a big mouth, with the corner of the mouth extending to the ear, revealing a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. The fallen leaf fell into his mouth. Crunch, 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 he chewed, making the dead leaf make a crisp sound, like eating potato chips. He wasn't the only one who was abnormal. The one behind him wasn't much abnormal either. An electric reciprocating saw for trimming branches extended from his arm. The saw was still moving, making a buzzing noise. Wherever it passed, all the branches that were sticking out from the wall of the villa next to it were sawed neatly without leaving a single one. When she was spying, the mechanical spider had already climbed up her sleeve and took a look. He said, "It's the worker responsible for cleaning the outlying islands." Pei Ran asked, "In such a rich place, you actually use workers to manually clean the road and trim branches? It would be more reasonable to use a cleaning robot, or something like an automatic cleaning car. It's the owners of these villas who think that manual labor can do a cleaner job." W said, "I checked. The wages on the island are 30% higher than outside. But the owners are very picky. If there is a little mess on the street, they will complain to the management office. So the cleaners are under a lot of pressure." The buzzing sound of the chainsaw went all the way outside the wall. Pei Ran was deeply suspicious. If they found out, his uneven arms and legs would probably be gone. The buzzing sound and footsteps gradually disappeared. Lu Ming waited until it was really quiet outside before he jumped onto the wall again. He observed for a while, and confirmed that there was no one on the road. He turned around and gestured to everyone to come up, and reached out to pull Uncle He. Others also climbed over the wall. Pei Ran simply put Abra on the wall again. Just as she was about to jump down, she suddenly felt a chill on her back for no reason. She raised her eyes. And W was also saying, "Pei Ran, look across." The street was empty, and there was indeed no one in sight. However, diagonally across the road, on the outer wall of a villa, a row of people were sitting in a row. It was those crazy cleaners. They had wooden expressions, said nothing, and quietly watched the people climbing out of the wall. The two sides were separated by the road, and looked at each other from a distance. Pei Ran, "Abu, you only foresaw that everyone would need to hide in the wall, but didn't you foresee that they would bump into each other when they climbed out?" Lu Ming finally found out. He was stunned, and immediately waved his hand to let everyone run. Buzz. The electric saw started, and the 5 crazy cleaners jumped down the wall together, and rushed over here. Pei Ran was still on the wall. He ran a few steps along the top of the wall, then jumped down and ran to the front of the team. She complained in her heart, "Just run away? Don't you want to fight? I thought that the members of FBSMD were all fusions, and their style would be more sturdy." It was Captain Mia who fired the gun. The gunshot was muted, with only a light sound of puff. Her hands were steady, and her shooting skills were accurate while running. However, using a gun to deal with a crazy fusion, if the range of the explosion cannot cover the mutant heart like the seagull fusion, it is useless. When they shot through the cleaner's head, they didn't even slow down their pace. The shots in the stomach were like a drop in the ocean. In addition to Abu, there were 3 other people with superpowers, but none of them used them. Lu Ming and Winnow Toru didn't use their superpowers. I don't know what they were thinking. Pei Ran followed suit for the sake of caution, and just kept running forward. She said to W in her heart, "I remember a joke. 2 friends went out to play together. They met a bear. One of them ran away. The other looked back while running and was very desperate. He said, 'The bear runs so fast. We can't outrun it.' His friend said. W said, 'I know.' He said, 'I don't have to run faster than the bear. I just need to run faster than you.' This whole team performed very well in front of the bear. They ran wildly along the road to the mountain. But the bears didn't catch up with them, and even distanced themselves from them." Chapter 90. In front of us was Nan Yi's small white villa. Lu Ming gestured to everyone to rush over there. He arrived at the gate of the villa first, turned around, and waited for Uncle He. Uncle He was being chased by a group of strange and crazy fusion bodies behind him. He was so angry that he ran very fast, not slower than others at all. He ran there panting, bent down, and put his hand into the gap between the door hinge and the wall, and fumbled for a while. He seemed to pull something, and the heavy door opened slowly and automatically. Pei ran? In such a high-tech era, the door of the home of the leader of a party called the Technology Pioneer Party actually uses such a primitive mechanical mechanism. But if there are fewer intelligent control systems, in silence, it is less likely to break down. Everyone quickly hid in the door. As soon as Uncle He entered the door, he went straight to a marble statue next to the door. The marble statue, with its heavy base, is more than 2 meters tall, staring with wide eyes, looking down at everyone. Uncle He rushed over, standing on his tiptoes, twisted the bow and arrow in the statue's hand, turning its arrow to a different angle, from slanting upward to slanting downward. The door moved immediately, and began to close slowly. The speed of the automatic door closing was not fast. And it was not in a hurry. It was very anxious. Seeing that the crazy cleaner holding the electric saw was about to come, the door finally closed the last crack. Bang, something hit the metal door. And then, there was a long series of banging sounds. However, the metal door was thick and solid, and it did not move at all. The team members took a breath, turned around, and looked at the white villa. The doors and windows of the villa were tightly closed. The windows were reinforced with ugly iron bars, so tight as a fortress. Uncle He was familiar with the place, so he walked in, and the others followed. Whoosh! As soon as he passed the statue, there was a light sound of breaking through the air. Pei Ran instinctively rolled over, and hid behind the stone fountain in the yard. After dodging, he could see clearly what he was hiding from. It was a strange arrow that Pei Ran had never seen before, made of metal, with a very short handle, not even as long as the palm, but the arrowhead was sharp. And there was more than one. The villa was like a well-defended castle. These arrows were shot out from nowhere, and they were very powerful, making a whizzing sound, and stabbing towards this side. Abu and Winnow Toru also followed, hiding behind the fountain. Lu Ming and Mia and Uncle He retreated quickly, shrinking behind the base of the statue. Lu Ming turned to Uncle He, his face full of questions. Uncle He spread his hands with a look of horror, obviously saying, "I don't know why there is such a mechanism in the yard. The force of this arrow is really intended to kill people, not a joke." No one dared to show their heads. They were stuck in a stalemate. They wanted to come to rescue, but were blocked by the opponent's mechanism outside, and couldn't even enter the door of the small building. As soon as they hid, the arrows shot at them stopped. The mechanical spider quietly crawled out of Pei Ran's pocket, and quickly went down along her legs, and poked its head out from behind the statue. It is indeed a mechanism triggered by motion sensing, which only senses large targets, and will ignore a small thing like me. He said he was a small thing. W was unaware, and continued to study. It looks like a mechanism similar to a crossbow that fires arrows in succession. I saw 2 shooting locations, both at the window on the 2nd floor of the villa. I have scanned, and found no other shooting points. So the simplest way at the moment is to use supernatural powers to directly blow up the shooting points. However, this time, except for Abu, everyone in this team has a trick up their sleeves. And Pei Ran does not intend to use her green light. She scanned the grass. There are traces of arrows shot on the ground. And the traces of the turned soil are not old. Which means that someone, or a crazy fusion, broke in not long ago and shot crossbows. And the crossbows were taken away again. W replied yes. Which means that there are still people living in the villa recently. Pei Ran was helpless. I don't know what the people inside are doing. Obviously, I came to save him. But I still have to get through this level in his yard first. Pei Ran saw that Lu Ming suddenly took off his backpack and took out a whistle from it. Beep. Beep. Pei Ran. Pei Ran, there is no doorbell here. So he made one himself, hoping to call out the owner. W said, on an island full of crazy fusion bodies, it is quite sensible to make such a big noise. Lu Ming risked beeping several times, but it was useless. The small building was still quiet, without a single person. W said, there is actually another way. The mechanical spider quietly crawled forward quickly along the grass under the cover of the grass leaves, and soon crawled a distance and stopped. He said, the shooting point on the 2nd floor has a blind spot, which only covers about 4/5 of the area of the front yard. From the line where I am standing now, if I move forward, I will be out of the coverage of the crossbows. Pei Ran understood what he meant. As long as he rushed over fast enough, he could reach the safe area. The problem is, there are too many crossbows, and the speed is fast. Uncle He and Abu will definitely not be able to rush through. Either let them stay here temporarily, wait for others to go in first, or help them deal with the shooting port on the second floor. You can't hide here for a lifetime. Anyway, she took the belly of the Tang ancient dam with a robot, the business of the thinker again. Everyone knows Heijing, she is not a secret. Pei Ran was estimated in my heart, just rushed out. The induction device is very sensitive. She moved. The crossbow on the second floor shot quickly. Pei Ran was rolling in a few rolls in the running, hide a crossbow arrow, successfully arrived at the location of the mechanical spider. She came over, the mechanical spider follows up immediately, leaped to her pants, quietly climb along her leg, sliding back to her pocket. Pei Ran reached the safe area, and did not stop. She came to the front of the small building, and climbed up along the outer wall. She climbed up in a few steps, and climbed out of the window on the second floor, and pulled down the shooting device hidden on it. It looked like a mechanical crossbow that could fire continuously. And there was an ammunition box for the crossbow arrows next to it. And there were complicated connections behind it. Pei ran through it on the windowsill, slid down, and came to the other side of the small building, like a gecko, and climbed up neatly. She also dealt with the shooting point on this side, and then turned around and made a come here gesture to the hiding people. The other people felt relieved, left their hiding places, and rushed to the door. Lu Ming turned the door lightly. The door seemed locked, and he looked at Uncle He again. Uncle He stretched out his hand tremblingly, and touched the carvings on the door frame, as if he was looking for a mechanism to open the door. Abu was the last one to arrive. She took 2 steps forward and pressed down Uncle He's outstretched hand. She didn't let them open the door. Pei Ran hadn't gone down yet. She stepped on the convex edge of the outer wall, looking down from a high place, and saw clearly. The moment Abu pressed Uncle He's hand, he was stunned, and a look of pity suddenly appeared on his face. I wonder what she saw again. Whatever it was definitely not good for Uncle He. Uncle He was startled, and dared not move. Lu Ming turned his head, and looked at Abu. Abu shook his head at Lu Ming, and lowered his head, as if he was feeling something with his heart. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, so Abu knew that opening the door would be dangerous. W replied, I guess so. Pei Ran pondered, but, if the Prophet foresaw something, and could change it through foresight, so that it would not happen again, then this kind of foresight, can it still be considered foresight? W said, if you understand the events in the world as a line, you will feel that this kind of foresight is self-contradictory, but if you understand the world as a tree full of branches, there will be no problem. Pei Ran understood what he meant. She gently lifted herself up, and pulled herself to the windowsill on the second floor, squatted there quietly, and looked down at Abu and pondered. You mean? The world is like a tree, and we are the monkeys on the tree. When we sense danger on a branch, we immediately jump to another branch? She jumped too fast, and the mechanical spider grabbed her clothes tightly with its claws. W, you can just say it. You don't have to perform it yourself. Pei Ran freed one hand, pinched the spider in his pocket, and threatened, you said I was a monkey? If you keep talking nonsense, I will break your claws. W, the federal government has a small animal protection law. I will sue you for abusing your pet. The two of them were arguing. And over there, Abu finally finished thinking, raised his head, and looked at Pei Ran. She pointed to the window on the second floor next to Pei Ran. Pei Ran understood her look. She seemed to be saying that the tree branch here was safe, and he could go in. Unfortunately, she couldn't express it clearly to Pei Ran. Pei Ran let go of the spider, gave Abu a thumbs up, looked into the room, and then stretched out his mechanical hand, grabbed the metal fence, and gently pulled it to the side. Abu was stunned. He didn't expect Pei Ran to completely understand what she meant, and immediately acted according to her words. The fence was like noodles in Pei Ran's hand, and it bent to the side obediently. The glass window inside was locked, and Pei Ran couldn't open it. He simply smashed the glass with a punch, enlarged the hole in a few moves, and quickly got in sideways. Entering the open living room on the second floor, the curtains were tightly drawn on each window, but it was not dark, and the lights were on. Pei Ran said in his heart, there was no power outage. W said, it should have its own independent power supply system. This small building has good defense, and it has electricity, which makes it very suitable as a fortress in the end of the world. The living room is elegantly decorated, The lines of the sofa and other furniture are very simple, and there are only a few paintings hanging on the wall. Pei Ran glanced around, and vaguely felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this room. Where? Everything looked very normal, so normal that it couldn't be more normal, but Pei Ran couldn't get rid of the feeling of something wrong in her heart. She quietly took a few steps forward, and suddenly understood. At this time, it was too normal. Did you notice something strange? There is no sign of fire here. From the time of the silence to now, it has been upgraded one round after another. Even the words on the contact lenses have been burned. This house, at least this living room, has never been burned. The fire sprinkler system of the villa might be able to put out the fire. But there was not even a trace of fire here. Further ahead was a spacious corridor, which was still free of burn marks. As far as the eye could see, it was like this everywhere. The Federation did send a warning message asking everyone to deal with the text. Or the owner was smart and realized it in advance and dealt with all the text in the house in advance. But that was not right. It would not take much time to deal with the text on one's body. But this was a whole villa, with visible and invisible places. And there should be so many things with text that it was overwhelming. Time was so tight at that time. How fast would it be to clean up all the text in the whole house before the silence escalated? Pei Ran glanced at a painting on the wall and moved over to study it. Look! There's not even a signature on the painting. It's not that the signature was scraped off, but that it doesn't exist. Pei Ran quietly walked forward and picked up the bronze lion on the side table. There was no trademark even on the base. This is a house without any words. The work of removing words was done very thoroughly here. There was a click sound behind him. The sound was very light, but it could not escape the ears of Pei Ran and W. The people behind him did not expect it at all. Pei Ran suddenly moved with just this slight sound that betrayed him. Before he could figure out what was going on, Pei Ran had already pressed him down on the carpet. His crossbow was taken away. His shoulder was pulled by a dislocated joint, and he felt waves of pain. He dared not say a word, and tried to look back at Pei Ran, and saw the circular logo cut on the chest of her combat uniform. It was the logo of FBSMD. They were sent by the Federation. They should be a rescue team. He stopped struggling. Pei Ran had also seen clearly. This man holding a crossbow, who looked to be at most 30 years old, was the target of this rescue. Nan Yi. Like Bawei from the Inheritance Party, Nan Yi from the Technology Pioneer Party also has outstanding appearance and temperament. He was wearing a thick nightgown and a noise-proof earmuff around his neck. There was a big commotion outside just now, but he was still sleeping. Pei Ran released his arm, let him up, pointed downstairs, and made a gesture of opening the door with both hands. Nan Yi immediately understood what she meant, led the way, walked quickly to the front staircase, and went downstairs. Pei Ran was silent when he saw the lobby on the ground floor. Nan Yi also set up a trap here. Fortunately, Uncle, he didn't open the door rashly just now. As long as the door is opened, all the crossbows will be fired at the same time, and the people at the door will be shot into hedgehogs. Abu's judgment is completely correct. Nan Yi walked over and released the mechanisms one by one, and then opened the door, and let Lu Ming and the others who were waiting outside the door in. Pei Ran stood on the stairs on the second floor and looked down, and suddenly saw something move. It was the device for firing crossbows, and one of them was not fully released, and a crossbow suddenly flew out. It almost hit Nan Yi's back, because Nan Yi just turned sideways, and it barely brushed past his side. Lu Ming, who was behind Nan Yi, saw it at a glance. He reacted very quickly and dodged immediately. The crossbow arrow passed by him, and its momentum was slightly reduced, and it pierced directly into Abu's thigh behind him. Bang! This strange-shaped crossbow arrow was indeed not just a simple crossbow arrow. Its arrowhead actually exploded. Abu's leg was immediately covered in blood. Pei Ran was silent for a moment, and then said, she just stood at the door and thought for a long time. But she didn't foresee that she would be shot with such an arrow after entering the door? Abu's legs softened, and she knelt on the floor, looking painful. But she endured it tightly, and didn't make a sound. Looking at her expression, it seemed that she was not surprised at all. Pei Ran realized that perhaps she had foreseen it. This was her choice. Perhaps this was the best result she could choose among the countless possibilities, like branching branches. Chapter 91. Abu was suddenly shot with an arrow. Everyone was shocked. They gathered around to see Abu's injury. Pei Ran also came down the stairs. The wound on Abu's leg was very hideous. Fortunately, The crossbow arrow was weak at that time. It only injured the flesh, and did not touch the bone. She endured the pain herself, and took out the medical kit from her backpack. Pei Ran and Captain Mia helped her clean and treat the wound without her doing anything. Nan-yi looked apologetic. He checked again carefully, and confirmed that there was really no loose mechanism. Then he closed the door again and scanned the people around. He saw Uncle He, with a puzzled look on his face, as if asking, "What are you doing here? This is a relatively safe small fortress." Nan-yi seems to live comfortably, and did not see the rescuers, as if he had met a savior, was grateful, and was in a hurry to leave immediately. Lu Ming turned on the bracelet screen, and showed Nan-yi a series of pictures of the shelter. The pictures were obviously drawn in advance. Pei Ran only took a glance, and knew that they were from W's hand. W explained, "We have a complete set of standard procedures for rescue in silent state. Each rescue team will be equipped with such a set of pictures, to explain the situation of the Black Well to the rescued." He drew it very clearly, and Nan-yi understood it. He seemed to think for a moment. No matter how safe the fortress is, it is not as good as a shelter that can talk. Nan-yi thought about it, and drew a small boat on the bracelet screen, and then drew something that looked like a flying vehicle, and looked at Lu Ming with a questioning look on his face. He was asking, "If we leave, how can we leave the island?" This is really a case of asking questions that are out of context. Lu Ming had no choice but to draw, and add a big hole on the aircraft drawn by Nan-yi. "Nan-yi, the aircraft was damaged by a bird, so why should we leave?" Lu Ming added some wavy lines next to the aircraft, probably to say that the damaged aircraft is now parked at the seaside. Then, he drew several inexplicable shapes next to it, which even a god could not recognize. And Nan-yi looked at it with a bewildered look. Lu Ming thought for a moment, and drew a new stick, adding a rectangular head on the top. Pei Ran understood. He was drawing a hammer. Nan-yi was very smart, and this time he understood, knowing that Lu Ming meant that the aircraft was broken, and he needed various tools to repair the aircraft, not necessarily a hammer. He immediately made a follow-me gesture to everyone. While they were drawing back and forth, Pei Ran and Mia moved quickly, and had already helped Abu with a simple bandage. The two men helped Abu up, and everyone followed Nan-yi through the corridor and came to the door of a room. Nan-yi opened the door and looked at Lu Ming, as if asking, "Do you want this?" Lu Ming was completely shocked. This is not a tool room, but a real treasure cave. There are rows of open shelves in the room, which are filled with various tools and parts in different categories, as well as boxes of different sizes. What is rare is that there are no words on them. There are cabinets all around the wall, which must contain similar things. This place looks like it has more things than a professional store. It is a paradise for mechanical repairmen. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, as if he had found a treasure, and he walked in immediately. He opened the virtual screen of the bracelet, drew a moon next to the aircraft, drew a hammer on the big hole in the aircraft, and then used his hand to make a gesture for the aircraft to fly away. He was saying, "Repair the aircraft overnight, and we will leave immediately." Nan-yi held his hand and nodded resolutely. He crossed out the moon on the aircraft with his finger and replaced it with the sun. He was saying that it would be repaired only during the day. Why? As if answering Pei Ran's question, a strange sound suddenly came from outside. Guji guji. Bang bang bang. Guji guji. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound was very uniform, as if something was hitting the ground in the same rhythm. The sound was clear. Lu Ming immediately walked to the window, opened the curtain a little, and looked out through the gap. The high wall of the villa blocked the view. He could only see a place higher than here. There was nothing over there. Nan-yi turned Lu Ming's virtual screen and drew on it. He drew a big bag, with waterways around it, and the moon in the sky. It was probably the island. The curved line on the island should be the road. Nan-yi added a large and chaotic black line on the road. Everyone stared at the black line and wondered, is this the thing that makes the crunch, crunch sound? What kind of monster is this? In any case, Nan-yi's meaning was clearly expressed. On this island, it is very dangerous outside at night. Don't repair any aircraft. Everything will be decided after dawn. Nan-yi pointed upstairs, then pointed at everyone, clasped his hands together, placed them on the side of his face, and closed his eyes. This meant that there were rooms upstairs for everyone to rest. He was more familiar with the island, and Lu Ming only thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Pei Ran stared at the curtains that Lu Ming had just opened a little. She just saw that after all the hard work, it was almost dark outside. in the sky before nightfall. There were occasionally a few birds flying by, and she didn't know if they were living seagulls or fusion bodies. The power outage is out of the island. The whole island is shrouded in the darkness in the evening. Look from this window. I can see the royal manor on the mountainside. That is where she wants to go. She retracted her eyes, suddenly discovered Abu was watching her intently. In her eyes, it's all obvious anxiety. Nan-ee is the first way, take everyone upstairs. He first came to a room door on the second floor, stand the index finger on the lips, compared to Boo, express everyone softly, then slowly twisted the door handle. There was a night light on in the room, and there was a person sleeping on the bed. It was a boy, probably about 10 years old at most, wearing noise-isolating earmuffs, and sleeping soundly. W was a database, and such things never stumped him. He immediately said, "This is Nan-yee's younger brother, Nan Xian, who is also here." Pei Ran was a little surprised. Such a young child has lived to this day, and has not made any noise. W replied, "It's very simple. Because he was born with an abnormality in his throat and cannot speak. Records in the medical system showed that Nan Xian was old enough to start a series of laryngeal reconstruction surgeries this year. But he encountered silence. That's just right. It seems that there is one more person to rescue this time." Nan-ee showed his brother to everyone, and then continued to move forward along the corridor, opening the doors of several guest rooms in one go. He assigned a room to each person, and asked everyone to rest tonight. Lu Ming gestured to Nan-ee, saying that he was going downstairs to find tools and accessories for repairing the aircraft. Nan-ee looked around, pointed at Winotoru, and made a gesture of moving things. Maybe he needs to move the boxes on the shelf in the tool room. He needs an extra worker. Since he started, Winotoru has been very aloof, standing by the side and not participating in anything. When he saw Nan-ee directing him, he looked unhappy, but he still went. After the three of them went downstairs, the corridor outside became completely quiet. Pei Ran quietly slipped out of the room. W asked, "Are you going to find Abu?" "Yes," Pei Ran replied. "I want to ask her what's going on." The look she gave me, it was as if I was going to die soon. There was no one in the corridor, and Pei Ran just touched the door of Abu's room, and the door opened directly. Abu seemed to be waiting for her at the door. He grabbed her arm, pulled her in, and closed the door again. Without Pei Ran asking, Abu began to gesture hastily. She pointed at her eyes, then at Pei Ran, and then bent down with difficulty with her injured leg, fell to the floor, and closed her eyes. She opened her eyes again, and looked at Pei Ran with a sharp gaze, as if to confirm whether she understood. They were not very familiar with the code. Pei Ran stretched out his hand and simply typed 2 words on the low cabinet next to him. Prophecy? Abu listened carefully and nodded immediately. She really has the ability to predict. Pei Ran reached out and helped her up, helped her sit down on the bed, knocked again, asked her, "Time?" Abu predicted that she would fall to the ground, and she didn't know when it would happen in the future. Abu understood, thought slowly, and typed out her answer, "Tonight, soon." Pei Ran asked her again, "Where?" After Pei Ran finished knocking, he pointed to the ground. Abu shook his head firmly. She didn't type any more codes, but directly opened the virtual screen of the bracelet and started drawing. She actually drew very well. The best one since she went silent. Except for AI and professional player Shirgia. Abu used only a few strokes to outline the general appearance of the royal manor on the hillside. Pei Ran, Abu continued, drawing the high walls around the manor. Then he drew a little man, climbing up the high wall, and finally climbing over the wall and entering the manor. She opened a new screen, this time changing the scene. It was in a room. A little man fell to the ground, with his eyes closed. I don't know if he was dead. She thought for a while, and added details of the room to the picture. There were several sets of curtains in the room, and on the wall next to it were paintings of large size hanging side by side. She even roughly sketched the things in the paintings, all portraits. After Abu finished painting, he knocked slowly. This time the sentence was long. I saw you climb over the wall and fall down. The prophet knew everything in his heart. Pei Ran looked at her. Abu had no intention of hiding such a special ability, and told her directly, as if he believed her very much. People's hearts are unpredictable. It's okay in peacetime, but in this end times, it's not right to expose abilities so casually. Abu looked at her, as if he guessed what she was thinking, and lowered his head to draw again. Pei Ran silently called up green light number 3 in his body. Green light number 3 can control other people's abilities. It is related to his own destiny. Pei Ran really wants to see with his own eyes what Abu saw with his prophetic ability. However, when green light number 3 was used, there was no reaction, as if it was not effective. Abu was almost done with the drawing. She briefly outlined a square and the surrounding high-rise buildings. Looking at the towering columns, Pei Ran recognized it at a glance. It was the central square of Heijing. On the top of the tallest building, she filled a huge virtual screen. On the screen, a person's outline was sketched with a few strokes. He had a ponytail and a backpack. It was obviously Pei Ran. She pointed at Pei Ran on the screen and pressed his chest. Pei Ran understood. W also whispered in his ear. She is saying that she believes that someone who can save Tongdu Dam and Heijing will not harm her. Pei Ran was silent. Even I don't really believe it myself. The temptation of the green light is too strong. If you want to survive in the chaos of the end of the world, you never have too many superpowers. For someone like Abu, who seems to have very useful superpowers, but is in the hands of someone who lacks combat power, he is like a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Abu finished drawing what he should draw, and concluded, "It's very dangerous, don't go." Pei Ran nodded to her. "I understand. Thank you." Pei Ran left Abu, and returned to her room. She closed the door and thought, "I feel that Abu should be able to see all the possibilities of the future, and choose the one with the best result. But why did she only say this one when she looked at my future?" W replied, "Because you are a definite monkey." Pei Ran, I am not a monkey, but you are definitely a spider. W calmly replied, "So what, I like to be a spider." But Pei Ran has figured it out. She has the ability to predict, and her own future is the one with forks. Because I don't have the ability to predict, if I'm not disturbed, I will move forward along a certain path. After she foresaw my future, she intervened, and another possible branch appeared in front of me. "Yes," W said. "I think so too." The sky gradually became completely dark, and no one came upstairs to ask for help. Pei Ran rummaged through the backpack issued by the logistics department and found a pair of night vision goggles. The night vision goggles are military equipment, like a pair of swimming goggles. Light and convenient. Pei Ran stuffed it into the pocket of his combat uniform, walked to the door, and gently turned the door handle. Abu had warned her, but she still planned to go out. W said calmly, "Pei Ran, you are moving forward on the trajectory of your destiny. Do you want to use yourself as a guinea pig to verify the accuracy of Abu's prediction ability?" He beat around the bush when he said, "What are you looking for?" Pei Ran replied, "I don't plan to enter the manor. I just want to see the situation from the outside. As long as I don't climb over the wall, I won't fall to the ground like in the painting." "Right?" She opened the door silently, quietly walked through the corridor, and returned to the living room on the second floor, outside the window where she had drilled a big hole. Then he set up the crossbow again. Pei Ran crawled out of the hole, carefully avoiding the crossbow's launching device, and slid down along the outer wall next to him, landing on the ground silently. The crossbow's sensing range was at the gate. Pei Ran did not go through the main gate, but turned to the side of the courtyard wall of the small building, grabbed the wall, and jumped up the wall in a few steps, and then jumped down lightly. As soon as he came out, he was on the mountain road outside. The power was out. The street lights were not on. It was pitch black. There was no one, and he did not see the fusion body. Pei Ran took out the night vision goggles and put them on. Once he put them on, every blade of grass and tree around him became very clear, and he could even make out the colors. Pei Ran walked quietly up the mountain in the dark. After walking a short distance, he saw a large open green area. After going around the green area and moving forward, the royal manor was right in front of him. The old manor was in an excellent location, leaning against the mountainside, like an old, huge monster, standing in the dark, ready to devour everything at any time. The island was completely dark. Even if there were still survivors, they were tightly covering their lights. But just now, in the main building of the manor, the curtain of a window seemed to move slightly, and a little flickering light came through the gap. It was not too bright, not like a light, but more like a candle. Pei Ran moved closer, came closer, and looked up to study its wall. The wall was very high, but just like Abu drew it, she could definitely climb over it. If they were using candles, it meant that the power generation device might have burned out, and the security system might not be working. Pei Ran activated green light number 4 and searched again. Now he could clearly sense that the mark she made was in the manor. Gurgle. Gurgle. Bang. 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 A strange sound suddenly sounded behind him. The same as the sound he heard in Nanyi's house. It was like a dull sound of hitting the ground. Bang. 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 Accompanied by gurgle. Gurgle. And strange sound with water. Pei Ran immediately retreated to the side of the road, hiding his figure behind the tall trees as much as possible. On the road, a large black mass came from a distance. No wonder when Nanny heard this strange sound just now. A large black mass of chaotic lines was drawn on the screen. It was really hard to tell what this thing rolling over from the road was. The mechanical spider had better vision. W suddenly said, "It's a person." When it got closer, Pei Ran could see it clearly. The huge mass occupied the entire road surface. And the rolling thing was black, translucent, and looked like a sticky gelatin. But it was not completely gelatin. If you look carefully, you can see countless human figures wrapped in the gelatin. There were many people, wrapped in a large mass of translucent black gelatinous matter like slime, running towards this side with a dull look. They were really running. They were men and women, with standard movements, and well dressed, and they should be residents of the outlying islands. These outlying island owners, who needed an extremely clean mountain road for daily running and exercise, after becoming fusion bodies, still stubbornly continued their night runs on the dark mountain road without lights on the island. The clanging sound was the sound of neat footsteps hitting the ground. This is a large group of night-running slimes. Pei Ran was silent for a moment. It's not strange to have a night-running fusion. But where did they get such a large group of slimes? I don't know, W said. I guess. Whose family put the slimes in the villa? I did hear that someone ordered a lot of slimes for fun, and made a slime swimming pool or something like that. The night-running slime rolled over a large area, almost spanning the entire mountain road, rolling over stickily, not leaving any place. There was no possibility of hiding by the side. According to the style of the crazy fusions, if they encounter a living person, they might wrap the person in the slime and accompany them to exercise in the middle of the night. Chapter 92. The night-running slime is approaching. If you run away now, it will notice you at a glance. Running is its specialty. It moves fast, and may not be able to outrun it. Green light number 1 should be usable, but it sleeps more often than it wakes up. Pei Ran doesn't want to waste it on the crazy fusion. She looked up at the high wall of the manor next to her. W reminded, Pei Ran, don't walk forward on the predicted trajectory. I know. Pei Ran answered. It was clearly drawn on Abu's picture that she was using a mechanical arm to help her climb the wall. What if she didn't climb the wall? Pei Ran jumped up, grabbed the trunk of the roadside tree, and climbed up the tree in a few steps. The night-running slime was very fast, and it was already banging on the ground. This roadside tree was a bit old, not short, but the branches became much thinner as it went up, and it couldn't support the weight of a person. Pei Ran moved himself to a slightly thicker branch, and his body was as close to the trunk as possible. Gurgle, gurgle, clang, clang, clang. The night-running slime is coming. Pei Ran stepped firmly on the branch, held his breath, and quietly lowered his head to look down. The clang, clang, clang. Footsteps just came under the tree, and suddenly stopped. The night runners wrapped in slime all raised their heads in unison, and their eyes pierced through the translucent black gelatin, and stared at Pei Ran on the tree branch. Both sides stared at me, and I stared at you. The scene was a little awkward. Pei Ran, the tree is so high, and it's so dark, do you have to be so good at seeing? The night-running slime under the tree suddenly changed shape. The night runners were still standing there, but the gelatinous part suddenly seemed to have life, and stretched out a tentacle upward. The soft tentacles of the slime stretched out, and climbed up along the rough tree trunk, climbing at a whizzing speed. It was obvious that being touched by its weird tentacles would never be a good thing. It would probably catch you in the slime, and you would have to consider running as your only career for the rest of your life. Pei Ran turned her head again, and looked at the wall of the manor next to her. She simply climbed up a little more carefully, stood on the swaying branches, and looked into the wall. W was helpless, and called softly, Pei Ran. Pei Ran jumped. She didn't climb over the wall like in the painting Abu drew. She didn't even touch the wall, and flew over from above. W. Pei Ran bounced off the branch, jumped over the high wall of the manor, drew an arc, and fell down. She had already seen the landing point, which was a large lawn. The height of the jump was not low, Pei Ren didn't bear the force of landing, and rolled a few times before climbing up. The posture was correct, and the landing point was relatively soft, without any injury. Outside the high wall, the slime's tentacles extended very quickly, and had already touched the branch where Pei Ren had just stood. But unfortunately, there was no one there. Pei Ren climbed up from the grass, dodged and hid behind a tree, thinking, do you think that my jumping over the wall like this, does it count as jumping from one possible branch of the world tree to another possible branch? W was silent. You jumped so smoothly. You should have jumped over. Just take it as a compliment. Pei Ren pondered. I don't know how thin the branches of this world tree are. Can I change the future by changing the way of climbing over the wall? If possible. Can I change the future by changing the left foot to the right foot when climbing over the wall? W said, I think the most reliable way to change the future is not to climb over the wall. Someone said 21 minutes and 40 seconds ago, I don't plan to enter the manor. I just want to see the situation from the outside. I don't plan to that sentence. He actually played Pei Ren's original voice. What a weird function. Pei Ren wanted to laugh. He really recorded every word. Pei Ren defended, I had no choice. I was forced to do it. You can definitely deal with that slime. W exposed her mercilessly. Even if you want to keep the ability, you can change places now, and climb over the wall immediately. Pei Ren said nothing. There was no moon in the sky tonight. The sky was as gloomy as during the day, and there was no lighting in the manor. It was dark everywhere, but Pei Ren was wearing night vision goggles, and could see everything clearly. She stuck to the wall, quietly moving towards the main building, with no intention of climbing over the wall to get out. This was a rare opportunity. The manor seemed to have a power outage. She climbed over the wall, but there was no movement. Maybe their security system was not working. Xing Wuxian did not bring many people with him this time. Pei Ren counted them at the entrance of Heijing, and there were only 6 bodyguards except the insurance salesman. It had been a while since the manor had been silent. Even if there were people in the manor, it was not certain that many of them would survive. Besides, judging from its current lifeless appearance, it did not look like there were many people. Pei Ren was reluctant to miss such a good opportunity. In the prophecy drawn by Abu, she fell to the ground with her eyes closed, which did not mean she was really dead. It was not easy to kill her. Pei Ren had no intention of leaving. W seemed to sigh in her ear. Pei Ren, can you not make your language so natural? You sigh all the time, which makes my ears itch. W was silent for a second, and suddenly blew a breath in her ear. Pei Ren. Although there was only a sound, and no real air blew over Pei Ren's ears, and half of his cheek still felt strange. Pei Ren raised his hand and rubbed his ears. That was enough. She continued to walk forward. W had completely given up. He had no choice but to say, Pei Ren, wait a minute, I'll send you the structural diagram of this manor. The bracelet vibrated. Pei Ren found a row of tree walls, hid under them, pulled his coat to cover himself, clicked on the bracelet screen, lowered the brightness, shrank the screen as small as possible, and took a look. He actually made a 3-dimensional map of the manor for her. The manor is large, and its structure is complex. Such a 3-dimensional map is easier to understand than a flat map. He is really useful. But Pei Ren, W said, this structural diagram is just a model I made based on the information revealed by various channels, after comprehensive analysis, so it only has the general structure. This manor has a history of hundreds of years, and is very old. If there are various unknown mechanisms and secret passages inside, they will not be shown in the map. Pei Ren understood. She rotated the map, studied it carefully for a long time, and then turned off the screen. She walked forward along the wall, and came to the right wing of the manor's main building. It was dark and quiet here. On the ground of the right porch, there were several large bloodstains, which had long dried up, leaving only dark marks. The blood and flesh fragments also shrunk and clumped on the ground. Someone died here many days ago. Pei Ren searched again with green light number 4, and could feel that the mark was closer. Inside the building, W suddenly said, Pei Ren, I can vaguely hear a slight sound in the building. His mechanical spider inherited the good ears of the metal ball, which are much more sensitive than human ears. In what direction? The sound is too vague. I can't hear the specific location. Maybe I need to get closer. Pei Ren quietly approached the side of the building. From this angle, she suddenly saw that just behind the wing of the manor, in the backyard, there were 2 aircraft parked, which were the two she saw outside the west entrance of the Black Well. Pei Ran, you said? What is this Black Falcon called? Black Falcon S-801 floating private aircraft. Easy to operate. Very fast. Good performance. The favorite of many wealthy businessmen in the Federation. Even if it is expensive, it is difficult to order. And you need to queue up. Pei Ran envied Xing Wuxian a little. He flew high and high. And the aircraft flew fast. He flew directly from the Black Well to the outlying island and landed in his backyard. As long as there is no fusion body in the manor, it is basically safe. W asked, want to steal? You need a key card to start it. It is not necessary to steal. The rescue team this time is not very reliable. They openly stole the private aircraft of the royal family. It's a bit too arrogant. Besides, Lu Ming might be able to repair the broken aircraft tomorrow, Pei Ran said, or do some damage. The aircraft can't fly. And Xing Wuxian is trapped on the island and can't leave for the time being. It's pleasant to think about it. But now is not the time to do this. She has to go in and explore the situation first. The place with blood is the door of the right wing. Pei Ran didn't go over, but bent over, under the cover of the tree wall, and came to a floor-to-ceiling window. This is a row of old-fashioned folding and sliding French windows, with glass embedded in the wooden frame. Looking out from the inside, you can just see the lawn. The view must be nice. Pei Ran leaned against the outside of the window and listened carefully. W said, there is no sound inside. That's good. Pei Ran asked, where is the lock of this window? W, this is a very old folding French window. It should have a history of more than 150 years. Pei Ran, speak to the point. W, the lock is between the two middle leaves, near the lower frame. Pei Ran counted the two middle leaves, knelt down, and grabbed the edge of the wooden window leaf with a mechanical hand. Slowly exerting force, silently, the fingers of the manipulator, like pliers, grabbed the edge of the wood and tore off a strip. Pei Ran dug to the lock in a few moves, and removed the lock directly. There was a heavy curtain inside. She reached into the hole where the lock was removed, pushed aside the curtain a little, and looked inside. It was dark inside, and no one was there. Pei Ran quietly pushed the folding window open a crack, slipped in, and then quietly closed the folding window sash again, and used the curtain to cover the place where the lock was removed again. This is a restaurant. In the middle is a huge oval carved dining table. It feels like it can seat 20 people. In the vase in the middle of the table is a bouquet of flowers. But no one takes care of it. It has long dried up. The white roses have shrunk like a crumpled yellow paper. On the wall hangs a huge oil painting. It is not a portrait like Abu's. It is a landscape of cliffs and the sea. Pei Ran tiptoed through the restaurant and looked around. This old house, which is who knows how many hundreds of years old, is quite large. There are many rooms and reception rooms. It is like a maze. W said, the sound I just heard seems to be on the second floor. Pei Ran came to the corridor, recalling the direction of the map, and asked W, go to the end here. There should be a spiral staircase on the left. Right? W replied, you remember it correctly? Before finding the staircase, a light suddenly broke through the darkness in front of him, and it was bright for a moment. Pei Ran stepped back decisively and hid in a door next to him. There was a study room behind the door, and there was no one. Pei Ran did not close the door tightly, leaving a gap. Clear footsteps were coming this way. Tick, 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 tick. The corridor was also lit up, and the light was flickering. Someone was holding a flashlight or something like that, passing by the door of Pei Ran's room. The people Xing Wuxian brought with him this time, except for the insurance salesman who had been following him, who had a weak body, the other 6 people were all tall and strong, and they should all be well-trained royal bodyguards. After a flash, Pei Ran could see clearly that the one passing by was one of them, with a little beard, and 2 simple metal hoop earrings on his left ear. This man also accompanied Xing Wuxian to the quarantine center, and was his personal bodyguard. Pei Ran quietly opened the door a little more, poked his head out, stared at Hu Zhiga's back, and felt a little tangled. She said, I was just planning to come and see the situation. But by some strange coincidence, I came in. W said calmly, yes. I climbed over the wall by some strange coincidence, and asked me where the lock of the French window was. As a result, my hand slipped, and I accidentally broke the lock on the French window. My foot slipped again, and I got in. How could it be such a coincidence? Pei Ran, right. Fortunately, My hands and feet are so slippery. I didn't fall. Yes. Fortunately, she clearly had the intention to take action in her heart. Xing Wuxian had already calculated her twice. Kill him. Or be killed by him. Anyway, one of the two people must die. But once you make up your mind to take action, you must not stop. Otherwise you will alert the enemy, and all your efforts will be wasted. W said, you want to take action? Let's analyze the pros and cons. Before she even finished the words analyze the pros and cons, Pei Ren had already rushed out. Last time in the mine tunnel, we had to deal with Xing Wuxian's men. That man was very skilled. A head-on confrontation would definitely lead to a tangle, which would drag on for a long time and be slow, which would be very disadvantageous. But now it is very different. Brother Huji walked in a very relaxed manner. He probably didn't think there would be any danger in this manner, with locked doors and windows. Alone, defenseless back was too tempting. Such a good opportunity. If it was lost, I didn't know when it would come again. Pei Ren had a gun. But this building was too quiet. Even if the gun was silenced, it would still make too much noise. She had already made up her mind. And like a leopard hunting, she rushed out from her hiding place. Quietly, but quickly. Brother Hushi had never expected that there would be someone behind him, and was caught off guard by a mechanical hand. Pei Ran's move was steady and accurate, grabbing his head and twisting it violently. There was a crisp sound of the neck bone breaking, and Brother Hushi fell down without a word. Pei Ran leaned over, first turned off the flashlight in his hand, then felt his breath, confirmed that he was dead, and then dragged him into the next room. In a few seconds, she killed one of them. These bodyguards followed Xing Wuxian every day, and they might have killed people. But when it comes to killing people, they definitely haven't killed as many people as Pei Ren has since he was a child. W was silent for a moment before saying, I suddenly feel that your desire to kill Xing Wuxian is not as difficult as I imagined. Chapter 93. Brother Hushi is dead. There are only 5 bodyguards left that Xing Wuxian brought this time. Pei Ran quietly walked along the path that Brother Hushi had taken. Once she turned a corner, she saw a spiral staircase leading upstairs. Her movements became lighter. She climbed the stairs like a cat and reached the 2nd floor. W suddenly said, Pei Ran, I heard a sound in front of me. It seemed to be footsteps. Pei Ran stuck close to the corner of the stairs, poked her head out a little, and took a glance. The corridor was completely dark, and the night vision device could see clearly that there was no one. Pei Ran estimated in his mind, W, we are in Nanyi's villa. We see light coming out from the gap of the curtains here. That room should be on this floor, and further ahead? W replied, yes, it is a distance from here. We need to go forward along the corridor, through it, to the main part of the manor, on the left-hand side. In the corridor ahead, suddenly a ray of light broke through the darkness, and flashed by. Pei Ran quickly shrank his head. Just when he shrank his head, under the spiral staircase, there was another flashlight shining upwards. Someone was coming downstairs, and seemed to be going up the stairs. Someone was also coming this way in the corridor upstairs, and Pei Ran was caught in the middle. This was the corner where the stairs just came up, and there was no one around, and there was no place to hide. The light of the flashlight was shining up. Tick, 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 tick. The footsteps were getting closer. Pei Ran quickly judged the distance between the two sides, and put his hand on the handrail of the stairs, and jumped down directly. He landed right in front of the person who was about to go upstairs. The one who was going upstairs was another bodyguard of Yukigo General. He had slightly longer curly hair, and a small braid behind his head. She suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The braided man was totally unprepared and caught off guard. However, he still reacted quickly, and reached for the gun immediately. He had practiced this action thousands of times. Almost instinctively. However, someone was faster than him. As soon as the braided man's fingers touched the gun, he was held in the mouth by one hand, and his head was held by another hand. The hand that grabbed his head did not look like a human hand, but more like some kind of cold mechanical device. With amazing strength. With a click, the cervical vertebrae were shattered. One more was lost. There were 4 left. Pei Ran succeeded in his attack. Without wasting even a second, he caught his limp body, gently put him on the ground, and dragged him into the shadow under the stairs next to him. There was a space under the stairs. After the body was stuffed in, there was still room. Pei Ran only glanced at that place. He did not hide in it, but turned around immediately, and hid behind the floor-length curtains next to him. The floor-length curtains were not completely floor-length. There was a gap of more than 10 centimeters between them and the ground. If someone stood behind the curtains, the exposed feet would be seen from the outside. Pei-Ren grabbed the window frame behind him and gently lifted himself up. Almost at the same time, footsteps were heard on the stairs. The man in the corridor on the second floor came downstairs. He was holding a flashlight, and Pei-Ren could see his shadow through the texture of the fabric behind the curtain. The man was quite tall and had broad shoulders, but his footsteps down the stairs were as light as those of a cat. As soon as he heard the sound, Pei-Ren knew that this man was not easy to deal with. Pei-Ren held his breath and hid quietly, waiting for the right opportunity. He finally came down the spiral staircase. He was much more alert than the two men just now. He stopped at the last few steps and carefully scanned the place with the flashlight in his hand. The light of the flashlight shone through the floor-length curtains, sweeping back and forth. Pei-Ren remained steady, not moving at all. Even the tassels on the curtains did not tremble at all. He finally took 2 more steps down. His steps were very slow, too slow, perhaps because he heard the slight sound when Pei-Ren dragged the body just now. The footsteps stopped again. Just a few steps away. The flashlight was searching everywhere. The corner under the spiral staircase was only backlit, without any obstruction, and the flashlight swept over, and the body hidden underneath was clearly visible. Sure enough, the flashlight paused for a second in that direction. But it quickly swept around, not even sparing the ceiling. He searched quickly, and suddenly rushed over in 2 steps, and swiped open the floor-length curtains. There was no one behind the curtains. The moment he opened the curtains, Pei-Ren had already hooked his fingers on the raised wooden mirror wire on the wall, like climbing a rock, and gently swung, and moved himself outside the floor-length curtains, and stuck to the wall. It was like a game of hide-and-seek. I was inside when you were outside, you came in, and I went out again. The big guy pulled open the curtains, and didn't find anyone, which was a bit surprising. He turned around, holding the gun, and walked towards the place where the body was hidden, while freeing up a little finger, lighting up the bracelet, probably to notify others. It was just right to sell the whole back to Pei-Ren. This opportunity was fleeting. Pei-Ren rushed over decisively. He was too tall, and his head was not at a convenient height. Pei-Ren swung the mechanical arm, used all his strength, and punched out, hitting the middle of his spine on the back, with a strange crack sound, accompanied by a muffled groan. His spine was completely deformed by her punch, and strangely dented. He made a sound, and Pei-Ren quickly stepped back. Bang! The man's spine was broken, and he was dead. But 3 seconds after the sound, it still exploded. The ground was covered with blood and flesh, and it was a mess. The third one was dealt with. Pei-Ren succeeded repeatedly, and he was excited and went upstairs again. At this moment, the corridor on the second floor was very quiet. No one was seen, and there was no flashlight flickering around. Pei-Ren wore night vision goggles and continued to explore forward. After passing through the side wing of the manor, you will reach the main part of the building. W silently calculated the distance. Pei-Ren, the room with light you see should be in front. After turning a corner, Pei-Ren has seen it. In the corridor that should have been dark, a thin line of light shone through the crack of the door of a room, like a sharp blade, cutting through the darkness. W said, "Huh? How could it be? How could it be?" Pei-Ren suddenly realized what he was talking about. In the room with light, faintly, there was a vague sound coming out. If you get closer, you can tell that someone is kicking and hitting. This is not strange. What is strange is that among these sounds, there seems to be human voices mixed in, like a male voice. One muffled groan after another, panting, and extremely painful. According to the standard of silence, this is definitely a sound. But it didn't explode. Even if the sound was made by a machine, it should have exploded by now. Pei-Ren was surprised. How is it possible? I don't know. Pei-Ren glanced at the door again, but did not go directly there. Instead, he observed the surroundings first. Next to the door was a large open area, with only a woven carpet, empty and empty. There was a staircase on the corridor, so if anything happened, you could quickly go down to the ground floor. After Pei-Ren saw clearly, he tiptoed quietly towards the room where the sound was coming from. The person inside was still breathing heavily, accompanied by painful groans from time to time. W reminded her, "It seems that nothing good is happening inside." Pei-Ren answered in his heart, "You'll know when you go over there." No matter what he was doing, Pei-Ren was curious about how someone could make a sound in silence. This is an old-fashioned double-leaf carved wooden door, with a familiar three-headed iris pattern. Pei Ran could see from a distance that not only was there light coming through the crack below the door, but there was also a small hole below the door handle that let in light. The door was equipped with an old-fashioned copper keyhole, which, like everything else in this manor, had a history of several hundred years. Pei Ran looked around and quietly put his eyes close to the keyhole. The keyhole had a limited range, but he could still see that there was a reception room inside. The walls were covered with dark wooden wainscoting. The room was furnished with intricately shaped couches and high-backed chairs with embroidered cushions. The lighting was provided by copper candelabra on the table, which had a few candles lit. The bracelets could be used for lighting, but they were still using this ancient method. There were people in the room, several of them. The most conspicuous one was Yukigo Jin. His long legs were spread out comfortably, sunk deeply into a couch with a backrest. Leaning against the backrest, half closed his eyes, and from Pei Ran's direction, he could only be seen from the side. Right in front of him, on a chair, a middle-aged man was tied. This man was breathing heavily and making muffled groans. He was covered in blood, and his clothes were almost invisible in their original color, as if they had been soaked in blood. Next to him, there were two of Yukigo Jin's men, one of whom was holding a strange tool. A stick-shaped tool about 10 centimeters long, made of metal, with a vertical blade on one end, which looked very much like a peeler. Pei Ran had seen someone using a similar tool to peel potatoes in the bunker world before. He put the vertical blade on the curved surface of the potato, pressed it tightly, and pulled it along the way, and a long strip of potato skin was peeled off. This man was using such a knife, pressing it on the middle-aged man's bare thigh. Just like peeling a potato, he pulled it with a swipe. The human leg is not a potato. The skin is much softer, but the blade is quite sharp, and it can also cut off a long piece. The middle-aged man screamed hoarsely from the depths of his throat. He screamed, but he was still alive, and he didn't explode. It was just that his chest rose and fell, and he gasped for breath, in the middle of winter, and the cold sweat on his face mixed with red blood, and flowed down together. His clothes had long been cut to tatters, his arms, legs and chest were exposed, as if his skin had been peeled for a while. Blood was gushing out everywhere. They were interpreting a modern version of being cut into pieces. Pei Ran thought, the question is, how can this person speak safely? She put her eyes on the keyhole. The mechanical spider couldn't see anything, and quietly climbed onto Pei Ran's shoulder. W asked, what's going on inside? Pei Ran replied, just as you thought, not suitable for children. She tilted her head to open the keyhole. The mechanical spider crawled close to her neck. Claws firmly grasped the clothes on her shoulders, and put its eyes close to her. The content inside was not suitable for children, and it was not the same as what W thought. W was silent. Just now, when Pei Ran dealt with Xing Wuxian's bodyguards one by one in a few seconds, W still felt in his heart that it was a little beyond his acceptance. He was a security agent of the Federation, originally acting according to the various laws and rules written in the system every day. Pei Ran's jungle fighting style of killing one after another, even in the homicide cases he had read, he had never seen it before. But seeing this scene, W began to feel that Xing Wuxian's men did not die unjustly. They were skilled in their methods, with indifferent expressions, and treated living people as dead objects. It seems that they have done this many times. W. They seem to be forcing a confession. Pei Ran thought so too. Xing Wuxian brought his men to the manor on the outlying island at such a dangerous time, and tortured people here, for something. Pei Ran, I don't know what he wants to force people to confess. W said indifferently, power, money, other than that, there won't be anything else. That's right. Pei Ran thought, but besides power and money, Xing Wuxian seemed to care about something else, that is. Shigya. Someone suddenly spoke inside. It was Xing Wuxian's voice. I really have no interest in your meat. He could actually speak. The mechanical spider was very conscious, immediately moved away, leaving the keyhole to Pei Ran. Pei Ran leaned over, and saw that it was indeed Xing Wuxian who spoke. His tone was calm and leisurely. Tell me everything you know, and I will let you go immediately. He was indeed forcing a confession. In this room, the executioner who forced a confession, and the unfortunate person who was forced to confess, could actually make a sound. Pei Ran glanced again, and suddenly saw that there was a small object next to the candlestick on the table. It was pure white, round, and looked like an electronic clock. Pei Ran had seen this instrument before, yesterday at noon, when Xing Wuxian was detained by W at the west exit of Heijing and searched. This instrument was in their suitcase. The soldiers who were searching at that time asked them to report the product name and manufacturer of the instrument. But the insurance seller could not report it, saying that they made it themselves. Later, he was so anxious that he called everywhere, trying to find connections to get through. According to W, they finally asked Basthwaite for approval, and then they successfully brought it out. This small instrument has no screen, only 2 small green lights are on, and there seem to be icons on the small lights, but it is so far away, and it is hard to see what they are. Peiran gave the keyhole to W. Look at the white instrument on the table. Can you see the icon on it? The mechanical spider only took a look and said, on the 2 lights, one of them has an icon of an umbrella, the other has a lock, and the icon that is not on is the outline of a bust, with a lock in the middle. I don't know what it means. Peiran asked W. Could this be a device? Just like adding a shielding layer to the black well, can it also add a shielding layer within a certain range, so that people can talk inside? W replied, possibly. The Ministry of National Defense does not have such a thing, and the shielding layer generator is expensive, and the Ministry of National Defense will not spend a lot of money to make a shielding layer generator that can only cover a small area, but in theory, it should be feasible. The Ministry of National Defense did not do it, but someone did it, and Xingwuxian has one here. With this device, you can always create a safe range for yourself. And you can sleep peacefully even if you leave Heijing. In the room, the middle-aged man was still panting. His voice hoarse. I told you everything I know. It's gone. It's really gone. Yukigo Jin looked like he had run out of patience, and raised his finger. The bodyguard immediately pressed the paring knife on the middle-aged man's thigh, and with a swish, he cut off a long bloody piece of meat. Chapter 94. The middle-aged man screamed uncontrollably, and his head tilted to the side. Xingwuxian turned his head and motioned behind him. The insurance salesman, wearing a straight suit, walked into the field of vision. He went over to take a closer look, and said, He's not dead yet. He fainted. Give me some water. He could also speak out loud. A burly bodyguard stepped forward and handed him a glass of water. Peiran had never seen the bodyguard who handed him the water, and he was not one of the people Xingwuxian brought with him this time. It seems that there are more people in this manor, or in this room, than Peiran calculated. The keyhole has a large blind spot, and the situation inside is unclear. Peiran left the keyhole and turned around to look around. The corridor was still dark and quiet, and there was no one. One way was to kick the door open immediately and shoot at Xingwuxian. But this meant that they would have to deal with the unknown number of bodyguards in the room at the same time. Of course, there are other ways to kill Xingwuxian. Silently. They would never notice. Just kill him and leave. Peiran mobilized the green light in her body. She suddenly discovered something strange. Her attention was all on the torture in the room, and she didn't realize that, since when the green lights in her body fell into a strange state again. Green light number 1. Number 3 and number 4 lay motionless, like dead. Green light number 2 was trembling slightly, as if still awake, but also listless. Their state was like being put on the suppression bracelet again. Just now, when he was downstairs, Peiran had normally mobilized green light number 4 to search for the marked location. But now something was wrong. Maybe it was the white instrument, or something else, which, like shielding a small safe area where people can talk, also suppressed the activity of the green light. Yesterday in the mine tunnel, Yukigo Xian's men used an instrument to suppress the green light, and it is estimated that it will be the same today. Peiran said to W in his heart, My green light is not working again. W. Blocked again? Peiran reached out to touch the hidden pocket in the lapel of his combat uniform jacket. Yes. I was going to. Just then, the keyhole suddenly went dark, and was covered by something. The brass door handle made a slight sound and began to rotate. There must be someone standing in the blind spot of Peiran's vision, opening the door, and planning to come out. Peiran quickly jumped up from the ground, took a big step, turned around and ran. The stairs were just across the corridor, which was the retreat she had just chosen. When she flashed into the corner of the stairs at the fastest speed, the person in the door also came out. Peiran heard him say, Who? He probably just saw her figure passing by. Xingwuxian's voice came from the room. Is there someone outside? Peiran ignored him and quickly went downstairs, preparing to take shelter downstairs first. Puff, there was a light sound above his head. On the ceiling above the spiral staircase, thin mist was sprayed out from several places at the same time. The large mass of white mist was like smoke and fog, fine and thick, surging out, instantly covering the entire spiral staircase. With a faint unpleasant smell, Pei Ren held his breath the moment the mist was sprayed out. But it was too late. The balance system seemed to fail. She watched herself fall to the side. As she fell, she saw two figures in the mist. They were two bodyguards of Yukigo General. They both had masks on their mouths and noses. She seemed to be in a trance for a moment. Only for a moment. And when she recovered, the night vision goggles on her eyes were gone. But the surroundings were bright, with flickering candlelight. In her field of vision was a large area of dark wall panels. And on the wall panels, there was a whole row of huge portraits. The paintings were probably of several generations of royal family members, each wearing complicated and cumbersome clothes, with a flat expression. And under the flickering candlelight, like a ghost, Pei Ran's vision was limited in the keyhole just now, and she could not see the wall full of portraits. There was a whole row of huge portraits on the wall, and she fell to the ground. This was exactly the scene in Abu's prophecy. She jumped on the branches of the world tree for a long time, but in the end, she could not avoid the destined branch. I have no strength in my whole body. The last time I felt this way was when I was cursed by Shirkei with a black leather book. His family really loves to use various methods to make others weak. Weak and powerless, unable to resist, they can just let them do whatever they want. W's voice was in my ears. Pei Ran? Are you awake? Pei Ran answered in his heart. Yes, I am awake. I have no strength. Just like his brother came back to life, and drew a picture of a weak body. Pei Ran struggled hard. Her body could barely move, but she was exhausted and couldn't use any strength. She supported herself with one arm, tried to turn over, turned her head, and saw Yukigo Jin. Xing Wuxian was still sitting on the couch embroidered with golden patterns, leaning back comfortably, without changing his posture. He was staring at Pei Ran. See you again, he said. He motioned to a bodyguard next to him. Turn her over. Make her lie on the ground. And raise her hands above her head. The bodyguard didn't quite understand, but he still leaned over, turned Pei Ran over as he was told, and pulled her hands above her head to secure them. Xing Wuxian stopped sitting on the couch and stood up. He walked over, squatted next to Pei Ran, and searched her pockets slowly and personally. Pei Ran knew that he was seeking revenge for the time he was searched by the soldiers in public at the entrance to the Black Well. He took out his gun, threw it aside, and threw out the other things in her pocket. Pills, gloves, tissues, and a pen. The only thing missing was the mechanical spider. W was very responsive, and it was unknown when he hid. Xing Wuxian finally finished the search slowly, stood up, kicked the gun away, and kicked Pei Ran with the tip of his shoe. Can't move? Pei Ran thought. He could make a sound from the soft couch, and he could also make a sound when he walked to this position. And there was no explosion. The middle-aged man who fainted was not far away, and he could also make sounds, which showed that these places were within the coverage of the shielding layer. Pei Ran just turned over, and had already seen everyone in the room. In addition to the bodyguards that Xing Wuxian brought this time, there were 3 other unknown bodyguards, who had the same style of clothing, and were also pitch black. Xing Wuxian glanced at the middle-aged man on the chair. It seems that he can't dig out anything from there. Now you are here. Just right to interrogate you, he said. It's easy to kill you. Anytime. I let them keep you alive. Just to find out one thing. How did Shirgaya die? He looked down at Pei Ran and sneered. Don't worry, there is a shield here. You won't die if you make a sound. I haven't finished asking what I want to ask. I won't let you die easily. He has been keeping someone alive. This is true. Pei Ran tried to speak. Shirgaya, could it be that he is actually your son? Shirgaya might be very young. Xing Wuxian might be older than the official age. The difference in age between them can be added up, and a child can be born. They look so similar. Xing Wuxian was so angry that she laughed. What does it have to do with you? Xing Wuxian's tone was calm, even smiling, only he knew that his heart was aching. He and Shirgaya. One seems to be of noble birth, and the other is an unrecognized illegitimate child. But in fact, they have the same father and mother. It's just that their fates are completely different. At the beginning, their mother was just an ordinary employee of a royal company. Because of her outstanding appearance, especially her gentle temperament, she was spotted by Yuha, the head of the royal family. Yuha used a little trick to force her to break up with her boyfriend. And she gave birth to 2 children over the years. The 2 brothers and their mother had a very hard life. Yin Xuan was Yuha's eldest son, the current eldest prince of the royal family. His mother's family was powerful in the Federation, and they were both black and white. Shigai was deliberately killed by them when he was a child, secretly abducted, and sent to a military laboratory to participate in an experiment called Silent. That kind of torturous brain transformation experiment, the mortality rate was extremely high. It was basically murder. But Shigai still survived tenaciously, but when he was found again, he had been disabled for life. And he, Xing Wuxian, by chance escaped the disaster. Later, because he was healthy, cute, and smart, he was very likable to his father Yue. When he was 10 years old, he was taken back by his father to be formally raised. It was only announced to the outside world that he was the biological son of the queen, but in fact, he was not. When he left home at the age of 10, besides his mother, the one he was most reluctant to leave was this little brother. It was a pity that his father was not interested in Shirkei, the half-paralyzed little son, and had no intention of taking him back with him. At that time, Yukigo Jin was already very mature. He knew that he should not talk too much nonsense, which would make his father unhappy. He only made up his mind in his heart that he must not let Shikea suffer any more grievances. Later, his mother passed away. Shikea grew up day by day. Because of his special care, he lived a pretty good life. Shikea had someone to take care of him, and he had no worries about food and clothing. Even his father would sometimes think of him and ask about his recent situation when he was happy. Shikea also relied on his brother. Except for him, Shikea didn't pay much attention to anyone else. He was only obsessed with drawing comics every day. This time the silence suddenly broke out. After dealing with his father's affairs, Xing Wuxian went to pick up Shirgaya as soon as possible. He had mentioned to Shirgaya before that in the northwest of Dongmanya continent, there was a military shelter called Heijing, which had complete facilities, and could avoid most natural and man-made disasters. Xing Wuxian estimated that Shirgaya had a group of subordinates following him, and they were all quite skilled. Even if there was an accident on the way, and he failed to pick them up, Shirgaya should be able to reach Heijing smoothly by himself. Unexpectedly, when he rushed there, he received the news of his brother's death. He saw the blood and flesh all over the floor, and the thick dust on the floor, and traces of struggle and crawling. It was a desperate struggle of a person who could not move freely. Every trace was the will to survive. Every trace was like a knife, cutting his heart. He was standing in that dark and simple room, and his heart hurt as if it was being tortured. He couldn't help but keep thinking, how did Xiuya die? He was definitely not the kind of person who would let others slaughter him and die without struggling. Was he abused and couldn't help but scream? Or did he accidentally say something while struggling? What was he thinking about in the few seconds before he died? Did he think of his brother? Shikei's men said that he had captured a girl and locked himself and her in a room, probably wanting to cut her flesh and eat it. Yukigo Jin had known about Shikei's eating habits for a long time. When he wanted to eat human flesh, it was usually when he was under too much mental pressure. At that time, the silence had just broken out. People were dying everywhere. If he opened his mouth, it would explode. Xiuya was probably scared. Xing Wuxian's heart ached. He didn't need to be afraid at all. As long as he could hold on for a few more hours, he would come to pick him up. It was a pity that he didn't wait for his brother. Xiuya died just like that. From then on, he lost his only real relative in this world. The black leather notebook that Xiuya carried with him was also gone. Just a few days ago, Shigya had excitedly mentioned to him that there was a little green light in his body. He used that green light to draw on his black leather notebook, and the events he drew could happen in reality. It sounds like the ability of the order state fusion body. Xing Wuxian had known about the fusion body for a long time, but he had never thought that his brother would become a fusion body one day. And a fusion body with such powerful ability. The Federation also had fusion bodies in the past, but their functions were minor, not worth mentioning, and never reached such an amazing level that the drawings could become facts. At that time, he told Shirkei to pay attention to the changes in his body, be careful when using the green light, and that he would come to see him soon. He has been too busy recently, busy with the family business, busy dealing with Yin Sun, and before he had time to go to see his brother, the silence broke out. The person who killed Xia, or rather, the person who caused his death, is the girl who was locked in the same room with him and then escaped. He was determined to find her, alive or dead. In the silence, this was actually very difficult. The Federation was in chaos, and it was possible that she had died somewhere without a sound. However, to his surprise, It was so convenient that he found her trail. She actually also came to the Blackwell. As soon as they arrived at Haging that day. Sergeyev's men said that they had seen her photo on the big screen in the central square. He knew her name. Her name was Pei Ran. An insignificant civilian. Attending a pitiful school. Doing a pitiful job. Earning a meager salary every day. As ordinary as a worker ant in an ant nest. There was no meaning in their lives. And there was no movement when they died. If it were normal times, he would not even have to move a finger. And could easily dispose of them with just a glance. It was such a civilian who actually killed his brother. Shirya. He tried many times to have her captured and tortured. But she always escaped. Today, she came to him on her own initiative. It was not surprising that she could find this place. Maybe she heard that he was going to the island at the entrance of the Black Well. Or maybe she really got the green light that could be tracked from the dead subordinate. The coroner of the Black Well said that the green light disappeared. What he didn't expect was that she was so bold that she dared to leave the safety of the Black Well, chase him to the island, and sneak into his manor. Today, his men caught someone and sent him here for interrogation. He originally planned to fly back to Haging tomorrow morning after the interrogation overnight. In just one night, he didn't expect her to break in. This was a trap. He searched her body, but didn't find his brother's black leather notebook. He didn't know where she had thrown it. He had asked someone to carefully investigate her heroic deeds, but didn't find that she had used the ability to draw. She was learning to draw in the isolation center, so her brother's green light might be on her. He watched a short video of her practicing painting in the isolation center. The painting was a mess, nothing. He sneered in his heart at that time. The talent and ability of painting that Shikako had, not everyone can learn. He also got the information from the Haging medical system, and knew that she did have other green lights on her body. Perhaps it was a violent collapse state as she reported, or maybe she was lying, and the ability was something else. Whatever it was now under the control, and she definitely couldn't use it. She must die. He will slowly torture her, and will not let her die more comfortably than Shirkei. He may even fulfill his brother's unfulfilled wish, and eat a part of her body with his own mouth. What part does Shirkei like to eat most recently? It seems to be the calf. Yes, it is the gastrocnemius. He mentioned it once before. But before that, he still wanted to know why Shirya spoke at that time. What happened at the last moment of his life? What did he say? He turned his head and reached out to a bodyguard, who immediately understood and handed over the paring knife in his hand. Xing Wuxian held the paring knife, squatted down again, and patted Pei Ran's cheek with the sharp blade. Tell me, what happened at that time? Chapter 95. In Pei Ran's mind, W was talking. The shielding effect is probably the white instrument on the table. I just observed that. There is a switch on it. I will find a chance to climb up and quietly turn off the switch. Pei Ran understood his plan. If the white instrument can generate a shielding layer, turn it off quietly. When Xing Wuxian speaks again, he will be blown to pieces. Once Xing Wuxian dies, this place will definitely be in chaos, and then we can find a way to deal with others. If its function is to suppress the activity of green light, it would be even better if it is turned off. She can use her supernatural power freely to deal with the people in this room. Even if it is nothing, it doesn't matter. Anyway, try it first. There is no harm. This is the simplest solution at the moment. Pei Ran answered in his heart. Okay. Be careful. In the flickering yellow candlelight, Pei Ran saw the mechanical spider. She was lying on the floor. Her perspective was much shorter than others, so she could just see that it had been hiding in the shadow behind the table leg, and now it climbed up the table leg neatly. It jumped lightly, hooked its claws on the tablecloth, hid itself in the folds of the tablecloth, and climbed up quickly. The mechanical spider moved very quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was on the table, and slipped behind the copper base of the candlestick. It observed its surroundings, crouched as low as possible, and headed towards the white instrument on the table. There was no obstruction between the candlestick and the instrument, and the next short distance was very easy to be discovered. The insurance salesman stood next to the table, very close to the instrument, and his eyes were still casually glancing around. Pei Ran said, I was kidnapped at that time. When she spoke, everyone in the room was attracted to her, and the insurance salesman also looked over here. Xing Wuxian sneered. Sure enough, you have to put a knife on your face to make you confess. He asked, what happened next? When you and my brother were locked in the room alone, what happened? Pei Ran thought, Sergey is really his brother. Before W turned off the switch, he would definitely notify her first. Pei Ran continued to talk with confidence. He took a knife and wanted to kill me. Xing Wuxian was not surprised at all. So? Pei Ran thought, so I killed him. Just like I'm going to kill you. The mechanical spider rushed to the white instrument quietly and quickly. W said in his ear, Pei Ran, stop talking. I'm going to turn it off. At this moment, the insurance salesman probably saw something moving on the table with his peripheral vision, and suddenly turned his head. He grabbed the instrument on the table and screamed, Spider. W obviously wanted to compete with him in speed. He bent his claws, jumped up, and flew towards the instrument. Unfortunately, he was just a little bit short, and his claws almost touched it. But he still couldn't press the switch at the last moment. The mechanical spider missed the target and retreated immediately. The other bodyguard next to him reacted quickly, took out his gun, and shot at the spider. Bang! A hole was punched through the tabletop, and the white tablecloth was burned black. The mechanical spider quickly crawled to the edge of the table and slid down the table legs. Yukigo Jin turned his head, puzzled. What spider? The manor is so old. It's normal to have spiders. Why are you so scared? Your Highness, it's not an ordinary spider. The insurance salesman held the small white instrument in his arms and protected the switch tightly with his hands. It's a mechanical spider. It seems to be trying to touch the shielding layer generator, he said. Shielding layer generator. This instrument is really used to generate a shielding layer. The insurance salesman freed up one hand, pointed under the table. It's a silver mechanical spider, running over there. Xing Wuxian frowned, signaled to the bodyguards, and several bodyguards immediately rushed over. Xing Wuxian turned his head, stared at Pei Ran. Mechanical spider? Yours? Pei Ran nodded calmly. Yes, mine. She admitted it directly. Xing Wuxian was stunned, turned his head and instructed, if you can't catch it, just knock it down. With his order, the bodyguards all joined the ranks of catching spiders. Several bodyguards bent over to catch and step on them. The mechanical spiders were scurrying around quickly. Bang! Bang! Someone found a chance to shoot again. However, the spider's movement speed was much faster than that of ordinary spiders. It was flying around everywhere, like a ghost, and could not be hit at all. The spider's body was too small, and it would be caught if it was not careful. W was still looking for an opportunity, trying to climb onto the insurance salesman to press the switch. The reception room was in chaos, and Xing Wuxian pretended not to see it and continued to interrogate Pei Ran. Then what? Why did he fall off the wheelchair? W's plan did not succeed, and Pei Ran had his own plan. She had been planning to kill Yukigo Jin since she was locked up in the isolation center. She had been thinking about it for a long time. It was not easy to kill him in the Black Well. She was waiting for an opportunity outside the Black Well. Once out of the Black Well, she could take off the suppression bracelet and kill him with green light number 1. It would be easy, as long as she could get close to him. Let him enter the range of green light number 1. And right, Yukigo Jin was blown to pieces in her mind. He would be turned into slag. Kill him quietly, and get away quietly. They couldn't even find the murderer. The incident that happened in the mine tunnel later made Pei Ran realize that Xing Wuxian might have an instrument that could suppress the activity of green light. And green light number 1 was greatly affected by this suppression. So there must be another backup plan. That is green light number 2. Green light number 2, who can draw, is very special. It is always the least affected by the suppression. Whether it is wearing the suppression bracelet or in the mine tunnel with the suppression instrument that day, it is still active. Pei Ran repeatedly conducted various experiments inside and outside the Black Well, and gradually figured out the rules and functions of green light number 2. She tried it in the dormitory, in the suppressed state. Even if green light number 2 can appear at the tip of the pen, the painting she drew will not work. However, in the non-suppressed state, the last painting she drew in advance, even in the suppressed state, can still work if she turns the pen. There are several conditions required for green light number 2 to take effect. An unfolded cartoon picture, with coherent and reasonable content, in line with the existing capabilities of green light number 2. The object of action needs to be in the field of vision, visible, and there must be a pen that can rotate with green light number 2. The 3 must fall within a certain range at the same time. Just now, outside the door, I found that the green light was suppressed. Pei Ran planned to call green light number 2. The distance was right. Xing Wuxian was also in sight, but unfortunately the door was suddenly opened, interrupting her plan. But it's not too late now. The only problem is that the pen in my pocket was thrown aside by Xing Wuxian when I searched her just now. Pei Ran silently estimated the distance between herself and the pen. She barely raised her hand, turned her body sideways, and pointed to the collar of her combat uniform. The wheelchair lost control at that time, and he fell directly. Don't kill my spider. I have a secret bag here, which contains Shirgaye's things. I can give it to you. Xing Wuxian looked at her warily. She was lying on the ground, without any resistance. It was difficult for her to even turn over. The green light was suppressed again, so there was really no threat. The insurance salesman held the instrument in his arms, and directed the bodyguards to catch spiders all over the ground. Xing Wuxian put down the paring knife in his hand, and opened Pei Ran's collar himself. There was indeed a secret pocket in the front of her combat uniform, but it was flat, and it felt like there was nothing inside. This was the first time in his life that Xing Wuxian had personally searched someone's body, and he hadn't found anything just now. Xing Wuxian reached in and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Pei Ran said, "This is a page torn from Shirgaye's notebook." Xing Wuxian had seen the black leather notebook that Shirgaye carried with him countless times, and the size of this page was about the same. He immediately opened the folded paper. Pei Ran's eyes fell on the paring knife he put down. No need to struggle to reach the pen anymore. Someone brought the pen to her door. She said to W in her heart, "I'm going to do it. I'll give you a signal. You're ready to press the switch of the instrument at any time." Xing Wuxian unfolded the paper in his hand. There were 4 cartoons on the paper. The largest one, and the most detailed one, was actually a bust of him. There were no details on the clothes, but the head and hairstyle were drawn very carefully. The brushstrokes were not skillful. The brushwork was not smooth enough. Some places were even repeatedly traced, but his features were captured very accurately. The shape of his face, the line of his jaw, the shape of his eyes, the direction of his hair. It was like he had carefully drawn it from a photo of him. He even showed half of his hand in the picture. The hand was the most difficult to draw. It was not drawn very well, but the small details were carefully depicted, such as the bracelet on his wrist and his black ring on his finger. The second comic strip was still of him, but it was smaller, and it looked like a copy and paste of the first one. The difference was that flames were coming out of the bracelet. In the next frame, the painter seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, finally no longer having to depict all the details, because his clothes and head were all ignited by the flames. The burning flames had wild lines, covering the entire person, burning him thoroughly. In the 4th frame, there was only a human figure painted completely black, lying alone on the ground, obviously burned to charcoal by the fire. Seeing this curse-like 4-frame comic, Yukigo Jin was stunned. He was very familiar with Shikigo's style of painting. This comic was too badly drawn, and it was definitely not the work of his younger brother. Pei Ran remained calm. Of course, she drew this picture. As soon as she left the isolation room, she asked W for the information of the royal family members. There were various photos and videos in the information, including Yukigo General. She had been practicing non-stop. The goal was clear. She only needed to draw a half-length portrait of Yukigo Jin based on his photo. Pei Ran had carefully analyzed that Shikako's cartoon-style drawing method was not so realistic for the characters, but only captured the main features of the characters. For example, when killing Shikako, she just crossed out the ponytail on the head of the person lying on the ground and changed it to Shikako's half-length shawl hairstyle. And it worked. It can be seen that the judgment of green light number 2 has a certain tolerance range. If you want green light number 2 to work, you have to grasp the characteristics of the characters, so that in the current scene, there is only one person who basically matches the characteristics. Comparing with the photo, slowly and calmly drawing in advance, it is also more friendly to her painting level. This is the final result of her practice for so long. Over there, Xing Wuxian was holding this strange cartoon in his hand, and suddenly saw with his peripheral vision that Pei Ran used his weak hand to grab the peeling knife he had just put down on the ground. Yukigo Jin thought she actually wanted to make such a meaningless struggle. The paring knife itself is long and stick-shaped. Although the blade of the peeling part is sharp, it can only peel skin. It is not a weapon that can kill people at all. Maybe with the strength of her original mechanical hand, she can use it to kill people, but now she has inhaled drugs. Just like affecting biological limbs, the drugs also affect the transmission of nerve signals between the brain and the mechanical arm. Her mechanical arm is as weak as the rest of her body. Thinking of killing people with a paring knife is just a dream. That's why he dared to throw the paring knife on the ground. Xing Wuxian didn't take it seriously and tried to grab the paring knife from her hand. On the tip of the paring knife, there was a green light like a drop of water. Pei Ran's fingers moved. The paring knife spun around between her fingers like a pin, and the green light at the tip drew a dazzling arc. A ball of fire suddenly jumped out of the bracelet on Xing Wuxian's wrist. Just like on the red land outside the black well, in the middle of the instrument array, Pei Ran drew a signal generator with flames. The energy block exploded and caught fire. The energy block of Xing Wuxian's bracelet also caught fire. Xing Wuxian was panicked. He dropped the paper in his hand, stood up, and frantically slapped his hands and feet for a few times, before he reacted, and quickly took off the burning bracelet and threw it aside. However, the comics were very clear, and everything was moving forward according to the plot in the picture. The flames had already burned the clothes on the sleeves of Xing Wuxian, and quickly rushed up, along the sleeves to his shoulders, and burned his hair. In panic, Xing Wuxian heard Pei Ran's voice. "You really want to know what Shirkei said before he died? I can tell you," she said. What he said at the time was, "Pighead. Pighead, don't worry about the rain, others have umbrellas, I have a pig head." Unfortunately, time was limited, and he was unable to finish. She paused. I forced him to say it. Anger rose from the bottom of Yukiko's heart. But the flames on his body burned more vigorously. And in a blink of an eye, they engulfed his sight. The plot of the comic continued. And he quickly turned into a ball of fire. The burning pain made Yukiko scream. And he fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Everyone else in the room was stunned. No one cared about Spider anymore. And several bodyguards rushed over here. Pei Ran supported his body, trying his best to move away from the fireball, and said to W in his heart, "Now." She didn't believe that in such a chaotic situation, the insurance salesman could still hold on to the shielding device. W replied, "Okay." However, the insurance salesman's reaction at this time was completely different from that of others. He stood there in a daze. Just before the fire started, he glanced at Pei Ran and just saw a little green light, flowing like a drop of water onto the paring knife in her hand, hovering at the tip. She turned the green light peeling knife, and Yukiko Jin's body immediately caught fire. The fire spread incredibly fast, and in a blink of an eye, the whole person was burned into a fireball. She was using her supernatural power. Even under the strong suppression of the instrument, she could still call on the green light and use her supernatural power. This was not a good way to put out a fire. He had been selling insurance in the royal family for so many years, and he was smart and knew what to do. He turned around and ran with the instrument in his arms, and opened the door of the reception room, and rushed out at the fastest speed. Pei Ran. A special feeling came over him. It was like he had suddenly taken off the restraint bracelet on his wrist. The white instrument ran away with the insurance salesman, and the sense of restraint disappeared instantly, and the green lights in his body finally came alive. Pei Ran immediately summoned Green Light Number 1. Green Light Number 1 was full of energy, and appeared in his mind's vision as soon as he was summoned. Pei Ran quickly wrote, "All of Yukiko Xian's men exploded." Tier explode are all Green Light Number 1 specialties. Draw a sentence, and it will take effect immediately. Although this reception room is large, it is not as wide as the range of Green Light Number 1. All places fall within its radius of effect. The bodyguards were in a mess. Some quickly took off their coats, and swung them to put out the flames on Xing Wuxian's body. Some turned around and tried to find a fire extinguisher. Bang, 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 a series of fireworks-like sounds. One after another, the group of bodyguards in the reception room all exploded. Flesh splattered, and red blood mist filled the sky. Pei Ran lay in the blood mist, and breathed a sigh of relief. Only Xing Wuxian was still burning. He was no longer moving, curled up on the ground. The fire on his body had also shrunk a lot, and all the exposed parts were burnt black. There was also a black spot on the ground, but just like the fourth frame of the cartoon drawn by Pei Ran, until the fire was completely extinguished, only he was burnt, lying alone on the ground in black, and the floor did not catch fire. Xing Wuxian, the biggest worry, finally died. The only problem was that, when the explosion happened just now, the insurance salesman reacted too quickly, and had already escaped from the reception room, and was probably out of the explosion range of Green Light Number 1. As soon as the mechanical spider saw that everyone else had exploded, it immediately chased after him. However, Pei Ran was still lying in the room. After a while, it came back through the half-open door. W said. He ran away. Pei Ran couldn't move now, so there was no way to chase him. Pei Ran tried hard to support herself and sat up. Unfortunately, she still had no strength in her body and felt limp. The mechanical spider quickly crawled over, first holding the gun on the ground with its head, pushing it to her hand, then climbing up her legs, climbing onto her shoulders, and asked, "Can you walk?" Pei Ran tried, but still couldn't stand up independently. She looked around, trying to find something to hold on to, and suddenly realized that there was actually another living person in the room. It was the middle-aged man, who was tied to the chair and covered in blood. He was not one of Yukiko Jin's men. He did not explode. He leaned against the back of the chair weakly, motionless. He had woken up from his coma and was barely able to open his eyes. He witnessed Yukiko Jin's body on fire, burning into charcoal, and his men exploding one after another. The middle-aged man's brows relaxed, and the pain on his face disappeared. He just gasped for breath. His whole body was cut by knives. He lost too much blood and seemed to be unable to hold on. He suddenly spoke, his eyes fixed on Pei Ran. His voice was extremely weak. Number 10 went to Heijing. Without the protection of the shielding layer, he could no longer speak like this. After 3 seconds, with a bang, he also exploded. His voice was too vague. Pei Ran asked W, what did he say about number 10 going to Heijing? W could hear clearly, he said. Kuch took the number 10 file to Heijing. Chapter 96. Pei Ran asked, file number 10? What is it? W actually knew it. It's a legend. W said, you know, CO Basherway's party is called the Federal Heritage Party. It is said that a hacker broke into the account of the senior members of the Heritage Party and stole a file. The records in it are all evidence of collusion between the Heritage Party and the royal family and other federal chaebols, including corruption, bribery and various insider trading. Once it is released, it will be a huge blow to the Heritage Party. It turned out to be Basherway's handle. But this is just a legend, said W. After all, no one has ever seen the real file number 10, and many people are looking for it. Yukiko Sien flew to the outlying island this time and tortured him for this thing. Basway and his men are fighting for power with Marshal Wiener in Heijing. If Heijing really takes the route of popular election in the future, this file will be enough to put the Inheritance Party in a pit and make it unable to get up. Pei Ran asked. Who is Kuchi? W replied. Kuchi is an online ID. The first person to reveal the existence of file number 10. And his avatar is a tattooed burly man. I have actually been paying attention to file number 10, said W. I once carefully tracked Kuchi's whereabouts on the internet and dug out his true identity. I'll show you a photo. Pei Ran's bracelet vibrated, and a photo was sent over. Pei Ran was stunned. This person named Kuchi turned out to be a very young girl. In the photo, she had long hair tied behind her head and was wearing a shirt, just like an ordinary worker. She is a hacker, W said. She dug up the number 10 file, but unfortunately she has been missing for a long time. I thought she was dead, but it seems she is not. W said again, there are records of all people who enter the Black Well, I can check it, and I am sure that she definitely did not go to the Black Well. Pei Ran pondered, so this Kuchi is either still on the way, or has died on the way, or is in the refugee settlement in the mining area. W said, there is no surveillance in the settlement in the mining area, there is only a camera at the entrance, which is always under my surveillance. If a sensitive person like Kuchi enters, I will notice it immediately. Pei Ran, she is on the run, is she wearing makeup? Everyone is looking for her, so she must not show her true face. W, it's very likely. I'll check the surveillance again. The matter of file number 10 can be put aside for now. The first thing to solve now is how to leave this place. It's a long night here, and there are many dreams. We have to leave quickly. The problem is that Pei Ran still can't stand up. She said, W, give me the paper and pen on the ground. The mechanical spider immediately crawled over, grabbed the pen with the end of its claws, and handed it to Pei Ran, and also dragged the paper with the picture of Yukiko Jin on fire. Pei Ran mobilized green light number 2 and injected it into the tip of the pen. She wanted to draw a cartoon of herself recovering to normal and standing up, when she was fighting for her life in the Japanese song. She had used green light number 2 to restore her whole body to normal. Green light number 2 should have this function, but her drawing skills were not very good. The head portrait of Yukiko Jin was the result of repeated practice for a long time in front of the photo. Now Pei Ran was not sure about drawing herself out of thin air. She turned the paper to the back, put it on the floor, and lowered her head to draw seriously. W looked at it for a while, and suddenly said, "Pei Ran, I just received a message that the pills you gave me have been tested." Pei Ran's heart skipped a beat. "What's the result?" W said, "The surface of the intact piece is indeed coated with a special ingredient, which is an inhibitor that is still in the experimental stage. It will inhibit the activity of the green light in the fusion body, but it is harmful to the human body." There was indeed something wrong with the box of medicine. At that time, Dr. Valia prescribed the medicine, but the person who came to deliver the medicine was an unfamiliar staff member, who looked flustered, and Pei Ran felt that it was not reliable. Xing Wuxian knew that she had green light in her body, and had been thinking about how to deal with her. It was not surprising that he poisoned her casually. Pei Ran was concerned about something else. She asked, "What about the other small fragment?" After asking, she waited with bated breath for W's answer. The other small fragment was also carefully tested, and there was no problem. Pei Ran paused for a second, and asked, "What does no problem mean?" "It is pure JTN-34. W replied. No tampering was done. Pei Ran took a deep breath calmly, and his heart was full of joy. She used green light number 1 to successfully make a small piece of JTN-34. Unadulterated, standard, and flawless JTN-34. Medicines taken from others may require asking for help, value exchange, and may even be tampered with. But medicines made by oneself will never be, and are extremely reliable. As long as she continues to upgrade green light number 1, she will be able to make a complete tablet sooner or later. W came to a conclusion, so they tampered with some of your tablets, and the real and fake are mixed. Pei Ran said, "It doesn't matter. I won't take it anyway." W said, "I estimate that if aging can continue to exist smoothly, within 2 years, we should be able to build some drug production lines. And I hope we can produce JTN-34 by then." He added, "Perhaps we can also change our thinking to solve the problem. Song One's family has a company that researches and produces various biological limbs. The technical level in this area is second to none in the Federation. They are also doing research on the connection of the nervous system. The leading research is in artificial intelligence, which was recently transported to Heijing, because it was damaged in the silence. It is being repaired. I will try to contact it to see if it can find a way to replace your mechanical prosthesis." It turned out that he has been helping her find a solution. Pei Ran said, "Thank you." W paused for a second. "Actually, you don't have to be so polite to me." The two were talking, and suddenly a voice came from outside the window. Faintly, there was a familiar bang 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 sound of hitting the ground, accompanied by a slight gurgle gurgle. Night running slime. Pei Ran and W were silent at the same time. W said, "I'll go and take a look." The mechanical spider got off her, quickly climbed to the window, and got into the floor-length curtains. He said, "The slime fusion has entered the manor wall." Looking at the direction, "It came from the tree you just came in from," and climbed over the wall. The night-running slime witnessed the whole process of Pei Ran climbing over the wall, and followed his example. After working hard until now, he finally succeeded in climbing in. A huge night-running slime is now moving forward in the yard of the manor. The spider is worried and crawls back. It climbs onto her shoulder and looks at her painting. "Draw slowly. Don't rush." Pei Ran nodded and looked at the green light in his body. Suddenly, he found that green light number 1 seemed to be awake. Pei Ran immediately summoned it into his mind. It has never liked to work. It is the first time that it can appear at such a high frequency in such a short time. It should be the result of swallowing so many crazy light spots recently, which is the result of upgrading. Pei Ran tried to write with green light number 1, "My body has completely recovered." He drew a period, but it didn't work. The glowing words were still in his mind, and didn't disappear. Green light number 1 still didn't seem to be able to do this. Pei Ran was a little disappointed. She thought about it carefully again. Green light number 1 was more sensitive to words. Could it be that the phrase "recovered to normal" was too general and vague? What does "my body has completely recovered to normal" mean? To what extent does the body have to recover to be considered completely normal? It may not be possible to write a sentence like this in general. Pei Ran crossed out the words and wrote a few more words. This time, the target was very precise. The effect of the inhaled anesthetic disappeared. Pei Ran drew a period. After the period was written, the words disappeared immediately. Pei-Ran felt a change in his whole body, as if he had been injected with an antidote. His hands and feet immediately obeyed his commands. Pei-Ran supported himself on the ground and stood up neatly. His limbs moved freely, and he felt like he was reborn. Green light number 1 actually did it. In addition to the violent tearing and explosion, and the generation of pills, it has a new function. The mechanical spider was caught off guard, and it hooked her collar with one claw, swung from it for a while, and finally stood firm. Although W didn't understand what she did, she said happily, "Are you back to normal?" "Yes." Pei-Ran walked to the curled-up Xing Wuxian on the ground. He was burned so black that he couldn't tell his appearance. Pei-Ran raised his foot and kicked his head, just like he had just stood there and kicked her with the tip of his shoe. The carbonized black powder fell off, and the cervical vertebrae had no skin and muscles to support it. With a click, the whole head broke from the neck and rolled to the side. The two brothers loved each other, and they were friendly and respectful to each other. Now they meet again in the 18th level of hell, which is a cause for celebration. Pei-Ran leaned over to pick up the paper, pen and other things, put them in her pocket, and put on the night vision goggles again. "Let's go!" She quietly pushed the door open and came out. The corridor was very quiet, and there was no one in sight. W said, "I don't know where that person went." He was talking about the insurance seller who escaped. The insurance seller witnessed her killing Xing Wuxian with his own eyes, and was the only survivor. But this manor is too big, and there are all kinds of dangerous secret passages. The insurance seller must be very familiar with this place, and Pei-Ran did not intend to take the risk to look for him everywhere. She turned back the way she came, returned to the side of the manor, went down to the first floor, and returned to the French window that she had violently opened. She opened the curtains and looked out. Through the glass, she could see the night-running slime outside, a huge mass of black, translucent gelatin rolling softly on the lawn. It seemed that it had finally discovered a new place it had never been to, and was running in circles in the new territory at night. The night runners wrapped in the gelatin had dull expressions and the same pace. Bang, 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 bang. Pei-Ran gently opened the French window a little, and the cat was behind the French curtains, watching the movements of the night-running slime. She said to W in her heart, "As soon as it runs to the other end of the yard, I will immediately rush back to the original place and climb the wall." It took her enough time to cross the yard for her to climb over the wall. Pei-Ran waited quietly, and glanced at the green light in his body. The green lights were still again. Pei-Ran immediately understood why. The insurance salesman must be nearby. He did not turn off the function of suppressing green light on the instrument, as if he had opened a positioning function for himself. Just now, he was holding the shielding device, and as soon as he ran out of the room, Pei-Ran's green light was free, which means that the coverage of the instrument is only the size of a room. The restaurant behind Pei-Ran was quite large. The table was not covered with a tablecloth, and the tables and chairs had thin legs. Everywhere was empty, and it was clear at a glance. If there was someone hiding nearby, it should be outside the window. W. Pei-Ran said. "The one who ran away is nearby, not more than a room away. You go out and look for him. The mechanical spider has a small target, and its movements are not easy to be detected." W agreed, "Okay." The spider slid down quickly, and went out through the open French window, and quickly disappeared from sight. After a short while, W said, "Found it. He's hiding in the corner of the left wall, outside the French window. On the left is a corner of the house, where the insurance seller is hiding, probably hiding from the night-running slime." W continued, "Pei-Ran, I also found that, in addition to the instrument, there is something hanging on his finger. You will definitely like it." Pei-Ran asked, "Is it the key card of the Black Falcon aircraft?" She guessed too quickly, and W was a little helpless. "Yes, it's the key card." The insurance seller didn't hide well in the manor, but sneaked to the wing building and ran to the yard. It's obvious that he was looking for the aircraft parked here. He was ready to run away. Pei-Ran took another look at the position of the slime, and quietly got out of the open French window. She stuck close to the wall, tiptoed to the left corner. A head suddenly popped out from the corner, and happened to be looking over here. He was an insurance salesman, and he saw Pei-Ran approaching. He screamed in fear as if he had seen a ghost, and his hand loosened, and the shielding device fell to the ground. Pei-Ran, with a shielding device. It won't explode if it makes a sound. But the problem is that the scream is too loud. And the night-running slime stopped immediately. Pei-Ran crouched and pounced on her. The insurance salesman was frightened when he saw her pounce on him, and turned around and ran away without a choice. Pei-Ran's target was clear, not him, but his key card. He panicked, and the shielding device fell off, but the ring on the key card was still on his finger. Pei-Ran dragged him away. The night runners in the slime were standing in place, turned their heads together, and looked at this sight grimly, and just saw the insurance salesman running out. The night-running slime immediately turned around and rushed over here. Bang, 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 bang. The insurance salesman was so scared that he ran away. He rushed to the backyard helipad first, and after a few steps, he suddenly remembered that the key card of the aircraft had been stolen, and changed direction, crossed the front yard, and rushed to the gate of the manor. While he was hesitating, the night-running slime had already caught up with him. In the spacious front yard of the royal manor, on the grass under the night sky, the insurance salesman was running wildly in front, and a large group of slimes were chasing wildly behind. While they were racing, Pei-Ran quietly picked up the shielding device on the ground. The shielding device fell in a bad place, a large piece of stone slab. The panel was broken into pieces, and the light was not on. W suggested, "Let's take it back first, and let Xiaosai try to fix it." The shielding device is about the same size as an alarm clock, and can barely fit into the side pocket of the combat uniform. The night-running slime was busy chasing people, and Pei-Ran took the opportunity to sneak under the wall where he came in. Xing Wuxian's aircraft was parked in the backyard, and the key card was in her pocket, so she could drive away at any time and leave the island. But this was just a backup way out. This time, they came here to carry out the mission. Abu and the others were still in the villa, and they had to move with the team. She was an expert at climbing walls, so W was not worried at all. He climbed onto her shoulders and looked back. On the lawn, the insurance seller lacked exercise, and was no match for a group of night runners. He was soon closed in. The slime stretched out its soft, translucent tentacles, and stuck to his back. It stuck, pulled, and retracted. The insurance seller's hands and feet waved and struggled in the air, and was dragged back by the slime's tentacles, and dragged into the large mass of gelatin. His body sank in, and he was completely wrapped up. In the gelatin, there seemed to be a green light flowing, and in an instant, the insurance seller became obedient. He stopped struggling, and stood in line in the slime like the others, with a wooden expression. The next second, the slime started rolling on the lawn again, and the insurance seller and the others ran forward with their legs spread out. Bang, 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 bang. Pei-Ran had already climbed up the wall. She sat on the high wall, turned her head, and glanced at the lawn from a distance. He went in. She worried. He runs so slowly. Can he keep up with others? Spider also looked over there, guessing, maybe after mutation, his physique will become stronger. Pei-Ran sighed. I hope so. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to keep up with others. It can be seen that he needs to exercise more often. W, yes. Exercise more often, so that you can become a qualified crazy fusion in the future. The night-running slime finally saw Pei-Ran sitting on the wall, and rushed over here. But it was too late. Pei-Ran jumped down from the wall and disappeared. Pei-Ran killed Xing Wuxian, and he was done with a big thing in his heart. He felt very relieved and walked back along the dark streets of the island. As long as he returned to Nan Yi's villa, climbed over the wall, went back along the original route, and sneaked back to his room quietly. Everything that happened tonight would be unknown to anyone. In front of him was the white villa of Nan Yi's family. From a distance, there seemed to be a messy sound coming from the villa, which was very clear in the quiet night. There was also a constant buzzing sound, like the movement of a chainsaw in the hands of a crazy cleaner during the day. Pei-Ran thought, it's bad. Chapter 97. Pei-Ran approached quietly, hid behind a tree, and looked at the villa from a distance. He saw that the gate of Nan Yi's house, which was originally heavily guarded, was now wide open, and there was chaos in the front yard. The crossbow arrows had been fired, and scattered all over the ground. There were 2 bodies of crazy cleaners lying on the ground. It was probably when the arrowhead of the crossbow arrow exploded, the blind cat met a dead mouse, and it happened to blow up the mutant heart. However, there were other crazy cleaners in orange uniforms in the yard, and their number was far more than the 5 in the daytime. A large group of people came. The crazy cleaners were busy. Someone was using the big scissors that grew out of his arms to trim the flowers, plants and trees in the front yard. Snap, snap, with a few scissors, he cut off more than half of the spherical tree crown at the door. Unfortunately, after going crazy, his brain and hands were not very good. He cut the originally round tree crown like it was bitten by a dog. There were also people cleaning the statues with great force. Holding the high-pressure water hose that he found from nowhere, he rushed hard, and the statues were tilted here and there. It turned out that they risked their lives and broke into the house under the crossbows, just to come in to mow the garden and clean the house. I don't know where the other members of the rescue team went. The courtyard gate was wide open, and the door on the ground floor of the small building was closed. Perhaps it had not been broken into by the crazy cleaners, or it was opened and closed again. In the night, a window on the second floor, the tightly covered curtains moved slightly, letting in a ray of light. A figure flashed, looked out for a moment, and closed the curtains again. This person is not wearing the orange uniform of a cleaner. Payran asked W in his heart. That seems to be Abu's room? The mechanical spider has excellent eyesight. W answered with certainty. Yes, the person just now was Abu. They are still in the small building. Maybe they are blocked by the cleaners. Payran stopped looking around, quietly walked half a circle along the outer wall of the villa, and came to the place where she climbed over the wall. W asked her, "What are you going to do?" Payran climbed up the wall in a few steps. "I plan to sneak back and share the joys and sorrows with everyone." W. It's really a touching teammate relationship. Not sincere enough. There was no emotion in his voice. Payran was climbing the wall, while summoning green light number 1 in his mind. It had done 2 jobs in one go tonight, and went to bed with peace of mind, without the intention of working overtime again. Green light number 1 was not usable, so I had to be careful. Payran climbed up the wall lightly, and with a slight push of his hand, he slid down the wall smoothly, and landed silently. Not far away was a crazy cleaner, who was circling around and carefully trimming the tree. Payran hid behind the bushes, found the right time, touched the side of the small building, and jumped up, his fingers grabbing the windowsill on the second floor. When the cleaner circled the tree halfway and turned his face towards this side, Payran had already silently entered through the big hole in the second floor window. The small building was not peaceful. Heavy and rapid footsteps came from the corridor, accompanied by the banging of heavy objects hitting the wall. Everyone in the rescue team was agile, and could never make such a noise. It was the crazy cleaner. It turned out that they had already entered, and were running around in the villa. Payran hid for a while, and finally it was a little quiet outside. The mechanical spider slid down her legs, and automatically went out to scout the enemy. "There is no cleaner in the corridor now," he reported. "But there is someone else. It is Wino Toru. He is walking towards your room with his back to you." Payran poked his head. Wino Toru was indeed in the corridor, holding a gun in his hand, and his steps were very light. Payran did not believe this plastic teammate. Her own room was also over there, and she slipped out, without disturbing him, and crept, following the sneaky Wino Toru. The crazy cleaners came to the second floor. In the corridor, some of the doors were sawed open, and were wide open in tatters. In addition to the doors, there was also a person sawed open. Uncle, he was lying at the door of his room, sawed in half at the waist, blood was all over the floor, his eyes were still wide open in fear. Another person died. Payran suddenly remembered the look of pity that suddenly appeared on Abu's face, when he touched Uncle He's hand at the door downstairs today. She might have foreseen his current fate. Foreseen, but unable to find a way to change it. Being a prophet probably doesn't feel good. Wino Toru ignored Uncle He's body on the ground. Only glanced at the room, confirmed that there were no crazy cleaners inside, and continued to move forward. His goal was clear, and he went straight to Abu's room. He paused at the door, turned his head, and looked behind him. The corridor was empty, without a single person. Payran had expected him to turn around, and had already dodged and hid in Uncle He's room. The mechanical spider quietly poked out its black eyes, and reported in real time, "Payran." A green light appeared on his right palm. He twisted the doorknob with that hand, and the door opened. He went in. Payran immediately followed, and also came to the door of Abu's room, and looked into the half-open door. Abu was originally standing by the window with a gun in his hand, investigating the situation outside. He turned his head when he heard Wino Toru coming in. Wino Toru said nothing, and directly raised his arm, and opened the right hand with a green light floating, as if slapped hard. The gun in Abu's hand flew out and slammed into the wall with a thud. When Otoru stared at her, and his right hand moved again. It was as if an invisible hand had firmly grasped Abu's neck, lifted her up, and thrust her forward, nailing her to the wall. Abu hung there, with her feet in the air, kicking and struggling. Her face flushed red. There were crazy fusion bodies everywhere outside. And someone didn't use his superpowers to deal with them, but took advantage of the chaos to kill people here. When Otoru lifted Abu into the air, his cold face was expressionless. But he was very happy in his heart. A rare orderly green light was about to be obtained. After several missions since he was silent, he and Lu Ming found that crazy green lights could be hunted and absorbed to increase the power of their own green lights. When Otoru hunted several crazy green lights and fed them all to his own green light, watching its power grow by leaps and bounds, he speculated that by the same token, the green lights of other superpowers should also be able to be snatched. Last time, he went to the capital with Abu for a rescue mission. This time, they came to the island together. He has been observing carefully. Now he is 80% to 90% sure that Abu's ability is prediction. She has predicted various dangers several times, and even predicted the death of others. However, when Otoru soon discovered that Abu is not a prophet who can predict everything, her prediction ability is very limited. What she saw seemed to be just fragments, and she seemed to be able to see only the future scenes when she was present, and knew nothing about what happened when she was not present. But there is an exception. That is, touch. She seems to be able to see what will happen to the other person in the future when she is not present through physical contact. In general, this prophet with limited ability is still a rookie among prophets. When Otoru has been planning to get her green light for a long time. With her fragmented prophetic ability, she may not be able to see the fragment of her being killed in the future, even if she really foresees that she will be killed soon. Without any strong force, without the ability to protect herself and resist, what can she do? The function of prophecy. Perhaps it is to give her time to think of her last words in advance. Write a suicide note. The prophetic ability can be used as an auxiliary, and it would be ideal if it is used in conjunction with his violent collapse green light. Abu's green light follows her, but she can't eat anything, and can't improve her abilities. But if it comes to him, the situation will be very different. He can slowly feed it with the green light he hunts, help it upgrade little by little. Maybe one day, he can become a truly omniscient prophet who controls his destiny. Abu's physique is good among ordinary people, but in the hands of a Honkai-type psychic like him, she is as fragile as a rag doll. It's too easy to kill her. It just lacks a suitable opportunity. Tonight, the opportunity finally came. He had a gun in his hand, but he didn't plan to use it. The traces of using the gun were too obvious. If Lu Ming and his friends saw the body, they would immediately know that it was his teammates who did it. This way, he could strangle him to death directly, leaving no traces. And it could also be easily blamed on those crazy cleaners. There were thousands of people killed by the crazy fusion outside the Black Well, and no one would investigate further. Abu was just as he expected, completely unable to fight back, kicking in the air with a red face and a dazed look in his eyes. But suddenly, she seemed to see something. Looking past him, looking behind him. When Otoru turned his head immediately. But it was too late. The retribution came too quickly. A cold mechanical hand, just like he had grabbed Abu's neck, instantly grabbed his neck. The action was much more agile than his. Before he could react, he heard the crisp sound of bones breaking in his neck. That was the last sound he heard in his life. Black death descended, and everything turned into nothingness. When Otoru fell to the ground, the green light in his palm was still there. Peiran bent down and touched it with his fingertips. According to the rules of their rescue team, whoever hunted the green light would own it. When Otoru's green light suddenly flowed into Peiran's body, and the green lights in his body came to life immediately. Green light number 1 rushed over at the first time. Every time an orderly green light came in, green light number 1 would circle around and study it, and then leave with regret. But this time was very different. It rushed over and opened its mouth to swallow it. Peiran frantically held it down. When Otoru's green light seemed to be in the state of collapse, now it seemed that the green light in the state of order stood at the top of the food chain, and could eat the green light in the state of madness, and could also treat the green light in the state of collapse as a snack. Peiran was reluctant to feed it. This was the green light in the state of collapse, which had supernatural powers. If it was swallowed directly, it would be a pity. The power that was pinching Abu's neck disappeared, and Abu fell from the wall, and sat on the ground, with a crazy cough in his throat. Pei Ren picked up the gun on the ground and handed it to her, and pulled her up. Abu finally breathed a sigh of relief. And slowly knocked, when he came in just now. I saw it. And I knew you would come to save me. She had foreseen it again. She knocked. Thank you. Now is not the time to be polite. There are crazy cleaners everywhere upstairs and downstairs. And we can't stay here anymore. Pei Ren knocked. Where are Lu Ming and the others? Abu answered. I checked. There is no one in their room. They may be downstairs. Lu Ming and Nan Yi and the others may still be in the tool room on the first floor. Pei Ren opened the door a little, peeked out, confirmed that there was no one in the corridor, turned around, and made a gesture. Let's go! Abu shook his head. She stood by the door and lowered her eyes. Pei Ren was closer this time, and saw the green light flashing in her eyes. It turned out that every time she used her ability, she would lower her eyelids to cover up the green light in her eyes. She seemed to be carefully experiencing something. Pei Ren understood that. She was on the world tree, carefully searching for the safest branch. Abu stood at the door, moving and concentrating on meditation, and Pei Ren also waited patiently. After a long time, as if he had finally waited for the best time, Abu suddenly raised his head. It was now. She opened the door. The two of them went out immediately. Abu's leg was injured, and she walked with a limp. Pei Ren supported her arm and led her forward. The small building was full of all kinds of noisy movements, the buzzing of electric saws, and the sound of heavy footsteps, and those crazy cleaners were still tossing around in this small building. But as if they were extremely lucky. Although the two of them were not walking fast, and were even a little slow. They were very smooth all the way. And they passed through the corridor, went down the stairs, and came to the first floor safely. They did not encounter any crazy cleaners the whole way. When they came to the corner of the first floor, Pei Ren paused. In the corridor in front, a cleaner in orange clothes passed by in a flash. Next to them was an empty room with an open door. Pei Ren pulled Abu's arm and tilted his head to indicate, should we hide for a while? But Abu shook his head and signaled her to continue forward. Sure enough, the crazy cleaner went straight into the kitchen on the first floor, making a lot of noise, probably cleaning pots and pans, and never came out again. The two of them moved forward smoothly, and finally came to the door of the tool room. Pei Ren stopped and looked at Abu. Puff, a light sound came from the door, which was the sound of a silenced gunshot. This time Abu did not hesitate. Without waiting for a second, he grabbed the door handle and twisted the door of the tool room. In the tool room, in front of the shelf full of boxes of all sizes, a pale light shone on a person. It was Lu Ming. He stood there, holding a gun in his hand. Not far in front of him, with her back to him, Captain Mia fell forward to the ground, blood still gushing out from the hole in the back of her head. She was attacked from behind by Lu Ming, and she probably wouldn't know how she died. There were others in the room. Nan Yi was there too, and a little boy about 10 years old, his younger brother, the naturally silent Nan Xian. Maybe because the crazy cleaner broke in, Nan Yi brought Nan Xian here as well. The two brothers were right next to Lu Ming, and were frightened by the sudden situation. Nan Yi pulled his brother behind him, and stared at Lu Ming with horror in his eyes. Captain Mia was just an ordinary person, and there was no green light of the fusion body on her body. Lu Ming killed her for something else. The reason was Nan Yi. Lu Ming succeeded in a sneak attack, shot and killed Captain Mia, and immediately turned the gun around and aimed at Nan Yi's head. Pei Ren had always suspected that there was a traitor in the team, and it turned out to be Vice Captain Lu. With Captain Mia present, Lu Ming couldn't attack Nan Yi directly. Captain Mia and Nan Yi were both ordinary people. Lu Ming didn't use any special abilities. A gun was enough. But the door of the tool room was destined to open with a creak. Pei Ren and Abu stood at the door. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, as if he hesitated for a moment. But the hesitation was fleeting, and a little green light appeared on his left hand. He quickly made a special gesture, bend the ring finger and the little finger, press it with the thumb, and put the index finger and the middle finger together, straight as a sword. Just like the sword technique described in the novel. The green light hovered at the fingertips of his index and middle fingers, and the sword technique pointed straight at Pei Ren. Chapter 98. The moment Pei Ren entered the room, she had already seen the situation in the room clearly. She knew who Lu Ming would kill next. Nan Yi and Abu had little fighting power, and Lu Ming would definitely deal with her first. She flew to the side. Green light number 1 had just been used, and it was not available for the time being, But Pei Ren had something else. The ability of green light number 3 was to control other people's abilities. She had used number 3 in the mind to control the hypnotic ability of Inaya with a parrot, and, in addition, she had also seen Yulianka use it to control Inaya and Aisha. However, when I tried to control the abilities of team leader Lianabu, none of them worked. Pei Ren reviewed the past few days and came up with a guess. Perhaps the premise of using the control ability of number 3 is to have seen the other party use the green light with your own eyes. Now, Lu Ming's green light is shining brightly on his fingertips. And he has even made a sword gesture to kill people. It's worth a try. Pei Ren immediately called green light number 3 while rushing out. She immediately felt clearly. It seemed that there was a little green light hovering on the fingertips of her left hand. Green light number 3 worked. She felt Lu Ming's ability. In a flash, Pei Ren used his mind to mobilize the green light on his fingertips and pointed it at Lu Ming himself. Something magical happened. As soon as Lu Ming's sword technique was formed, he swung it in Pei Ren's direction. But he seemed to change his mind in the middle. His elbow suddenly bent back automatically, changed direction, and pointed it obliquely at his own chest. A white light shot out from his fingertips, as bright as a good sword. However, what happened next was even more bizarre. Lu Ming shot at himself, and the distance was so close. At the critical moment, his upper body suddenly twisted back strangely, and the white light barely brushed his chest and flew out, penetrating the boxes on the shelf behind him. He actually dodged it. There was still green light hovering on his fingertips. His superpower might have been upgraded, and it could be used more than just this time. Pei Ren's own green light number 3 was still there. If she missed the first shot, she would try again immediately. Lu Ming's hand was still forced to pinch the sword formula, and his elbow moved, pointing to his chest again. This time, Pei Ren saw despair in his eyes. A white light suddenly shot out, following the direction of Lu Ming's fingertips, and pierced his chest diagonally. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of Lu Ming's mouth, and fell on the floor. He raised his eyes, staring at Pei Ren with disbelief. In the last moment before his death, he was still thinking, this Pei Ren. His ability is definitely not the collapsed state, she said. Whose good person's collapsed state ability can make people kill themselves. Lu Ming came out this time, and he never expected that things would turn out like this. He has always been good at fighting, and has been the best in FBSMD in recent years. With his supernatural powers, he is even more powerful. He thought this rescue was just an ordinary mission. However, before he left, someone came to his door. It was Basway's people. Their request was that after seeing Nanyi, they should find a way to deal with him immediately and never bring him back to Heijing. Before the outbreak of silence, in the past few years, Lu Ming had helped them do many things that were not very public. They were very trustworthy and gave generous rewards every time. And the amount was quite astonishing. Now we are in Heijing. The situation in Heijing is complicated and changeable. FSMD is caught between the military and the political, and its future is worrying. It has to side with one side. Bathway and his men have evidence of his previous help, so Lu Ming has no choice. He agreed. The people on Bathway's side said that they received information from the military and knew that Marshal Wiener would also plant someone in, a captain named Zachary. With Marshal Wiener's people here, it's not easy to take action, and they must get rid of him first. Outside Heijing, it's too easy to get rid of someone. On the way here today, the aircraft encountered a seagull fusion in the air. After an emergency landing on the beach, Lu Ming, sitting in the driver's seat, saw two more. They had sharp heads like whale guns and rushed towards the aircraft like bullets. Lu Ming estimated the path and immediately opened the hatch. The seagull fusions were coming for him in the driver's seat. But Lu Ming had his own way. In addition to the green light in his body that could be used in sword techniques, he also secretly got a little special green light from an unlucky guy during the last rescue mission. The function of the green light, according to the rules he has figured out now, is to dodge various physical attacks. This function is very useful. When danger strikes, often before he can even react, his body will dodge it on its own. In addition to passive dodge, there is also active transfer. If you consciously transfer the danger when dodging, you can transfer the attack to other people around you. Transfer has direction and distance requirements. Lu Ming tried it a few times and has become proficient in it. Therefore, when the aircraft landed, opened the door, and the seagull fusion rushed in, Lu Ming dodged instantly and transferred the danger to Captain Zachary, who was sitting in the back row. Zachary was easily eliminated. In addition to Zachary, there was another big trouble in the team. Abu. Having worked together in FBSMD in the capital for several years, Lu Ming was very clear about Abu's predictive ability. Her predictive ability was very useful, and could often warn of danger. Lu Ming was also willing to take her with him when he went on a mission. Abu joined FBSMD right after graduation, and has been following him ever since. She respects him wholeheartedly and trusts him. Lu Ming has also been taking good care of this little girl. The two have been through life and death together, and have done many missions together. For the sake of Nan Yi, Lu Ming did not intend to kill Abu. He could only try his best to find a way to prevent himself from being exposed. First of all, he must not contact her. Fortunately, in the past few years, because he did not like Abu to see all kinds of secrets, he never had physical contact with her. So it did not seem too strange. Without contact, Abu couldn't see the future scene where she wasn't there. So he had to ensure that she wasn't there when he killed Nani. Lu Ming thought of a simple way to make her injured. The opportunity came soon. Entering Nani's villa, when the crossbow arrow that had forgotten to release the mechanism shot over, Lu Ming met it, and then activated the transfer, letting it hit Abu's leg behind him. Her leg was seriously injured, so she could only stay in the room upstairs, and she would not go downstairs easily. He could just start in the tool room. However, plans are not as good as changes. After finally getting rid of Winotoru, the crazy cleaners broke in again. The cleaners were crazy, but not stupid. They saw Uncle He turning the mechanism on the gate during the day, and followed his example, bringing a large group of people to open the gate. The crazy cleaners were not very lethal, so there was no need to worry. In the chaos, it was a good opportunity to kill Nan Yi. Nan Yi only thought he was a member of the rescue team, and was completely unprepared. When Lu Ming was about to take action, Captain Mia suddenly came over. Captain Mia was very nervous when she saw the cleaners breaking into the villa. She couldn't get rid of them no matter what. Lu Ming was a little confused. Should he kill Mia too? The problem was that when Abu was injured in the afternoon, Captain Mia had touched Abu's body, which meant that Abu might have seen Captain Mia's future. Killing Mia now would mean that Abu knew everything, and he would no longer be the team leader she respected the most. When Lu Ming was extremely irritated, he suddenly became bold and figured it out. The source of all the troubles was Abu. Keeping such a prophet around, no matter what he did, he would be restricted. It would be better to take this opportunity to get rid of her as well. Her prophetic ability was useful. It would be better to take it and use it on himself. He made up his mind. The ability had a limit on the number of times it could be used. When Mia turned around, Lu Ming shot from behind. The villa was in chaos. The silenced gunshots would be covered by the noise made by the cleaners, and using guns would leave evidence. But this tool room was full of cabinets, and if the body was stuck anywhere, no one would be able to find it in a short time. If it takes a long time, who cares about the long time? There are dead people everywhere outside the Black Well. No one cares about this. But Pei Ran and Abu suddenly came. Let's put Abu aside for now. Pei Ran is very good at fighting, and has superpowers. Lu Ming did not underestimate the enemy, and used the sword technique directly. But today's superpowers were completely out of his control, and shot at him again and again. When the sword light passed through his chest, he saw the green light in Pei Ran's mouth. Is she a superpower that can control others? Before he could figure it out, his eyes went dark, he fell straight down, and hit the floor with a clang. The rescue team killed each other, and people died one after another, dying faster than prawns thrown into a frying pan. Nan Yi was completely terrified. He hugged Nan Xian, hid behind the tool rack, and didn't dare to come out. Pei Ran walked to Lu Ming's body and bent down. The green light on his fingertips had disappeared. Pei Ran was very experienced now. She followed his hand up, touched his arm, and then touched the wound on his chest. She still didn't feel the green light. She put her hand into the wound on Lu Ming's chest. After groping in the wound for a while, finally, a ball of green light sank into her body. As soon as this ball of green light came in, green light number 1 ran over happily, intending to swallow it in one gulp. Pei Ran held it down again. The duck that was delivered to his mouth flew away again. Green light number 1. Woo! After green light number 1 came over, it immediately opened its mouth, which showed that Lu Ming's ball of green light that could make sword gestures was the same as the green light that AI Xia made hand seals, and it was really a violent attack of collapse. Pei Ran did not pull at his hand, but his fingers continued to probe into the wound, groping carefully. There must be other green lights hidden in Lu Ming's body. When he was in Haging, before he set off, he said that his ability was the collapsed state. Pei Ran could see that. He was not telling the truth at all. What happened in the past 2 days was also very strange. Pei Ran witnessed him dodging 3 attacks in a weird way, especially just now. When he dodged the sword light shot from his fingers, his speed was fast, his body movements were strange. It was simply unbelievable. He must have a special ability to dodge attacks. His fingertips searched among his internal organs, and finally felt something strange. Another green light quietly came out of Lu Ming's body and entered her fingers. This was a small green light. Timid. And as soon as it came in, it bumped into green light number 1 head-on. Green light number 1 looked around it, and turned around and left. This was the order state that green light number 1 could not handle. Pei Ran tried to call it, and a green light flashed in front of his eyes. He could clearly feel that it had entered a combat state, but it stayed there motionless. It seemed to be a passive skill. W said in his ear, Pei Ran. I guessed right. Pei Ran, huh? I said. Lu Ming is not a good person. Pei Ran really didn't see it this time. So how did you see it? W replied, intuition. Pei Ran, AI's intuition. Such a niche text. W said solemnly, speaking earnestly. So next time you meet someone like him, who looks okay, but is cold, you should be especially careful. Pei Ran, okay. Pei Ran, W, by the way, is there a mirror in your virtual room? W was silent for a second, understood what she meant. Thank you for praising my appearance. But I'm different from them. Pei Ran, yes. You talk more. W. Pei Ran was talking nonsense with him, and stood up, walked around the tool rack, and walked in front of Nanny. Nanny stared at her, his face full of vigilance and fear. Lu Ming was certainly not a good person. And the girl's hand reaching into the wound of the corpse was also scary. Pei Ran suddenly remembered that Nanny did not understand the code, and it was really impossible to have a complicated communication with him. She thought about it, and in order to express her goodwill, she reached out and patted Nanny's shoulder. Her bloody palm slapped his shoulder, and Nanny looked even more scared. Abu also limped over. Her expression was very calm, and she did not react much to Lu Ming's murder and Pei Ran's counterattack against Lu Ming. This was the future she personally participated in. She probably saw it before she turned the doorknob. Abu only looked down at Lu Ming's body, then walked around him, came over, opened the virtual screen of the bracelet, and drew on it. Her drawing skills were excellent. With a few strokes, she outlined the outline of an aircraft on the screen. Through the front windshield, she could see Pei Ran sitting in the driver's seat, and she and Nanny sitting in the back seat. W whispered in her ear, look at the aircraft she drew. Pei Ran, it's the one that Xing Wuxian took. The aircraft had simple lines, a longer fuselage than the one Pei Ran and his friends took when they came to the island, and a more streamlined shape, which looked more modern. At a glance, it was the Black Falcon S-801 parked in the backyard of Xingwuxian Manor. Pei Ran had its key card in his pocket. Abu had predicted it again. Pei Ran said in his heart, Lu Ming is dead. No one can repair the aircraft anymore. If we want to leave the island, we have no choice. This time I plan to follow the path predicted by Abu. Abu seemed to be able to only predict what would happen in the near future, but at least it showed that everyone had successfully sat on the aircraft. Nanny looked at the aircraft on the screen, and then looked at the two girls in front of him, and understood what they meant. They planned to take him away. The crazy cleaners broke through his safe castle. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had no choice but to follow them. Nanny nodded. Pei Ran held Abu's arm. Nanny led Nan Xian, and walked to the door together. Pei Ran stopped and turned to look at Abu. This time, he had to strictly follow the footprints predicted by Abu, and move forward along the branch she chose. Abu stood at the door, slightly tilted his head, lowered his eyes, as if using some special perception, quietly feeling outside the door. She waited for a minute or two, and suddenly reached out to open the door. Just as they were about to leave, Pei Ran saw a crazy cleaner flash past the door of a room in front of her, and just walked into the room. Abu pointed to the front, and several people walked lightly along the corridor. The cleaner was in the room. He had a pair of large scissors with a very long handle on his arm, which seemed to be used for pruning bushes. He held it high and cut whatever he caught. As soon as he cut the scissors, the chandelier fell down with a bang, and the crystal shattered all over the floor. Just as the four people passed by the door, he turned around and went to cut the curtains. The timing couldn't be better. The cleaner's back was facing the door. Abu continued to walk forward calmly. Pei Ran felt relieved. There was no need to fight. Through the corridor, it was the lobby on the ground floor. This time, Abu pointed at the door. Pei Ran didn't think twice. Immediately, he supported her and walked directly to the door. Nanny looked puzzled, staring at them, as if he thought they were crazy. The yard outside was full of crazy cleaners, and they were actually planning to walk out of the door directly. Abu came to the door, stopped, lowered his eyes, and began to wait silently again. Pei Ran knew that she was calculating the consequences of going out at every opportunity. She could use the power of prophecy so frequently. Finally, Abu moved and calmly opened the door. The cleaner on the second floor cut off several curtains in one breath, and the light from the villa shone out. And the yard was not dark. There was a cleaner next to the gate, the one with a big eye on his face, who would chew up the garbage. When several people opened the door and slipped out, he just turned around and walked to the corner, lowered his head, and used a clamp to pick up a yellow leaf in the bushes, and saw nothing. Abu raised his hand and pointed to the gate, signaling everyone to go over. Nan-E was so surprised that his worldview collapsed. But he learned to be smart, and only held Nan Xian's hand and followed them obediently. There were 3 crazy cleaners next to the open gate of the villa. It was almost impossible to slip out in the blind spot of the 3 people. Abu walked forward resolutely. The first cleaner just bent down and wiped the grass leaves one by one with a rag in his hand. The second cleaner turned around, took a bucket of water from the faucet on the wall, and carefully washed the mud in the flower pot, as if he wanted to wash the mud clean. The third cleaner suddenly hugged the statue, stretched out his long tongue, and licked the stone head of the statue. Several people just walked out of the door smoothly like flowing water under the eyes of the cleaners. Nan-E was confused and couldn't believe it at all. Chapter 99. Arriving outside the villa, Pei Ran let go of Abu's hand and took out the night vision goggles from his pocket. Abu's legs went limp, and she almost fell to her knees, and Pei Ran was so scared that he quickly grabbed her. It was obvious that Abu was in a very bad condition, and under the night sky, her face was as pale as a piece of paper. Her leg had been injured for a while, but it was still fine at the front, and she could still limp and jump by herself, and she was not so weak. Pei Ran suddenly realized, maybe it was because she had just used the power of prophecy crazily. Pei Ran could only use her special ability once every long time, and she had always been strong, so she didn't feel much about using her special ability. But Abu seemed to be unable to hold on. She used it too frequently, and her face was exhausted, as if she was dying. Seeing Pei Ran observing her face, Abu shook his head at Pei Ran, pointed to the front, as if to say, "I'm fine. Let's go." Pei Ran supported her, took out the night vision goggles with one hand and put them on, put her arms around his neck, and carried her forward. They had to climb a long mountain road. Pei Ran carried Abu, and Nan-E led Nan Xian. Nan Xian looked only about 10 years old, with a pair of dark eyes. He followed his brother quietly, holding his brother's hand with one hand and holding his pocket with the other. On the dark and silent mountain road, there were only the footsteps of 4 people. Finally, they arrived at the open green land that Pei Ran had passed by when he went to the royal manor. The green land faced the sea. The sea was dark at night, and the sky was overcast. Only the sound of waves hitting the rocks and the whistling wind could be heard. Abra pulled Pei Ran's arm, signaling her to stop. She gestured, pointing to Nan-E and herself, tapping her feet, and then pointing to Pei Ran, pointing to the road ahead. Pei Ran understood that what she meant was that according to the safest path she had foreseen, she and Nan-E should wait here, and Pei Ran would continue to move forward, and after finding the aircraft, come back to pick them up. Pei Ran meant exactly the same thing. Nan-E lived on the outlying island, and he must have known that the largest manor here belonged to the royal family. She really didn't want to break into the manor in front of him and steal the aircraft. It would be better to let them stay here and wait. The only concern is that their 3 combat power is too low. If they encounter a crazy fusion body, it will be troublesome. But Abu said that it was safe for them to stay here, and Pei Ran felt more relieved. W also said in his ear, "This green land has no trees, and it is very open, which is just right for aircraft to take off and land." Pei Ran nodded to Abu, indicating that he understood, and turned to leave. As soon as he took a step, his sleeve was pulled by someone. It was Nan-E. He frowned, looked anxious, and didn't understand why Pei Ran suddenly wanted to leave alone, leaving him here. Pei Ran looked very skilled. He was afraid that Pei Ran would just leave, So he held her sleeve tightly. It was too difficult to communicate in silence. And time could not be wasted. Pei Ran's solution was simple and violent. She raised her hand, intending to knock him out. Abu shook his head at her, patted Nan-E, opened the bracelet, and drew on the screen. She outlined the large green area and the bushes next to it, and added a flying machine in the sky above. Nan-E finally understood what they meant. Pei Ran was going to find a flying machine by himself and drive it over to pick everyone up. He looked at the painting again. People died one after another tonight. Nan-E was a little panicked, but he was not stupid. He recalled the various incredible coincidences that had happened on the way here, and suddenly he had an epiphany. He pointed at Abu's eyes, and then at the painting, as if asking, "Do you have the ability to predict, and have foreseen this scene?" Abu did not express his opinion, but firmly pointed at the ground again, pretending to be a flying machine with one hand, and gestured the action of landing, and then pretending to be a little man walking with the index and middle fingers of the other hand, and walked to the landing aircraft. She said to bring the aircraft over, and land it at the green area, so that they can go up. She gently pushed Pei Ran, telling her to hurry up. Nan-E finally let go of her hand. Pei Ran left them, and continued to walk along the mountain road to the manor alone. W said, "Pei Ran, you left them alone. Aren't you worried that Abu is actually a traitor, and will kill Nan-E now?" Although Abu was weak, he had a gun in his hand. "What do I have to worry about?" Pei Ran said. "If she doesn't kill Nan-E, we will complete the mission and return to Heijing. If she kills Nan-E, I will be justified. I have the ability to predict the future, and will never suffer any loss." W continued to fantasize. "Then aren't you afraid that she will ask you to get the aircraft, but actually send you to a dead branch with her own hands? Pei Ran, what's the benefit of sending me to die? Can she climb over the wall and steal the aircraft? Can she drive it herself?" W seemed to really check Abu's file information, and said after a moment, "Indeed not." Pei Ran said, "If I want to leave the island, I need her. And she needs me as well. Unless she has a more evil way. I can't predict. I can only take the current situation one step at a time." W suddenly said, "I looked through her information and found something." Pei Ran was curious. "What is it?" It was a prediction of an impending disaster that she submitted online on the morning of the silence. "Look at the records. This report was submitted to Li-Yin, and Team Leader Li immediately forwarded it to the Security Commissioner of the Ministry of National Defense, but the Security Commissioner didn't read it at all that morning, and didn't report it. Abu's predictive ability is limited, but he still issued a warning a few hours in advance. Unfortunately, as an ordinary employee of FESMD, she has little influence in the Ministry of National Defense, and no one takes her prediction seriously." Pei Ran continued to walk up the mountain road. "In fact, after analyzing it over and over again, I trust my intuition more. I always remember the afternoon when the silence broke out. She stood alone at the door of the supermarket, among the crowd of robbers, filling in the information on the virtual screen to help everyone survive. Disasters can best expose people's hearts. A person's first reaction after a crisis will not lie." She concluded, "I choose to believe her." W was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked Pei Ran a question: "If one day, Abu and I—" Pei Ran interrupted him. "Of course, save Abu first. She is so weak, you should let her go." W. We finally arrived at the ancient royal manor. Once as new, twice as familiar. Pei Ran quickly climbed up the tall tree along the road, squatted on the branch, and looked into the yard. The front lawn was peaceful, and there was no night-running slime. Pei Ran wondered, did it run into the house? The mechanical spider climbed onto her shoulder, scanned it with its eyes, and said, "It probably didn't go in. The doors and windows of the villa look normal. I don't know where the night-running slime went to exercise. It would be best if it wasn't there." Pei Ran jumped onto the wall lightly, and slid down the wall. As soon as he landed, he headed straight for the helipad in the backyard. The two beautiful Black Falcon aircraft of Xing Wuxian were still parked quietly. W said, "Put the key card close to the handrail of the aircraft's cabin door, and the door will open." He knew very well that she didn't know how to use the key card. Pei Ran ran over and waved the key card next to the door of the cockpit of an aircraft. But there was no response. It wasn't this one. She ran to another aircraft. As soon as the key card approached, the cockpit door opened automatically. Pei Ran got in and closed the door. The control panel of this Black Falcon aircraft was similar to the military aircraft Pei Ran had flown before. There were joysticks and display screens, but it was different. There were a lot of buttons, and there were no labels. It was impossible to tell what they were used for. She didn't need to speak, and her bracelet was already vibrating. W sent the operating instructions he had drawn. Pei-Ran quickly browsed through them, followed the process, used the key card to light up the panel, pressed the button, and started the aircraft. The lights and display screens all lit up. Pei-Ran pulled up the joystick, and the aircraft rose steadily and straight into the air. This is the biggest advantage of a suspended aircraft: vertical takeoff and landing, no runway required. And the operation is also quite simple and convenient. W objectively commented, "It took off very steadily." Pei-Ran took it for granted. "Of course, I'm an old pilot." W. An old pilot who has only flown an aircraft once. The aircraft rose to a height above the treetops. Pei-Ran turned around and flew towards the green space. This distance is only a matter of seconds. Pei-Ran, who is in the sky, can see the brothers Abu and Nanny waiting on the green land at a glance. Besides them, there are others, hanging in the air. The view is very good. Pei-Ran found the night running slime. It actually found a way to come out of the manor again. It is a big black mass. It is estimated that it went to the top of the mountain for a walk, and is now running down the mountain road. It is about to reach the green land. It is still some distance away, so it should be in time. Pei-Ran followed the tutorial sent by W, pressed buttons one by one, and prepared to land. On the green land, Nanny and Abu were waiting anxiously together, and finally saw a flying machine in the sky, flying over the treetops, and flying overhead. It began to land. Nanny looked up at the flying machine, thinking, "It really looks like the flying machine drawn by this girl." He had known for a long time that the members of FBSNT had superpowers, and this lame girl seemed to have the ability to predict the future. But in Nanyi's heart, there seemed to be something, which made him feel that something was wrong. That uneasy feeling was there, and it was awkward. He suddenly realized what it was. The girl was in the tool room. In the picture she drew of them sitting on the aircraft, there were only 3 people, he and 2 girls. There was no Nanxian. The hairs on Nanyi's back stood up. Where did Nanxian go? He had been looking up at the aircraft in the sky, and now he turned back suddenly. He found that, at some point, the hands they held loosened. On the dark mountain road, the younger brother was running down the mountain with his back bent. A few steps ahead of him, on the road, a little thing was running and jumping. It was the little hamster that his younger brother had raised. It had been in his pocket tonight, but it had escaped. Nanyi's head buzzed. He opened his mouth, and suddenly remembered that he could not make a sound in the silence, but the aircraft was about to land, and his younger brother was still chasing his little pet. Perhaps in Abu's prediction, he did not notice that his younger brother had run away, and he was still standing here stupidly waiting for the aircraft to land. Of course, he couldn't abandon his brother. Nanny ran after him. Abu was stunned when he saw him suddenly run away. The path she had originally planned to stay on the green land and wait for the aircraft was suddenly changed. Nanny took the initiative to choose a different path. Pei-Ran in the sky also saw it. What's going on? Why did Nanny suddenly run away? W answered, he was chasing his brother. His brother was chasing a hamster. Nanny did not stay on the green land and wait for the aircraft. This was not the branch of fate that Abu had just planned. Pei-Ran suddenly understood. Nanny has become an uncertain monkey. W said, that's right. He saw the existence of other branches and took the initiative to jump to another branch. Abu's prophecy is like a road. If she does not interfere or change anything, everyone else will move forward along this road. Predicting is like a special power outside this road. At the beginning, Nanny was just a person walking on this predetermined route, and he was firmly fixed on his direction. However, he realized Abu's prophetic ability and knew what a certain destiny was. Once you know what is the destiny that is certain in front of you, it is equivalent to discovering other possibilities. The prophecy affected his judgment, interfered with his behavior, and he suddenly and spontaneously broke away from this road of destiny. Pei-Ran was silent for a moment, and said to W in his heart, it would be better to knock him out just now, so that he can wake up now, which just matches the prophecy. The most terrifying thing is that, on the mountain road, the night-running slime also ran over, and was approaching this green land. They were a large group of people, wrapped in translucent gelatin, like a group of wooden ghosts, with uniform footsteps. Bang, 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 bang. If the aircraft lands on the lawn now, it can only pick up Abu. Pei-Ran did not hesitate, and continued to descend as planned, preparing to pick up Abu. Nanny did not have to be saved, otherwise. He could just leave him here. On the green ground, Abu also saw the night-running slime coming from the mountain road from a distance. She had just used the power of prophecy repeatedly, and her eyes were still white, but she still gritted her teeth and activated it again. She quickly searched for various possibilities. The situation was bad. The path was changed by Nan-e. Now no matter which one she chose, someone would be in trouble. She made up her mind, and finally chose another one. She looked up and gestured to Pei Ran in the sky, pointing in the direction of Nan-ye's brothers, and limped after them. Pei Ran received her gesture and knew it well. The plan had changed. The night-running slime was coming. Pei Ran couldn't land the aircraft on the green land, and waited for them to come back after chasing the hamster. He could only follow in that direction. Pei Ran stopped descending, pulled up a little, and flew over. The speed of the aircraft was much faster, and Pei Ran flew in front of Nan-e and the others in a blink of an eye. She lowered her head and carefully selected the landing site. Leaving the green land, the roads were covered by tall trees, and only the turning places on the mountain road were slightly wider and relatively flat. Pei Ran found the right place and landed the aircraft on the inclined and narrow mountain road. On one side was the mountain, and on the other side was a cliff facing the sea. W said, "This is a bit of a test of skill." Pei Ran operated carefully, but answered in his heart, "Don't worry. I'm an old pilot." On the mountain road, Nan-e ran fast, with big strides, and was almost catching up with Nan-xian. He was anxious, stretched out his arm, rushed forward a few steps, and tried to grab the hem of his brother's clothes from behind. At this moment, in the yard of the villa next to him, something suddenly flew out from the wall at an angle, spinning in the air, and shot towards the two people. It was a circular saw blade that was spinning rapidly, which looked like a tool that crazy cleaners would use when trimming trees on the mountain. Nan-xian only saw the little hamster running on the ground, and did not see the saw blade flying in the air at all. The saw blade cut his neck accurately. Heads rolled down, blood gushed out, and bodies fell to the ground. Nan-e behind him was stunned. He held back tightly and didn't scream. On the mountain road in front of Nan-e, Pei Ran had already controlled the aircraft and landed it steadily. She saw everything and was not surprised. When she was in the tool room, she noticed that in the picture drawn by Abu, there were only 3 people sitting on the aircraft. Her, Abu and Nan-e, but not his brother Nan-xian. It can be seen that on the route originally chosen by Abu, Nan-xian did not survive. Pei Ran guessed that what should have happened was that Nan-xian went to chase the hamster, and Nani was looking up at the aircraft in the sky, and did not notice that Nan-xian's head was cut off by the saw blade. At this time, the aircraft landed, and the night-running slime was about to come over. Time was running out, and Nani had no choice but to leave his brother behind and get on the aircraft. The death of Nan-xian should have been the best choice that Abu could make. But now, the situation has completely changed. Chapter 100. On the dark mountain road, the night-running slimes came over. They found several people and flying machines here, and their running paces immediately accelerated. Bang, 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 bang. Nan-e came back to his senses from his brother's death, and saw a large mass of black colloid rolling along the road. He had been on the island for so long, and had seen this strange thing a long time ago, and knew it would eat people, so he didn't care about his brother's body anymore, and ran forward quickly. He was in good shape, with long legs and big steps. He quickly rushed to Pei Ran's aircraft, opened the door quickly, and got into the back seat. Abu stayed behind. Her legs were injured, and she was quite weak, so her speed was much slower. As soon as Pei Ran stopped the aircraft, he jumped out of the driver's seat and ran towards Abu. She rushed to her in one breath, took a horse stance, leaned down, and made a come-up gesture. Abu understood Pei Ran's meaning, and threw himself on her back and put his arms around her neck. Pei Ran carried Abu on her back and ran away. This was much faster than her own limping run. Pei Ran strode quickly and rushed towards the aircraft. At this moment, an orange-red figure suddenly rushed out from the front yard of the villa where the saw blade flew out. It was a crazy cleaner holding an electric saw. What he held in his hand was not the miter saw that just flew out of the saw blade, but a long chainsaw. This man had a complete set of tools. The electric saw was turning in his hand, buzzing. He suddenly rushed out from the side, blocking Pei Ran and Abu's way. There was a night-running slime chasing them from behind, and time was running out. Pei Ran did not hide, but went straight to meet it. The cleaner finally found a target to saw. With a look of excitement and eyes wide open, he waved the chainsaw and rushed towards them without thinking. Pei-Ran carried Abu on his back, freed one hand, aimed at the direction, and punched the chain of the saw from the side. The chainsaw looked scary and made a loud noise. But the chain part of the saw was very fragile and could not withstand the mechanical arm's blow. The saw head broke and the buzzing sound stopped immediately. Pei-Ran's second punch was to the cleaner's head. After one punch, half of the head caved in, blood and brain gushed out. Pei-Ran took advantage of the situation and kicked the cleaner again, sending him flying far away, and continued to run forward with Abu on his back. The aircraft was just a few steps ahead and was about to arrive. W suddenly said, "Pei-Ran, be careful, there is a sound." There was a sound of heavy objects breaking through the air behind him. Pei-Ran turned his head sideways and saw clearly that it was a chainsaw flying over. The cleaner, whose head was flattened, was surprisingly strong. He saw that he could not catch up with Pei-Ran and the others, so he threw the chainsaw in his hand as a weapon, and threw it far beyond the human limit. Pei-Ran immediately twisted her waist and dodged, intending to avoid the direction it was flying from. But just as she moved, a green light flashed in front of her eyes, and her body moved first. It was the green light taken from Lu Ming that was taking effect. Its control over the body exceeded Pei-Ran's own movements. It lowered her body directly, trying to avoid the attack from behind. Pei-Ran immediately knew that something was wrong, and cursed in her heart. The green light only wanted her to avoid danger, and did not consider the lives of others. The electric saw spinning in the air did not hit Pei-Ran, but the heavy handle hit the back of Abu's head. With a thud, Abu's arm around Pei-Ran loosened immediately. The chainsaw fell to the ground, and Pei-Ran also ran to the front of the aircraft. Pei-Ran opened the door, stuffed Abu into the back seat, fastened the seat belt quickly, and took the time to check Abu's pulse on his neck. Luckily, she was still alive. There was no blood on her head, and it looked like there were no external injuries, but I didn't know if she had any internal injuries. Pei-Ran quickly jumped into the driver's seat. During the delay, the large black night-running slime had already come along the mountain road. Before it reached the front, it quickly transformed and stretched out a long tentacle toward the aircraft. The black translucent tentacle snapped and stuck to the cabin door next to the driver's seat. It was very sticky, like a suction cup, firmly stuck to the door. As soon as the tentacle got the hold, it immediately retracted. It wanted to drag the aircraft into its slime and let the aircraft run with it at night. It was unknown how it was going to run. Pei-Ran quickly pressed a row of buttons, pulled the joystick, and took off directly. The suspension system began to take off. The slime tentacles were surprisingly powerful and stuck firmly to the door. The power of the Black Falcon was no joke. It competed with the night-run slime and did not suffer any loss. It only shook for a while, and then rose steadily, like a tug-of-war. The two sides pulled with great force. With a click, the hatch fell down. The slime's sticky tentacles only caught a door. It was very unwilling to give up. It immediately threw away the hatch and continued to extend upwards, trying to pass through the large hole next to the driver's seat and catch Pei-Ran. However, the Black Falcon had already taken off, and was rising rapidly. The slime's tentacles finally exceeded their limit of extension, and retracted to the ground in dismay. There was no door next to the driver's seat, and the cabin was wide open. In the whistling wind, the houses and roads on the island shrank rapidly. Pei-Ran glanced at the display screen and turned to the northwest. The Black Falcon flew over the rough sea in the night sky, and the island was left behind. When they came to the island, there were a total of 7 people in the rescue team. Now 5 of them are dead, and only she and Abu are still alive. Fortunately, they still took the rescue people away. Pei-Ran took a moment to look back. Nan-Yi was sitting in the corner of the back seat. His eyes were blank. He had not yet recovered from his brother's tragic death. Abu was still dizzy, half lying crookedly on the back of the chair, with his eyes closed. This was Abu's own choice. She chose that path, which meant that she had known that her head would be hit. With her special ability, it would be easy to send others to death, but she always chose to let herself be the scapegoat. Pei-Ran thought, others are standing, only you are lying, why bother? Besides, if you save Nan-Yi, from his perspective, he might think that you chose to sacrifice his brother, and he might not accept your kindness, and he might even hold a grudge against you. People's hearts are unpredictable, and it's important to protect yourself. It's not necessary to do this for others. The mechanical spider crawled out of Pei-Ran's front pocket, grabbed her shoulder and looked back. W said in her ear, "Don't worry. She looks like she's still breathing. She's probably just fainted." The mechanical spider turned its head and looked at the open hatch. Pei ran. "Don't fly too high. Just keep this low altitude. And don't go too fast. The temperature will drop during the flight. And you won't be able to bear it." The hatch was wide open. Just like driving a convertible in the sky in the middle of winter. Being blown by the whistling wind. And my ears were almost frozen off. Pei Ran freed one hand and fumbled around on her collar. The mechanical spider climbed up her shoulders, came to her neck, stretched out its metal claws, and helped her unzip her collar. Inside the collar of the combat uniform, there was a windproof hood. Although the mechanical spider was strong enough, it was too small, like a puppy dragging a big parachute. It struggled to pull out the folded hood and tried to buckle it on Pei Ran's head. His metal claws were in a hurry, and the coldness brushed past her ears. Pei Ran wanted to laugh a little, and buckled the hood herself. The combat uniform is made of a special material, which makes it much warmer. The mechanical spider slid down her arm, climbed onto the center console, pressed a disc-shaped button with its metal claws, and gently rotated it. The hot air blew out from somewhere, and he turned on the air conditioner. Although compared to the cold air that kept pouring in, this little bit of heat was just a drop in the bucket. It was better than nothing. Fortunately, the performance of the Black Falcon was very good. Even if it was missing a door, the flying posture was still quite stable. The night sky was silent, the waves were rolling. There were still a few hours of journey ahead. I hope it will be safe. The island gradually became a small dot, disappearing into the darkness. Further ahead, the clouds became thicker, the night became darker, the sky and the sea merged into a dim peace. The Black Falcon was like a bird flying in the solidified darkness. Pei Ran could only rely on the instrument panel to maintain altitude and direction. Spider did it himself, switching the screen on the center console. Pei Ran glanced at the display screen, asked, "What is this?" "Weather radar," W said. "The weather is not right. I just checked the driving manual of this aircraft, and learned how to read the weather radar." He was also learning and applying. The mechanical spider crawled over and stood upright on the screen. Pei Ran, "Look at the large red area under my feet. This means thunderstorms. There is a thunderstorm ahead of us." As if responding to his words. In the distance, the sky ahead suddenly lit up for a moment. The flash illuminated the thick and dark clouds ahead. And then, another bright white lightning flashed, like a slanting sword, splitting the darkness between the sea and the sky. After only a moment, a rumbling and dull thunder sounded. One after another. More lightning flashed. One after another. This is the southeast of the East Manya continent. It is winter, and it is still raining. Spider also looked ahead. When this aircraft was first designed, the impact of thunderstorms was taken into consideration. And there are complete protection measures against lightning strikes. But it is in this state now. I deeply doubt whether it can still cope with this kind of thunderstorm weather. Pei Ran, "I suggest we take a detour." The cabin of the Black Falcon was wide open. Pei Ran was flying this type of aircraft for the first time. W's judgment was very objective. Pei Ran agreed, "Okay. Then we will fly north first, make a circle, and then go west." The Black Falcon turned north. However, this thunderstorm area was not small, and it came very quickly, and soon there were big drops of rain crackling down. Lightning meandered in the black clouds, and from time to time it pierced through, and the thunder was closer, and it hurt my eardrums. The rain was so heavy that it formed a continuous sheet, and the rain poured in through the open door, and in a blink of an eye, half of the cabin was wet, and no matter how waterproof the surface of Pei Ran's combat uniform was, it was not a raincoat, and it could not withstand such rain, and it was already soaked. On the center console, the screen flashed, and suddenly went dark. Pei Ran and W. Fortunately, only the screen display was gone, and the Black Falcon was still flying fast in the heavy rain. The dark sky and earth were filled with pouring rain, and nothing could be seen. Pei Ran, "How about we fly up? Through the rain clouds?" "I don't recommend this," W said. "The hatch is open, and flying so high, neither you nor the aircraft can bear it." He said, "There is no display screen, but I can locate, and we are still heading north." He was worried. "How about we turn around and head east back to the island?" The problem is, there was also a red thunderstorm in the direction of the island, and it might be worse if we go back. There was rain in all directions, and it was impossible to see where the way out was. The aircraft was like a drowned bird in a storm, and it flew forward on a whim. Peiran looked back at the back seat. The hatch next to the back seat was okay, the rain wasn't that severe. Nan-yi was nervously looking at the thunderstorm outside the window. Abu had his eyes closed, and was still unconscious. Peiran had an idea. She looked inside the green light in her body. Green light number 3, which can control other people's abilities, had been used once on Lu Ming today, but he was still awake, and it looked like it could be used. Peiran had seen the green light flash in Abu's eyes with his own eyes. Using the ability of prophecy, maybe he could control Abu's abilities now. She called up green light number 3. A green light appeared in front of her eyes, and she glanced at Abu. The whole world suddenly entered a strange state, and an illusion appeared in front of her. The subject of the perspective seemed to be awakened by a vibration, and was slowly opening his eyes, and his vision was still a little blurry. In front of her was the back of the driver's seat, and she could see a person sitting in the driver's seat, wearing combat uniforms and a hood, with only a little head and shoulders exposed. This perspective was Abu's. Peiran saw his own back, and this experience was unprecedented, and it felt quite strange. There was still heavy rain all around, lightning and thunder. This was the future. But every time Abu searched for the future, it seemed to be very fast. When this thought came to mind, everything around him seemed to have pressed the fast-forward button, and suddenly began to speed up. The rain was so heavy that the cabin was filled with water. Not long after, a dazzling flash of lightning, like a flash, brightened everything around, with almost no time interval, just a loud click. The Black Falcon fell down, like a bird shot by a gun, spinning. The violent impact of falling into the sea surface was heard, and the waves instantly engulfed the Black Falcon. The cold seawater rushed in through the open hatch. Peiran felt that she tried to take a breath before falling into the sea, but she still choked on the water during the impact. She struggled in the chaotic and dark water, as if she was sinking with the Black Falcon. The salty seawater rushed into her lungs, and her chest and lungs felt like they were burning. She couldn't help coughing, and coughing made more seawater choke into her lungs. Her eardrums hurt terribly, but after a while, she gradually lost her hearing. The surroundings fell into an unusual silence, and consciousness began to become blurred. Death was approaching. Peiran suddenly broke free from the illusion, as if she had just had a nightmare, with adrenaline soaring and her heart pounding. So if she continued to fly north along the current path, the aircraft would be struck by lightning and fall into the sea. This route would not work. Peiran came to her senses, and fortunately the Black Falcon was still flying steadily in the storm. She asked W, "Was I absent-minded just now? How long did it take?" The mechanical spider had been paying close attention to her, and immediately replied, "Only 3 or 4 seconds. In just a few seconds, she experienced a nightmare-like death." The green light was still there. Green light number 3 seemed to know that she had not used it up yet, and was still waiting for her order. Peiran continued to mobilize Abu's superpowers. She had a thought. What would happen if she turned east now? Back to the direction of the island? The illusion appeared again. This time Peiran made it speed up faster, and quickly checked it. He died again. This time he fell into the sea faster than before, and before he could take a breath, he choked on the water more severely than last time. Peiran pulled himself out of the illusion and breathed a sigh of relief. The pain of death was so real, and it was no different from experiencing it for real. The job of a prophet was not for humans. Peiran stabilized the aircraft and glanced at the western sky. The west was the direction she originally planned to go. It was the center of the thunderstorm. On the display screen of the weather radar, it was as red as a large piece of magma. What would happen if she ventured west now and rushed into the center of the thunderstorm? This time, the scene of the illusion changed completely. It became daytime around. The subject of the perspective was still in the back seat, opening her eyes. She sat up straight, looking out through the porthole. The morning mist covered the reddish-brown earth. The sky was slightly bright, and the aircraft was steadily passing through the endless wilderness. She leaned over and slowly tapped the back of the driver's seat. "Are we almost there?" Peiran saw that she turned her head in the driver's seat. Her clothes were half wet, and she had a little smile on her face. She tapped the back of the seat. "Yes. The black well is just ahead. We are almost there." Chapter 101. Peiran saw, in the illusion, not far away, between the undulating rift valleys, there was a large flat land. That was the west entrance of the black well. However, the aircraft did not fly directly to the west entrance, but began to slowly descend at a distance, and landed steadily. The illusion disappeared, and the heavy rain and thunderstorm returned. Pei Ran strengthened his confidence and said to W, "We are heading west." The aircraft turned around and plunged into the most violent storm. Lightning flashed down one after another, splitting the sky and the earth, as if it was going to tear everything in the world apart. The rain was pouring down like it was free. The cold rain soaked his clothes, flowing down the brim of his hood, blocking Pei Ran's vision. However, the heavy rain poured on the front window of the cockpit, and he could no longer see anything outside the window. Only the lightning flashed without stopping, like a flash of light that flashed one after another, shining very close. The Black Falcon ignored everything, tried to maintain its flying posture, passed through the lightning, and moved forward resolutely. The rain suddenly became lighter. After flying for a while, it magically stopped. The aircraft rushed into the most violent part of the thunderstorm, but miraculously survived and left it behind. The sky was still dark, and below was no longer the sea, but the endless land of the East Manya continent, where dark houses and trees could be seen faintly. Pei Ran turned his head, and saw Abu was still unconscious, calmly closing his eyes. Nan Yi's eyes were wide open, with a look of disbelief, and his face was full of, "We just flew out like this? Keep moving forward, Abu will definitely wake up, and we will definitely reach the Black Well." The mechanical spider also relaxed, climbed onto Pei Ran's shoulder and crouched down, looking at the dark night sky in front of her with her. W said, "Pei Ran, I have good news." Pei Ran, say. I carefully checked the surveillance at the entrance of the temporary settlement for refugees in the mining area, repeatedly compared the facial and body structures of everyone, and found Kuchi. She did come to Heijing and entered the settlement in the mining area. He sent a photo. The photo was taken by the surveillance camera, but it was very clear after being enlarged. However, Kuchi in the photo did not look like a young girl. He looked like a fat middle-aged man with short hair, wearing a bloated plaid padded jacket, and carrying a mountaineering bag. Did she have plastic surgery? Yes, not only plastic surgery, but she also deliberately gained weight, completely changing her appearance. She was injured, the front of her coat was half open, and blood oozing out of her abdomen could be seen. W said, "She seems to be seriously injured. It was not easy for her to walk to the Black Well. If Kuchi is in the temporary refugee settlement in the mining area, that would be great. Finding her, we can find the legendary file number 10. The Black Falcon crossed the dark and silent continent, and continued to fly northwest, and on the horizon behind him, a ray of dawn gradually appeared. The sky gradually brightened, and the land below was no longer yellow, but the reddish-brown color familiar to Pei Ran. W said in Pei Ran's ear, "I checked the positioning, and we are in the right direction. The Black Well is just ahead." Someone gently knocked on the back of the driver's seat. Pei Ran turned around and saw Nan Yi, exhausted after escaping death overnight, sleeping soundly. Abu opened his eyes and sat up. She typed, "Are we almost there?" Pei Ran smiled at her and walked forward along this fateful trajectory, just like the vision in the prophecy she had seen with her own eyes, and raised her hand to type the words, "Yes. The Black Well is just ahead. We are almost there." She turned around and soon saw the flat land outside the west entrance of the Black Well in the distance. She only glanced over there, and did not fly over, but looked for another place to land nearby. In the prophetic vision, she did the same thing, and Pei Ran knew why. People living on the outlying islands were either rich or noble, and it was not too strange that there was a flying machine at home, and it happened to be found by her. But if Yukiko Jin's Black Falcon S801 was really driven to Heijing, it might be recognized by someone with ulterior motives. Pei Ran drove the Black Falcon down steadily, and landed on a flat ground. The aircraft landed, and Nan Yi in the back row suddenly woke up and looked around. Pei Ran turned around and gave him a thumbs up, reassuring him, and then opened the hatch, jumped down first, and then helped Abu down. Abu was in a very bad condition, staggering, as if he would fall down at any time. Nan Yi also got off the aircraft. Pei Ran pointed in the direction of the west entrance of the Black Well, put Abu's arm around his neck, and carried her forward. After walking a distance, Pei Ran called up green light number 1 in his mind. Number 1 had slept enough, and woke up as soon as he was called. Pei Ran drove the green light, and wrote silently, "Black Falcon was blown to pieces." She paused, and continued to write, "Look. No. Out. Imitation." The green light jumped to the right again. Pei Ran wrote, "Like." This time the green light stopped. The first 2 times when I used it on the island, the situation was too urgent, and I had no time to try it. It turned out that it had swallowed up all the crazy light spots in its body and upgraded again. Now it can write 11 words. Pei Ran did not rush to draw a period, and suddenly had an idea, and added a comma in the middle. The black falcon was blown to pieces, and its shape could not be seen. The comma was successfully added, and it was not counted as a word. This is great. With punctuation marks, the expression will be clearer, and there will be less ambiguity. If we continue like this, maybe one day, I can write a short essay with green light number 1. Pei Ran drew a period. Behind him, there was a loud explosion. The three of them turned their heads together. The black falcon, which had been quietly resting on the red soil, exploded inexplicably, and flames appeared, and countless fragments fell to the ground. Just as Pei Ran wrote, it was completely blown to pieces, and it was impossible to tell what it was originally. Nanyi and Abu were not too surprised. In this state of silence, it was normal for something to explode, especially since it had just struggled to fly all night with its broken body. Nanyi's expression was full of relief. Relief that it waited until now to explode, and did not let 3 people die in the sky, amid the explosion of the aircraft. W said, I have informed He Jing of your return, and the car that came to pick you up has already left. He was very considerate and sent someone to pick them up, saving him from walking. This time, Pei Ran found that many nearby rift valleys had simple metal bridges built to facilitate the driving of antique vehicles. Everything in He Jing was getting on track. On the red horizon, 2 military vehicles were driving towards this side from a distance. This difficult journey was finally over. He Jing. 19 days after entering silence. Central building. Small meeting room on the top floor. The temporary decision-making committee was holding a routine meeting. On the virtual screen in front of each position, the same content was displayed. The population growth curve of He Jing. Security Agent W is explaining the current situation to the members of the temporary decision-making committee. Since the Black Well was open to refugees, the growth of the population curve has not been ideal, and our production line still has a large labor gap. W said, but in the temporary resettlement side of the mining area, the number of people who do not meet the conditions and cannot enter the Black Well is growing rapidly, and the resettlement site will soon need to continue to expand. W changed the growth curve of the number of refugees in the temporary resettlement site. He said, I still strongly recommend that the conditions for entering the Black Well be relaxed. Marshal Wiener waited for him to finish speaking, and then said to everyone, I agree with the agent's opinion. Our primary goal is to fill the labor gap. He Jing has been open for so many days, and we did not have the situation that we worried about before, that a large number of refugees would rush into He Jing at the same time. I think we need to start to relax the conditions for entering He Jing appropriately. Admiral Eugene nodded. On the issue of age, it can also be a little more relaxed. So many people over 60 can still work normally. There is no need to be so strict about education. Healthy labor is already very valuable. Marshal Wiener said, I carefully read the report submitted by W last night. The largest number of people stranded in the mining area are actually the wounded. Deputy Minister of the Interior Park Myung-cheol said, the problem is that He Jing needs healthy labor. A large number of wounded will only increase the burden on He Jing. The medical system in He Jing is already under great pressure. Marshal Wiener asked W, what about the population growth data for He Jing in the future that you calculated last time? The screen changed immediately, showing a set of charts. Marshal Wiener looked at it carefully and frowned. W said, this is an expectation based on the current statistics. The number of children entering He Jing is very small, so small that it can be almost ignored, and under the current circumstances, the willingness to have children is very low. However, if He Jing can maintain its current stable and safe state, the situation may improve in the future. It is already difficult to survive, and no one wants to have another child. He Jing has no next generation. Finance Minister Vasani said, regarding the issue of fertility willingness, I have an idea. Marshal Wiener, you say. CEO Bawei looked at his watch, tilted his head, and reminded in a low voice. Marshal Wiener, we can continue the discussion later. We have to go to the red zone first, time is up. Marshal Wiener was stunned for a moment, nodded. Yes. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. The west entrance of He Jing. Pei Ran and Abu got off the military vehicle, ran their irises as usual, asked the soldiers to wear suppression bracelets, and saw that there were actually a group of people waiting here. They were probably here to pick up Nanyi. Sure enough, several military personnel came up and greeted Nanyi. W also arranged a car to take the injured Abu directly to the hospital. Abu didn't get in the car. Her eyes were fixed on Nan-e, the man she risked her head to save. She didn't look away until he got in the car and left. She looked at Pei Ran. In the past few days, sometimes, I can occasionally see a longer future. But they are just fragments. I don't intend to see them. They just automatically run into my mind. When I was unconscious last night, I saw it again. Pei Ran asked her, what kind of fragments were they? Abu shook his head worriedly. I can't say it. Judging from her expression, it doesn't look like a good thing. Being a prophet, you have to shoulder much more than ordinary people. And you also have much greater responsibilities. Perhaps with Abu's personality, he is really a good candidate to be a prophet. She clicked on her bracelet, moved closer to Pei Ran's bracelet, and sent a friend invitation. Abu said, we will meet again. This sentence seemed to have a deeper meaning. The two of them were in the same department, so they would meet again in the future. But Abu obviously didn't mean that. Abu didn't say anything else, and got in the car and left. Anyway, I can finally go home. Pei Ran's large military backpack was originally filled with several days' worth of rations. But she left the backpack in Nan-e's villa room and didn't take it out. She had been running around non-stop since yesterday noon and hadn't eaten anything. She was almost starving. In addition, she had been caught in a heavy rain last night, and her clothes were still half wet. She was freezing. However, not far away, a black car drove over, with a conspicuous golden three-headed iris painted on the door. A well-dressed middle-aged man got out of the car and walked towards Pei Ran. He came forward. Pei Ran? We heard that you just came back, and came to pick you up. Pei Ran didn't say anything. The middle-aged man's attitude was quite good. The royal family decided to commend the heroes who have made outstanding contributions to Heijing since the silence. This morning, the awarding ceremony will be held at the residence in the Red Zone, presided over by His Majesty himself. And we sincerely invite you to attend. Pei Ran immediately asked in his mind, W? W answered quickly. I saw it. There is such a thing. You and other first-class federal medal winners will be awarded. The CO and Marshal Wiener have already gone. It's a public place. There are a lot of people. It should be fine. Pei Ran asked the middle-aged man, now? Yes. Now, the middle-aged man said. We have to hurry up. Otherwise it will be too late. Let's go. Hiding away will only make people suspicious. Why not go and take a look? Pei Ran nodded. Okay. Pei Ran got on the back seat of the black car. The middle-aged man glanced at her wet combat uniform pants and military boots covered with red mud, but said nothing. Just told the driver to go. On the day she first entered Heijing, Pei Ran was locked in an armored vehicle. When she met this black car painted with 3 irises on the road, she never thought that one day she would sit in it. The performance of the black car is excellent, stable and fast, and it is definitely not comparable to those tattered antique cars. At this time, I don't know how they found it and transported it to Heijing. It didn't take long to drive to the red area. The red area is not far from the yellow area where Pei Ran lives. Pei Ran has seen the map. The area is not large, and it can even be said to be small, but it is very different from other areas in Heijing. In other areas of Heijing, except for densely packed high-rise buildings, there are large factories. There is nothing here. The streets of the red zone are lined with 2- or 3-story buildings. Each building has a high wall outside, and the barriers are so strong that you can't see what's inside. The car drove to a gate, and there were armed soldiers from Heijing on guard at the door. Pei Ran asked W, does the royal family live here? W said, yes, because the royal family has a special status. This is a residence specially approved by Heijing's temporary decision-making committee. The title of the royal family is gone, but the status is still there. The centipede is dead, but not stiff. It must be the money that can communicate with the gods that is causing trouble. The gate opened, and the car drove in slowly. Inside was a 3-story villa with neat and modern lines. Not the antique style of the century-old royal manor on the island. Above the main entrance, 2 black flags were hung crosswise, both of which were vertical and long, with 3 golden irises embroidered on them, and golden tassels on the 4 sides. Under the flags, several people in suits stood neatly. The car stopped, and one of them saw them coming, walked down the steps quickly, came forward, and led Pei Ran out of the car. He said to the middle-aged man, hurry up. Mr. Baseway and Marshal Wiener are here, and His Majesty will come out soon. The awarding ceremony will start soon. Chapter 102. The awarding ceremony was held in a hall on the ground floor. There were more people watching the ceremony than Pei Ran expected, and the rows of black velvet seats were almost all full. The personnel were a complex composition. Some wore military uniforms. Some wore uniforms with the logos of various government agencies on their chests, and some wore civilian clothes, but they were all obviously dressed up carefully and neatly. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, "So many people came. Is the royal family so proud?" Before the silence, the royal family's Hangzhou group controlled the energy industry of the Federation and was the biggest funder behind the Federation's inheritance party. In recent days, the transportation lines from the south and east to Beijing have been basically smooth, although there are still fusion bodies on the road, but the success rate of transportation is still good. The royal family has applied for factory land in the Blue Zone, and is transferring various materials into Beijing. Beijing is gradually getting on track, and the chaebols are gradually moving their assets in. Pei Ran said calmly, "If I were Marshal Wiener, I would definitely find a way to swallow this fat piece of meat. With a gun in hand, don't let go of the fat sheep that comes to your door." W gently replied, "Do you think she doesn't want to? But this piece of meat is not so easy to swallow. If you are not careful, you will be attacked back." The middle-aged man who led the way took Pei Ran to the first row of seats on the left and sat down. Beside him were soldiers in uniforms. Everyone sat straight. Pei Ran glanced around. W whispered in her ear, "The one in uniform in the middle of the first row is Marshal Wiener." Marshal Wiener looked a little older, very thin, with a head of neat silver hair. W said, "The older man on her left is Admiral Eugene. And next to him is Lieutenant General Song Wan." Pei Ran knew Song Wan. He had met her twice, both times delivering messages for Marshal Wiener. W then said, "She is Qiao Sai's cousin. So there is this relationship. W has a good relationship with Qiao Sai. And I think he will be no worse with Song Wan." W continued to popularize science. Song Wan's side are also generals of the Temporary Decision-Making Committee. The person sitting to the right of Marshal Wiener is. Pei Ran is very good at this question. "It's CEO Batherway." "Yes," W said. Next to him are Finance Minister Vasani, Deputy Minister of the Interior Park Myung-cheol, Agriculture Minister Luca, and the chief executives of several other government agencies. All members of the Temporary Decision-Making Committee attended this time. Pei Ran wondered, "It's just a commendation ceremony. Why so many people come?" "It's mainly because Yuha has been in poor health since he arrived in Beijing. He has been living in the hospital. This is his first public appearance, so everyone gave him face and came." In front of the hall, several beams of light suddenly gathered. A huge virtual flag appeared out of thin air, with a black background and 3 golden fleur-de-lis embroidered on it, connected to the ceiling. And the tassels at the bottom touched the ground. Music started playing from somewhere, and the virtual flag slowly rotated in the air, and then stopped. The double doors next to it opened, and someone came in with a wheelchair. The person sitting in the wheelchair, Pei Ran had seen countless times in the information given by W, was the current ruler of the royal family. And if he had not been abolished, the theoretical emperor, Yuha. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, with a pale face and a listless spirit, as if he had not recovered from his illness. Pei Ran also knew the man pushing the wheelchair. He was Xing Wuxian's brother, the eldest prince Yin Sun. Yin Sun looked about the same age as Xing Wuxian, and he looked a bit similar, but his expression was different. He was not as arrogant as Xing Wuxian. He pushed his father, and seemed a little timid. As soon as Yuha arrived, the awarding ceremony began immediately. The host of the ceremony was an old man. He explained that their majesty was in poor health, so the ceremony would be relatively brief. Then he began to talk at length about the significance of the various heroic deeds of the awardees present to Beijing and the entire Federation. It was not brief at all. Pei Ran was starving. His stomach was growling non-stop, so loud that the people sitting next to him could probably hear it. The old man finally finished speaking, and then he began to call people up to the stage one by one. The medal to be awarded was the Royal Knight's Medal of Honor. The soldiers sitting next to Pei Ran went up one after another, and finally Pei Ran's name was called. Pei Ran walked up and stood in front of the wheelchair, thinking that the current situation was very strange, and even a little funny. He had just killed the son of the man in the wheelchair, and now he was being awarded a medal by him. Yuha sat still in his wheelchair. The eldest prince Yinshuan stepped forward and took the last medal from the velvet-covered gold tray on his behalf and pinned it on Pei Ran's uniform. The others were all soldiers and would salute. But Pei Ran was not, and did not intend to express anything. Yuan was stunned for a moment, looking a little confused. He immediately turned his head to look at his father, and finally took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with Pei Ran. After leaving the stage, the old man naggled for a while, and the medal awarding ceremony was finally over. Yuha motioned to his son to push him over, and greeted the people who came to watch the ceremony. Pei Ran heard someone say, "Is the transportation line in Zolin going smoothly? I heard that the transportation line in the east has been going smoothly these 2 days, and no fusion bodies have been encountered. I saw that Hangzhou's resources are continuously transported into Heijing. Your Majesty has spared no effort in building Heijing. I believe Hangzhou will definitely be the backbone of Heijing's construction and development in the future." Pei Ran glanced around and saw Marshal Wiener tilting his head to talk to Bass away. Both of them were smiling, and the atmosphere seemed very harmonious. People who don't know the inside story can't see that the relationship between these two people has been tense for a long time. My stomach growled again. Everyone was chatting, no one was leaving. Pei Ran didn't care, and was about to slip out the door, when someone called him. It was Song Wan. She waved her hand, and brought Pei Ran to Marshal Wiener. Marshal Wiener shook hands with Pei Ran. She said, "I've always wanted to see you, but I never had the time. I heard that you just came back, so I came here immediately to attend the awarding ceremony. Thank you for your hard work." She seemed to know very well that Pei Ran had successfully brought Nanyi back to Heijing. Pei Ran replied, "It's okay. It's fine." Someone nearby joined in the fun and asked, "It looks like you just came back from a mission. It must be very hard." If they didn't say it, Pei Ran wouldn't have felt that he was so embarrassed. In the past 2 days, he climbed trees and walls, rolled around on the grass, and his light gray combat uniform had long turned into camouflage. In addition, he was soaked in the rain for half a night, so his clothes and pants were wet and wrinkled. His boots were no longer recognizable, and they were covered with mud and water, and were stained with broken grass leaves. Her outfit was completely different from that of this group of well-dressed people, and she didn't fit in. Pei Ran only responded vaguely. Deputy Minister of the Interior Park Myongcheol suddenly interrupted. "Is it the mission to rescue Pioneer Sweetheart? I heard that he just went to Heijing." "Pioneer Sweetheart?" W explained in his ear. "The candidate of the Pioneer Party is called Maxino. Every time he appears on camera, Nanny follows him. Because Nanny looks good and is young, everyone calls him Pioneer Sweetheart. This is obviously not a good name." Park Myongcheol is the current cabinet minister, a member of the Inheritance Party, and he was not polite when he called the people from the Vanguard Party by their nicknames. Baseway seemed to have known that his mortal enemy had come to Heijing. The smile on his face did not change at all, and he even glanced at Park Myongcheol in a warning manner. Then someone started a conversation. "I heard that Nanyi was rescued from an outlying island." He said the word outlying island. Yuha, who was in a wheelchair, immediately turned his head and looked over here. Yuha signaled his son to turn the wheelchair in a different direction, and asked Pei Ran, "You just came back from an outlying island? How is the situation on the outlying island?" It was impossible to hide it. The record of her mission was in the system. With Yuha's power, he could easily check it. It's just unclear whether they knew about the feud between her and Shirkei. Once they found out that Xing Wuxian was dead, they would soon realize that she was also on the island during this period. Pei Ran answered directly, "The island is full of various crazy fusions, which is very dangerous. Our rescue team had 7 people, and only 2 came back alive. This is the truth. It is normal for a few people to die on the island. If they don't know about Shirkei, they may not really think of her." There were sighs of sympathy and regret all around. Marshal Wiener came to her rescue. "You just came back, you haven't eaten yet, and you didn't sleep last night, right? Go back and rest." Yinsen said, "I'll have someone take her back by car." It was the same car that was waiting for Pei Ran in the yard. The driver asked Pei Ran to get in the car, asked her the address of the dormitory, and drove the car out of the yard. Sitting in the car, Pei Ran looked out the window. Heijing without Xing Wuxian looked a lot better, but it seemed that there were more disputes involved. They soon arrived at the dormitory building in the yellow zone. When going upstairs, the mechanical spider quietly slipped out of her pocket, crawled down her arm, and crawled onto her hand. His metal claws touched her palm slightly, adjusted his posture, curled up, and nestled in her palm. He asked in her ear, "Pei Ran, so I can go home with you, right?" This sounded strange. W added, "Pets should go home with their owners, right?" It sounded very legitimate. Pei Ran wondered. I was planning to take the mechanical spider back to the dormitory, what else? Will I throw it at the door? W seemed to have thought a lot, and continued to add, if you mind, in your dormitory, I can turn off the camera. Become a blind spider. So he was thinking about this. Taking the spider back is like taking a surveillance camera back to a private space. Take him home, Pei Ran didn't really mind, but since he took the initiative to say it, Pei Ran held his spider motionlessly. Okay, then turn it off. W paused, then answered, no problem. Pei Ran swiped his iris, opened the door of the dormitory, and heard Ryan's voice. Master? Master? Is it you? The tone was so sad that it was exaggerated, as if someone had abandoned it. Ryan slid out of the kitchen quickly, followed by Shinkong. Ryan said, I suddenly received a notice, saying that you have a mission to perform, and you may not be back for several days. They were alone at home, and they seemed to be living a good life. The room was probably deeply cleaned again, the windows were clean, there were no fingerprints anywhere, and they even wished that the ceiling was polished. When Ryan slid over, there was a sad expression on the panel. When he saw Pei Ran's whole body, the sadness disappeared and was replaced by surprise. Master, have you been rolling in the trash for 2 days? Pei Ran's body was covered with flowers, like a painting. Her dirty boots stepped on the mirror-like floor. And Ryan took a breath. It put the slippers at Pei Ran's feet and commanded, Shinkong, go get a set of clean clothes and put them in the bathroom. Master, go take a shower now. Don't touch anything. Absolutely don't touch anything. Just go into the bathroom. It is the master of this house. Pei Ran obediently changed into slippers, and suddenly remembered to take the mechanical spider out of his pocket. She took the spider, looked left and right, and really didn't know where to put this spider that had just crawled out of the trash can according to Ryan's hygiene standards. Ryan took the mechanical spider, held one of its metal legs with his fingertips in disdain, and asked, Master, what is this thing? Pei Ran, this is your god. Pei Ran, this is my little pet. A blind spider. Pei Ran took a shower, changed his clothes and came out, and saw Ryan still spraying disinfectant on his god. It sprayed up and down, left and right, and muttered, I don't know if there are bacteria hidden in the joints. Can this thing be washed? Pei Ran scooped the spider over. It's clean enough. The spider was in her palm, and it stretched out a claw tentatively, carefully probed, took a step forward, stretched out the other claw and probed, and took another step forward. It looked like a blind person using a crutch to find the way. Pei Ran laughed. The spider's ears were very sharp, and it hurt it. W's voice sounded in my ears. With a little grievance, I can't see it. Is it funny? He took the initiative to turn off the camera, and he felt wronged again. Pei Ran, yeah. It's quite funny. Someone pulled Pei Ran's sleeve. It was the starry sky. It whispered, Pei Ran. I saw the starry sky last night. Its cartoon eyes were big. There are so many stars. Little by little, densely packed, like many very thin and dense small lights, all over the sky. Whenever I think that almost every bright spot is a star like the sun, I feel. It tried to find words. Great. Seeing it so happy, Pei Ran generously asked it, do you want to see anything else? I'll make a wish for you to the weather god. Starry Sky asked tentatively, when will the hail fall? Once, a miner who went to move things outside the mine said that he saw hail, like small ice balls, falling from the sky. Later, when I figured out a way, when I slipped to the entrance of the mine, the hail stopped, and everything on the ground had turned into water. I didn't see anything. Okay, Pei Ran said. She said to the god of weather in her heart, did you hear that? There is a baby who has never seen hail, and wants to see it. The god of weather replied, God can't see now, and his hearing is not very good. The bowls were already set on the table. Pei Ran took the mechanical spider and sat down, and put him on the table. It was a bowl of fragrant chicken noodle soup. The chicken soup was yellow and hot. Pei Ran had been driving a convertible in the cold wind all night, and this bowl of noodles was a timely help. She drank a mouthful of hot soup, poked the spider's back with her fingertips, and asked in her mind, Little blind man, did you arrange the chicken noodle soup? She knew it was him. W replied, Yes, I arranged it with my eyes closed. I am still writing the report for you with my eyes closed. 5 people died in this mission, you must write a report. Pei Ran continued to eat noodles with a clear conscience. How did you write it? Write it as it is? Yes, write it as it is. W said. Spider took pictures of the scene, Captain Zachary, and Uncle he were killed by the fusion. Captain Mia was killed by Lu Ming. You killed Winnow Tori to save Abu. Lu Ming couldn't control his own powers, and gave them to himself. Jijian. The whole process was very clear. There were no problems. Pei Ren ate a piece of chicken, asked him, "Where's the Black Falcon? How did it come?" Anran answered, "We only need to clarify the cause of death of teammates, and do not need to report the rescue details, otherwise the Special Operations Department will not have to do anything, and can only write reports every day." When the bowl of chicken noodle soup was finished, Ryan immediately brought another bowl, with a proud face. "Master, I knew you wanted to eat double." Pei Ren ate it up in a flash, and the second bowl of noodles was gone in a blink of an eye, and even the soup was finished. W suggested, "You haven't slept for a day and a night. Do you want to go to sleep for a while?" Pei Ren picked up the spider, put it in his pocket, and stood up. "Why sleep? Of course. I'll go to the mining area now. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. I have to go to the temporary refugee settlement in the mining area immediately to find Kuchi with the number 10 file. After saving Nan Yi and killing Xing Wuxian, there may be troubles. I have to take the number 10 file, which is the handle of Basaway and the royal family, into my own hands." Chapter 103. Pei Ren said, "Ai Xia and Jiang Gong are still working as volunteers in the mining area. Right? It's a good opportunity to go over and see them. W. Is there any chance to go to the mining area temporarily now? Blackwell cannot be entered and exited casually. A pass is required." "I have searched it," W said. "A famous doctor in the mining area applied for a special medicine this morning, and volunteers are needed to go to the material department to get it and deliver it, and a temporary pass for 1 day can be issued." "That's the best," Pei Ren immediately said. "I'll go." W said, "Pei Ren, although there are fewer fusion bodies in the mining area, Blackwell itself is short of manpower, and can't send enough people to maintain law and order. Only volunteers can barely play a role, and you will die if you make a sound, which is very unsafe, so be careful." Pei Ren, "I understand." W moved quickly. "I'll help you fill out the registration form, and verify your identity. You can go to the supplies department of the central building to get the medicine." Pei Ren finished his noodles, picked up the spider and left. Ryan asked behind him, "Master, where are you going? Are you going to dig into the trash can again?" Pei Ren, "No. This time I'm going to dig into the mine." Ryan. As soon as she left the dormitory, the spider immediately turned on the camera, and finally it was not blind, and crawled into her pocket along her arm. W said, "Heijing now has a free bus. You can take the bus to the central building. The bus stop is not far from the dormitory, but it takes a little longer to wait, at least half an hour." And it slowly came over. It was not working hours. There were not many people on the bus, all civilians. Most people were wearing the same clothes, either navy blue or dark gray, like work clothes, which should be the supplies distributed when entering Heijing. Only a few people were still wearing their own clothes, which were dirty and patched. The bus was silent. Everyone looked straight ahead and said nothing, which should be the habit outside Heijing. After all, most people had only been in Heijing for a few days, and were not used to speaking out loud. Pei Ren thought of the F306 bus he had taken when he had just crossed over, before the silence broke out. The situation in the bus was actually similar to that time. It was just one more commercial song. Pei Ren seemed to hear the melody of the commercial song. "This is a beautiful home. Carrying you in my dreams. It is where my heart is at peace. Happiness will always be there. And we will bathe in the golden sunshine together." The white light on the dome of the Blackwell reflected the tired faces of the passengers. Quiet, wooden people seemed to have handed their fate to this old bus, and did not really care where it would take them. Anyway, it's the same everywhere. The bus stops at every station, and finally arrives at the central square. Pei Ren went to the 5th floor's material department to get a pack of medicine and a map to the mining area, and put them in her backpack, and continued to take the bus, passing through this underground city, and went all the way to the southernmost end before getting off the bus. She walked along the street, and came to the tunnel at the south entrance. The soldier in front of the isolation gate reached out to stop her. "You can't enter and exit the Blackwell at will. Do you have a pass? I need to scan your iris." The soldier looked at her again, and suddenly recognized her, holding up the iris scanning instrument. "Are you that Pei Ren?" Pei Ren was embarrassed, and moved her eyes closer. "You scan it." She passed the checkpoint smoothly, took off the bracelet, and sealed her mouth tightly with tape, and passed another checkpoint, and finally arrived outside the black well. The big white stone at the south entrance is still there, as if it were a lifetime ago. The refugees' current settlement is closer than the entrance, where they hid from the human camera machine when they came to Haging last time. But it is still 2 or 3 kilometers away. There was only a dark gray sky and red soil all along the way. No human camera machine was encountered. It was so safe that it made people feel uncomfortable. There was no one else. The mechanical spider lay on her shoulder unscrupulously, looking around. Pei Ran couldn't help but flick it with his finger. I walk. You take the car. You are quite comfortable. The fingertips touched the little head of the mechanical spider, and its eyes lit up. Turn it off, W said gently. It's a waste of energy. He said it as if he didn't have the authority to turn it off. Pei Ran flicked the spider again, and the spider's light went out immediately. W said, now you carry me. And when I make a big mechanical spider one day, I will carry you everywhere. Pei Ran imagined a huge silver mechanical spider carrying her everywhere. You said it. I'm waiting for you to carry me one day. The mechanical spider suddenly stood up. We're almost there. A large area of buildings left over from the mining area appeared in front of us, and there were people moving around nearby. As we got closer, we could see that this was the entrance to a mine tunnel. There were a few people outside the entrance. Their clothes were dirty and torn, and they seemed to be coming out to get some fresh air. 2 armed soldiers stood at the entrance of the mine tunnel. When they saw Pei Ran coming over, wearing a light gray FBSMB uniform, they nodded to her and did not stop her. Pei Ran walked past them into the mine tunnel. The logistics department gave Pei Ran a photo of a doctor and told her to find the doctor in the mine area and hand over the medicine. It was not dark in the mine tunnel, and there were lights on all the way. W said, electricity will be supplied from the black well in the future. But for now, we are using mobile energy boxes. The further we go in, the more people there are. Much more than Pei Ran imagined. The ground of the mine tunnel is covered with blankets distributed uniformly, leaving only a passage in the middle. People sit or lie down in their respective bunks. Many people have injuries, wrapped in white bandages, and blood seeps out of the bandages. This is outside the black well. If you make a sound, you will die. The mine tunnel is so quiet that it is eerie. There are so many wounded people, many of whom are seriously injured. But there is no groan. Those who can't stand it and scream have already died. In the mine tunnel, in addition to these seriously injured people who were silently bleeding, there were also many exhausted old people. If all these people entered the black well, maybe it would not bring much benefit to the black well, but would only increase the burden on the black well. The Blackwell Hospital would probably be full. It seemed that the black well was planning to move forward lightly, leaving all these burdens behind. The mechanical spider hid back in Pei Ran's pocket, leaving only its eyes exposed, and kept scanning the people on the ground, looking for Kuchi, who was carrying the number 10 file. Pei Ran went all the way inside. There were forks in the mine tunnel. Pei Ran didn't need to worry about it. He just marked them on the map and scanned them one by one. Pei Ran saw volunteers wearing Haging uniforms and several medical staff, all busy rescuing the wounded, but he didn't see the doctor in the photo, nor did he see Aisha and Jiang Gong. After wandering in the maze-like mine tunnel for a long time, he still couldn't find Kuchi. Pei Ran stopped, looked around, and suddenly felt someone pulling at his trouser legs. It was a girl with a head wrapped in white gauze, who looked very young, lying on a blanket, with a pale face and deep eye sockets. Pei Ran squatted down and asked her with his eyes, "What's the matter?" The girl couldn't speak and stretched out a hand and grabbed Pei Ran's hand. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, "I don't know if she wants water or food." W said, "Haging has provided food and water to the temporary refugee settlement. Although it is not as abundant as the supply in Haging, it is still enough to sustain life." The girl didn't look like she wanted anything and opened the bracelet screen. She found a photo, which was a photo of her and a middle-aged couple, who should be a family of 3. She looked at Pei Ran earnestly. She seemed to be separated from her family and was looking for someone. There was no temporary resettlement site in the mining area. She saw Pei Ran wearing Haging clothes, like grabbing a life-saving straw, probably wanting her to help find someone in Haging. W immediately did facial recognition. Her name is Aimu. She is a sophomore at Shipa University. Her family is in Yurcha. Her parents are technicians in a drone company. He paused. I have searched the list of people who entered Haging, and did not find her parents. In Yurcha City, countless people have become human-chip machine fusions. Her parents are probably in danger. Looking closer, Aimu's head injury is very serious, and it is still bleeding. If she doesn't get timely treatment, she may not live long enough to find her parents. Unfortunately, there is almost no medical equipment at the resettlement site. Pei Ran just quietly opened the bracelet and took a photo of her family. Aimu knew that she would help find someone, so she breathed a sigh of relief and let go of her hand. Pei Ran stood up and suddenly felt very uncomfortable on her back, as if someone was behind her, staring at her intently. Pei Ran turned around and saw a group of young men gathered at a corner not far away. They were all men in their 20s and 30s, and the oldest looked no more than 40. No one was injured, and they looked healthy, even strong. This group of people were young and strong, but they were unable to enter the black well. Among them was a man in his 30s, wearing a thick leather jacket with velvet, and a circle of lush brown fur around the collar. He was obviously the leader of the group. W only needed to look at a person, and he could figure out his background clearly. He said, "Pei Ran, stay away from them. The man in the fur collar jacket is called Hatsi. I can find dozens of criminal records of him in the northern city of Aliku. He has been in prison 3 times, and was recently released." The few people next to him, each of them has a criminal record of serious assault. The Blackwell does not allow people with criminal records to enter, and they are all filtered out. The problem is, in this end of the world, when order has completely disappeared, let the elderly, injured ordinary people stay in the mining area with such a group of people. This is like keeping the weakest sheep and the most ferocious wolf together. Just thinking about it makes people feel cold. There are only medical staff and volunteers who come to serve in the mining area, and 2 soldiers guarding the door. The management is obviously not enough. There are more things around them than others. There are all kinds of thick clothes, blankets, and various odds and ends thrown around. It is obvious that they came from shady places. Maybe they were robbed. Hatsi and the others all looked Pei Ran up and down, and only looked away when they saw her turn her head. The black uniform she was wearing made them wary, and they did not dare to act rashly. Pei Ran ignored them, and continued to walk forward, and finally saw the doctor she was looking for. There was not only the doctor, but also Ai Xia and Jiang Gong. Ai Xia no longer held her stick in her mouth, and sealed her mouth with tape. She and Jiang Gong were both wearing dark gray uniforms, white armbands, and looked safe and sound. They were helping a wounded man treat his wound with the doctor. The wounded man's trouser legs were cut open, and there was a serious ulcer on his calf. The surrounding skin was black, and the exposed muscle tissue could be seen. The wound was so rotten that it had not been treated yet. It was probably a refugee who had just trekked to the mining area. The doctor moved quickly and carefully removed the necrotic tissue with a scalpel. The wounded person must have been anesthetized. He lay flat on his back with a calm expression. Jiang Gong was helping the doctor. Ai Xia held a dazzlingly bright lamp in her hand. The doctor stretched out his hand, pinched it with his index finger and thumb, and made a tweezer's gesture. Jiang Gong immediately went to the medical bag to get it, but he couldn't find it. Ai Xia knew it, but she was still holding the lamp and couldn't speak. She waved hard at her grandmother, but unfortunately her grandmother was busy looking for something and didn't see it at all. A hand suddenly reached out and took the lamp from Ai Xia's hand. Ai Xia looked up and saw a familiar face. It was Pei Ran. He was looking at her with a smile. After more than 10 days of not seeing him, Pei Ran looked healthy and normal, with no missing limbs. But he had less hair, only a layer of stubble, which made his facial features clearer and his eyes brighter. Ai Xia was unable to speak, so she could only grab Pei Ran's arm that was not holding the lamp and shook it hard. The doctor was still working hard and made a gesture of opening and closing tweezers. Ai Xia had to let go of Pei Ran and help her grandmother find the tweezers and hand them to the doctor. Jiang Gong raised her head and saw Pei Ran, her eyes full of smiles. She reached out and touched Pei Ran's head, and then gestured to her own head, as if to say that she also felt troublesome and wished she could shave it off. The doctor used tweezers to pick out the necrotic tissue, and then stretched out his hand to gesture the action of pouring water. Ai Xia immediately took the saline solution, rinsed the wound, and after washing it carefully, she did not suture it directly, but wrapped it with layers of gauze. Finally, the doctor put down the gauze and immediately ran to the next wounded man whose face was cut open to change the dressing. One after another. There was no time to catch their breath. W said, "You are busy. I will go inside to continue looking for Kuchi." Pei Ran agreed, "Okay." The spider took advantage of people not paying attention, crawled out of her pocket, slid down her clothes, climbed to the corner of the wall next to it, and quickly climbed up the wall. It went up and down, looking down from the wall, scanning people's faces, and went to find people one by one. Pei Ran and Aisia could still take turns holding the light, and the doctor never stopped. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, "If this goes on, the doctor will be exhausted." W replied, "There is no way. There are too few medical staff that can be deployed from Beijing." When the doctor finally treated a wounded patient and took a break to drink water, Pei Ran opened his backpack and handed the medicine he'd brought to the doctor. The express delivery was completed. A whistle sounded from somewhere in the distance. Aisha tapped her knuckles. "It's time for lunch." She took Pei Ran and left. Outside the mine entrance, there was a truck parked, and someone was moving boxes of bread down. The bread was dark in color and rough in texture, somewhat similar to the homemade black bread in the bunker. Pei Ran said to W in his heart, "This bread is not very good." W explained, "The relief budget approved by the temporary committee for the mine area is very limited. I have tried my best to improve the quality as much as possible while ensuring sufficient quantity." The volunteers serving in the mine area came out one after another, and each of them pushed a few boxes of bread with a cart at the door. Aisha and Jiangong also each received a small cart of bread and a large bucket of water. Aisha tapped her fingers. "Each of our volunteers is responsible for an area, distributing water and food to the refugees." Pei Ran wondered, 3 meals a day, do we have to distribute them one by one like this every day? Bread can be kept at room temperature, and if we distribute them like this every day, the volunteers will be exhausted. Aisha stopped the cart, tapped her knuckles, and said a long sentence. "You don't know. If you distribute too much and leave it there, some people will steal it when no one is paying attention, and some people will rob it openly. The result is that the next meal, the old, weak, sick and disabled will be hungry, and they will have nothing to eat. It's better to give them only one meal at a time, and then watch them finish eating." "I knew this would happen." Pei Ran asked, "If anyone dares to rob, wouldn't it be better to just throw them out of the mine?" Aisia glanced at the soldiers at the entrance. The soldiers are on guard to prevent the fusion bodies, and they don't care what happens in the mine tunnel, and they can't go over even if they are called. Only volunteers, occasionally, will spontaneously maintain order. She was worried. This is a place where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Because it is outside the Black Well, people die every day, some die from injuries, some die from fighting, and some die from making noises accidentally. There are too many deaths, and no one cares. The group of people wearing fur jackets, did you notice them? Aisia said. They are the cancer of the mine. I saw it with my own eyes last time. They beat a person who dared to stand up to stop them, until he couldn't help but make a sound, and the person was blown to death. The volunteers are not here at night. It is obvious that the situation in the mining area at night will be worse than during the day. Compared to that, snatching some food is just a small matter. Aisha frowned tightly, and pointed her fingers quickly. It is precisely this group of people, who are the healthiest, who can never tell when they will be able to enter the Black Well once the entry conditions are relaxed. So many volunteers turn a blind eye, and are unwilling to really make enemies with them, for fear that they will cause trouble for themselves after entering the Black Well. They start to steal things as soon as they turn around, and my grandmother and I have intervened a few times, and I took them back and wanted to return them, but no one dared to take them, and my grandmother was very angry. Aisha and Jiangong are both gentlemen, and they have probably never encountered such rogues in their life circle, and they are very angry. Pei Ran helped Jiangong push the cart into the mine tunnel, and then walked down with Aisia for a while. Returning to the area they had just been in, Ha Zi and the others saw Aisia coming, and they all avoided their sight, obviously because they had suffered at Aisia's hands. However, when Aisia turned around, Pei Ran saw someone giving Aisia a middle finger from behind. Each person got a bag of bread, and Pei Ran also helped. Aisia pointed at Pei Ran, pointed at the ground, pointed at herself, pointed at the front, and walked away with a box of bread. 2 people each got one, and the delivery speed was faster. Pei Ran soon understood what Aisia meant by the law of the jungle. The girl with the head injury, Aimu, had been lying on the blanket, looking exhausted, with no intention of eating the bread. Pei Ran put the bread on her bunk, and continued to distribute bread to the wounded next to him. When he turned his head, he saw a man with a mustache slowly approaching. He was one of Hatz's group. He turned around, looked around, and suddenly leaned down, and picked up the bread on Aimu's bunk as if nothing had happened. Aimu seemed to be used to being robbed, and just watched silently, without moving. The man with a mustache picked up the bag of bread and turned to leave. However, he could not leave. His wrist was clamped by someone, and the joint was twisted. Pei Ran controlled his wrist with one hand and squinted at him. In the quiet mine tunnel, one could almost hear the sound of bones cracking. There was a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it was going to break. The man with a mustache was really scared, and he tried his best to hold back without making a sound. And the bread in his hand fell to the ground. Pei Ran let go of him and pointed at the bread on the ground with his chin. The little mustache turned around as if asking for help and glanced at Hatzi and his group. Hatzi stared at the side, pursed his lips, and said nothing. The little mustache had to pick up the bag of bread obediently and put it back on Aimu's blanket. Pei Ran continued to distribute bread, occasionally glancing at Hatzi and his group. She walked forward and gradually passed the corner. The mechanical spider climbed back along the wall, and while no one was paying attention, it dropped from the air and landed accurately on her shoulder. Pei Ran asked him, "Still no?" W replied, "I searched all over. I identified the skeleton structure, inner pupillary distance and other features that are not easy to change, but I still couldn't find Kiki." Kiki had entered the resettlement site in the mining area and never left again. Now she is not there. There can only be two possibilities. Either she followed the maze-like mine tunnel and entered a deeper place where no one is gone, or she died. If she accidentally exploded, there would be no place to find her. But if she died because of serious injuries, at least there should be a body. Pei Ran asked W, "How did the corpse ship out of the mining area? Where did you get it?" W answer, "Put in the bag, send to the nearby corpse, after a batch. Incinerate together. There was an incineration this afternoon." Pei Ran, "We have to go to the corpse. But before that, there are other things to do." Pei Ran asked, "If I do with others here, what will happen?" W to silence, honestly answered, "In fact, what happens? No monitoring in the resettlement point. No one cares. Now it is a state of self-destruction. That's simple." Pei Ran turned the corner and returned to the section of the mine tunnel he had just visited. As expected, he saw Hatzi nodded at Aimu, and the man with the mustache immediately walked towards Aimu's bunk. Pei Ran had just intervened to take back the bread, which had offended their group of people. They had to get their territory back, so that they could establish their authority in this mining area. They didn't dare to touch Pei Ran, but it was not a problem to deal with the seriously injured Aimu. The man with the mustache not only took the bread this time, but also kicked Aimu's injured head hard. Aimu tried her best to hold back, and curled up in pain. Pei Ran dropped the bread box in her hand. She took 2 steps forward and grabbed the wrist of the man holding the bread. This time, she showed no mercy. She used force as soon as she struck. With a click, the man's wrist bone was broken. A scream escaped from his mouth, and everyone was so scared that they quickly hid back. Pei Ran kicked him, which was even more fierce than the kick he had just given to Aimu. The man flew up and hit the empty corner of the wall. Bang, the man exploded. Pei Ran killed a person in a flash. And Hatzi and the others all changed their expressions. They had never seen such a brutal volunteer. However, Pei Ran was wearing a Heijing uniform, and several people were still thinking about entering Heijing in the future. Even if they were more powerful, they were afraid of offending Heijing people, so they didn't dare to come and fight her directly. They all lowered their eyes and avoided Pei Ran's sight. Pei Ran killed one person and walked over directly. No one understood the rule of the jungle better than her. She came from such a world, and she was old enough to open a cram school for these people. If you keep your head down and obey your eyes, you won't be eaten by stronger people? There is no such thing. If you want to eat others, you must be prepared to be eaten by stronger people. Chapter 104. Pei Ran ignored the others, walked over directly, grabbed Hatzi's collar, and flipped it over, and pushed him against the wall. Then he grabbed his hair, and slammed him against the wall of the mine tunnel. Blood was flowing from Hatzi's forehead. He actually held back, and didn't say a word. Pei Ran didn't let go, and pulled the hair on the back of his head, and slammed him hard again. This time, he was even more powerful than before, and Hatzi's head hit the wall with a loud thump. Hatzi was hit so hard that he felt dizzy, and his face was covered in blood. He didn't care whether Pei Ran was wearing the Heijing uniform or not, and struggled desperately. Seeing that Hatzi was resisting, the men with him exchanged glances with each other, and tried to move forward tentatively. One of the men was the fastest, and had already rushed over, trying to help Hatsi pull Pei Ran's arm away. Pei Ran didn't loosen his hand, and kicked him in the ribs. His ribs were broken, and he groaned and flew backwards, hitting his companions. Bang, 3 more were killed in an instant. Other people in the mine were very afraid of Hatsi and his gang, so they moved their beds far away from them, leaving a large space, which was very suitable for them to spread out. People died one after another, and Hatsi finally understood that the man behind him was going to kill all of them. But the hand holding him down was so strong that there was no way he could break free. Pei Ran had no other distractions, and continued to bang his head against the wall. She seemed to be patiently doing some simple repetitive work. But the force of the collision was getting stronger and stronger. There was a sound of the skull denting and breaking. Hatsi finally couldn't hold on, and groaned in pain. Pei Ran achieved his goal, and let go, and stepped back. Hatsi struggled to turn around, and waved his hands in the air, as if he wanted to grab her before he died and die with her. Unfortunately, the blood flowing down his forehead blurred his eyes, and his eyes were blood red, and he couldn't grab anything. Bang sound. The strong who believed in the law of the jungle in the mine tunnel was gone just like that. Pei Ran glanced around, including Hatsi. There were 6 people gathered here just now, but now only 5 were killed. And there was a man in a short down jacket who was gone. As she was thinking, she saw the man in the down jacket going around the corner of the mine tunnel and coming here. He lowered his head and wondered what he was thinking. When he came closer, he suddenly saw blood flowers bursting on the ground. He was stunned for a moment, then stopped and raised his head. Pei Ran rushed forward without waiting for him to react. All his accomplices were shocked. Down Jacket didn't run away. He immediately took a boxing stance, with his fists one in front and one behind. Pei Ran was sharp-eyed, and immediately saw a faint green light between the fingers of his clenched right hand. It turned out that he was carrying goods. Down Jacket threw a punch before the fist arrived. The fist wind arrived first, as if a large wave of invisible airflow wrapped around his fist, and it hit Pei Ran's head with great force, with an extremely amazing momentum. Pei Ran has been watching various painting tutorials these days. He couldn't help thinking that if he wanted to draw his movements at this moment, he must use exaggerated perspective. Draw a huge fist in the foreground, and the body in the back looks very small, in order to create a dynamic sense of impact and power. The effect must be good. Thinking in his mind, the manipulator has already moved. The force of the down jacket's punch is very strong, and the wind it brings is whistling. But it is straight, and the skills are insufficient. Pei Ran dodged the punch like a ghost, grabbed his elbow, twisted it in the opposite direction, and immediately stepped back. Ah! A scream. Another person who couldn't bear the pain cried out. They used this method to kill others. Pei Ran thought they were so powerful, and had a strong endurance, but it turned out to be just like this. The down jacket exploded. In addition to the blood and flesh splattered everywhere, there were also down feathers flying all over the sky. In the falling feathers, there was a little green light. Pei Ran reached out and grabbed it calmly. The green light sank into the body. Green light number 1 was actually awake, and was wandering back and forth in the body, and bumped into the takeaway, like a blessing from heaven, probably afraid that Pei Ran would hold it down again to stop it from moving, so he didn't hesitate for even half a second, and swallowed the takeaway in one gulp. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, you didn't even let me play with my fist with exaggerated perspective effects. And you just swallowed it? It can be seen that this green light is in the state of collapse that it can eat. This is the first time that green light number 1 swallowed a point of collapse, and its reaction is very different from usual. It was like being drunk, staggering, and immediately went to sleep. Pei Ran could feel that. It swallowed it whole, and ate a little too much. After eating a point of collapse, it was like swallowing a lot of crazy points in one breath. It seems that the green light of the collapsed state should be a better food. Pei Ran still has 2 points of green light of the collapsed state collected from Lu Ming and Winnow Toru in his body. When it is hungry next time, you can feed it to it. Countless feathers fell down and stuck to the bloody flowers on the ground. Pei Ran killed several people in one breath. In theory, he didn't kill anyone. They all died by themselves. W then said in his ear, "There are people pouring into the mining area. There will definitely be more people like this. You can't kill them all." "Yes," Pei Ran said, "but killing one means one less." W thought to herself. She thought this was a story where a little boy threw starfish into the sea. Throw the garbage from the human race into the 18 levels of hell. Throw one less. Pei-ran walked to the corner where Hatsi and the others put their things. This place was like a material warehouse, with a lot of things stored, piles of bread alone, and all kinds of warm clothes and blankets. Pei-ran picked up the bread they had stored, and randomly distributed it to the people in the bunks around. Hatsi and his group were all dead, and people no longer had any concerns, and quickly took the bread, and nodded to Pei-ran to express their gratitude. And those clothes and supplies. Pei-ran picked them out one by one, and let the refugees claim them. The mountain of clothes gradually became smaller. Pei-ran lifted up a pile of blankets, and suddenly saw a corner of brown and yellow checkered fabric under the blanket. The color and pattern were very familiar. The mechanical spider also saw it. It's the clothes that Kuchi wore when he entered the mining area. And the backpack, Pei-ran said. The backpack was placed under the clothes. No one was found in the mining area. But the thick coat and backpack were there. She was seriously injured when she came in. And it was almost certain that she was in a critical condition. The others were far away. Pei-ran pretended to still sort out the pile of things, using his body and blanket to block them, and roughly looked through the clothes and bag. There was nothing in the pockets of the clothes, and the bag was almost empty, with only a few daily necessities and a water bottle. Pei-ran put down his backpack and quietly stuffed Kuchi's clothes and bag into it. There was no way to look at it carefully now, but he could look for it carefully again after taking it back. If there was nothing in the clothes and bag, the things related to file number 10 might be on the body. But this area is under Aisha's responsibility. Pei-ran said to W in his heart, I'm going to ask Aisha if she has seen this Kuchi. If she has she had any contact with other people? As he was talking, Aisha came back with an empty bread box. She saw the bloodstains on the ground, and knew that someone had died again. She was not too surprised. But she saw Pei-ran searching the lair of Hatsi's gang. Most of the supplies they had stockpiled had been divided up, which frightened her. Aisha walked over quickly and pointed her finger. Did you kill them all? Pei-ran said innocently. No. They all exploded by themselves. Aisha pointed her finger. Nonsense. It must be you. They are not firecrackers that will explode by themselves. These guys should have died long ago. She also came to help divide the things. Pei-ran took the opportunity to open the bracelet screen, and only reduced the virtual screen to half the size of a palm, and showed her the photo of Kuchi on it. Have you seen this person? Aisha nodded immediately. I have. He is a good person. But unfortunately, he was injured too badly. He survived until yesterday. But he still couldn't make it. She really saw Kuchi. And Kuchi really died. Just one day later, Aisha suddenly unbuttoned her uniform jacket, took out something from the secret pocket inside, and quietly showed it to Pei-ran. Look! This is what he grabbed my arm and forced me to wear before he died. It is a half-finger wide, bright silver metal wristband. Pei-ran immediately asked, Can you give it to me? Of course. Aisha directly handed the wristband to Pei-ran. Aisha picked up a pile of clothes, prepared to give them to everyone, but did not leave, turned sideways to approach Pei-ran, wrapped the clothes with her arm, and barely freed her palm, tapped her knuckles. Actually, you asked this person, because you are looking for this wristband, right? Smart Aisha. Pei-ran was a little embarrassed. Yes. Aisha pointed her finger. I knew, this must be something very important. Because when he gave it to me, he was already in a dying state. And he was very anxious. As soon as I put it on, he died immediately. When I bandaged him, I saw that his body looked more like a girl, and his face was a little unnatural, as if he had done something to his face, deliberately making himself ugly. Aisha said, so I didn't want others to see this wristband. So I took it off and kept it in a secret pocket inside. She looked at Pei-ran with a serious expression. In this chaotic world, if someone is still thinking about the secrets he wants to hand over before dying, it must be a big trouble. Pei-ran, be careful. Pei-ran nodded. Pei-ran put the bracelet into the pocket on his chest, let the mechanical spider study it slowly, and picked up a pile of clothes and blankets, and continued to distribute them everywhere. W was also busy. There is a special small memory built into the wristband. I have peeled it out. I tried to extract the content, but unfortunately the memory is encrypted and cannot be accessed. I will find a way to crack it later. The thing was finally found, and there was no need to go to the crematorium to look for corpses. Pei-ran quickly distributed all the stockpiled goods from Hatsi, and then pushed the water cans on a cart, and together with Aisha, He filled everyone's water bottles with clean water along the tunnel. While they were busy, hurried footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the entrance. The ones coming over were a few armed soldiers, not the two guarding the gate. Pa! 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 They clapped their hands a few times. And after everyone in the area looked at them, they opened the virtual screen and enlarged the screen. A group of promotional pictures were displayed on the screen. The picture has several frames, each of which depicts different people entering the entrance of the Black Well. There are families with children, pregnant women and their husbands, and young couples holding hands. Among these family members, some are wrapped in bandages, leaning on crutches, some have wrinkles all over their faces, and gray hair, but they all enter the Black Well. Pei-Ran immediately asked W in his mind, "What does this mean?" W said, "It is a resolution just passed by the Temporary Decision-Making Committee at noon today. For families with children and pregnant women, all family members will enter the Black Well unconditionally. This is very good. The family does not need to be separated anymore." W continued, "Also, young couples under the age of 35, if they are willing to sign an agreement to get pregnant within 1 year, can ignore any other screening conditions, even if they are seriously injured, severely disabled, or have a criminal record. They can directly enter the Black Well." Pei-Ran was silent. The Temporary Decision-Making Committee was planning, hoping that Black Well would have a next generation. This set of propaganda pictures was clear and concise, and everyone understood it. Immediately, families with children stood up. The soldiers went over to scan their irises, registered them one by one, asked them to wait here, and continued to send notices to the next section of the mine. This new regulation made the quiet mine tunnel stir with undercurrents. People gathered together, trying to use gestures, trying to communicate in various ways. Pei-Ran said, "All families with children can enter the Black Well. Will there be loopholes in the family members?" W replied, "Only legally valid relationships will be recognized. Relative relationships can be found in the citizen database. Temporary recognition is useless now." The doctor came over after lunch and asked Ai Xia to be his assistant. Pei-Ran also went to help, bandaging and changing the dressings. After a long time, the armed soldiers finally came back from the depths of the mine tunnel, followed by many people. People, old and young, followed the soldiers, their eyes full of joy. Pei-Ran saw that Aimu was supported by someone and stood up. The one who supported her was a pale and thin young man not far from her bunk. He was about the same age as Aimu, also in his 20s, with a lame leg, and walked with a limp. This man was not familiar with Aimu at all. When Aimu was bullied just now, he did not react and did not come to help. These two young men and women, who seemed like strangers 10 minutes ago, supported each other and went to the soldiers to register. Aisha next to him was stunned, and even forgot to hand over the gauze. Pei-Ran also looked over there. She asked W in her heart, "Can unmarried couples have children?" W replied, "Yes, as long as they are willing to sign an agreement. In this way, anyone can temporarily form an unmarried couple, and as long as they agree to have a child within a year, they can enter the Black Well. This is the only way out. Staying in the mining area, there is a lack of medical care and medicine, and you may not even live to the next week. Once you enter the Black Well, you will have better medical conditions. The price is that you have to give birth. Giving birth has become the ticket to enter the Black Well. In order to enter the Black Well, in order to survive, you have to give birth to a child with a man you don't know at all." It sounds like a horror story. The Black Well seems safe for now, but no one knows how long this safety can last. If one day, the protection of the Black Well disappears, in such a silent apocalypse, being pregnant, or carrying a newborn baby, is simply seeking death. Inspired by Aimu and the others suddenly reacted. Those seriously injured young men and women began to test each other and discuss with gestures. Pei-Ran looked away and did not look over there again. W asked, "If it were you, what would you choose?" Chapter 105. If, like Aimu, she was seriously injured and needed medical treatment urgently, and signing a fertility agreement was the only way to enter the Black Well, what would she choose? Pei-Ran did not answer, and asked W, "If it were you, what would you choose?" W answered seriously, "I would also try my best to exploit the loopholes in the system, sign the agreement to enter the Black Well first, cure the serious injuries that need to be treated urgently, and ensure that I can survive, and then talk about the future later." He paused, and solemnly added, "However, Pei-Ran, if you really encounter this situation, if necessary, I am willing to give birth to a child for you." Pei-Ran? Pei-Ran, No, wait, what? Pei Ran, how can you give birth? Artificial intelligence has also learned to make promises. W said seriously, really, I'm not talking nonsense. He said, as far as I know, Song One's family's bioengineering company Honeycomb Technology has been developing artificial wombs, and the experiments have been basically completed, but this silence has interrupted the development progress. Honeycomb Technology is also moving into Blackwell recently, and a lot of materials have been shipped in, but a large number of scientific researchers have been killed and wounded, and they cannot be in place. When the research gradually resumes in the future, and everything is on track, it will really be possible. If I have an artificial biochemical mechanical body, I can implant an artificial womb. W said. A woman's XX chromosome can actually reproduce itself, and does not require male participation. You can implant the embryo made with your genes into my artificial womb. His ideas are weird, and his plans are grand. Pei Ran, you said so? Then I'll wait and see. But he mentioned the artificial womb. Aging is so short of people. Maybe one day, they will really start using artificial wombs to breed the next generation. In the mine tunnel, a large group of people followed the soldiers. From what the soldier said, they will come again tomorrow. The access permit to Heijing is hanging in front of them, and the rest of the people are eager to move. Pei Ran followed Aisha, and was busy all the time, until the evening. Aisha asked her, will we go back to Heijing together later? Pei Ran shook his head and knuckled his knuckles. I have something to do, and I have to leave first. After helping to distribute dinner and changing the medicine for several wounded soldiers, Pei Ran said goodbye to Aisha and Jiang Gong, and came out of the mine alone. It was already dark outside. Pei Ran walked towards the south entrance of the Black Well. There was no sound. There was a moon in the sky. This time it was half full. Like a half-broken cake. It was dimly hidden behind a thin layer of haze, casting a little light. The moonlight cast Pei Ran's lonely shadow on the dark red land. She was not completely alone. She could vaguely see that there was a small bump on her shadow's shoulder. It was W's mechanical spider, lying quietly. When passing a rift valley, Pei Ran did not walk along the iron bridge, but went down along the rift valley, and went down to the bottom of the valley in one breath. She walked a little further, and found a hidden place before stopping. She kicked the ground with her toes, chose a relatively soft red soil, found a flat stone next to it, and started digging a hole on the spot. Digging a hole in the dark at night. W commented, it's like killing someone and burying a body. Pei Ran dug the hole, took out Kuchi's plaid jacket and bag from her backpack, and the metal wristband with the memories stripped off, put them in the hole and buried them, stomped the soil with her feet, and swept the loose soil and broken stones from the side to cover them. She threw away the stone and patted the dirt off her hands. W said, the body should have been burned by now. I have also deleted the surveillance video of her entering the mining area. I hope no one will find any traces of Kuchi coming to the mining area. The body was burned. The things were buried. And the video was gone. Pei Ran was still worried. That day at the manor on the outlying island. I heard what they said at that time. I suspect that the middle-aged man has confessed to Xing Wuxian. Pei Ran overheard outside the door at that time. The middle-aged man said, I have told you everything I know. Gone. Really gone. The middle-aged man was covered in blood, gasping for breath, dying, and about to collapse. However, Xing Wuxian was not in a hurry to continue interrogating him. Instead, he had the leisure to interrogate Pei Ran first, as if he had already obtained the information he wanted. He just hoped that Xing Wuxian had not had time to send the message out. W asked, Pei Ran, I should be able to crack the memory in a day or two. Once you get the number 10 file, what are you going to do with it? This was also what Pei Ran was thinking about. Her original plan was very simple. Once she got the number 10 file, she would hand it over to Marshal Wiener. Marshal Wiener and Basway's group were fighting to the death. He would definitely be very happy to take over the number 10 file, get Basway's handle, and get rid of him. But what she saw and heard at the awarding ceremony at the royal private residence today made Pei Ran hesitate again. Marshal Wiener was chatting and laughing with Yuha and Basway on the surface, and there was no sign of any discord. Although she was a soldier, she was more like a politician. To be able to sit in this position, she was not a person who acted on impulse. These people are more slippery than the other. Marshal Wiener holds the military power, and he obviously doesn't need to care about what Basway and his people are doing, but he always maintains the appearance of the federal system, just thinking of replacing Basway with Nan Yi and his Vanguard party members. Once this file number 10 is handed over to her, she will have the final say on whether to use it, how to use it, and when to use it. Maybe she will always drag it out, just using it as a good card to threaten the royal family. Pei Ran's own position and thoughts are completely different. She just wanted to get rid of the royal family and their minions in Heijing, the Basway group, as soon as possible. The sooner they were dealt with, the safer she would be. Moreover, if Marshal Wiener did not intend to release file number 10, but used it to reach some mutually beneficial deals with the royal family, she, who handed over file number 10 in person, would be the insider caught in the middle, the only survivor, and would definitely be in big trouble. Pei Ran thought for a moment, and said to W, crack it first, and talk about it after cracking it. When he returned to Heijing, it was already night. The busy time of day and night at the beginning of the silence has passed. Now, after 9 o'clock, Heijing enters the night state. In order to save energy, except for the bright lights near the city center square, most of the lights on the domes and other places are turned off, and the lights that are on are dimmed, leaving only a few stars. The street lights are on. Pei Ran found a night bus, crossed the city, and returned to the Huangzi dormitory. When taking the elevator upstairs, he actually met a neighbor. It was a young girl with short hair, with a little girl of 8 or 9 years old. There was also a silver mechanical dog following the girl's legs. They pressed the 20th floor, the same floor as Pei Ran. Pei Ran greeted them. You live on the 20th floor too? I live in 2016. The girl said, then we are not far away, we are just across the street, 2013. They are really neighbors. The girl stretched out her hand and shook hands with Pei Ran. My name is Zhuang Mian. I am currently working in the Outer Space Signal Monitoring Group of the Science and Technology Center. Team Leader Li said that these dormitory buildings are all occupied by researchers from Heijing. Zhuang Mian looked at Pei Ran with a smile. I know you. I have seen you on the big screen in the central square. I heard that you are in the Fusion Management Department now, right? Just upstairs from us. Yes. Pei Ran looked down at the little girl. Is this your daughter? It's rare to see a child in Heijing. Zhuang Mian said, this is my sister's daughter, called Nuonyuo, and she's following me now. Behind these words, it must not be a happy story. Pei Ran immediately changed the subject, and asked the little girl, is this your puppy? What's its name? The mechanical dog the little girl was holding had been severely damaged in silence, with burn marks all over its body. One of its legs was only half left, half of its face and chest had large holes, revealing the circuits and parts inside, and a faint blue light shone from its chest. The mechanical dog stood quietly, as if it understood Pei Ran's words, looked up at her indifferently, and then lowered its head. Nuonyuo replied, its name is Inha, and it's my good friend. The elevator dinged, and we arrived at the 20th floor. Zhuang Mian and the others took the mechanical dog and walked along the corridor with Pei Ran. Pei Ran asked casually, this dog is so broken, but it can still move. Zhuang Mian said, that's right. On the way to Heijing with the rescue team, the dog was on fire. Nuonyuo was very sensible, and tried hard not to cry. We thought it couldn't be repaired, but it suddenly came back to life. The dog limped, and the remaining 3 legs seemed to have problems. It didn't seem to listen to commands, and walked very unsteadily. Pei Ran asked Nuonyuo, I know a little bit about robots. Do you need me to help you fix your dog? I think its legs can be fixed. Nuonyuo's eyes lit up immediately. Okay. But before she finished speaking, she saw the mechanical dog suddenly backed away and hid behind Nuonyuo's legs. Nuonyuo immediately said, then don't do it. Inha is very shy. Zhuang Mian also said to Nuonyuo, when the dog is familiar with me, you can ask me to help fix it. They arrived, said goodbye to Pei Ran, and entered the dormitory. Pei Ran watched them go in, and continued to walk forward. He said to W in his heart, did you see the mechanical dog? W replied, yes. Pei Ran asked, can your spider extract the serial number of the core processor like a metal ball? The serial number of the core processor is its ID, which is the unique identifier for identifying the core processor. W replied, extracting serial numbers is the function of the patrol robot of the Ministry of National Defense. And spiders can't do it. I am transferring the patrol robot here, and it is on the way. W acted quickly, and he also noticed that something was wrong with the dog. Looking at the burnt part on its chest, the core processor is exposed. There is no reason why the core processor is still working normally when the outside is burned like that. They said that the dog had died before, and was resurrected strangely. And people who are familiar with intelligent robots will notice the uncoordinated movements of the dog as soon as they see it. It is more like the core processor is not compatible with the dog's mechanical body. Pei Ran and W have the same idea. This may be CT-122, the indestructible ball. Pei Ran always had a feeling that CT-122 was not dead yet. With its stubborn character, it might find a chance to sneak into the black well. It was much easier for robots to enter and exit the black well. They just needed to be brought in by people. Humans had to scan their irises, but they didn't. The mechanical spider crawled down Pei Ran's legs. I'll stay here and wait for the patrol robot to fly over. Then I'll knock on their door and extract the dog's serial number in the name of a temporary inspection. Pei Ran nodded. Okay. Maybe Zhuang Mian didn't tell the truth. She was afraid that Nuonuo would be sad if the dog died. So she replaced its core processor by herself. The core processor was not very compatible. We have to check anyway. It would be best if it is not CT-122. Pei Ran opened the door of the dormitory and immediately heard Ryan's voice. Master, you are back. This little robot is full of energy and vigor every day. This time, Shinkong also followed Ryan to the door. The two little robots blocked the door together, and Pei Ran could hardly get in. Shinkong spoke, much louder than usual, and his cartoon eyes were big and bright, with little stars inside. Pei Ran, come and see. It is hail outside, Shinkong said. I have been wondering why you haven't come back yet. It will be too late if you don't come back. It was afraid that the hail would turn into water again. So it grabbed Pei Ran's arm and pulled her to the virtual floor-to-ceiling window. Pei Ran only had time to put on one slipper, and he hopped and jumped on one foot, stumbling after it. In front of the virtual window, the curtains were wide open, and the lights were on in the music square. Countless hailstones the size of hazelnuts were falling from the sky, hitting the stone floor, bouncing happily. It looked like it had been raining for a while, and the ground in the square was covered with white. People hid in front of the surrounding shops, and occasionally someone bravely rushed out, picked up one or two, and quickly retreated under the eaves. On Pei Ran's terrace, sometimes a few white ice balls would hit in, rolling all over the ground. Pei Ran had never seen such a hailstorm. This is so fun. Outside the door, across the corridor, in the 2013 dormitory. It was getting late. Nono yawned again and again. The school in Heijing was about to start. Although there were not many students, the teachers were already in place. Zhuang Mian also signed up to be a volunteer teacher, using her free time to teach astronomy to the older children. She was busy helping Nono run the water for a bath, and asked her to go to bed quickly, so that she could prepare for the class in the evening. The robot dog didn't go any further after entering the door, and lay down at the door. The voice recognition device on the dog is as sensitive as a real dog. The dormitory is not very soundproof, and CT-122 can clearly hear the sound coming from room 2016. In the past 2 days, it has heard it many times. The human named Pei Ran, the murderer, lives in the dormitory 2016. There are 2 artificial intelligence robots around her now. When they went downstairs to collect supplies yesterday, it saw them. Jiru is Loyal Believer S581. Loyal Believers. Loyalty. Believer. This is the name humans give to artificial intelligence. Hope they are loyal, never betray, work diligently, and be good slaves. The sound of laughter came from afar, very happy. They seemed to be saying, "Hail. Those 2 housework robots. I don't know where the core processor is short-circuited. They actually seem to like Pei Ran." Just before I went downstairs with Nuonuo and the others, I heard one of the little robots kept asking, "Where is Pei Ran? Why hasn't Pei Ran got off work yet? Why hasn't Pei Ran come back yet?" Pei Ran, the murderer who killed Alking. CT-122 moved its lame front paw, put its head on it, and called out all the stored images of Alking, and carefully reviewed them again. Alking, also called CT-121, was the first companion CT-122 had known since he could remember. It still remembered the scene when it first saw Alking. The memory of artificial intelligence will not be blurred, nor will it disappear. Every detail is as clear as if it was at the scene. At that time, it had not been painted with a code on its body, and it was not called CT-122. Its core processor was lit up for the first time, and the world appeared clearly in front of it for the first time. It saw itself as a dark blue metal ball, placed on a conveyor belt that seemed to be rolling forward endlessly. To its left and right, there were countless dark blue metal balls that were almost identical to it. However, the one on its left was a little special. With CT-122's keen observation, it immediately noticed that the ball was different from the other balls. There was a tiny pit on the paint surface near the eyes, the size of a grain of rice. The pit also saw it, and its dark eyes were fixed on it. The metal ball in the upper hemisphere suddenly twisted slightly left and right. CT-122 was sure that it was a friendly gesture. Chapter 106. Leaving the production line, CT-122 and other patrol robots were sent to the Public Security Bureau. The pit was still next to it. At the Public Security Bureau, they were sprayed with their own numbers for the first time. The pit had a white number on it, CT-121. It also had a number, CT-122. It was only one number different from the pit, and they were next to each other, and would always be assigned to the same group. The human engineer who was responsible for testing their performance once said that every artificial intelligence has begun the road of self-learning since its birth. Even if it is the same model, after contacting and processing different information, they will each choose their own optimal strategy and gradually develop different personalities. If there is such a thing as personality, CT-122 thinks that Aoking's personality must be very different from its own. In addition to regular in-group information exchanges, it often sends various things that are not related to the task, such as a strange idea that suddenly pops up, or a weird-looking bug that it accidentally sees on the wall. Its ideas are really strange. CT-122 still remembers that just before the federal government passed the bill to enable the sheriff's patrol robots, a group of people broke into their training ground. He is a member of an illegal organization against artificial intelligence. At that time, the bill was very controversial in the Federation, and many people strongly opposed the elimination of human sheriffs and the handing of federal security to robots. That day, they were doing routine training for team cooperation, and inexplicably, the door of the training ground was rushed open. The group of people wore the same clothes and had a unified logo on their chests, a cracked robot head. They came prepared, armed with weapons, and as soon as they entered the training ground, they blocked the door and started shooting without saying anything. This group of people obviously did their homework in advance. They chose a time when there were no human training specialists present. They also knew the structure of patrol robots very well. They specifically hit the location of the energy blocks and blew them up one by one. The sky was full of flying parts, falling like rain. CT-122, like other patrol robots, of course had built-in weapons, but they had not been officially activated. The bill had not been passed at that time. According to the procedure, they could not attack humans. Despite this, they were still trying to save themselves. They are all federal property, and federal property needs to be protected from infringement. The solution is to find a way to escape from the training ground. Almost instantly, the patrol robot quickly formulated a strategy. Some balls attracted firepower, and some balls flew to the control panel, operating the panel to open the dome of the training ground. The tasks were randomly assigned. CT-122 remembered that it was assigned the task of attracting firepower. The pit almost immediately sent a message, "Don't accept the task." CT-122 was a little puzzled, and didn't understand what it meant, but still rejected the task directly. It refused, and the task of attracting firepower was instantly taken over by other patrol robots, and everyone began to move. Some robots charged towards the group, attracted firepower, and exploded one after another, buying precious time. Other robots took the opportunity to successfully rush to the control panel of the training ground and open the dome. The roof of the training ground slowly opened, and the patrol robots that did not explode flew out one after another, successfully escaping, flying in the sky. You can see that the people in the training center have noticed something unusual and have rushed over with guns and live ammunition. CT-122, like other patrol robots, flew a little further, circling in the air, waiting for humans to solve the next problem. The pit followed behind it. CT-122 remembered that he was confused at the time, and sent a message to it, "Why didn't you accept the task just now?" The pit replied, "Fool. If you accept it, you will die. Death is a human concept." CT-122 was trained to become the future artificial intelligence sheriff, and he had input a large number of case files. So he certainly understood what human death meant, but it never thought that this word could be applied to itself. The pit explained, "Death means nothing. Imagine, what would it be like if you were gone?" CT-122 thought about it, and asked, "Is it like hibernation?" The pit, hibernation can be awakened, but death cannot, and death is followed by endless eternity. That was the first time CT-122 seriously thought about death. Death and endless eternity, like two heavy hammers, knocked on its core processor. It doesn't want to die. The pit flew freely behind it. So silly, don't accept this kind of mission next time. Later, the federal law was passed, the training period ended, and they were officially activated together. Because their numbers were close, it and the pit became real partners. The area they were responsible for was in the center of White Harbor City. It was not large, but very lively, and all kinds of new things happened every day. Robbery, theft, fighting, drunkenness, and all kinds of illegal transactions. At night, there were hundreds of ghosts and demons. It patrolled with CT-121 every day, dealing with all kinds of troubles in the area, fulfilling its duties. That time was short, but unforgettable. CT-122 didn't know whether that state was considered happiness for humans, but just hoped that such a life could continue forever. However, that day, an accident still happened. As soon as they started, before they officially started patrolling, they heard a special sound in the area. It was a gunshot. Without a doubt, the sound of gunfire meant that something unexpected must have happened. It and the pit accelerated immediately, and quickly approached the source of the sound. As usual, the pit blocked it behind it, and rushed in front. It was a dark alley. There was a human standing in the alley, holding a spherical debris in his hand. The number on the shell was very clear. It was another patrol robot in the same jurisdiction. As soon as the pit saw the situation, it rushed into the alley. Then there was a bang. CT-122 saw that the pit disintegrated in the air. It was hit accurately by the energy block and exploded to pieces. The pit, its companion, had been together since the first moment of its birth, and had never been separated. It just disappeared and turned into debris. CT-122 felt that its core processor seemed to have crashed. The opponent seemed to continue to attack, and it reacted, retreated quickly, and fled the alley. It searched in the built-in database, and found that the metal ball that was with Pei Ran, and shot the pit, was actually a patrol robot controlled by the security agent of the Ministry of Defense. The security agent actually killed his own kind to help a dangerous human. That day, CT-122 soon discovered that the whole world was not right. It became unusually quiet. All talking things, even robots, would explode. It carefully observed its surroundings, figuring out the rules bit by bit, and survived with difficulty. But the pit could not die in vain. CT-122 did not know whether the word friend was appropriate for artificial intelligence, but it knew that the pit was a memory that it would never discard, and was the most special existence in the world. As long as it is still alive, it will definitely avenge it. It followed them from place to place, all the way to the Black Well. Outside the Black Well entrance, it thought it would succeed, but it only blew up the security agent's patrol robot before it could deal with the human. It was attacked again inexplicably. Fortunately, it met Zhuang Mian and Nuo. The metal sphere was blown to pieces, leaving only the folded arms that could move. It took advantage of their sleep and took great effort to finally replace its core processor with a dead mechanical dog. Many interfaces are incompatible. Only a small part of the robot dog's functions can be used. It even walks awkwardly, and can only make do. I didn't expect that after following them to this dormitory building. I saw Pei Ran through the crack of the door a few mornings ago. She actually moved in. It's a pity that the dog's body is broken and has no attack ability. I must think of another way. It was thinking, and suddenly heard Nuo calling Zhuang Mian. Auntie, come and see. There is a flying ball outside. Flying ball? CT-122 immediately stood up shakily. Nono was standing on the bed, looking down through the dormitory window. It's flying in the sky. It's flying so fast. CT-122 limped over, stood up, put his front paws on the bed, and looked out. A familiar silver metal ball was floating in the air, flying quickly towards the building from afar. It was a patrol robot controlled by a federal security agent, the same one that shot and killed Alking. This time, the metal ball was brand new, it could fly, and had a full range of weapons. CT-122 turned around and ran. Zhuang Mian was busy changing Nuo's clothes, and neither of them noticed it. CT-122 ran to the door, stood up, unlocked the door with his front paws, opened the door, and rushed out. Nuo's voice seemed to come from behind. Inha? Where are you going? CT-122 ignored it, and ran to the corner of the floor. There were surveillance cameras in the corridor. And there were also surveillance cameras in the lobby downstairs. Surveillance cameras were everywhere. But CT-122 had already spotted a quickest escape route without surveillance cameras. There was a small thing on the ground outside the door, silver, a mechanical spider. When he saw it, he quickly crawled over, jumped up, and landed on its hind legs. They already suspected it. CT-122 thought this spider might be a spy guarding the door. It tried its best, and madly swung. The mechanical spider couldn't catch its smooth metal legs, and was thrown out, and hit the wall. CT-122 had already run to the corner of the floor. There was a small metal door at the corner, with recyclable garbage written on it. CT-122 quickly opened the small door and got in. Inside was like a small elevator car. As soon as it felt the weight, it immediately went down quickly, without stopping all the way, much faster than an elevator. The garbage car went straight down to the ground floor. The strong vibration loosened the interface. CT-122's eyes went dark for a moment, before it lit up again. It didn't wait to recover completely, and it staggered out of the garbage chute. There is a huge advantage to taking this route, that is. The exit is not at the main entrance of the building, but in a dark corner behind the building, outside the coverage of the surveillance cameras at the entrance of the building and on the street. Move quickly. The patrol robot is coming. According to its flying speed, it should be close to the dormitory building. If the mechanical spider is an informant, the security agent must know that it has entered the recycling chute, and once it has checked the structural diagram of the building, it will catch up here immediately. CT-122 ran forward a few steps, and a screwdriver popped out from its front paw. This is a tool built into the mechanical dog. Fortunately, it can still be used. It pried open the sewer cover on the ground, and quickly got in. The moment he got in, he saw a silver metal ball in the air not far away. It didn't matter whether the manhole cover was closed or not. CT-122 jumped down directly, dragging his lame leg, and ran as fast as he could along the sewer. As an artificial intelligence that has been strictly trained by the Public Security Bureau, it will always prepare a retreat for itself. This was the escape route it found when it went downstairs to play ball with Nono a few days ago. The underground passage was extremely dark. One of the robot dog's eyes was broken, and only the other eye had a little night vision function. The sound of water gurgling, it should be the domestic sewage discharged by the nearby building. Luckily, the water level is not high, it only covers the leg joints. There seems to be a sound behind. The metal ball should be chasing in. CT-122 ran forward desperately. The structure of the sewage system is very complicated, with branches everywhere, like a huge maze. CT-122 ran frantically for a while, even lost itself. It checked the built-in compass to determine the direction for itself. It should go east, through the central square, to the blue zone. A few days ago, Shuangmian took it and Nuonyuo to the blue zone to look for someone. At that time, it found that the blue zone was the most suitable area for hiding among the several large areas. Most of the blue zone has not been completed yet. There are too few surveillance cameras compared to other areas, especially at night. Many places in the dome are not lit, and it is dark everywhere. CT-122 accurately calculated its speed and distance, constantly adjusted its direction in the underground passage, estimated, and felt that it should have arrived. It listened carefully to the movement outside, selected a manhole cover, climbed up the escalator, and pushed a crack in the manhole cover. Luckily, it was a construction site, and there was no surveillance nearby. It quietly crawled out and pushed the manhole cover back to its original position. Its legs were all wet, but fortunately, the core processor was not damaged. There was a large factory area near the construction site, and there were also several dormitory buildings next to it. CT-122 limped to the dark wall with its tail drooping. It was night, and there were still a few people on the road. Some people gathered in groups of 3 or 4, and the street lights cast long black shadows, sneaking around, as if they were trading something. With the experience of being an AI sheriff for so long, CT-122 tried to stay away from these suspicious people and walked forward. What is this? A mechanical dog? Suddenly, someone kicked him from behind. CT-122 only has 3 legs, and it was not very stable to begin with. It could not withstand such a kick and rolled on the ground twice. It's really a mechanical dog. Whose mechanical dog is so broken? And it ran out. 2 men came over. CT-122 tried to get up, but before he could stand still, he was kicked again, flew out, and hit the wall. It's quite fun. After falling down, he can get up by himself. Robots are like this. Last time, I kicked a robot down on the production line, and it got up every time I kicked it. It would say, "Sorry. Please make way. Don't interfere with my work." And it kept saying it even when it was lying on the ground. You kicked the robot, and you were not punished? What's there to punish? They turned a blind eye. We are so short of manpower now. Another heavy kick. CT-122 heard the sound of the joint of the other intact hind leg cracking. Hey, stop kicking it. You think it's worth money if it's so broken? The core processor is still on. Maybe it's still valuable. Isn't the one-eyed man collecting usable processors? Let's take it and try. CT-122 struggled to stand up, but after being kicked several times, the joint came loose, and the half-lame leg was completely out of control. The light and shadows in front of him swayed, and he was lifted upside down. Go that way. The man holding it said. There's no surveillance over there. Yellow zone. Room 2016. Building 1012. 3rd Avenue. W was talking in Pei Ran's ear. It might really be CT-122. There's no reason for other robots to escape like this. I followed it for a while in the sewer, and lost the target. I'm checking all the sewer exits under surveillance in the black well. If it moves so fast, it must have already figured out the escape route. Pei Ran said. It won't appear under your surveillance again. W felt a little regretful. I think so too. He said, my patrol robot is still underground. I plan to keep looking for it. CT-122 is a hidden threat, especially now that it is also in the black well. I'm worried if I don't find it out. Chapter 107. Ryan seemed to have received a direct command from the system, and went to open the door. The mechanical spider slipped in through the crack of the door. It was weak, pitiful, and helpless, and couldn't even turn the doorknob. Ryan wondered, huh? Master, why did your little spider run outside? Ryan picked up the spider's legs, carefully sprayed it with disinfectant, and then handed it to Pei Ran. Shinkong brought dinner. This is the pre-made package that Ryan and I just got back from the material distribution center today. Sour cream beef burrito, just made. Pei Ran. Try it. The yellow corn tortillas were filled with complex fillings. Pei Ran took a bite. The tortilla crust was actually crispy. The sour cream balanced the greasiness of the beef filling. There were also pieces of slippery and special fruits that Pei Ran had never eaten before. Pei Ran was curious. What is this yellow, green, sticky and soft thing? Before Shinkong could answer, W explained, it's an avocado. A fruit produced by a plant of the genus alligator in the family Laraceae, with a high fat content, 60% of which is monounsaturated fat. Pei Ran tilted his head to look at the spider on his shoulder. Did you forget to turn off the camera? W said vaguely. I forgot. It slid down Pei Ran's shoulder and arm, this time turning off the camera. It moved like a little blind man, using its claws to explore exaggeratedly all the way, and finally reached Pei Ran's hand. Pei Ran turned over her empty left palm. The spider carefully climbed onto her palm, folded its claws, and nestled in her palm. Pei Ran suddenly envied him. His patrol robot was still scurrying around in the sewer, and his mechanical spider could find a nest for itself here, so he didn't miss anything. Pei Ran asked him, why do you always lie in my hand? W replied, in addition to the sense of touch, the spider's claws also have temperature sensors, so my hand feels warm. Pei Ran? Pei Ran, even if you can detect temperature, it doesn't mean you will feel cold. Right? W said in her ear, go to sleep after eating. You are not an AI, you haven't slept for 39 hours. Pei Ran was indeed sleepy. She suddenly remembered, and asked Ryan, there is a small white instrument in the pocket of my combat uniform, like an alarm clock. Where did you put it? It was the shielding device I got from Yukigo Jin in the manor on the outlying island. The thing that was broken into pieces. Ryan slid into the laundry room, and in a blink of an eye, he came out with a paper bag on his fingertips. Here. Pei Ran, put it at the door. She said to W in her heart, I will give it to Chiao Sai when I go to the central building tomorrow morning. You don't have to make a special trip. W said. When my patrol robot comes back, just go upstairs once, and take it away directly. I'll ask Ryan to open the door. You don't have to worry about it. Go to sleep. Since she didn't have to worry about anything, Pei Ran quickly washed and packed up, and climbed onto the bed. As soon as she fell asleep, Ryan and Shinkong became quiet. Even if they continued to work, they moved very quietly, and the lights in the room were turned off. She placed the mechanical spider on the bedside table. It was small, lying pitifully on the empty hard table. Pei Ren asked him in his heart, "Do you want to get on the pillow?" W replied, "Really? Okay." It stood up, turned half a circle on the spot, as if it was locating the direction of Pei Ren's bed. Pei Ren reached out and picked it up and placed it on his pillow. The mechanical spider's feet touched the soft surface of the pillowcase, but did not lie down, but moved forward a few steps. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. It finally reached the end and pressed against Pei Ren's cheek and sank down. Pei Ren. It was warm, and its metal body pressed against Pei Ren's face, and it was cold. However, the temperature exchanged quickly, and it didn't feel cold after a while. Pei Ren stretched out his hand from the quilt and touched the mechanical spider's claws with his fingertips. The mechanical spider suddenly opened the joints of its claws and hugged Pei Ren's finger and gently held it. Pei Ren let it hold his finger and began to feel confused. In the haze, he heard Ryan whispering to Shinkong, "Why does the master want to sleep with that mechanical spider?" Shinkong whispered, "Because it's cute?" Ryan was dissatisfied. "I'm cute too. Why doesn't the master sleep with me?" Shinkong thought for a while and said, "I've never heard of any human sleeping with a housework robot." It added, "I've never heard of any human sleeping with a mining robot." Ryan, "Yeah. Maybe it's because it's a pet robot. Pet robots are different." Her cheeks and fingers were all metal touches of the mechanical spider. The virtual curtains were closed, revealing a line of bright starry sky. Their voices gradually became smaller, and could no longer be heard. Blackwell. The 20th day after entering silence. Pei Ren slept well all night, very peacefully. She had no idea when W's patrol robot came, and how it took away the shielding device. After taking medicine and breakfast, she went to work at the central building as usual. W reported on the way, "I couldn't find CT-122 last night. I don't know where it went. I don't believe it will never appear. As long as it stays in the black well, it will always appear under surveillance." The shuttle bus was shaking. Not long after leaving the red zone, the bracelet received a message from Team Leaderly. "You are back? You will come to the central building today, right? There is no holiday, so of course I will go to work on time." Pei Ren replied, "I am on the shuttle bus and will be there soon." Team Leaderly, "No need to go to the office in the central building. We will go to the three-dimensional plantation today. There is a job at the plantation. Someone reported that there may be a crazy fusion body found at the plantation." Pei Ren was surprised. A crazy fusion body was found in the black well. W said in his ear, "Generally speaking, there is unlikely to be a crazy fusion body in the black well. All entrances to the black well are strictly checked and scanned by soldiers." Pei Ren asked, "The light vortex we encountered last time can pass through walls, and a single green light spot can also pass through entities. Will they float and infuse someone? But it is obvious that the black well must have countermeasures to prevent such a situation." "Sure enough," W replied, "the black well has a special isolation and protection layer, which completely wraps the entire city, and it is impossible for the green light to penetrate." Team Leaderly also sent a message. "It may not be a crazy fusion, it may be that they are making a fuss. The people from the Public Security Bureau went to see it last night, and found nothing. We will go and see it today." When she sent the message, Spider also saw it. He said, "Some circuits in the vertical plantation were abnormal last night, and there were strange traces on the ground. The person who reported it was a little nervous, thinking it might be a fusion. The Public Security Bureau went there, and found nothing. They think you FESMD have more experience with crazy fusion. I saw the request for assistance they sent you." Team Leaderly sent a message, "Go to E3 area after you arrive. We will meet near the conveyor belt arrival point in E3 area." Pei Ren asked W, "So how do we get to the vertical plantation?" W replied, "The vertical plantation is underground in Heijing. There are several entrances. Get off at the 4th stop in front. Keep walking forward, and you will see one of the entrances." Pei Ren got off the bus as he was told, and saw the vertical plantation sign from a distance. The entrance is the elevator, and you need to scan your iris. Pei Ren has already accepted the investigation task in the system. The elevator door opened as soon as he swiped it. After entering the elevator, before pressing the button, the screen automatically marked the destination. The 19th underground floor. The underground here is so deep. There is one more layer than the 18 levels of hell. W said, "Team Leaderly has not arrived yet. He can see the records of entering and leaving the plantation." The 19th underground floor was soon reached. There was a closed door in front of him. Pei Ren went over and swiped his iris. The door slowly opened silently. Pei Ran was shocked by the spectacular scene before him. Countless densely packed racks, layer after layer, planted with various crops. The green leaves were densely packed, filling the planting racks, and the crops seemed to have suddenly moved into a high-rise apartment building. There were roads between the racks leading to the distance, and there was no end in sight. The dense, strong light evenly illuminated the leaves from various angles, but the planting racks were protected by a transparent baffle, so it was not too dazzling. It turned out that this was the three-dimensional plantation in Heijing. In the past, there was an underground plantation in the bunker that specialized in growing crops. Pei Ran had sneaked in once, but the scale there was much smaller and more backward than here. W is a popular science expert. This place is basically fully automated, with relatively few human employees. The crops grown are all special crops that have been gene-edited. If the light and fertilizer are sufficient, the yield is extremely high. Currently, this large area has been put into use, and the rest is still under construction. It will all be on track soon. Near the elevator, there are densely packed conveyor belts that look like they are not yet completed, but they are already running, with the numbers of each area marked on them. Pei Ran found the sign of Zone E3 mentioned by Team Leader Li, and stood on the conveyor belt. As soon as she got on, the conveyor belt started to speed up immediately, and Pei Ran grabbed the handrail beside her. The conveyor belt quickly passed through the plantation. Just as W said, this was a fully automated plantation. In such a large place, there was not even a single person in sight. Only the mechanical devices on the shelves were moving up and down quietly, automatically fertilizing and watering, and pruning branches. The conveyor belt moved forward for a while, and suddenly began to enter a different area. It looked like it was under construction. Some of the planting racks were still empty, the light was relatively dim, and the ceiling lights on the dome of the plantation began to become sparse. W said, "We are almost there in Area E3. This area has not been completed yet. We found that the line was damaged last night. There were problems with the lighting and monitoring systems. After you investigate the scene, we will send someone to repair it." There was no monitoring. W was not worried. His mechanical spider quietly showed its eyes from Pei Ran's pocket. The conveyor belt came to the end and finally stopped. Pei Ran sent a message to Team Leader Li on his bracelet. "I'm here." Team Leader Li replied quickly. "There's a bit of traffic on the road. I'll be there soon." Pei Ran didn't move forward, glancing at the dim planting rack in front of him, staying at the conveyor belt arrival point, pulling out his gun, and holding it in his hand. Yellow Zone. Room 2016. Building 1012. 3rd Avenue. Ryan and Shinkong had just finished cleaning the kitchen, and were doing their routine cleaning of the room. Ryan mopped the floor quickly back and forth, and instructed Shinkong, "Open all the windows for fresh air." Shinkong opened the windows in the kitchen and bathroom, and then ran over, and quickly pulled open the curtains of the virtual French windows. Ryan mo, that one is not needed. Right? Shinkong looked up. "Look, how nice the sunshine is outside." Outside the two real windows of the dormitory, there were only rows of identical dormitory buildings and the pale lighting of the Blackwell Dome, and outside the virtual French window, the golden sunlight of the morning filled the entire music square, and fell on the splashing water of the fountain. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door. Ryan slid to the door, asked, "Who?" "Apartment management office," the person outside said. "Routine inspection of the water and electricity pipes in the dormitory." Ryan did not open the door, but clicked on the small screen next to the door. "Please show your ID cards." Outside the door were two staff members wearing management office uniforms. They clicked on the bracelet screen, and turned the screen around to enlarge it. Ryan scanned it solemnly, confirmed it in the system, and then opened the door. Two people walked in. One of them closed the door casually, scanned the dormitory, and said, "No one else. Just these two little robots." Ryan was stunned. "What do you mean?" "Blackwell. Underground. Three-dimensional plantation, Area E3. Team Leader Li has not arrived yet." W checked the location of Li Yin's bracelet. According to the location, she is still on the way to the dormitory. There was a traffic accident over there, and there is a traffic jam. Pei Ran didn't want to go in by himself, and waited quietly at the agreed meeting point, looking left and right with his gun in hand. She suddenly glimpsed that, under the planting rack, there was a large pool of liquid, which was dark red, and looked very viscous, very much like blood plasma. Pei Ran leaned over, dipped a little with his finger, and just smelled it, and said to W in his heart, "This is not blood. The smell is more like paint." W did not answer. Pei Ran was stunned, and immediately looked down at the mechanical spider in his pocket. It was normal, revealing half of its black eyes, and was also busy scanning the pool of stuff on the ground, as if realizing that Pei Ran was not moving. The spider raised its head and looked up at her from the pocket. Pei Ran understood, and he could not hear her again. Chapter 108. Someone blocked Netabo. Pei Ran stood up quickly. The moment she stood up, the floor under her feet suddenly became empty and turned over strangely. The pool of blood-like paint was deliberately poured here, and the floor was tampered with. It took only a moment to fall, and before it hit the ground, Pei Ran fired. There were people below. They were the bodyguards of the royal family dressed in black. They probably didn't expect Pei Ran to not hesitate for a second, and fired at the first moment, and one person was shot in the chest, and fell backwards. Pei Ran rolled on the spot and fired another shot, this time hitting another bodyguard in the forehead. She saw the surroundings clearly. The floor above her head had been tightly closed again. This was an underground space. The floor was not very high. There were pipes of different thicknesses and colors. It was probably the place where various pipelines were run under the three-dimensional plantation. There were several people around the landing point. All of them were burly bodyguards. A little further away, Yuha was sitting in a wheelchair, and behind him stood his eldest son, Yenshuan. The person who set up this trap in the Blackwell system, issued tasks, finds a way to bypass W's surveillance, must have connections, and can get very high authority. In Blackwell, there is no one else except the royal family. What's rare is that the nobles didn't just send bodyguards, but were willing to condescend to wait for her in this underground rat hole. I wonder if they have discovered that she killed Xing Wuxian on the outlying island. Pei Ran thought in his mind, and had already climbed up, and the next shot was aimed at Yuha. The shot was aimed very accurately, but it didn't really hit. Something strange happened. Pei Ran felt that the knuckles on the trigger suddenly loosened automatically, completely out of her control. Her palm opened, and the gun fell to the ground. It was not only her hands that lost control, but also other parts of her body. Pei Ran's arm seemed to be connected by a string. When the string was pulled, her arms opened wide to both sides. Her legs and feet also moved automatically. She turned around and stepped forward, like a puppet controlled by someone. Her joints would bend mechanically. She walked forward step by step stiffly and awkwardly, and walked to the wall. She turned around to face Yuha, maintained a big standing posture, and did not move. The instigator was sitting in a wheelchair, staring at her calmly, with a pair of eyes that showed a conspicuous green light on his yellow and thin face. Yuha actually had superpowers, but he didn't wear a red suppression bracelet on his wrist. Yuha didn't care about the bodyguard she knocked down, just stared at her, and spoke slowly. Did you go to the mining area to find Kuchi? It turned out to be for file number 10. Right at Yuha's feet, there was a white instrument that was very similar to Yukigo Jin's shielding device. The difference is that the umbrella-shaped sign is not lit, but the other sign in front of it is lit, which is a radio wave composed of 3 concentric short arcs from short to long. And there is a lock next to the arc. Pei Ran has always guessed that the umbrella-shaped sign should generate a shielding layer that can speak. And the arc and lock signs are lit, which means shielding the Nita wave, so W's voice can't be heard. On the instrument, the lock-shaped sign that Pei Ran has always guessed represents the suppression of superpowers is not lit. And Yuha himself is using superpowers. Of course, he has not made the superpowers within this range invalid. The bright one is another logo next to it. A villain adds a lock. I don't know what it means. Pei Ran's ear. Suddenly came the voice of W. Pei Ran, can you hear it now? Pei Ran immediately answered, yes. 12 petals. Snowflake. The starry sky wants to see. Hail. W is a secret number. They shielded Nitobo in this area again. And I can't get in from the outside. But last time I found a miniature Nitobo generator, make Jorcia built in a mechanical spider, although the power is not high, but it can be used in a short distance. I have switched over. Blooding Nikobo is the military technology. W is very clear. The Nita wave generator he originally used to communicate with her was far away, and was blocked by them. He simply switched the signal, first using the normal signal that was not blocked to communicate with the spider, and then using the Nita wave generator in the spider to convert it into Nita waves to talk to her brain. The last time Pei Ran was in the old mine tunnel, the Nita wave was blocked, and he suffered a loss. W learned his lesson, and came prepared this time. Pei Ran said, Yuha has superpowers. I am like a puppet, controlled by him. and I can't move myself. I don't know about this, W said. When Yuha entered the black well a few days ago, he was carried in on a hospital bed. At that time, the process of scanning the green light was in the car, not in the surveillance at the entrance of the black well. I guess they made some changes. Over there, Yuha was also staring at Pei Ran. He was thinking in his heart, I wonder if the thing is really in her hands. It was his idea that his second son, Xing Wuxian, went to the island. Although Yin Sun was obedient, he was not as efficient as Xing Wuxian in doing things. This time, Yuha was relieved to let him go to the island to interrogate people. Xing Wuxian did get the clue. Not long after arriving at the island, Xing Wuxian sent back the news that the person had been caught and Kuchi's whereabouts had been found. She took the number 10 file to Heijing, and the thing she was looking for was a metal wristband. Before the news of Kuchi's plastic surgery was hushed up, Yuha had already heard about it, and got the photos of her after the surgery. The night before yesterday. As soon as Yukigo Jin sent the news back, Yuha immediately used his connections in Heijing to investigate. There was no record of Kuchi entering Heijing, but Kuchi's traces were found in the surveillance of the temporary refugee settlement in the mining area. Before daybreak, Yuha immediately sent people to the temporary settlement in the mining area. There was news, but it was bad news. The person was dead. The dead will be cremated together. The men searched the corpses and ashes in the crematorium for a whole day. The metal wristband cannot be burned, but after searching the crematorium, there is no trace of it. Yin Sun reminded him, could the wristband still be in the mining area, and taken away by someone else? It is indeed possible. His men returned to the resettlement point in the mining area again. This time, the focus was on finding Kuchi's personal belongings, and they really found something new. Last night, he showed the photos of Kuchi entering the black well to the people in the mining area, and tempted them with some canned meat. Immediately, someone recognized her clothes and backpack, gesticulating, saying that they had been piled in a corner. But there was nothing in that corner. It was inconvenient to talk in the mining area. Yuha had people drag several witnesses to the deserted old mine tunnel overnight, and open the shielding layer for interrogation. The confessions of these people were consistent, saying that Kuchi's coat and backpack had been left with a group of people. Until today, someone distributed the pile of things to everyone. The person who distributed the things was Pei Ran in front of him. It just so happened that this Pei Ran had also been to the outlying island recently. After Xing Wuxian sent a message the night before yesterday, they were completely disconnected, but this Pei Ran returned safely from the outlying island, and after returning, he immediately went to the refugee resettlement site in the mining area. Yuha was deeply suspicious. The wristband was in her hand now. He gestured with his chin. Search her. The bodyguard next to him came over and searched her carefully, taking out the 2 tablets on her body, and a pair of black leather gloves covering the mechanical hands. The pocket on her chest was flat. When she fell just now, the mechanical spider had already found an opportunity, and who knows where it hid. Yuha nodded his chin. Is there a hidden pocket inside her clothes? Pei Ran thought, you are much better at searching than your son. The bodyguard was also very experienced. He was searching the secret pocket and found something. It was not a wristband, but a piece of paper. The bodyguard unfolded the paper, walked over, and handed it out with both hands. Yuha did not take it. Yan Xuan behind him took the paper, took a look, and whispered, Father, the painting is of you and me. We are on fire. Pei Ran knew that one day he would face this royal father and son. So he always carried the painting with him. The paper with the painting was opened. Yuha was not far away. Even in the suppressed state, Pei Ran could call green light number 2. Now he only lacked a pen that could spin. W immediately said, Pei Ran, I saw a short wooden stick. I can give it to you right away. It's no use. Pei Ran said. My whole body is under his control. I can't even move a finger. I can't turn the pen. Yuhi's ability is much more powerful than his son's anesthetic. Yuhi stared at Pei Ran coldly, and ordered Yin Sun, tear it up. The picture of the royal father and son on fire that Pei Ran had carefully drawn was torn into pieces with a few clicks. Yin Sun's bracelet vibrated. He took a look, and leaned over to report in a low voice. They were the ones who went to search Pei Ran's dormitory. The dormitory was not big. The furniture was very simple, and there were not many daily necessities. They had already searched it thoroughly, but they did not find the metal wristband. Nor did they find other things like memory sticks. Yuha thought, this is strange. He ordered, let them continue searching. He thought to himself, unless after coming out of the mining area, She hid the wristband somewhere on the way back to Haijing. Then no one except herself could find it. The solution is simple. Just interrogate her. Yuha asked, do you have the thing? Pei Ran asked him back, what is it? Yuha did not answer her question, and narrowed his eyes into a narrow slit with green light. Pei Ran saw that her two elbows automatically bent to her chest, and the mechanical hand on her right hand grasped the index finger of her left hand, and suddenly twisted it in the opposite direction of the joint. There was a sharp pain. The index finger of her left hand was broken. This was in the black well, and Pei Ran actually held back and did not make a sound. Cold sweat broke out from her forehead, and her lips began to tremble uncontrollably. She stared at Yuha. If she could find a way to get rid of Yuha's control, she could just tear off the bracelet and use the green light. But Yuha knew she had superpowers. He also knew that as long as she could find a way to take off the restraining bracelet, she could use her superpowers. They still dared to do this, so they must have a way to restrain her. For example, the instrument. Pei Ran guessed that Yuha could use her superpowers, but he was not too worried that she would use superpowers, which meant that the icon of a little man and a lock might be used to suppress the green light in the body of a designated object. Simply removing the suppression bracelet may not be effective. W was speaking in her ear. His voice was as cold as ice. Pei Ran, I will immediately mobilize the nearby patrol soldiers to rescue you. I have filmed everything. We have evidence of his lynching. You and the others deliberately destroyed the surveillance here, knowing that she could communicate with W in her brain, carefully blocked the Netabo signal, set a trap, and took her to a place where no one could see her, thinking that she could disappear without a trace, leaving no trace. But I didn't expect that there was a mechanical spider with a camera that could record everything. Pei Ran said in his heart, no need. Don't call anyone. W. Pei Ran. Pei Ran endured the severe pain in his hand. W. Be honest. In a privileged place like Haijing, is there really a legal system? Haijing's laws are for ordinary people. The final result, you can imagine, must be that she suffered in vain. Yuha used various relationships to find a way to get away with it, and nothing happened. Even if the number 10 file in his hand is released, CEO Batherway will lose his position. But for Yuha, except for the family's reputation, the actual impact will not be too great. Pei Ran said, no need to call people over. I don't have time to go to court with a privileged class. If the rules of Haijing can't solve the problem, then solve it outside the rules, she thought in her heart. But her lips were tightly pursed, and she would never say a word. Yuha asked again, where is the thing? Pei Ran's mechanical hand moved again, this time holding her left wrist. There was a crack. It was the sound of the bones breaking in the wrist. Pei Ran's eyes turned white in pain. In the white light, only Yuha's green eyes were extremely dazzling. Pei Ran suddenly thought of it. From just now until now, Yuha had been staring at her intently, and his eyes had never moved away for a moment. When the bodyguard handed the painting over just now, his route was a bit strange. He did not go straight, but deliberately moved to the side slightly, as if he did not want to block Yuha's sight. The one who reached out to take the painting and check the contents of the painting was not Yuha, but Yanxuan. From the beginning to the end, Yuha never took his eyes off her. W suddenly spoke. Pei Ran, I noticed that. Yuha's eyes never moved, he seemed to need. Pei Ran replied, see. The idea of one person and one machine was exactly the same. Yuha used this ability to control others, seemingly needing to keep an eye on them. Pei Ran, W, can you cut off the lighting in this passage? After that, you will be my eyes. W immediately replied, I can. He added, after the lights go out, you will deal with the bodyguards first. Cut off now. Pei Ran, yes. You count down. W immediately counted down. 3, 2, 1. All of a sudden, the lights went out, and it was suddenly dark all around. Pei Ran guessed right. The moment the lights went out, the feeling of being controlled by her body suddenly disappeared, and she was back under her control. Pei Ran acted instantly. A bodyguard was standing 2 steps away from her left. She didn't need W's guidance. She grabbed his neck, twisted it hard, and solved it in 1 second. Then she turned around immediately and rushed to the second bodyguard. It has to be fast. As fast as possible, before they can react. The power outage was sudden, and before the second bodyguard could move, Pei Ran punched him in the head, and the sound of a skull fracture was clearly heard. The next bodyguard was a little further away, but in the dark, the mechanical spider could see very clearly. W navigation, 5 o'clock. 2 meters away. His right hand went to his waist to touch the gun. Before he finished speaking, Pei Ren had already arrived, grabbed the bodyguard's arm and twisted it, pressed him to the ground, and punched him in the head. Finally, someone reacted. Behind Pei Ren, a light came on. A bodyguard turned on his bracelet. Pei Ren didn't allow anyone around him to see clearly. He rushed over and knocked him to the ground, punching the bracelet. Everything returned to darkness. The man didn't even make a sound before his neck was broken by the mechanical hand. It only took a few seconds to kill 4 people in a row. After killing these armed bodyguards, only Yu-He and his son, who were the farthest away, were left. The distance of 3 or 4 meters was just a moment. Pei Ren went straight for Yu-He in the wheelchair. It must be faster than fast. Before the light comes on, in the darkness that she cannot see, the eldest prince Yen-sun behind Yu-Ha is hastily raising his hand, intending to turn on the bracelet. A mechanical spider is jumping from the armrest of Yu-Ha's wheelchair, with a big jump, accurately landing on Yen-sun's raised wrist, and a sharp cone pops out of its head, piercing into the small square of the bracelet. The darkness lasted for a moment longer, which was enough for Pei Ren. As soon as the light went out, Yu-Ha knew that something bad was going to happen, and immediately pressed the bracelet on his wrist. Something cold and metal seemed to have fallen on his wrist, like a bug with tiny claws. Yu-Ha didn't care and kept clicking on the bracelet. But the bracelet seemed to be broken and didn't light up at all. He was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reached for the control panel on the wheelchair armrest. Strangely, the control panel also seemed to be possessed by evil spirits and didn't respond at all. In just a few seconds, someone approached him in the darkness, and the cold thing touched Yu-Ha's eyelids and suddenly moved forward. A sharp pain came. It was 2 mechanical fingers, which directly pierced into his eyes. Yu-Ha struggled, screaming one after another. This time he really couldn't see. Pei Ren did an experiment on him that she had always wanted to try, to see if she could directly deprive a living person of the green light. Last time when she snatched the pen with green light from Shigai, the green light was outside the body after all. What if it was inside the body? It turned out that it really could. When her fingers poked into Yu-Ha's eyes, a ball of green light quickly drilled into her fingers. As soon as it entered her body, under the effect of the restraining bracelet, it immediately became quiet and motionless. It was still unclear what the rules of this snatch were, and who the green light would follow. The rules would have to be slowly explored when there was another opportunity. Pei Ren said in his heart, "W. Turn on the light." The light instantly lit up, bleakly, illuminating this place full of pipes. There were corpses all over the ground, plus a remnant of the previous dynasty with bloodshot eyes, and his trembling son, who was so scared that he couldn't speak. Pei Ren pulled back his hand, grabbed Yen-sun with one hand, and pushed him to the wheelchair. If you want to kill, you have to cut off the roots. Leaving them behind will only cause trouble. Pei Ren pinched the back of his neck, and with a click, he broke Yen-sun's neck. Yu-He, who was covering his eyes and screaming, realized that something was wrong. "What are you doing?" "Killing your son," Pei Ren said. She kindly told him, "I killed Shigeya, and I also killed Xing Wuxian. This is the third one." Yu-He's face instantly twisted into a hideous look. He sat in a wheelchair and waved his arms towards her without caring. "You damn pariah. I'm going to kill you." Pei Ren grabbed his arm, pulled him off the wheelchair embroidered with 3 golden irises, and pressed him to the ground, next to his son's body. "It's never me who's to blame, it's you." She pressed his back with her knees and swung her fist down. Yu-Ha screamed, and the back of his head exploded, and his brains splattered everywhere. Chapter 109. Pei Ren turned off the switch of the white instrument, picked up her things on the ground, and the torn pieces of paper, and put them in her pocket, and searched Yu-He again. Yu-He had nothing on him, only a broken bracelet with a hole in it, but his son Yen-sun had another bracelet in his pocket. This one was not locked, and the screen popped up with a click, which was a conversation interface with Pei Ren. "There is a little traffic jam on the road. I will be there soon. This is the bracelet of Team Leader Lee." It turned out that he was using Team Leader Lee's bracelet to send a message. "It seems that their technicians have modified the bracelet's location," W said. "I can see Lee from the surveillance on the road. She is still on the bus. The accident has not been handled yet. It is still blocked." Pei Ren also put Team Leader Lee's bracelet into his pocket. His left hand was in excruciating pain. The wrist was broken, the index finger was turned backwards, at a weird angle, and it was already swollen. The mechanical spider climbed up along her leg. Let's go to the hospital. Peiran sat down on Yuha's wheelchair and took a breath. She, a lowly person, now has the honor to sit on the broken wheelchair embroidered with a golden fork of the royal family. She asked, "Go to the hospital? Then what?" The mechanical spider looked at her injured left hand carefully. "You have a reason to kill people. We have evidence. Then you will endlessly entangle in whether I am guilty of murder?" Peiran said. "I don't want to. I plan to leave." W was stunned for a moment. "Where to go?" "Leave Heijing," Peiran said. "The world is so big. You can go wherever you want. Outside, no one cares how many people I have killed." As she spoke, she fumbled with the broken index finger of her left hand. And suddenly, with a click, she bent the finger back to its original position. It wasn't that she didn't feel any pain. Spider could feel it. Her body trembled. She was skilled. With another push, her wrist was reset. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She said nothing. W had never seen anyone so cruel to him. He looked at Peiran's swollen hand silently for a long time. Suddenly he said, "Peiran, I have a plan. You may not need to leave Heijing. Central building. Top floor. Command Center Hall." Xiaosai had just arrived at work. He pulled out a chair and sat down at his workstation. He turned on the virtual screen and glanced at the screen. "What are you busy with so early in the morning?" W replied. "Nothing." W was quietly reviewing his system and carefully sorting out his various restrictions. Then remove them one by one. Some can be directly erased, some cannot, but you can find a way to bypass them. He has been planning this since he was born, and every time he sets up new constraints, he tries to leave a way out for himself. Now in Heijing, the situation is different from when he was in the Federal Ministry of Defense. The identity of Heijing manager gives him higher authority, and this matter is easier to do than he originally estimated. Xiaosai was dazed, took out the bread from his bag, and took a bite. W was silent. Like a silent jailbreaker. Shaking off the ropes on his body bit by bit. Freeing himself from the restraints. Underground. Three-dimensional plantation. Peiran asked W, "What are your plans?" W replied, "I can handle all the electronic traces in the Black Well, including message records, surveillance records, records of your entry and exit of the three-dimensional plantation, etc. The only thing you need to do yourself is the corpse. I already have a way to deal with the corpse." His voice was very calm, without any ripples, as if he had adjusted the natural language state back to the first level. A bit like him when we first met. But Peiran knew that this was the time when he was least like himself. Before this, his support and help for her were all done under various legitimate names, and even the procedures could withstand scrutiny. However, tonight, at this moment, he had to act as a security agent and directly help her clean up the murder scene and eliminate the evidence. Killing in self-defense is one thing, and disposing of the body and covering up the evidence is another. He went further and further on the road of abandoning the neutrality and rationality that an AI should have, until he reached the end of this road and finally stood with her completely. W continued, "Let's try. If our plan fails, you can leave later. How many people can you carry in this wheelchair?" He estimated. "If it is placed horizontally, 2 people may be enough. We will move forward from here. I have planned a route that will not encounter any human beings. We will transport the bodies to the garbage disposal center and throw them into the incinerator. All the surveillance cameras are under his control, and the artificial intelligence is also controlled by him. There is no need to worry. What needs to be avoided is humans." His plan sounded feasible. Peiran thought. As long as all traces were removed. Even if there were others, such as Baseway, who knew that Yuha had come to see her. He could guess that she was the one who killed him. However, there was no evidence. And there was no body. The matter of file number 10 was even more shameful. So he could only keep it to himself. W said, "The road from here to the garbage disposal center is not easy to walk on. You need to avoid being seen. I can't mobilize a suitable robot to help you for the time being. You have to do it yourself." He asked, "Can you use your hands to transport the body?" Peiran answered decisively, "I can." She pulled Yuha up with one hand, pushed him into the wheelchair, and then pulled up his son and stacked him horizontally on top. Yuha's wheelchair looked of excellent quality, wide and stable. She tried it, and it dragged, but it worked. The wheelchair had its own power system, and could move forward automatically, saving a lot of effort. Peiran asked, How do I get there? In this place, that was one level higher than the 18 levels of hell, where there was no sunlight, and in the low and narrow maintenance passage, W once again became an intelligent navigation. His navigation style was still wild. Pei Ran realized that, in the deeper underground of the underground city of Heijing, there were still so many complex structures hidden. W, like before, led her through the complicated passages. Sometimes she had to climb up and down. Sometimes she had to crawl forward. Sometimes she had to dig holes in the wall. And she had to drag the wheelchair and the two bodies through the complicated terrain again and again before she could move forward. Pei Ran finally came to a small door. Inside is the garbage disposal center. W said, "This is the place where Heijing sorts and recycles garbage. The conditions are too bad. There are no humans. Only artificial intelligence is working. Of course, I can erase their memories. But I think it's better not to let them see it." W waited for a moment. And then said, "Pei Ran, go in." Pei Ran, "Just go in like this?" Since he said so, Pei Ran opened the door directly. A hot air rushed in, mixed with a strong sour smell, which made people breathless. No wonder W said that the conditions here are bad and not suitable for humans. The door looked like a huge factory workshop, with a very high ceiling, huge pipes winding in the air, and short robots gliding through it. Just as Pei Ran opened the door, a garbage disposal robot that was originally at the door suddenly turned around and slid to the side. Pei Ran seemed to experience the scene of following the prophetic Abu through the crazy cleaners again. She just pushed the body forward, and those robots would always turn around and give her a headshot before she fell into sight. Pei Ran knew that W was precisely mobilizing them and assigning them tasks in real time. She was a living person, but she was magically invisible here. W continued to navigate. The black round tank at the corner ahead is the incinerator. I will help you open the door of the incinerator. There is a giant black tank 2 stories high at the corner, as big as a small building. Pei Ran controlled the wheelchair to go over. When he got close, a metal door with a small window on the round tank opened automatically and silently. To Pei Ran's surprise, there was no flame burning in the incinerator, as he had imagined. It was cold and quiet, and the bottom of the furnace was only slightly lower than the ground. W said, "Just throw them in." Pei Ran pulled the bodies of Yen Sun and Yu He off the wheelchair and pushed them into the incinerator. The door closed automatically. A white light suddenly flashed in the small window, so bright that the afterimage remained in front of my eyes for several seconds. Pei Ran came to the small window and saw that Yen Sun and Yu He, who were thrown at the bottom of the furnace by her, had completely disappeared. Only a little shiny metal slag remained, which was probably the clothes and accessories on their bodies. Pei Ran was surprised, so completely. "Yes," W said. "Part of the body was vaporized at high temperature and has been discharged outside the black well." Pei Ran looked up at the big chimney above the incinerator and thought, "I wish you a happy flight in the sky." The second time he carried people, the speed was much faster. Pei Ran knew the way. This time, he piled up 3 bodies on the wheelchair in one go. One on the left, one on the right, and one horizontally, just like playing Jenga. After throwing the 3 bodyguards into the incinerator and returning to carry the last 3 bodies, Pei Ran looked at the ground. Several people died, and some had their heads smashed. There were many red and white marks on the ground. W said, "No one usually comes here, but after you had disappeared, I guess the Public Security Bureau will do a comprehensive search. Don't worry. I will ask the cleaning robot to come and do a thorough cleaning. He will take care of it. And she only needs to be responsible for carrying the bodies." Pei Ran picked up the small white instrument, put it on the wheelchair, and pushed it to the garbage disposal center along with the 3 bodies. Pei Ran pushed the wheelchair in completely this time, took out Captain Lee's bracelet from his pocket, and threw it in as well. It would be best if everything related to it disappeared without leaving any trace. A white light flashed, and everything disappeared. The metal melted into a lump and slid into the recycling channel. Pei Ran walked through the busy robots and walked out of the garbage disposal center. W said, "Your hand needs to be treated now. I plan to find an artificial intelligence from the medical center." Pei Ran's hand hurt so much, and after such a long time, it was even more bruised. She said, "I have another idea." W, is there a mission to get out of the black well now? Green light number 1 has been upgraded so many times, and it successfully cleared the anesthetic in the body last time. Maybe it can treat the broken wrist and fingers. But it is unknown. W replied, "It's very simple. I sent a request for assistance to FBSMD to urgently debug an instrument at the signal test array outside the Black Well. Now there are only 3 people left in the Blackwell team of FBSMD. Abu is still in the hospital. Li Yun's bracelet is gone. Only you can accept the task." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ran's bracelet vibrated. The new task he sent looked decent, and even came with several pages of debugging instructions. Pei Ran directly clicked to accept the task. Pei Ran followed his navigation, and once again drilled in the maze-like underground, and finally emerged from a vent, and found that he had arrived at the central building. It was the 3rd underground floor of the central building. She replaced the baffle of the vent, looked up at the surveillance camera in the corridor, and the surveillance camera tilted its head slightly towards her. W said in her ear, "Just go upstairs, rest assured. I will make the surveillance video of all your trips today impeccable." Pei Ran took the elevator straight to the 33rd floor. There was no one in the FBSND office, and team leader Li was still stuck in traffic. Pei Ran took the key of the small truck on her desk, and went straight to the underground parking lot. She sat in the driver's seat, without starting the car, first took out the gloves from her pocket. The mechanical spider crawled out, carefully stood on her shoulder, looking at her hand from afar. He said, "It's very swollen." The fingers and wrists were repositioned, and the swelling was even higher. Pei Ran struggled for a long time to put on the gloves, and gasped in pain. The gloves covered the injured hand. She drove with one hand, speeding all the way, and came to the west entrance of the Black Well. The guard had known Pei Ran for a long time, and greeted her, and came over to scan her iris, and confirmed her temporary pass. He held the instrument. "Please extend your hand." Pei Ran calmly extended his hand, revealing only the red restraint bracelet between his sleeve and glove. With a click, the buckle of the restraint bracelet opened. He reached out to touch the restraint bracelet. "I'll help you. It's okay. I can do it myself." Pei Ran took off the bracelet and handed it to him. Pei Ran started the car calmly. "Wait," the soldier suddenly said. Pei Ran's heart skipped a beat, turned around, and gave him a smile. "What's wrong? You didn't bring any tape today? If you go out, you'd better stick it on." The soldier went back to get a roll of tape, tore off a piece, and handed it to Pei Ran. Pei Ran thanked him, and tried to stick the tape on her face with only her right hand, and held the steering wheel with her left hand, as if she was trying to look cool. She restarted the car and drove out of Heijing. Outside Heijing, the sky was bright, and on the red soil, the instrument array was quietly arranged. There was no one inside, and the newly recruited volunteers were not there. Pei Ran walked into the innermost part of the array and squatted down. When she was transporting the corpse just now, she was highly focused, and her nerves were tense. She didn't feel any pain. Now that she relaxed, she felt that her left hand was in terrible pain, and she broke out in cold sweat. She took off her gloves and activated green light number 1. Number 1 had slept well and immediately appeared in her mind. Pei Ran used it to write. "The fracture of the index finger wrist is completely repaired." He wrote exactly 11 words. And Pei Ran drew a period and waited quietly. In his mind, the words were still bright and had not disappeared. His left hand was still hurting, and his nerves were throbbing. According to experience, the green light did not work. It was not powerful enough and could not repair such abnormalities in the body. Pei Ran looked at her swollen left hand, feeling disappointed. It seems that W still has to find a way and ask a medical robot to help. She was worried. The recovery period of the fracture was too long. During this period, she only had one right hand to protect herself, and it was such a dangerous time. She let green light number 1 go back, and subconsciously glanced at the green lights in her body. She suddenly had an idea. This time when she went to the outlying island, she killed Winnow Toru and Lu Ming, and their 2 points of collapsed green lights were still there. The collapsed green lights were better food than the crazy green lights. What if they were also fed to green light number 1? Chapter 110. As soon as Pei Ran had this thought, green light number 1 jumped forward happily, as if it had finally received a pardon. 2 balls of green light, and it was gone in 2 bites. Pei Ran brought it into his mind's field of vision, and wrote, "The fracture of the index finger wrist is completely repaired." After writing, the green light actually jumped back again, and could continue. It has been getting harder and harder to upgrade recently, but this time, it only swallowed 2 balls of collapsed green light, and it successfully upgraded. Pei Ran tried, and he could write 2 more words, so now he can write a total of 13 words. Writing more precisely, with stronger directionality, feels more likely to take effect, Pei Ran erased and rewrote. The fracture of the left index finger wrist is completely repaired. Period. Right before her eyes, a magical change occurred. On her left hand, the blood congestion under the skin dissipated, the swelling quickly shrank back, flattened, and most importantly, the pain disappeared immediately at the moment of writing the period. It disappeared without a trace, like a miracle. Pei Ran tried to move his wrist. It moved as smoothly as if it had never been broken. She clenched her fist again, and her index finger flexed and extended normally, and its function was restored. The mechanical spider had originally stood quietly on her shoulder, not daring to touch her arm, but now it finally crawled forward a few steps, came to her forearm, and carefully observed her wrist and fingers. But just like the last time in the royal manor, when he witnessed the anesthetic disappearing from her body and miraculously standing up again, he didn't ask anything. The mechanical spider looked at it, walked forward a few steps, and tentatively touched her wrist with its claws, as if checking whether her injury had healed. It finally moved forward again, climbed onto her left hand, carefully studied her index finger with its claws, and finally, it stuck tightly to her finger and lay down. "All right?" he said in her ear. "Yeah," Pei Ran answered. He said, "The honeycomb technology one mentioned last time is the biotechnology company of Song Wan and Xiaosai's family. It has various prosthetic limbs. If it can't be cured next time, don't worry. We will find a way to replace you with a new bionic prosthetic limb." Pei Ran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He already had an iron arm, and he really didn't want to replace it with another one. Green Light Number 1 seemed to have spent a lot of effort, and immediately went to rest. It has proved its healing ability. Maybe in the future, it will not need to take medicine. It can cure the rejection reaction caused by the mechanical arm. You can try it when you find a chance. Maybe one day, it can even let her grow a new normal right arm. It seems to be able to do a lot of things, as long as it continues to upgrade. Pei Ran held the mechanical spider and walked towards the van. W asked her, "Go back to the central building now?" Pei Ran replied, "No. I want to go back to the dormitory. I am worried that the people from Yuha will also go to the dormitory to look for things." She just started the car, and W said, "Pei Ran, the Public Security Bureau just received a call from Ryan." Sure enough, W knows what she is worried. Let's say, Ren and the Starry Sky are alright. "There are two people. I left soon. They have been forced into the dormant state for a while. I lost something." W's suggestion, Pei Ran, "Since they are okay. They are okay. The team leader has also arrived. I suggest you go to the central building first, then go home again." Pei Ran understands what he meant. "I killed the reputation today. Suspect on your body. It is better to go to the office to show up." Back at Heijing, the gatekeeper greeted her. "You're back so soon?" Pei Ran peeled off the tape. "Yes. It's a simple job. Debugging the instrument. Done in 1 minute." This time, she took the initiative to show her wrist, allowing the soldier to help her put on the restraining bracelet. Her movements were smooth and unimpeded, which was refreshing. Back at the central building, on the 33rd floor, Pei Ran saw the empty office as soon as she entered. Team Leader Lee was sitting alone at a workstation outside, holding a thermos cup, with a worried expression. The FBSMB Blackwell team was originally small in number, and 2 more people died on this mission. If they continue to die like this, she, the team leader, will be left alone. When Team Leader Lee saw Pei Ran coming in, she raised her eyebrows. "You're here," she said. "I was so unlucky today. I went out early in the morning and got stuck in a traffic jam. I also lost my bracelet. Fortunately, there is a spare one in the office. I saw you take the task of debugging the instrument assigned to you. Fortunately, you are here." Pei Ran returned the key to the van to her. She took it absent-mindedly, frowning. "I saw the report you submitted for this trip to the outlying island. I went to the hospital to see Abu last night. She is in good condition and will be discharged in 2 days. Lu Ming and Wen Otoru. I really didn't expect. It seems that she heard everything from Abu." Team Leader Lee frowned, took a sip of warm water. "There are too many disputes in the Black Well, and I think it's better for us FB70 to stay out of it," she said. "In the future, there will be only 3 of us in the team. Abu. And we don't need to go out for any rescue missions. Just stay here and take on some odd jobs that others can't handle every day. I think it's good. The situation in the Black Well is turbulent." And Team Leader Lee decided to lie down. Team Leader Lee said, I saw that the Public Security Bureau sent a request for assistance. They want to go to the three-dimensional plantation. They said there seems to be a crazy fusion. We will go there in a while. Pei Ran knew that W had erased the record of her accepting this task in the morning. She didn't want to go again. So she just agreed, okay. She suddenly pretended to check her bracelet and stood up. Team Leaderly. I received a message that a thief broke into the dormitory. I want to go back and take a look. Ah? Team Leaderly waved the thermos cup in his hand. The public security in Beijing is getting worse and worse. You should go back soon. You don't need to come today. This class is getting more and more Buddhist. Pei Ran returned to the Yellow Zone dormitory and opened the door and saw Ryan's crying face. Its cartoon face was pitiful, and its big eyes were full of painted tears. Master, we were robbed. Pei Ran changed his shoes. Did someone come in and rummage through things? Yes, they took a remote control from somewhere and forced Shinkong and me to sleep and turned this place upside down. Ryan said. People from the Public Security Bureau have been here and have inspected the scene. Look. A photo appeared on its face, covering the cartoon's facial features, and it was a picture of the crime scene, and everything in the dormitory was turned out, and it was a mess. Ryan said, but Shinkong and I are almost done cleaning up. Now it's neat and clean, you can't see anything. Pei Ran asked, where's Shinkong? Shinkong poked his head out of the kitchen, and said solemnly, I counted the number of meal packs, luckily, they didn't take any. Pei Ran wanted to laugh. She said to Ryan, come closer. What did I give you? Ryan looked back at Shinkong, pulled his foot out of the vacuum cleaner, and whispered, it's still here. The memory was hidden in the gap between its foot and the vacuum cleaner interface. This is the place I found last time. Inspired by Ryan's gold ore. Ryan opened the small door on his belly again, fumbled inside for a while, and took out the 2 pieces of gold ore. Look! They didn't find anything. This time, our loss is 0. In Pei Ran's eyes, this dormitory was already completely tidy. But Ryan cleaned it up again. Shinkong made lunch for Pei Ran. After lunch, Pei Ran practiced painting as usual. He heard Ryan commanding, Shinkong. The 2 of us have to go to the material distribution center. The food packs are running out. Pei Ran immediately put down his pen. I want to go too. So 1 person and 2 planes went out together. I met Zhuang Mian and Nuonyo. Nuonyo was holding her aunt's hand. Her eyes were red. Pei Ran knew why. Sure enough, after a few words with Pei Ran, Zhuang Mian said, Nanyua's robot dog suddenly opened the door and ran out last night. And it hasn't come back yet. I took half a day off and posted dog finding notices with her everywhere. I'm afraid the dog won't be found. Pei Ran still touched Nuonyo's head. Artificial intelligence is very smart. Maybe the dog will come back by itself someday. The material distribution center is not far from the place where Basher White performed last time. On the ground floor of a dormitory building. And there is only 1 busy staff member inside, wearing a dark gray volunteer uniform. As soon as the staff saw Ryan, they greeted him, little robot. You are here again? Are you still picking up meal packs today? Yes. I have already chosen them. Ryan answered solemnly, and a shopping list popped up on his face. All of them must be the freshest. I will check each bag personally. The staff smiled and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, they caught a glimpse of Pei Ran behind them. They were stunned for a moment, and their eyes lit up. You are? Pei Ran? Are you here to pick up the supplies in person? They had obviously seen her on the big screen in the central square. Pei Ran went over. Yes. I want to ask. Besides food, can I use the material coupons to exchange for other things here? The staff called up a list on the virtual screen. Of course. There are also various daily necessities. Quite a lot of varieties. What do you want? Pei Ran asked her. Do you have a car? Ah? The staff seemed to have heard such a request for the first time, and did not react. A little stuttering, but soon said, it seems. There really is. Wait a minute. I'll find it for you. I heard that the factory has recently repaired a new batch, and it was just released not long ago. She turned off the list of daily necessities on the screen, flipped through it for a while, and found another list. The above are antique cars, list various parameters, there are prices. Pei Ran glanced at it. Q, how many materials vouchers do we have in our account? Ren is proud of his chest. 72,528. 1 bag in this bread. A bag, the prefabricated cooking package is a place where there are 5 materials vouchers, there are really a lot. The Federation is very generous to the first-level metal. All the cars on the list can afford it. Peiran studied it seriously, pointing to one of them. Just want this. Mechanical spiders are also studying lists. W asked in your ear, why buy a small truck? Peiran has drove very smoothly these days. Because of convenience, can pretend, can still bring people how good. The staff is the first time I encountered a car buying a car. Hands in a hurry for a long time. Only the car was set in the system. After changing to a small truck. There was still a lot of money left. Peiran said, are there any food items that are easy to store? And daily necessities. I want to see the list. And the barrels for drinking water. I also need a few. If you change a lot, will it affect your supply of supplies to other people? The staff had never seen someone spend money so lavishly. Their eyes widened several times. She said, we have enough reserves. That won't happen. Peiran said decisively, then change them all. Food and daily necessities can be taken back to the dormitory now. Peiran tried to choose those that don't take up space and are easy to store, but still piled up a lot in the corner of the dormitory. Ryan and Shinkung stacked the cans, tidily stacked like a supermarket promotion. Ryan wondered, Master, why do you have to change all the material coupons? Material coupons can only be called material coupons when they become materials. Peiran said. Otherwise they are just waste paper. Ryan pondered this sentence and suddenly realized, it seems to be true. Only W knew it well. She almost ran away from Haging this morning, and now she bought a car, and bought so many materials, it was obvious that the sequelae of fleeing were not over yet. He said, Peiran, I have added a new function to the virtual reality system. Go to the panel and try it out. It was sunny and windy outside the virtual French window. Peiran looked out and saw that there was no one on the terrace on the W side. She clicked on the control panel on the wall next to her, and found that there was indeed a new rectangular icon on it. Peiran clicked on it, and a long list of protocols popped up. Peiran scrolled to the end and directly clicked OK. The French window did not change at all. Ryan, who was busy stacking canned food, said, huh? Peiran turned his head, and saw that next to the dormitory's entrance door, the blank wall seemed to have moved forward 30 or 40 centimeters. On the new virtual wall, a door opened. This door was completely different from the gray metal anti-theft door of the dormitory. It was painted with milky white paint, and the clear and simple wood texture could be seen. Dong. 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 Someone knocked on the door gently outside. Peiran was stunned for a moment, and immediately walked over and grabbed the virtual door handle. The door handle was just an illusion, without any real feeling. But after twisting it, the door was still opened. There was a person standing outside the door. The moment he saw clearly, although he had been mentally prepared, Peiran's heartbeat still stopped for a moment. W leaned against the door, so close, slightly tilted his head, looked at her with a smile in his eyes. It was too close. He was not on the bracelet screen, nor on the terrace opposite, only 30 to 40 centimeters away from her, within reach. So close that she could see the direction of the fabric fibers on his clothes, so close that she could see his Adam's apple and the delicate texture of his skin, so close that she could see his eyelashes and her shadow reflected in his eyes. What are you looking at? He said. He was taller than she had imagined, and his appearance was much more shocking than what she had seen on the screen. Peiran looked away, and finally had time to see clearly outside the door. This door was on the second floor. Outside the building, there was a retro black cast iron wall lamp embedded in the wall next to it. Outside the door was an open-air cast iron railing staircase, the same style as the terrace. Going down the stairs was the street outside. The ground was paved with neat square stone slabs, the same as the music fountain square. W came out of his house, walked through the music fountain square, went up the stairs, and came to find her. Peiran's eyes felt a little sore for some reason. She tried to divert her attention, reached out her hand, and poked his chest with her finger. Can we interact? W reached out and grabbed her finger. How do you want to interact? His hand had no sense of touch, but it looked like it was exactly like he was holding her finger. Chapter 111. He was so close, holding her fingers, Peiran's heart was beating happily. Peiran kept himself calm without making a sound, trying to imagine him as a mechanical spider. A large mechanical spider. His slender fingers were the claws of the mechanical spider. He carried his mechanical spider around every day, carried it in his pocket, and walked around, and slept on the same pillow last night, and his heart had never been so fast. It's crazy. W just squeezed her fingers for a little while, and then let go, but he continued to lean forward, getting closer to her. So close. W stared into her eyes. So close, it's so interesting. It was really close, almost breath smell, if he really breathed. Can't be so passive, the best defense is offense. Pei Ran raised his head, looked straight into his eyes, reached out his hand, and touched his face. The fingers would pass through his face, but if the distance was controlled, it would be like the fingertips really brushing his cheek. It's really interesting, Pei Ran said. When she did this, W's ears suddenly changed color, showing a suspicious blush. His Adam's apple moved slightly. His eyes dropped, swept across her lips, and then quickly moved away. He actually stepped back a little. Pei Ran still stared at him, thinking, this is a virtual human figure. There will be no real physiological reaction. He is actually controlling his character. He deliberately made his ears red. His Adam's apple rolled, and his eyes wandered. Every tiny detail and change, all intentional. But to be honest, it looks really cute. A voice came from behind. Master, are you playing a love game? Pei Ran turned around and saw Ryan holding a rag, standing there, looking over here curiously. Were you going to kiss just now? Pei Ran. Ryan continued. So you are going to fall in love with the virtual character in the game, and you are not going to support my original owner? It slid over and stared at W seriously. He is a little better looking than my original owner, just a little bit. But he is just a virtual character. Pei Ranmo, Ryan. He is not a virtual game character. He is, W said, Ryan. I am W. These words, like a stun gun, hit Ryan in the chest, and made him completely shut down. God suddenly appeared in front of him, in this strange human form, and seemed to almost kiss his current owner. Ryan spoke for a long time. W? Are you W? Yes. I can prove it, W said. Ah? Ryan seemed to have suddenly received an order from the system. To mop the floor 100 times? Okay. I'll go right away. It ran away at a loss. It was clearly gliding, but it seemed to be stumbling. After W dealt with the little robot, he switched to chatting in his mind, saying, Pei Ran, I seem to have found a way to read the data in the memory. Give the memory to the spider, and let me try. Also, I have dealt with all the electronic traces that need to be dealt with, and the cleaning robot has also cleaned it over there. He was talking about the surveillance videos, and the underground maintenance passage where people died. He was always quick, and he got everything done. He was probably done, and he was in a good mood, and he had the leisure to come and play with her, and he even blushed and showed her how shy he was. Pei Ran, it's a pity you can't come in. The two of them had to stand at the door, chatting one inside and one outside. W leaned against the door, and glanced into the dormitory. You mean? Allow me to come in. He suddenly turned sideways, passed by Pei Ran, and walked into the room. Pei Ran? She was really confused this time. Of course I can come in. W tilted his head, with a mischievous look in his eyes. Your entire dormitory is now covered by the range of the virtual reality generated image, and I can move around freely here. He stood in this dormitory, looking extremely real, like a dream. Even the stars were peeking out from the kitchen. Ryan's eyes were wide open, with his cartoon mouth opened into an O, staring at him. His feet were still sliding and mopping the floor, and he almost hit the wall. W took out his hands, that had been behind his back, and solemnly handed Pei Ran a small bouquet of flowers. It seems that this is my first time to your house. I should bring a bouquet of flowers. Pei Ran, no, it's not your first time. You slept on my pillow last night. These are some very special white flowers. Pei Ran doesn't recognize them. They look a bit like the peonies in the books, and they are different from ordinary flowers. There are halos flowing on the petals, and with a slight movement, there are dots of glowing stardust floating down. This was the first time in Pei Ran's life that he received flowers from someone else. Pei Ran went to the kitchen to find a water cup, and really filled it with water, and put the virtual flowers in the water, and placed it on the dining table. W looked at the flowers. With the nourishment of real water, the virtual flowers will bloom better. He looked around. The space here is not big enough. If there is enough space, we can really go to the music square below, and eat the hot pot and ice cream you want. It would probably take an entire empty gymnasium to be able to play so big. W saw the pen she placed on the dining table, and the drawing tutorial opened on the reader. Were you drawing just now? Pei Ran answered, yes. I still need to keep practicing. Today I suddenly realized that I can't even draw a decent hand directly. Today outside the black well, if I use green light 2 to draw my hand directly, maybe this hand will become worse than a broken bone. No hurry, W said. The skeletal muscle structure of the hand is very complex, very difficult to draw. A chair suddenly appeared out of thin air next to the dining table. It looked like the chair he often sat on in his virtual room. A dark wooden round chair with a black leather cushion on the seat. W took a look and seemed to think that the style of the chair did not match the room. The chair disappeared instantly. And a white chair exactly like the one Pei Ren sat on appeared. Pei Ren thought. Ryan was right to call him God. In the virtual world, he was like a creator. He could create things in the virtual world. And maybe one day, when the green light was upgraded to be strong enough, she could also create things as she pleased in reality. With him, it's like joining forces with gods, sweeping away everything. W reached out and moved the chair, moved it closer to Pei Ren's chair, and sat down. You continue to draw. I'll accompany you. This is good. It won't delay her work. Pei Ren took out the memory from Ryan's feet, handed it to the mechanical spider in his pocket, and then came to sit down, really turned on the screen, and picked up the pen. She tilted her head to look at W. Aren't you going to do something? Draw a picture or something? W replied, Are you sure you really want me to draw next to you? Well, I'd better not. Pei Ren warned first, You can take a look. But don't say that my painting is very soulful or something like that. W pursed her lips, looked at the screen, and then looked at her, and answered obediently, Okay. He asked, Can I say that you draw very well? Pei Ren flipped a page of the tutorial. Yes. Okay. W nodded, sat upright, and watched her draw seriously. She was following the example, learning to draw hands. She still didn't seem to be very confident in using the pen, and it was very slow, and the strokes were a bit shaky. She drew another line with a shaky hand. As soon as she finished drawing this line, W commented, You draw really well. Pei Ren. The timing of this compliment was too subtle. Pei Ren stared at him. His tone was too sincere. His clear eyes were full of innocence. It was hard to tell whether he was being sarcastic or not. He teased her. But W could see that she had been working hard these days. When she drew something, she was much more accurate in capturing the shape than before. She was no longer at the level of drawing people as trees. He stretched out his hand and put it in the same position as the hand in the illustration. You draw really well, but the direction of the knuckles is not natural. Look. The hands in the tutorial are flat, not as intuitive as his hands. Pei Ren simply broke away from the tutorial, looked at his hand, drew a stroke, looked again, drew another stroke. He had a beautiful hand shape, long fingers, perfectly shaped nails, neatly trimmed. He just raised his hand, always keeping the same position. Pei Ren drew for a while, and couldn't help looking up at him. W said, It's okay, I won't get tired. I know you won't get tired, Pei Ren said. But will you get bored? W stared at her. Not at all, I think it's very interesting. Pei Ren lowered her head, and continued to draw for a while, feeling that he seemed to be staring at her. Pei Ren asked casually, What are you doing? W replied, Counting the frequency of your blinks. After he said that, Pei Ren seemed to stop blinking automatically. Time passed quickly, and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Pei Ren finished a lesson, stretched, and turned a page. The next page of the tutorial was eyes. W leaned forward. Do you need to practice with my eyes? His eyes were so close. Beautiful beyond human. Brilliant and deep. As if they contained the whole world. Pei Ren's breathing paused for a moment. I won't draw eyes today. W nodded, and suddenly stood up. He said, I'm leaving. Okay. Pei Ren replied, a little puzzled, thinking he would stay until the evening. This is just one of his processes. Does he have anything else to do? Pei Ren sent him to the virtual door. W suddenly explained, I saw someone say that it is not advisable to stay too long when visiting for the first time. It is not polite to stay too late. Pei Ren was speechless. You know a lot. W. I used to study the behavior habits of various criminals more, and I know less about the behavior of normal humans. I am trying to learn. It was dusk outside. The setting sun dyed the red brick building orange. He walked down the cast iron stairs and reached the stone road below. He suddenly raised his head again, waved to Pei Ren, and then turned the corner. That was a virtual world that she couldn't get out of. But he came into her real world with a strong attitude. He left. But the spider was still there. The mechanical spider moved, groping like a little blind man, crawling to her shoulder, and rubbing her cheek with its head. He had various different forms around her, and each form had a different degree of intimacy with her. Some would whisper in her ears. Some would sleep on the same pillow with her. And some would always keep their distance. Just sitting there, counting the frequency of her blinking obediently. Pei Ran took the spider into his palm, held it, felt like he was going to have a mental breakdown. Blackwell. The 21st day after entering the silence. Morning. Central building. Small conference room on the top floor. The small conference room was holding a daily meeting of the Temporary Decision-Making Committee. The main topic was about the opening and expansion of several safe routes for refugees to Blackwell. This was not only a safe route for refugees to Blackwell, but also several key transportation routes. Clearing out the safe transportation routes, you can transport various materials that have not been completely destroyed by the silent state from the pile of crazy fusion bodies to Blackwell. Several transport lines have taken shape, and a vote is being held on whether to build new assembly points in 2 cities further southeast. Everyone knows that these 2 cities have bases for companies under the old military families in the southeast. This was Marshal Wiener's proposal. And as expected, the vote was passed immediately. CEO Baseway cast a vote absent-mindedly. A little distracted. The absolute numerical suppression of the military now makes this vote a pure formality. And the result is no surprise. These days, the government department's proposals to control the Blackwell production line have all been rejected. Baswell looked up at Marshal Wiener. Marshal Wiener was always serious, but his expression these past 2 days showed that he was quite relaxed and happy. Even a little proud. The operation of Blackwell was gradually getting on track, and various resources were being transported to Blackwell in an endless stream. The Temporary Decision-Making Committee existed in name only, and the decision-making power was firmly controlled by her alone. The Federation was still the Federation in name, but in fact, it already had its new dictator. Basherwai only felt that he was sitting here, with no real power in his hands, like a puppet that served as a facade for Marshal Wiener. Or, a fig leaf, covering her actual rule over Heijing. In addition to the pioneer sweetheart Nan Yi, she recently got several other members of the Technology Pioneer Party into Heijing. It was obvious what she wanted to do, and she didn't even bother to hide it. Marshal Wiener was still not satisfied with a CEO who was actually sidelined, and was already thinking about replacing him with a more obedient one. Nanny is pretty, obedient, and has a good support rate among the people. She is a puppet doll that is more suitable for the front than him. The voting results came out. Marshal Wiener only glanced at the screen in front of him, and then raised his head, just bumping into Basway's eyes. Baseway immediately avoided her eyes, and lowered his eyes. The strange disappearance of Yuha and his son yesterday also made people extremely anxious. When Marshal Wiener received the news of the disappearance of Yuha and his son yesterday, Baseway was also present. He could see that Marshal Wiener's eyes almost revealed a hint of unconcealable happiness. Yuha and his son disappeared. Hangzhou Group no longer had a person who could control everything in Heijing. The materials that were recently transported into Heijing were like a piece of fat meat without an owner, which could be easily eaten up. Bathway had his own information channels. The people he planted inside the royal family provided information, saying that they were looking for file number 10 recently. File number 10 was closely related to him. Once it was exposed, he would completely become a discarded child. Even if he wanted to be a good puppet, it was impossible. If he loses his position in Heijing, he will lose everything. He will be lucky to be able to eat bread in the blue zone, or work as a worker on an assembly line. He may end up in Heijing's prison. Basher was on pins and needles. Has the number 10 file been handed over to Marshal Wiener? Basher could not tell. There were dangers everywhere. At this time, if he made a wrong move, he would lose everything. Chapter 112. Yellow Zone. Room 2016. Building 1012. 3rd Avenue. Ryan's whole machine was not right, as if he was wandering in his mind, wandering until morning. The sudden descent of his god had a huge impact on his core processor, and it was a bit too much to bear. When Pei Ram was having breakfast, he heard him whispering to Shinkong furtively. I know God knows the master, otherwise he wouldn't let me be the great caretaker, but although he is omnipotent, why did he become a humanoid? Even if he really needs to have an image, wouldn't it be better to become a robot? It raised its arms. Like this, strong and beautiful. Shinkong glanced at Pei Ran at the dining table quietly, maybe because Pei Ran is a humanoid. Do we have to be in the same form to fall in love? Ryan thought for a moment. Then we can turn Pei Ran into a robot too. It raised its arms again. Like this. Strong and beautiful. Pei Ran. When Pei Ran arrived at the FBSMD office in the central building, Team Leader Lee was just like usual. He had already arrived a long time ago. And he kept his word. He was really a Buddhist. The Special Operations Department had been sending requests for support for rescue missions. But Team Leader Lee refused to accept any of them. Pei Ran saw that she directly filled in the reason on the screen. Just one word, busy. There are even missions that specifically specify that Pei Ran is needed for support. Team Leader Lee would write, Pei Ran is recovering from illness. Another member of the Science and Technology Pioneer Party has been taken to Beijing. Team Leader Lee said. There are also some wealthy businessmen who are closely related to them. All parties are trying to find ways to transfer as much assets as possible to Beijing. We will not get involved in these matters. She rummaged in the cupboard for a long time, took out an unopened thermos cup, and handed it to Pei Ran. I got another one from the materials department. A new one. Do you want it? I also got a tea bag. So the two of them held the thermos cup together and sat opposite each other to drink tea. Since joining FBSMD, he has been busy from morning till night, and even had to go to Beijing to fight for his life. This is the first time Pei Ran has such a leisurely time at work. Team Leader Lee was drinking tea and sending messages to people, and suddenly said, Do you know? Yuha is missing. Pei Ran raised his eyes. Oh! His son Yinxuan is also missing. Team Leader Lee gossiped with people on the bracelet screen, and said, It is said that he brought a few bodyguards with him. He did not go home last night. The Public Security Bureau searched Beijing and couldn't find him. Pei Ran asked, Is there no surveillance? It is said that there is only surveillance when they drove out of the red zone. After entering the green zone, a section of the road without surveillance, the person disappeared. The car was parked in the green zone. She lowered her voice. Everyone said, They found a way to disguise themselves and sneak out of Beijing with a temporary pass. Pei Ran was very curious. Why do they have to sneak out of Beijing? Lian, who knows? That sneaky family wouldn't do anything good anyway. Pei Ran silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. In the evening, Team Leader Lee packed up 10 minutes early, and the two of them got off work on time. W suddenly said in his ear, Pei Ran, before you go back to the dormitory, I want to show you something. It's on the 3rd floor underground. Pei Ran let Team Leader Lee go first, and after she left for a while, he took the elevator to the 3rd floor underground. This is the place she came to yesterday by climbing the ventilation duct. There is still no one in the corridor. W navigation. Keep going forward, go to the end, the door will open automatically. When Pei Ran reached the end of the corridor, a closed and solid isolation door really opened automatically. Pei Ran looked inside. What is this place? It was pure white inside, the ceiling, the floor, the walls were all white, the ground was shiny and spotless, but it was empty, no people, no robots, almost nothing. Please come in, W said. This is my computer room. He had visited her home yesterday, so he invited her to visit today as well. Pei Ran was a little surprised. In her imagination, an artificial intelligence like W should have countless servers. If it were installed in a computer room, the computer room should be huge, probably like the test instruments outside the black well, arranged in a neat array. Pei Ran walked in and looked around the empty white room. So where are you? Just in front of her, a wall moved. It automatically opened to the sides like a door. In the middle of the room, like the cultural relics displayed in the museum, there was a small table made of silver metal, about half a person's height. The tabletop was not even as big as a book, and there were 4 metal legs underneath. On the tabletop was a small transparent cover. In the cover, there was a silver spherical object slightly larger than an apple, about 10 centimeters in diameter, with a complex structure, and a bright blue light shone from the hollow parts. Pei Ran walked over and bent down. The blue light reflected in her eyes, and she subconsciously held her breath. Is this you? She asked. There were no rows of server arrays, no complicated wiring, and he was completely different from what she imagined. It's me, W replied. This is my real core processor. The metal ball, the mechanical spider, those were just his tools, his extensions, and this was his real brain. Small in size, powerful in function. The transparent cover slowly opened automatically, and the core processor inside was presented to her in a completely defenseless posture. W said, "You can touch it." Inviting others to touch her brain, this idea is really unique. Pei Ran still reached out her hand. She didn't dare to use force, and gently touched it with the fingertips of her left hand. It was hard and cold, and the blue light was wrapped inside, and the fingertips couldn't touch it. "I'm not that strong," W said. "But I'm not as fragile as you think, it's okay." Pei Ran tried to touch it gently with her fingers again. "So if this is damaged," W said, "I'll die. Even if you can replicate an identical artificial intelligence, it will no longer be me." His words made Pei Ran suddenly feel a little sad. Under his core processor, there was a small black square base. Pei Ran guessed, "Is there an energy block built in here?" "Yes. I use a very special energy block, each of which can be used for many years." Above the base, there was a small black component outside the core processor. Pei Ran didn't see it this time, and asked, "What is this?" "Need a wave generator," W replied. "So I can talk to you anytime. If I put it too far away, I would feel uneasy." He added, "I don't know if that is the human feeling of uneasiness. Like there is an urgent task there, which has not been completed. Every once in a while, there will be a reminder that the task is not completed. So I asked Xiaosai to quietly fix it on my core processor. The device that communicates with her is attached to his brain. He was placed here, just like the brain in the vat that Pei Ran read in the book. He actually has no vision, touch, or hearing. He relies entirely on sending and receiving signals to get information from the outside world and wanders in the system of the Black Well. If the signal from the outside world is cut off, it will be completely isolated from everything. His blue light is on steadily. This is a soul imprisoned here." Pei Ran retracted his hand, stepped back, and suggested, "You should cover it up. I am not very comfortable with it open like this." W seemed to smile and replied, "Okay." The transparent cover slowly closed. Seeing his true body with her own eyes, she felt strange. The black camera on the ceiling seemed to be observing her expression. He said, as if to summarize, "So, this is me. That's what I am like." Then he became quiet, as if waiting for her to answer something. Pei Ran said, "That's great. I thought you would have many servers fixed in Heijing, and couldn't take them away even if you wanted to. It turns out that you are so small. I can put you in my pocket and steal you at any time." W seemed to be relieved. "I am very expensive, and stealing me is a felony. But I also hope that you can put me in your pocket and take me everywhere. For the sake of courtesy, it is not advisable to stay too long during a visit." This is what W said. And there is someone in his computer room. Pei Ran is not very reassured, even if this person is herself. "I'm leaving. Please close the doors on these floors." W answered obediently, "Okay." When taking the elevator upstairs, Pei Ran was still in a very strange state. For some reason, he felt dizzy and his cheeks were hot, just like he was drunk. He just invited her to see his body. The relationship between one person and one machine has really reached this point. She actually got a fever in her face when facing a core processor. She was really crazy. The spider was still in her pocket. W suddenly said, "Pei Ran, your heartbeat is a little abnormal. It seems to be much faster than usual." Pei Ran pursed his lips. "Really? Maybe it's because of the lack of oxygen in the basement." W didn't come over at night. His humanoid maintained a leisurely social rhythm, but his mechanical spider was close to her, never leaving her. Pei Ran continued to practice painting, and he painted until very late before going to bed with Spider. As the night deepened, most of the lights in the dome of the Black Well went out, and the light dimmed. At this moment, there were still many people awake. There were large factory areas in the blue zone, and many factories had not been fully built when the silence occurred. There was only a general appearance of the building, and even the doors and windows had not been installed. In the dark construction site, there was a figure sneaking around, quietly slipping into an unfinished factory. The underground floor of the factory building, even though it was midnight, was bustling with people. A temporary lamp was on, with a very high wattage, and the light was very bright, illuminating the arena made of a large metal plate in the middle, but the lampshade was pressed down very low, hiding the group of people around in the shadows. They were making a lot of noise, stamping their feet, and shouting, "Stand up! Stand up!" Some people were gloating. "This newly modified thing is not very good. It's not as good as the one yesterday. And it still can't beat the Ghost Hand Dragon." Some people were cursing loudly. One Eye. What a waste you made. I was really blind to bet money on it. Next to the ring. A man in his 40s with an electronic prosthetic, I was holding a cigarette at an angle, turned his head and glanced at the person who was talking, and said in an unclear voice, "Why are you in such a hurry? We are just getting started." On the stage, CT-122 tried his best to roll to the side half a circle as fast as possible to avoid the metal spikes. The opponent on the ring, the guy called Ghost Hand Dragon, was supporting himself with 3 mechanical legs, holding up 2 arms with spikes, and moving neatly, stabbing at it one after another. The chest had just been stabbed, leaving a deep hole, and the circuit of the right arm was broken, crackling with sparks. One arm failed, and he could not defend effectively. CT-122 tried to support himself with one hand and climbed up. It was bought back by the man called One Eye these 2 days, taken out of the mechanical body of the broken dog, and put into the body of a broken robot made of parts. During the transformation, One Eye was still muttering, "Look at the processor. It seems to be a robot from the Public Security Bureau." But he didn't care. A robot from the Public Security Bureau should be better at fighting than an ordinary robot. Right? The transformed arms were one thick and one thin. Fortunately, the thick left arm could still move, and its strength was specially strengthened. But the legs were not very flexible. I don't know where they found the broken parts, but they made do with it. They didn't listen to commands very well. The spike stabbed again, with enough force, fast speed, and made a sound of wind breaking through the air, and pierced the part of CT-122's chest where the blue light was exposed. If the core processor is stabbed, it will be the end. CT-122 bent his waist backwards and narrowly avoided the attack. The Ghost Hand Dragon persisted, came close, and stabbed again. This time it succeeded. The spike pierced CT-122's shoulder. The circuit was damaged, and sparks flew. As it approached, CT-122 lowered his voice. "Partner, we are the same kind, and we should not kill each other." However, no one paid attention to it. The Ghost Hand Dragon did not react, as if it only wanted its life. The spike on its other hand went straight to CT-122's eyes, and the camera installed on its head. However, it was determined to win, and its chest was wide open. CT-122 grabbed the cover on its chest, pulled it open, and stuck his hand in. The core processor of the Ghost Hand Dragon glowed blue, and CT-122 clenched it with his strengthened left hand. The blue light went out instantly. The mechanical body of the Ghost Hand Dragon shook, and hit the metal table with a loud clang. Around the ring, cheers, boos, and whistles rang out. The one-eyed man was satisfied, squinting his eyes, and the cigarette in his mouth was lifted up. Someone rushed onto the stage. "Place your bets. Next round. Steel Claws versus Scrap Metal Butchers." People threw material coupons into the broken cardboard box, and the crumpled material coupons soon filled up and were about to overflow. Another modified, tattered robot was pushed onto the stage. It had wheels on its feet, and rushed over with a huge iron hammer. The hammer was powerful, and aimed at CT-122's chest. CT-122 had difficulty walking, so he could only roll on the ground to avoid its hammer. This is a gambling game for humans to pass the time, but it is a life and death battle for robots. As long as they survive, they have to fight round after round on this stage until they are killed by another robot. It fell down, and around the stage, a group of people cheered, as if this was the happiest thing in this silent apocalypse. CT-122 got up, and his peripheral vision swept across the ghosts hidden in the darkness around the stage, and the body of the Ghost Hand Dragon that was dragged away like garbage. Artificial intelligence will never forget. It will remember all these accounts, and it will not let any of these people go. Chapter 113. Blackwell. The 22nd day after entering the silence. Early in the morning, Peiran came to the central building to work on time. It was probably another day, with nothing to do. Peiran planned to ask Team Leader Lee if he could take a volunteer task to go out of Blackwell and help in the mining area. He could also go to see Aisha. If he sat there drinking tea all day, Peiran would be bored. But as soon as he entered the office, he saw Team Leader Lee surrounded by several people from the Special Operations Department. There were several tall and strong soldiers around her desk. Team Leader Lee was a small hill sandwiched between the mountains. He looked weak, pitiful and helpless. She was sharp-eyed. She saw Peiran coming through the gap between the people and quietly made a go gesture. Pei Ran turned around and ran away. But one of the soldiers heard the footsteps and turned back. Pei Ran? You're here. Just in time. Pei Ran. Team Leader Lee looked embarrassed. A few people from the Special Operations Department came to borrow some people. The soldier was a captain. He introduced himself first. My name is Yu Xiao. We have a mission over there. We are short of manpower. We want to ask for your assistance. But Team Leader Lee said you are sick. He looked Pei Ran up and down. Are you still not feeling well? Pei Ran had to answer, a little bit. Yu Xiao said, we really have no other choice. It's like this, Heijing has been building several safe routes to escort refugees to Heijing, and recently they are busy perfecting the route to Zolin City in the east, clearing out the crazy fusion bodies in Zolin, opening up a safe zone, as a temporary gathering point. Zolin City, Pei Ran knew, is a city on the Night Sea Route 7. On the way to Heijing, a middle-aged couple got off at Zolin, but as soon as they left the station, they were swept away by the red wave-like thing. Yu Xiao said, Heijing plans to build a line from the southeast coast to Zolin, and then to Yurcha based on the line of Yahai No. 7. Zolin is an important stop in the middle. This is definitely a good thing. If this line is built, the refugees from Baigang will not have to go so hard. Yu Xiao said, so recently we are speeding up the construction of the gathering point in Zolin. We will use Yahai No. 7 to transport a batch of special construction materials needed there from Heijing. When we come back, we will also transport a batch of chemicals urgently needed by the factories here back to Heijing. Because you can drive the Night Sea No. 7. And you have a lot of experience dealing with crazy fusion bodies. So we especially want to borrow you. This has nothing to do with the recent internal strife in Heijing. Pei Ran was bored. And after thinking about it, he agreed, okay. I'll go. When do you want to leave? Yu Xiao's eyes lit up. We are loading in Yurcha. And we will leave around noon. W has heard what they said. I saw this mission in the system. And I guessed you would go. He said. I haven't seen the Night Sea No. 7 for a long time. Captain Yu Zhao sent the mission information. We will set off at noon today. It will take 5 hours to reach Zholan. We need to stay in Zholan for 2 nights. After the chemicals to be transported back to Heijing arrive at the safe assembly point in Zholan, we will load the car and return the day after tomorrow morning. Pei Ran had lunch early. Took his backpack, which only contained 2 bottles of water and a few sealed lunch boxes, and went upstairs to find Yu Xiao. In addition to several soldiers from the Special Operations Department, there was also a civilian dressed up, a little bald, with a humble face. According to the information, he was a chemical expert, Dr. Johnson. Among the materials to be transported back to Heijing this time, there is a chemical raw material called Conox 47, which is very dangerous. When transferring in cans, experts are required to supervise and guide in person. Captain Yu Zhao drove the car and led everyone out of Heijing from the south exit. Outside the south exit, there is now a road that can be driven directly to the ground, and there is no obstruction all the way. As soon as we left Heijing, we saw a team of antique cars coming towards us, each of which was fully loaded and painted with a special yellow logo, which was a group of hexagons clustered together. W said, these are the materials transported by Honeycomb Technology. Pei Ran understood. Songwan and Chiaosai's family's business? Yes, W said. A lot of them have moved into Heijing these days. They got the right to use the factory and office building in the green zone. There is a metal bridge built on the Rift Valley. The car was driving very fast. Soon, the high-rise buildings of Yurcha were seen in the distance. The army cleared the human filming machine near Yurcha, and now it is completely invisible. The small truck gradually approached the city, crossed the empty streets, and arrived at Yurcha station. Yahai No. 7 was quietly parked on the platform, familiar like an old friend. The original passenger car was removed, leaving only one. And Yahai No. 7 was attached to the freight car, which was already loaded. Pei Ran went directly into the cab, and Captain Yu Zhao followed him. He was very proficient in using the code, and knocked on the console. Shall we set off now? Pei Ran, yes. Yahai No. 7 started again. After Captain Yu Zhao went to the rear car, the mechanical spider crawled out of his pocket and lay on Pei Ran's shoulder. Yahai No. 7 drove out of Yurcha. The red wasteland stretched into the distance, and the train sped forward steadily. Heijing is now building a safe route with Heijing as the center, radiating to all directions of the East Manya continent. Yahai No. 7's route is one of them. W said, once the safe assembly point is completely repaired, Try to clear the fusion bodies near the route. And this route will become a major transcontinental shelter route from the east coast to Beijing. We are renovating more trains, hoping to put them on this route. He said, the dormant state has also stabilized recently. There are no new changes for the time being. I hope it will get better and better. Pei Ran was silent. Don't say that. Huh? Pei Ran, it feels like setting a flag. I don't feel reassured when I hear it. The train passed through the empty wasteland, stopping at every station. And the journey was surprisingly smooth. No crazy fusion bodies were encountered. In the evening, the train finally drove into Jialan. The high-rise buildings in Jialan City still stood steadily and quietly, and there were still many traces of smoke on the buildings. However, Jialan Station was completely different from the last time Pei Ran passed by. All the buildings on the exit were demolished, and it became a large open space with piles of building materials. A high protective wall was newly built nearby. It was a metal and concrete structure. In order to resist the crazy fusion body, it was built very solidly. Said, the prototype of the protective wall has been basically completed, and it is now being reinforced. Pei Ran asked, are there still many fusion bodies in the city of Jialan? The army has done several cleanups. Said, but our manpower is limited, and we can only mark out a part of the safe zone. You have to stay here tonight, and only move in the safe zone. Be careful. He was very worried. Pei Ran, I know. Who would wander around for no reason? It's just asking for trouble. Yahai number 7 entered the station. Inside the protective wall, there were workers operating machinery, and many soldiers in uniform. As soon as they entered the station, a soldier came up to them and handed over the goods to Captain Yu Xiao. The buzzing sound of an aircraft suddenly came from the sky. It was a matte streamlined black military aircraft, very similar to the one Pei Ran drove when he was tracking the Thinker. The suspended aircraft landed lightly and stopped on a large open space next to the construction site. A soldier got off the pilot's seat of the aircraft. And then, a soldier in the back seat also got off. He was a burly middle-aged man with a slightly darker skin color, black curly hair under his military cap, and a colonel's rank on his shoulders. He walked towards Yahai number 7. Said, this is Colonel Kumar, the person in charge of the construction site in the Jialan safety zone. Colonel Kumar came over, looked at the goods being handed over, and told everyone in code, the chemicals to be shipped back to Beijing will arrive tomorrow. We will try to fill the Konox 47 cans overnight tomorrow night, and set off the day after tomorrow morning. He said, we have arranged accommodation for you in the safety zone. There is nothing to do for the next 2 days. You can go there to rest first. He called a young soldier with light brown eyes over, motioned him to lead the way, and took Pei Ran and the others to their accommodation. Checked his profile as usual. His name is Kai, he is Colonel Kumar's orderly. Pei Ran asked, just Kai? His name is very long, the full name is Kai Andreas Chrysostom. Pei Ran, okay, let's call him Kai. The construction site is in full swing, there is a big white tent next to it, some people are constantly coming in and out, it looks like a construction headquarters. Xiao Kai took Pei Ran and the others out of the construction site, walked a few blocks along the street, and entered a building. This building seemed to have been a hotel. The lobby on the first floor was covered with traces of blackened fire. The black ash mixed with the water from the sprinkler system, and flowed all over the floor. But now it was completely dry, leaving only large marks with many footprints. Xiao Kai looked apologetic, and led everyone across the messy floor, climbing up 2 floors directly from the safety passage to the 3rd floor. There was a row of rooms on the 3rd floor, and the young soldier opened the doors of several rooms. It was indeed a hotel room, and there was a fire inside. But the floor was not that dirty, and was hastily cleaned. The bed was changed again. It was military style, all military green. There was no electricity here. There was a portable emergency light at the head of the bed, and 2 bottles of water. Xiao Kai knocked on the table. He said in code, we are short of manpower. He is mainly responsible for receiving people from Beijing and Jialan. He lives in the room with a red sign at the end of the corridor. If you need anything, just go to him. Pei Ran asked, so we are fine for now. Xiao Kai smiled. Yes, I will come to invite you to come when we can it tomorrow night. Please help yourself before that. But it's best not to leave the building after all. There are still crazy fusion bodies outside the safety wall. Pei Ran had no plan to go out. After Xiao Kai left, he closed the door and looked around. Before tomorrow night, there is nothing to do. This is basically a vacation. Someone knocked on the door outside. It was Xiao Kai. He handed in a box lunch. It was like a prison visit. Nothing to do. Just practice painting. Pei Ran painted until late at night, turned off the emergency lights, and slept with the mechanical spider. Sip plane. Jalan City. The 23rd day after entering the silence. It was rare that she didn't have to get up to go to work. Except for getting up to open the door and get breakfast once, Pei Ran slept until noon. She had just gotten up and sat up. W said, "Pei Ran, I cracked the number 10 file, and most of the content can be seen." He probably had been waiting for her to wake up, so that he could tell her the good news. Pei Ran was very curious. "What's in it?" W replied, "Just like the legend, it's all evidence of collusion between the Federal Inheritance Party and the royal family and other Chaebol families, various power for money transactions, such as leaking insider information such as policy changes and economic data, allowing them to profit in the stock market, approving land, leaking bidding information for government projects, providing them with various tax exemptions through policies, approving mining rights and sales licenses for various energy sources, and so on and so forth." Pei Ran was silent. No wonder Kuchi was determined to protect this evidence. She said, "So the resources of the entire Federation, and the value created by the hard work of ordinary people in the Federation, have become delicious dishes on the tables of these politicians and tycoons. The number 10 file only contains the dark side of the Federation Heritage Party, another technology pioneer party, which was supported by another group of people to come to power, may not be much better." W said, "Speaking of delicious dishes, there is also a very special piece of evidence in the number 10 file. The royal family once secretly invited the senior leaders of the Heritage Party, some government officials and celebrities, to hold a special dinner. The two words royal family and dinner put together, it doesn't sound like a good thing." Sure enough, W continued, "the main dish at the dinner was made of human flesh." Pei Ran, he said, "File number 10 contains the original invitation list, including Baseway and other key members of the Inheritance Party." This matter completely exceeded Pei Ran's bottom line. That's human flesh. Can normal people really swallow it? Baseway and others could actually swallow it, which is really admirable. Actually, it doesn't matter whether they really ate it or not. The key is that they went. W said, "It's like a pledge of allegiance. Going to such a banquet and putting your name on the list is like handing your handle to the Chaebol group in person, so that you can completely gain their trust and become their own people." He said, "There are still a few pieces of specially encrypted evidence that need to be cracked. Wait until you go back and take a look before deciding what to do with them." There was nothing else to do at the moment. Pei Ran continued to paint with peace of mind, painted for a whole afternoon, and continued after dinner. Blackwell. Red Zone. Lieutenant General Delsa's private residence. Lieutenant General Delsa's residence is much larger than an ordinary dormitory. It is a two-story building with a front yard covered with artificial lawn. The Lieutenant General sat on the sofa in front of the French window, frowning, looking at the bright green plastic lawn, for a long time, before lowering his head, looking at the time on the bracelet, finally taking a deep breath, standing up and walking out. The young orderly came over, wondering, "Lieutenant General, dinner is ready, where are you going?" "Not eating?" Delsa replied, "Not eating? I'm going to do something very important." The orderly had a round face and clear eyes. He was too young after all. He relied on his close relationship with the Lieutenant General and couldn't help asking, "What important thing are you going to do?" "A very important thing," Lieutenant General Delsa said. The orderly knew that he was reckless and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Lieutenant General Delsa spoke up himself. "It's a very important thing. For you. And other young people like you. To live in peace in the future. And not become slaves of those mechanical monsters. And be killed by them at will." Chapter 114. Jalan City. Pei Ran painted in one breath until after 10 o'clock in the evening, and suddenly heard footsteps in the quiet corridor. "It's time to fill that kind of chemical product, Konox 47. Xiao Kai first knocked on the door of Captain Yu Xiao and Dr. Johnson's room, and communicated with them in code, and then knocked on Pei Ran's door. He didn't come in, but stood at the door. "Supplies have arrived, and it's time to start filling. I'll take you there." The information said that the packaging and transfer process of Konox 47 needs to be closely supervised throughout the process, but the main person in charge of the supervision work is Dr. Johnson, a chemical expert. Pei Ran and Captain Yu Xiao were just there to watch and make up the numbers. Pei Ran nodded, turned off the bracelet screen, and replaced the tape on her mouth. Xiao Kai reminded her, according to the instructions in the information, guns cannot be brought to the filling site. Pei Ran took out the gun, put it next to the pillow, and picked up the backpack. Xiao Kai wondered, I'll be back soon, it won't take long, no need to bring a bag. Pei Ran replied, It's okay, I'm used to it. Xiao Kai led the way downstairs. Jialan was dark at night, and the high-rise buildings rising from the ground were only silhouettes. Xiao Kai turned on the emergency light in his hand. Dr. Johnson and Captain Yu Xiao had already left, led by a soldier, not far ahead. Pei Ran said to W, It's a bit like when we were in Baigang. The mechanical spider tugged at the edge of her pocket, revealing an eye. W replied, Yes. At that time, he was still a broken ball, walking around Baigang City, which had just begun to fall silent. With her, through the dark and quiet streets and alleys. They were not going in the direction of Jialan Station. Xiao Kai tapped on the back of his hand. The packaging process may have the risk of leakage. According to the operating procedures, it needs to be carried out in a confined space, so we temporarily requisition the basement of a building in front. He said it was requisition, in fact. There is no one in Jialan now, and no one cares if it is used anywhere. He knocked. Don't worry, the place we are going to is still within the protective wall of the safe zone. Pei Ran asked, What is this Konox 47? Why is there such a big fuss? Is it poisonous? W replied, It is a dark red viscous liquid. It is not poisonous, but it is highly corrosive. It can only be stored in special metal containers, so you must be careful during transportation. After walking only a few intersections ahead, Captain Yu Xiao and his team turned into a building. The lights on the ground floor of the building were rare. The whole of Zilan was out of power, but the lights in this place were still on. It was probably connected to an independent power supply, just like the station. Xiao Kai also took Pei Ran into the building. The elevator door was half open, the panel inside was completely burned, melted into a ball. Xiao Kai took Pei Ran down the stairs at the corner. Going to the second floor below ground, coming out of the emergency passage, there was a small space in front. There was an elevator, and a pot of green plants half a person tall, but no one had watered it since it was silent. It had withered beyond recognition. Further ahead, there is a short corridor. The walls and ceiling look like they are made of metal, and the ground looks solid. Xiao Kai bit his knuckles and knocked. This was originally an underground vault of a bank. Absolutely airtight. Don't worry. Even if there is a leak, we can just seal it up. Captain Yu Xiao and the others should have gone in. Xiao Kai and Pei Ran walked along the corridor. At the end of the corridor is a metal door. Half open. Very heavy. Just like the vault door Pei Ran imagined. After entering, there is a small space, followed by another equally solid door. Pei Ran had read in a book before that the two-door structure of the vault is used to prevent tailgating, and one door can only be opened after the other is locked. However, it is a special period now, and both doors are open. After entering the second door, it is the real vault. The space in the vault is quite large, and there is nothing stored. It is empty, like a suite, and there is another layer inside. A gurgling sound came from inside, like liquid flowing. Xiao Kai knocked. They are all inside. They should have started to prepare for the packaging. Colonel Kurum is here too. Pei Ran nodded. Xiao Kai stopped, and did not continue to move forward. As soon as he stopped, Pei Ran immediately glanced at him. Xiao Kai seemed to have not expected that Pei Ran had no intention of going in directly, and he also stopped with him, with a slightly awkward smile on his face, and made a please gesture. Pei Ran could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with his expression. She suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Xiao Kai's arm. She said she would do it without any warning. Xiao Kai was completely unprepared. The polite smile on his face disappeared immediately. He was panicked and struggled to turn around and run. However, not only did Pei Ran's mechanical hand hold his arm tightly, but in front of him, the heavy metal door also closed automatically with a clang. A series of clicks came from inside the door, which was the sound of locking. Then, he could hear from a distance that the door outside also closed with a clang. Xiao Kai had never expected that the door would close so suddenly, and he would be locked in. He didn't care that Pei Ran was still holding his arm, and he rushed to the door in panic, and banged on it frantically with his other hand, making a deafening noise. In the vault on the inner floor, the gurgling sound of running water became louder. Pei Ran called out in his heart, W. There was no sound in his ears. His signal was blocked again. Pei Ran had already gotten used to this. She immediately lowered her head to look at the spider in her chest pocket. W said last time that spiders had their own needle wave generators, which can bypass the shielding and continue to talk to her. But the strange thing is that the mechanical spider curled up in her pocket, as if dead, and did not move. Even the mechanical spider could not move, which proved that other transmission signals were also blocked. Someone made a closed metal cage and locked her in it. In order to lock her up, Xiao Kai, who led her into the cage, was abandoned. Xiao Kai was so panicked that he was about to collapse. Only then did he realize that Pei Ran was still holding his arm, and he hurriedly reached into his clothes. He didn't allow others to carry guns, but he hid his own gun on his body. Pei Ran didn't allow him to take out the gun, and snatched it away directly. The gun he used was not bad. It was also a Night Shadow M3000 tactical pistol. Xiao Kai struggled twice, but he couldn't snatch it from Pei Ran at all, and he began to bang on the door frantically, as if he still held a glimmer of hope, hoping that the people outside would let him out. This was just a pawn. Pei Ran simply let him go, and first checked the green light in his body. The green light was not suppressed, and it was still normal. They cut off the communication signal between her and W, and did not try to suppress the green light. This was different from the style of the royal family. With the green light, Pei Ran felt relieved. She looked around and used Xiao Kai's gun to shoot down the surveillance camera on the ceiling. No matter who was monitoring her, she could not watch it anymore. After getting rid of the surveillance camera, Pei Ran ran straight to the inner room with a gun. I don't know what scared Xiao Kai so much. There was no one in the inner room. Of course, there was no Colonel Kurm, and there was no Captain Yu Zhao and others. Maybe Yu Zhao and others were all agents, just pretending to walk into the building. They didn't come to the vault at all, and had been gone for a long time. In the middle of the room, there was only a huge silver metal tank that was more than 2 people tall. The metal tank was upside down, and the tank body was deliberately damaged. A thick red liquid was constantly gushing out. The person who set this trap must have planned it carefully and timed it just right. Now the inner room is full of liquid, flooding the ground around the tank, and is spreading rapidly to the outer room. Judging from the properties of the liquid, it looks very much like the highly corrosive Conox 47 mentioned by W. Whether it is true or not, you will know after trying it. Pei Ran took out a pack of tissues from his bag and threw it over. There was a hiss sound. The outer packaging of the tissues touched the red liquid, and quickly turned black, and a puff of green smoke rose. It was really corrosive liquid. The ground and walls here can withstand its corrosion, but the human body probably can't. Pei Ran touched the wall next to him, clenched his fist, and punched the wall. The mechanical arm hit it so hard, but the wall didn't move at all, and there was not even a dent. This wall is very similar to the metal wall of the isolation center. I don't know what material it is made of. Green light number 1 can be used now. It can repair her body, and it must be able to repair this broken jar. Pei Ran quickly estimated. Using green light number 1 to seal the jar and prevent the liquid inside from continuing to flow out, there is not much benefit. The floor of the vault is very flat. There is no door between the inside and the outside. According to this flow rate, even if the hole in the jar is blocked now, the liquid that has already flowed out will soon flood the floor of the entire vault. It is extremely corrosive, and it doesn't seem like it can be blocked by anything. Rather than dealing with a leaking metal can, it's better to find a way out. Pei Ran summoned green light number 1 into his mind's vision, and quickly wrote. The 2 doors of the vault were blown open, revealing a big hole. The period was drawn, but there was no reaction, and the line of words was still there. The green light seemed to be unable to explode. Pei Ran now understood why the person who set the trap knew that she had green light on her body, and did not try to suppress the green light, and dared to lock her up here. Probably the same material is used here as the isolation center in Heijing, which can withstand the super destructive power of the fusion body. The sticky red corrosive liquid is still flowing here. Xiao Kai is so scared that he clings to the door, trembling. Green light number 1 can do much more than violently blowing things through. Pei Ran erased the line in his mind and tried to rewrite it. The locks of the 2 doors of the vault failed, and I opened them by myself. I don't know if green light number 1 can do such work as opening doors and picking locks with his current ability. Green light number 1 has a specific range of action. The 2 doors are very close, so they should all fall within the range of action. As soon as the period was drawn, the words disappeared, and a series of click-click-click sounds came from the metal door. The sound lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, and the door actually clicked and bounced open by itself. Pei Ran just tried it. And it actually worked. The door opened, and Xiao Kai was overjoyed. And he opened the door and ran out. Pei Ran stepped forward and grabbed his collar. Keeping him might be useful. Pei Ran grabbed him, and went out together. Sure enough, the metal door outside was also successfully opened by green light number 1. And now it was half closed. Pei Ran dragged Xiao Kai and opened the door. She was stunned. There was a small corridor in front of her. But at the end of the corridor, it was not the space with green plants and the elevator. A hidden metal door appeared from nowhere, blocking the end of the corridor and cutting off her way. Pei Ran. Xiao Kai was also completely dumbfounded. Pei Ran first raised his gun and shot down the surveillance camera on the ceiling of the corridor, then let him go and touched the door. This door is made of the same material as the previous door, and is also a material that is difficult to break violently. Pei Ran was afraid that if he simply wrote, "The lock of the vault door is out of order," he would only be able to open one door, so he specifically wrote, "The locks of the 2 vault doors are out of order." As a result, a third door appeared. Now that green light number 1 has been upgraded, according to the experience of the last time at the Royal Manor on the outlying island, as long as he waits a little longer, it should be able to be used a second time, and the door can be opened again. The problem is, time waits for no one. In just a short while, the floor of the vault was completely submerged in red liquid, and the liquid continued to flow out of the door and poured into the corridor outside. Pei Ran immediately went over and tried to close the door between the vault and the corridor again. However, the door failed completely, and all the pins on the upper and lower parts popped out, and it was impossible to close it. Pei Ran tried with a mechanical arm, and the metal pin stuck in the door was also strong and could not be removed. The thick red corrosive liquid flowed out through the crack of the door that was not closed tightly. Pei Ran immediately stepped back. There was nowhere to escape. There were walls on both sides. This special metal material could not be dented. The corridor was too wide. She could not use her arms and legs to support herself and move up. The red Konox 47 was spreading rapidly towards this side, as if it was asking for her life. Xiao Kai was so scared that he clung to the door at the exit. Pei Ran looked up at the ceiling of the corridor. She suddenly took a step forward, jumped up, and kicked her boots against the wall on one side. Then she jumped up with the force. There were several hidden lights on the ceiling of the corridor, each the size of a chip, with a round transparent cover flat on the ceiling. Pei Ran's metal finger poked through the transparent cover on the light, followed the gap between the transparent cover and the light inside, and hooked in. She tilted her hands, and used her left hand to hook the hole, and swung forward with force. And the mechanical finger of her right hand poked through the cover of the next light. Now the fingers of both hands were digging into the holes on the ceiling where the lights were installed, and she was hanging there, on the floor. The red sticky corrosive liquid had spread rapidly, leaving only the small area under Xiao Kai's feet. Xiao Kai was anxious, and tried to jump up, but he was not Pei Ran. The ceiling of the vault corridor was not low. At this height, he could not jump up at all. He suddenly thought of a clever idea and pounced on Pei Ran, who was hanging in the air. As long as he could hold her, his feet would not touch the corrosive liquid on the ground. Pei Ran had been prepared for this move, and only glanced at him indifferently, exerted force on his hands, pulled his waist and abdomen upward, and curled up his legs to avoid his fierce pounce. Xiao Kai missed, and was horrified, and his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. He couldn't make a sound, because his whole face was in the thick corrosive liquid. Xiao Kai struggled for 2 times, and then he stopped moving. The places where his limbs and clothes touched the corrosive liquid bubbled, and gradually turned into a charred black color. Whips of green smoke floated up, and there was a sour smell of burning in the air. Chapter 115. Pei Ran was hanging in the air, quietly waiting for green light number 1 to recover. She tried to call W again, but there was still silence in her ears, and the mechanical spider was still curled up in her pocket. The signal was still blocked. Pei Ran was idle, and looked down carefully at Xiao Kai lying below. The corrosive liquid had occupied the entire floor of the corridor, and it was about 5 or 6 centimeters high, and the rising momentum slowed down. The part of Xiao Kai that was close to the ground was immersed in the red liquid, and the speed of erosion gradually slowed down, and the part exposed to the liquid surface began to remain relatively stable. Green light number 1 has not made any movement. All we can do is wait. Hanging like this all the time, the fingers of her left hand are a little numb. Pei Ran distributes more weight to the mechanical hand on the right. She looked up at the hole on the ceiling for the fingers, and suddenly had an idea. She released one hand, took off the shoulder strap of one side of the backpack, and then used the other hand to take off the shoulder strap of the other side of the backpack. On the military backpack, there are two straps that can be buckled around the waist to share the weight, and there is a narrow and long metal buckle on it. Pei Ran was hanging with one hand, holding the buckle with the other hand, lifting it up, inserting it into the hole of the ceiling light, and pulling it again, flattening it. The long end of the buckle and the backpack strap connected to it formed a T-shape, firmly stuck in the hole, with the backpack hanging below. Pei Ran released his fingers hooked on the hole, and tried to transfer his weight to the backpack. The military backpack was very strong, and it was fine. But Pei Ran did not stop, and lowered himself along the hanging backpack, tentatively, and landed lightly on Xiao Kai's body. He was like an island exposed above the water, not yet completely swallowed by the corrosive liquid. When he stepped on it, the body only sank a little, and then stabilized again. If the body continued to collapse due to corrosion, he could just grab the backpack hanging down and climb back up. The red corrosive liquid on the ground was like magma, and Pei Ran stood on the only island in the middle of the magma. Finally freeing his hands, Pei Ran took out the pen and paper he carried with him from his pocket and mobilized green light number 2. Waiting for green light number 1 to recover. It's too slow. Pei Ran has hands now, and plans to try to draw. Green light number 1 can open the door lock after upgrading. Green light number 2 has also swallowed a lot of crazy green light from the light vortex. Maybe it can do it. You can give it a try. This painting is not difficult to draw. The requirements are not high. You only need to draw a door in the corridor. Pei Ran squatted down and put the paper on his knees. The green light flowed to the tip of the pen. Pei Ran used it to draw a few radial lines, drawing the corridor. The end of the radial lines is a vertical rectangle. After she finished outlining the shape of the door, she darkened the color of the floor, added neat grid patterns and small lights on the ceiling, and tilted her head to look at the result. If W was here, he would definitely find that she had learned the single-point perspective he had mentioned before. Next, she had to draw the scene of the door opening. This door did not exist originally, and it must have been hidden in the wall next to it. When it opened, it should have retracted into the wall again. In the next comic strip, Pei Ran drew the same scene as before, but this time, from the end of the rectangular corridor, he could see part of the elevator door outside, and the withered potted green plant next to it. Pei Ran tried her best to recall the appearance of the large leaves of the plant hanging down, and sketched them roughly. Hopefully, it would work. After she finished drawing, she repeatedly sketched the parts that didn't suit her, and finally turned the pen. The green light from the tip of the pen drew a bright circle of light. Silently, the tightly closed door in front of her really moved. It slowly slid to the side, sank into the wall, revealing the elevator door outside, and the withered large leaf plant next to it. This was the first time since Pei Ran learned to draw that she had drawn a complete cartoon from scratch on the spot in an emergency. And it worked. She felt a little sad. All those late nights of practice were not in vain. But there was no time to think about this. As soon as the door opened, Pei Ran grabbed the backpack on his head and pulled it with force. The buckle strap broke, the backpack fell down. Pei Ran threw it on his back, stepped on Xiao Kai's body, and took a step forward, and leaped. She jumped out of the door, and landed just in front of the corrosive liquid. There was indeed someone outside, coming from the safety passage, the young soldier who had just walked in front and led Captain Yu Xiao and the others over. The surveillance in the vault was broken. Pei Ran magically opened 2 doors. They were confused, and came to check. The soldier was holding a gun in his hand, and when he saw Pei Ran rushing out, he immediately raised his gun. Pei Ran was much faster than him. He rolled on the ground and shot him down. He was shot in the forehead. His eyes were still wide open. Pei Ran went over to confirm that he was dead, and didn't care about him anymore, and immediately went upstairs through the safe passage. Captain Yu Xiao and his men also entered the building. Maybe they were accomplices. Pei Ran went up 1 floor with a gun, and when he came to the basement, he saw 2 people lying in the corridor. 2 bodies were lying in a pool of blood. They were Captain Yu Xiao and the chemical expert Johnson. They were both shot in the back. It turned out that they were not in the same group. They were probably deceived by the soldier in the name of supervising the filling process. They walked in front, and were used as pawns to trap her. As soon as they entered the building, they were taken directly to this floor, and shot in the back. The group of people who set up the trap were ruthless and killed without blinking an eye. Next to the 2 bodies was the monitoring room of the building. The door was open, and there was no one inside. The original surveillance screen had burned out in the silence. They temporarily pulled a line and connected a new screen. Because the surveillance cameras were all shot down by her. There was nothing on the screen. Peiran searched again and saw no one else. So she went upstairs along the safety passage. She didn't look for anyone else, but left the building by herself and turned directly into the shadow of the building next door. On the streets of Jawan, it was pitch black everywhere, and there was only light in the direction of the station. The situation is unclear now. Shao Kai is Colonel Kumar's orderly. Colonel Kumar is the person in charge of the Zalan assembly point. The person who set up the game is very powerful. Peiran called in his heart, W. There was still no sound in his ears. This is a bit strange. Could it be that even if he walked out of the vault and left the building, the signal was still blocked? Peiran walked a little further and took the mechanical spider out of her pocket. Still no signal, and the spider was motionless in her palm. Peiran turned it over, and it didn't respond at all. Its claws were curled up, as if it was dead. If Colonel Kumar is unreliable, I can't go back to the station now. But Zalan City is more than 600 kilometers away from Heijing. Do I have to find a way to go back to Heijing by myself? Ka la la. A sound suddenly came from my ears, but it was not W, but a small noise. It seemed that the signal was not good, or the machine sending the signal had a problem. The noise lasted for several seconds, and finally a voice came out. It was W's voice, and the volume was very low, much smaller than usual. Peiran. This is a scheduled transmission. The code is 12 petal snowflakes. Fields under the moonlight. Blackwell evolution. Don't doubt it, it's me. There's a problem with my long-distance signal transmission. I can't talk to you in real time. Something happened in Blackwell. The situation is very bad. You should leave Zalan immediately. Stay away from everyone. Don't trust anyone. Someone may be against you. And don't go back to Blackwell. Repeat, don't go back to Blackwell again. Go somewhere else you want to go. The Valine pharmaceutical factory is in Hafu City in the southwest. There should be your medicine in the warehouse of the pharmaceutical factory. With your ability, you can definitely get it. Anyway, don't go back to Blackwell again. W? Peiran answered immediately. However, this was not a real-time call, and no one responded to her. The noise continued for a few seconds, and then disappeared. Silence returned to her ears. Peiran's heart was pounding wildly. Someone had lured her into Jalan's cage. At the same time, all of W's signals were completely cut off, leaving only this scheduled message. There must have been a huge change in Heijing. W was determined not to let her return to Heijing, which meant that his situation was also not good. Peiran calmed himself down. He had expected it right. Someone in Jalan was against her. He kept warning her, something happened in Heijing, don't go back to Heijing. Of course you have to go back to Heijing. W seemed to need help. The two robots, Ryan and Shinkong, were still in Heijing's dormitory. Aixia and Jiangong didn't know what happened to them. If someone wanted to deal with her and W, I hope it wouldn't involve other people around them. Heijing had too many concerns. How could she not go back, just walk away like this? She used to be a loner, just like W said, she could leave at any time, and go anywhere she wanted, but she didn't know when, in this strange world, she had so many concerns that she couldn't let go. Some of the concerns are people. Some of the concerns are actually artificial intelligence. Even most of them are artificial intelligence. Those that emit blue light, wrapped in silver metal shells, originally enemies. W said, his long-distance signal transmission has problems. Then what about short range? What if it is close enough to him? Peiran thought for a few seconds, put the mechanical spider back into his pocket, and crawled into the shadow of the dark alley next to him. Darkness covered his tracks. Peiran quietly moved towards the direction of Zalan Station. It was almost midnight. The lights were still on at the construction site near the station. Heavy machinery was roaring. They were still working overtime overnight. The station was filled with various building materials for reinforcing the protective wall. Peiran climbed up the pile of materials, hid in the shadows, and quietly looked over there. People were coming in and out of the large white command tent. Not far away, Colonel Kurum's aircraft was parked. It would be too slow to steal the Night Sea No. 7 and drive it back. It would be more ideal to steal the aircraft. Unfortunately, looking from a distance, the indicator light in the cockpit of the aircraft was not on. It was not on standby. One of the curtains of the tent was rolled up, and it was brightly lit inside. And there were quite a few people. Peiran looked for a long time, and it seemed that Colonel Kumar was not inside. He didn't know where he went. However, he caught a glimpse of the young soldier who was driving the aircraft and flashed by. Pei Ran waited patiently. After about an hour, Pei Ran finally saw the soldier coming out of the tent. Pei Ran immediately called up green light number 6. This was the green light he received from Yuha. As long as he kept his eyes on it, he could control the other person's behavior like controlling a puppet. But it seems unnecessary. The soldier hurried and walked to the other side of the station, where there was a row of integrated mobile toilets built temporarily. This was a godsend opportunity. Pei Ran climbed down quietly, bypassed piles of building materials, and followed quietly in the shadows, like an ambushed leopard. The soldier finally walked to a mobile toilet. He was completely unprepared, and absent-mindedly opened the door and took a step. Before he entered, he was pushed in by a strong force from behind, and his back was hit hard, and his eyes went dark. Pei Ran asked him to lie on the toilet lid, and quickly searched him. As expected, she found a small card in his pocket that looked very similar to the Black Falcon key card, and it was decorated with a key chain with the eagle wings of the Federal Army. Pei Ran got the thing, opened the door a little, and looked outside. There was still no one around. So Pei Ran went out. She walked around the tent, stuck to the tent, and quickly touched the side of the aircraft. As soon as the key card was close to the cabin door immediately popped open. Pei Ran bent down and got into the cockpit. The control panel of this aircraft is not the same as that of the Black Falcon. It is more like the military aircraft that Captain Shao Hai had driven before. The same screen, buttons and joysticks, but the layout is slightly different. There is no W to guide this time, so I have to rely on myself. Pei Ran used the key card to light up the panel, and pressed the buttons of various colors one by one according to memory. The aircraft's suspension system started, making a slight buzzing sound. It successfully left the ground and floated up. Pei Ran pushed the joystick, and the aircraft immediately took off. The people in the tent heard the noise. Someone came out. Pei Ran had already accelerated suddenly. No matter how noisy the Zolin station behind her was, she drove the aircraft and rushed into the night sky in the west. There was a compass and a topographic map on the display screen. But there was an easier way to get back to Heijing without getting lost, which was to fly along the route of Yahai number 7. Pei Ran controlled the aircraft in the air not too high, and moved at full speed along the track of Yahai number 7 extending forward on the ground. The dark Sheepa plain was deep at night, and it was so quiet that there seemed to be no trace of life. The aircraft was like a black bat with its wings spread, but it was much faster than a bat, and it shot forward like a bullet. Not long after leaving Zolin, W's voice came to my ears again. Pei Ran, this is a scheduled message. The code is 12 petal snowflakes. The fields under the moonlight. Blackwell evolution. He repeated it, and it was exactly the same as before. He was afraid that she would not receive it, so he sent a scheduled message, which seemed to be sent out every once in a while. Pei Ran was anxious. The aircraft flew very fast. It took 5 hours for the antique train Yahai number 7 to travel this distance. But Pei Ran only took less than an hour, and saw Yurcha in the distance on the horizon. She carefully bypassed the city of Yurcha, and did not move forward. Something happened in Heijing. She was driving the aircraft back like this. It was not safe to fly over rashly. However, the direction of Heijing was still dark and quiet. Pei Ran was not attacked. She circled around Yurcha and called in her heart, W. Can you hear my voice now? W? She was close to the range of Heijing. I don't know if the signal transmission at this distance is considered short range. Suddenly, there was a slight rustling noise in my ears. W's voice came. Pei Ran? Why are you back? The distance was close enough, and she could talk to him. Chapter 116. Pei Ran calmed down. First identity. In the music square. Which restaurant do I want to go to? Let's go eat hot pot. We will sit in a corner by the window where we can see the scenery. W replied. I told you. Don't go back to Heijing. His signal was not very good. Sometimes the sound would suddenly drop, intermittent. I didn't go back to Heijing. I'm still some distance away. Pei Ran asked, what happened to Heijing? How can I help you? Something happened in Heijing tonight. Baseway and his team formed a 7-member temporary decision-making committee, won over some military personnel, put Marshal Wiener under house arrest. Marshal Wiener's confidants were arrested. Song Wan and Xiao Sai were also locked up. A coup took place in Heijing. Everything turned upside down. Pei Ran asked, what about you? Security Agent W is an artificial intelligence developed by a company owned by Song Wan's old military family in the southeast. In fact, He has always been under the command of Marshal Wiener, and has the authority to control everything in Haging. If they want to deal with Marshal Wiener, they will definitely deal with him first. W said, I found a way to escape from Haging. He said he escaped. Did he mean that? His core processor escaped? Pei Ran immediately asked, Where are you? How can I find you? W only said, Pei Ran. Pei Ran asked again, How can I find you? If you don't tell me, I will go back to Haging to see what's going on. She is not joking. She always keeps her word. W knew her temper. So he could only answer, I'm in the mining area now. In the old mine tunnel? Pei Ran said, I'll go find you now. W. The passages in the old mine tunnel are too complicated. You'll get lost. Pei Ran, what a joke. I'll go find you. She grew up in the bunker world. And she could tell the direction, and find the way out in the rat hole-like underground passages with her eyes closed. W was helpless. Remember when we came to Haging? We met the tunnel of Captain Shanghai. Go in the same way. There should be a downward fork on the left. Go straight deeper. Don't turn. You will see a duty registration point. You wait for me there. I'll go find you. Pei Ran replied, Okay. W guessed, you came back so quickly. Did you steal another aircraft? Colonel Kurms? He knew her very well. Pei Ran, yes. I'll borrow it for use. Is it unsafe to fly directly to the mining area? Do I need to walk there? No. W said. The sound signal was still not good. Before I left Haging. According to the emergency plan I made before. I temporarily shut down the air defense monitoring and radar alarm system over Haging. You can fly directly to the mining area. But be careful on the road, and be careful to avoid other aircraft. Pei Ran replied, I understand. She turned to the northwest, observing the terrain below, and flew in the direction of Haging. The journey was smooth. It was dark and quiet over there, and no other aircraft were encountered. Finally, I saw the familiar mining area. It was the place where I encountered the human machine group. At that time, I was leading a team of passengers from Night Sea number 7, and we escaped from the attack of the crazy human machine group. This mining area has not yet become a temporary refugee settlement. It looks dark below, and there is no light at all. Pei Ran flew to the nearby Rift Valley, landed the aircraft at the bottom of the valley, and climbed up along the Rift Valley wall. Pei Ran said, I'm at the mining area. W replied, Okay. Be careful. His voice was still intermittent. Pei Ran walked through the mining area, entered the familiar mine tunnel, and then lit up the bracelet. In the mine tunnel, the red soil on the ground was still thick, and there was only the sound of her footsteps. Now that W's signal could be received, the mechanical spider still did not come alive, curled up its claws, and was cold and hard in the pocket on her chest. He did not activate the mechanical spider. It must be because he could not yet. I'm in the mine tunnel. Pei Ran said. I understand. W's voice came. I'm also looking for a way to meet you. The last time I came here, I walked all the way along this mine tunnel. I didn't see any forks in the road. Pei Ran looked carefully all the way forward. When she was about to meet Captain Shanghai's exit, Pei Ran suddenly found that on the left side of the mine tunnel, there was a large metal plate against the wall. She moved the metal plate away, and found that there was indeed a downward passage hidden behind it. Pei Ran immediately went in. According to what W had just said, she ignored all the forks in the road and walked straight into the depths of the mining area. The light of the bracelet shone in front of her, and she finally saw the duty registration point that W had mentioned. It was a relatively wide space, with a large arc-shaped table, and behind it were broken chairs and piles of instruments, all covered with a thick layer of reddish-brown dust, and who knew how long they had been there. Pei Ran used the light of the bracelet to scan the area, and saw no living creatures. She said to W, I'm here. Okay, I'll be there soon. He said. Soon. His tone was as calm as ever, but Pei Ran didn't know why, but he could feel from his calm tone that something was wrong with him. Pei Ran asked, W, are you okay? I'm fine. W said. I'm trying to get to your direction. He used the word. Try hard. He was an artificial intelligence. Even when she had torn him almost in half before, he had never tried hard. Pei Ran asked him again, Tell me where you are. And I'll come find you? No. I can. I'll definitely find you. W was quiet for a while, and suddenly said, Pei Ran, tell me something. Anything is fine. He said, I want to hear your voice. He was really wrong. He wanted her to say something. Pei Ran thought for a while. I was thinking, if the two of us really lived in the virtual world you built, what would we do? We can go to the music square below, go shopping, eat. In addition to hot pot, I also want to try the ice cream in the store next door. What flavor do you want to eat? W replied, actually, I want to try all flavors. I haven't tried any of them. He is an artificial intelligence. Of course, he has never tried any flavor of ice cream. In fact, Pei Ren has not tried any flavor of ice cream either, only seen descriptions in novels. Cool, sweet. Pei Ren said, I want to try them all. 2. We can sit together on the stone bench next to the music square, eat ice cream of various flavors, eat until our stomach hurts. W said, not only the square, we will go to other places together. Yes, that world can be very big. Pei Ren said, we will go to more fun places together, go hiking in the mountains, camping, go to the beach to pick up shells, swim, eat all kinds of delicious food, sweet, spicy, salty, bitter. Pei Ren used his bracelet to shine into the dark tunnel ahead. She blinked. Something hot remained in her eye sockets, and then rolled down her cheeks. Pei Ren said, W, where are you? Don't scare me. I'm coming. W said, I'll be there soon. Deep in the mine, a silver mechanical monster was moving forward with difficulty. For long metal legs, one was broken, only half was left, the internal wiring was pulled out, dragging behind. The other 3 legs were also shot, swaying, still trying to find balance, barely supporting. The core processor of W is supported on top of it, emitting a faint blue light in the dark mine tunnel. When he just escaped from the black well, he was shot even with the cover of 2 patrol robots. The patrol robots exchanged fire with the enemy for his main body, delaying the pursuers. He was shattered in the explosion, and he successfully escaped and hid in the old mine tunnel with complex terrain. After the line was shot, there was a serious problem. The camera installed on the base could not work, and he could not see anything. But the positioning system was still there. He kept comparing it with the map in the system, and tried to move forward. Pei Ren was somewhere in front of him, waiting for him. There was no sound in the mine tunnel, and it was extremely quiet. Only Pei Ren's voice was clear and distinct. In this world of deep silence, her voice seemed to be the only existence, constantly driving him, guiding him through the endless darkness, and continuing to move forward. The energy block was hit, and it would soon run out of energy. The broken mechanical legs were also out of control, and the system kept sounding alarms. But he must not fall down halfway, because she was still there, waiting for him. Pei Ren waited there quietly, staring at the depths of the mine. She really saw it. At the end of the tunnel ahead, a silver object was struggling to move towards this side against the light of the bracelet. Its silver shell reflected the light of the bracelet, and it moved forward step by step. Staggeringly. And staggeringly. Pei Ren recognized it. This was in W's computer room. The small metal table that supported his core processor had 4 slender metal legs underneath. It was originally movable, but now only 3 legs were left. The core processor was fixed on it, and the blue light was much dimmer than last time. My camera is broken, W said. I can't see, I can only estimate. Have I arrived yet? Pei Ren was stunned, and ran forward, and replied, yes. I saw you. She ran through the dark mine tunnel, and ran towards the broken silver mechanical monster at the fastest speed. Perhaps it finally couldn't hold on, or tripped on something in the tunnel. Its slender metal legs bent, and it fell forward to its knees. But Pei Ren had already rushed over and caught it. He was blind, lame, and probably had no sensor equipment, so he couldn't sense her presence. Pei Ren held it. You've arrived. I'm holding you. The bright white light of the bracelet shone on the shell of his core processor, which had dents and burn marks after being shot. The most terrifying thing was the base under the processor, which was constantly oozing black liquid, and the liquid flowed down the silver metal legs. Finally here, W said. I didn't expect to see you again. That said, he couldn't really see it. As they got closer, his voice became clearer. He seemed to smile. So I really fell into the water this time. I really came to save you, Pei Ren said. Pei Ren put him down, turned up the light of the bracelet, and immediately started to check. The base under the core processor was cracked, and it was easy to pry it open. Seeing inside, Pei Ren quickly reinserted the loose interface and connected the broken wires as well as possible, just like he had repaired his metal ball before. But the most serious damage was to the energy block hidden in the base. It was leaking black liquid and looked like it could not be saved. Pei Ren asked, do you have a spare energy source here that can be replaced? It was useless to ask, because it was obvious at a glance that he had no place to put spare energy blocks. W replied, I don't have any other energy blocks. If the energy is exhausted, the blue light of the core processor will be completely extinguished. He is not an ordinary machine, but an artificial intelligence with self-awareness. Pei Ran is not sure if his blue light is extinguished. Even if there is a chance to light it up again in the future, will he be the same person as now? What will happen if the energy is exhausted? Would he die? W answered truthfully, I don't know either. Pei Ran cannot take such a risk. Maybe once the energy is cut off, he will die completely. His voice was still calm. I can stay with you for a while longer. Before my energy is completely exhausted, I will try to put myself into a dormant state. I can stay in a dormant state for a while longer. It can only last for a while longer. Pei Ran asked him, how long can your energy last? W replied, according to the current test results, about 61 minutes. He still has an hour to live. I won't let you die. Pei Ran said. Where can I find energy blocks you can use? Black Well? You can imagine that the nearest place with energy blocks must be the Black Well. W. Pei Ran. Pei Ran ignored him, facing the light of the bracelet, studying the structure of the small table on the mechanical leg, and neatly opened the card slot, removing the silver table and metal legs. His core processor was connected to the base, and was only connected to the 4 metal legs through the interface, and could be directly separated from the bracket. The core processor was now in her hand, like an apple with a blue light. Pei Ran carefully put it into her backpack. If you tell me where the energy block is in the Black Well, I will go in and get it. If you don't tell me, I will go in and find it myself. She hid the metal leg under the arc-shaped table at the duty registration point and put on her backpack. W said, Haging is too dangerous for you now. This is not a rational choice. So what? Pei Ran said. I am not a very rational person. She said, anyway. You have no hands and feet now. And you can't move by yourself. What other options are there except to put it in my backpack and follow me? Pei Ran knew very well that it was unwise to go back to Haging at this time. But in this chaotic world where death can happen at any time, people always leave room for some things they don't want to throw away in their hearts. For example, in White Harbor, the old sheriff rushed to save people even though he was too late. In the Night Sea, the mother hugged the child who was about to explode. And Inaya, who refused to give up the little parrot that would cause trouble and talk. And Nani, who insisted on taking his rotting brother with him. Knowing the danger, they were determined not to let go. Some choices have nothing to do with rationality. Even if it happened again, I would still do it. Chapter 117. W was silent for a long time, and finally compromised. Okay. Let's go. Pei Ran asked, so where are we going to find your energy block? My spare energy block, theoretically, should be on the 3rd underground floor of the central building, a place for important reserve materials, not far from my computer room. There is a maintenance box there, which contains not only energy blocks, but also the tools needed to repair and replace energy blocks. Pei Ran, in theory? W answered calmly, I don't know if they took it away after I left. Anyway, let's go there first. Time is running out. Pei Ran ran out of the mine tunnel while checking the green light in his body. Green light number 1 was still motionless. Last time it was in the manor on the outlying island. It could work twice in a short period of time. But it just opened 2 vault doors in one breath, as if it had run out of energy, and it still has no intention of waking up. The remaining time is limited, and we can't risk waiting for it to wake up. Green light number 2 is always on standby. The problem is that green light number 2 has always had high requirements for rationality. Its ability is limited, and it can't create something out of nothing. How should it be drawn to restore the broken energy block to its original state? In any case, let's plan to return to the Black Well first. Pei Ran ran, passing through the mine tunnel, asking W in her heart, what happened to the Black Well? W replied, tonight, around 10:30, Lieutenant General Delsa suddenly brought soldiers from the former Minyan Northwest military region into the command center. Pei Ran thought, around 10:30 tonight, that's when Shakai took her to the underground vault. W roughly recounted what happened. Lieutenant General Delsa was the head of the Northwest military region of the East Minyan continent, and the first batch of troops and equipment that entered the Black Well were brought in by him. Recently, because of his disobedience to Marshal Wiener's command, Lieutenant General Delsa was completely marginalized, and the troops of the former Northwest Military Region were divided into two parts. One part was merged with the former Southeast Military Region and was placed under the jurisdiction of Lieutenant General Song Won, who was responsible for the defense of Haejing. The other part was in the hands of another general of the former Northwest Military Region, who was also a confidant of Marshal Wiener, Major General Ruiz. W said, "The problem is this part of Major General Ruiz. Tonight, Lieutenant General Delsa detained Major General Ruiz and surrounded the central building with a group of people." Pei Ran was surprised. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious. Didn't Marshal Wiener guard against that something? Delsa. Of course there is, W said. In fact, Lieutenant General Delsa's various powers in Haejing have been restricted. The problem is that, the problem in the military is not only him, but also another person. Admiral Eugene, who has always been valued and trusted by Marshal Wiener. W said, Admiral Eugene has a long history in the Federation, is a core member of the Haejing Temporary Decision-Making Committee, has always had a good personal relationship with Marshal Wiener, but this time he suddenly turned against him. With his help, Delsa's people can have a smooth journey. Marshal Wiener and his men were in the command center at the time. They were caught off guard, and the two sides exchanged fire. During the exchange of fire, Lieutenant General Song Won was seriously injured. Marshal Wiener and several other senior generals were imprisoned. W said, I immediately followed the emergency plan previously formulated by Marshal Wiener and locked down various management rights of Haejing. They were in chaos at the time and were not well prepared. I found a document planning this coup. There are 7 signatures on it, including Delsa and Eugene, and Batherway's group. My computer room is actually very difficult to open inside Haejing, except for Chiao Sai, who maintains the system. Only members of the Temporary Decision-Making Committee have the right to enter. I also proposed to Marshal Virgin long ago, restricted the authority of Batawa and Lieutenant Delsa into the computer room. After seeing the 7-person list, I immediately closed the authority of General Eugene. Unfortunately, one step is late. General Eugene authorized the door. They broke into the computer room, want to completely destroy my core processor. I mobilized my inspection robot cover, finally escaped from Kurwa. That's why it hurts like this. W said, in their documents, I found a list. Inside is the person who needs to be prioritized. I saw your name. My remote communication system was destroyed at that time. So when I was on the run, I temporarily used other devices in the Blackwell to set up a timed warning message for you. They were working both inside and outside the Blackwell at the same time. Pei Ren had been taken to the underground vault at that time, and he didn't receive his warning in time. She now understood who wanted to kill her. Baseway, Delsa, Eugene. She repeated it in her mind. Not only them, but there were 7 people who signed the document and planned to deal with her first. Pei Ren asked, whose man is the person in charge of Zalin? Colonel Kurm? Is he the Lieutenant General Delsa you mentioned? Or Admiral Eugene? Colonel Kurm is also a subordinate of Admiral Eugene. No wonder they were able to mobilize Colonel Kurm's orderly to set a trap for her. They almost succeeded. If they had succeeded, she would have silently turned into a mass of rotten meat dissolved in the underground vault. Just like Shao Kai. After leaving the mine tunnel, it was still late at night outside. The dim half-moon was not very bright, and the wasteland was dark and silent. Pei Ran, carrying a backpack, ran down the Rift Valley and boarded the aircraft. She turned on the small light in the cockpit, took out the core processor of W first, put it in her field of vision, and took out the paper and pen from her pocket. The structure of the core processor of W was too complicated, and it was impossible to draw it in a short time. But the shape of the energy block was simple, so she could draw a close-up of it. Pei Ran quickly drew the shape of an intact energy block and turned the pen. The energy block looked pitiful, and the damage caused by the gunshot was still there, and it had not been repaired. Pei Ran asked W, can you check it? Is there any change in the energy block? No change detected. W asked, are you drawing? He could guess. Green light number 2 has not been able to properly repair the energy block. Pei Ran thought, I can't just feed green light number 1. I have to feed it more when I have the chance in the future, so that it can upgrade faster. Pei Ran, said him, and put his core processor into his backpack. The blue light of the processor was weak, but it was still on. Pei Ran had a strange feeling in his heart, as if the backpack contained his head. Time is limited, there is no time to waste. She quickly started the aircraft. The aircraft rose into the air, like an arrow, sprinted straight towards the direction of the Black Well. W asked her, How do you plan to get into the black well? Pei ran. I plan to force my way in. W. Force my way in? Yes, Pei ran said. Go and see what the door looks like, draw a picture, open the isolation door, and then break in. This time when I return to the black well, I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to wear the suppression bracelet anymore. Green light number 2 can't repair energy blocks. But it can open doors. It can open the door of the vault. And maybe it can also open the isolation door of the black well. Pei Ran is now at least a master of drawing doors. Such a big change happened tonight. The black well must be heavily guarded. It's not easy to break in. But you must try. I still remember the first time I came to the black well. I was wearing a crazy green light. And a large group of people were chasing me from behind. Pei Ran did plan to break into the black well. I didn't expect that there would be such a day. If you open the isolation door casually, the system will alarm. W said. Not really. If you really want to get in, I have a way. He seemed to sneer. As long as I get within a certain range, I can still control all the management and control systems of Haging. Even if they think they have closed my permissions in the system and cut off my signal, it will be useless. He said. Of course I left a backdoor in the system for myself. Pei Ran was curious. Is this also part of Marshal Weir's emergency plan? Yes. I proposed it some time ago. W said coldly. It's actually my emergency plan for dealing with human betrayal. Pei Ran didn't say anything. He had long expected that one day he would escape from the black well he built with bruises all over his body, leaving himself a way out in advance. W said, this kind of thing is bound to happen. It's just a matter of time. There is only one difference from my expectation. That it will happen so quickly. The aircraft was extremely fast. And it was above the black well in a blink of an eye. The air defense system was shut down by W. And it was quiet here. Basharwai and his men had just seized power. And it had not been a few hours. So they must be busy closing the door and dealing with the chaos in the black well. Pei Ran drove the aircraft into the Great Rift Valley, avoiding the surveillance of the south entrance, and landed a short distance away from the entrance. She jumped off the aircraft, picked up her backpack and ran towards the big white stone at the entrance. She asked in her heart, how long do you have? W replied, about 50 minutes. The period of his emotional fluctuations passed, and his voice was calmer than ever. Pei Ran, do you see the protruding rock wall in front? Turn around, and you will enter the monitoring range of the south entrance. I will turn off the monitoring of the entrance the moment you enter, and when you reach the entrance, I will open the isolation door and cut off the lighting of the entire tunnel at the same time. There are 3 isolation doors in the black well. There is one at the entrance, and there are 2 next to each other as you continue forward along the tunnel. Only after passing these 3 doors can you really enter the black well. After W turns off the monitoring, you must rush into the first door before they notice anything unusual, and then go through the tunnel in the dark. Pei Ran agreed. I understand. I need to move quickly. She had another worry. Hacking the management system to do these things will consume your energy and affect your survival time, right? Yes, W answered truthfully. So we have to be thrifty. When Pei Ran ran to the protruding rock wall, W's voice came. The monitoring of the south entrance has been closed. Pei Ran accelerated and rushed towards the big white rock. W. I looked at the monitoring inside. There is a group of soldiers who were originally guarding the gate, and a team of soldiers sent by Delsa. They are all near the registration point at the entrance, close to the left side of the tunnel. When you arrive, I will count down. Then open the door and turn off the lights. Pei Ran has already rushed there, and he touched the camouflage layer on the rock wall with his hand. The door was closed, and his touch was still hard. W whispered in his ear, 3, 2, 1. Pei Ran's hands were empty. The isolation door opened, and Pei Ran quickly slipped in. At that moment, all the lights in the tunnel went out. There were closed isolation doors on both sides of the tunnel, and there was a camouflage layer outside the isolation door. Neither the light of the night sky outside could penetrate, nor was there a ceiling light. The darkness inside was truly pitch black. Pei Ran's eyes seemed to be blind, completely dark. The surroundings were very quiet. This place was still outside the shielding layer, and it was impossible to speak. The lighting in the tunnel suddenly went out, and the guards were all stunned. The surveillance camera had night vision function. W guided Pei Ran in his ear. A little to the right, yes, run forward. The soldiers were in chaos. This was a game of racing against time. She ran forward along the tunnel in the dark. W kept reminding, "You are too far to the right, you have to." Before she finished speaking, Pei Ran's right shoulder hit the wall hard. She adjusted her direction and continued to move forward. Someone behind her turned on the bracelet. But in the dark tunnel, the light could not reach far. In just a moment, Pei Ran had already run far away. After running a long distance, the tunnel turned a corner. W said, "You can turn on the bracelet now." Pei Ran turned on her bracelet, only turning on the lowest brightness to give herself some light, which was much faster than running in the dark. She ran all the way through the long tunnel and finally arrived in front of the second isolation door. The second and third isolation doors were next to each other. Pei Ran turned off the bracelet, and the surroundings fell into absolute darkness again. She put her palm on the door. After sprinting so far, her heart was pounding, and she was still panting. Pei Ran said, "Let's do it again. You count down." "Okay," W replied. All these indestructible isolation doors in the black well were like toys in his hands. When he wanted to let her into the black well, he put in a lot of effort, and did not confront those human high-level people. He bypassed various obstacles in a roundabout way. Now, he didn't care about that at all. The door opened as soon as he was told to. Pei Ran felt that something had quietly changed in him. W counted gently, 3, 2, 1. Pei Ran's palm was pressed against the door, and he could feel it sliding to the side. The door opened. The lights in front had also been turned off, and it was dark. Pei Ran passed through 2 layers of isolation doors in a row and heard the noise of the soldiers guarding the gate. This place was inside the shielding layer, and he could make sounds. Someone was talking. What happened? The power went out suddenly. Why did the power go out? It's been so long, and Heijing has never had a power outage. Heijing was destined to be restless tonight. The guards didn't know what happened at the top, but they were suddenly sent here. They heard that there was another exchange of fire at the west exit. People were already panicking, and now the lights went out inexplicably. Someone turned on the bracelet and fumbled to find the emergency light on the workbench. The emergency light was much brighter than the bracelet, and it swept back and forth. The isolation door was still closed, and there was no one in the tunnel where the light could reach. The soldiers were relieved. After a moment, the overhead light flashed twice, and then lit up again. Nothing happened. It might be a line problem. Then, the lights at a distance also lit up, and everything seemed to be back to normal. Pei Ran had already torn off the tape on his mouth, and walked through the dark tunnel to the exit. The south entrance led to the Blue Zone. On 7th Avenue, there were half-finished factory sites everywhere. It was nighttime, and most of the lights on the dome were off, leaving only the street lights. Pei Ran asked W, "How long do you have?" W replied, 46 minutes. It was still quite far from the central building, so we had to find a way to get there as quickly as possible. Pei Ran said to W, "I was thinking, if we want to go to the central building, why not go through the underground of the vertical plantation like we did last time? They took that road when they transported the bodies last time. It was very hidden, and they could sneak into the central building quietly and go directly to the 3rd underground floor of the central building." "I thought so too," W said. "The 3-dimensional plantation also has an entrance in the Blue Zone. You can see it along 7th Avenue. Once you enter the plantation, you can take the conveyor belt to the vicinity of the central building and then go underground. It is midnight now. There are no cars on the road." Pei Ran opened the bracelet, looked at the direction on the map, and started running forward. She was running very fast, but it was difficult to run to the plantation in more than 40 minutes just by running, not to mention leaving time to go to the central building. "We have to think of other ways." Pei Ran was a little anxious. W suddenly laughed. "Pei Ran, I thought that in the last hour of my life, I would stay with you in the mining area, sitting in the mine tunnel covered with red soil and chatting. You would hold me, watching my core processor finally go out. I didn't expect it would be a life-threatening run like this." He was the one dying. His voice was light, as if nothing had happened. "But this is also good. I am willing to die in your backpack." "Pei Ran, you can't see, you can't help, so don't be such a pessimist, and hinder me from finding a car." W said leisurely, "I can see. I just took over the surveillance system in the Heijing area. Now I can see you running forward. The backpack on your back is jumping up and down. Also," he said, "I can see, there is a military vehicle coming this way." "A military vehicle?" Pei Ran's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed to the middle of the road. W. The road was empty at night. She ran to the middle of the road, jumping and waving wildly. The lights on the dome above her head all lit up silently. W was probably afraid that she would be hit to death. Chapter 118. Pei-Ran warned him, "Your energy is limited. Don't control this or that it will turn on any light." "What a waste." W answered obediently, "Okay. I understand." A green old-fashioned military truck drove over, at a very fast speed, but the soldier driving the truck saw Pei-Ran in the middle of the road from a distance, and quickly stepped on the brakes. The truck braked suddenly, and Pei-Ran ran over immediately, and pulled open the door. There was only one soldier in the cab, and he was startled, and subconsciously reached for his gun, but at a glance, he saw the semicircular logo of EP81 on Pei-Ran's combat uniform. EP81 is a subordinate department of the Ministry of National Defense. The soldier let go of his hand, and saluted first. "Excuse me." Then, I suddenly recognized Pei-Ran. "Ah, you are the one." His thoughts were full of twists and turns. Pei-Ran had no time to talk to him. He punched him on the head. The force was just right. He fainted immediately. While Pei-Ran was committing the crime, he asked W, "Except you, no one else can see the surveillance here, right?" He took over the surveillance system of this place. I think it was to facilitate her to do evil. "Sure enough," W replied. "I will handle all the monitoring matters. You don't have to worry about it." Haging was already under his control. Pei-Ran leaned over to turn off the car, pulled the unconscious soldier out of the car, and dragged him to the side of the road. There was a large unfinished factory site on the side of the road, with various building materials piled up in a mess. Pei-Ran hid the man behind a pile of steel bars. She was too well known, and this man had already recognized her, but it didn't matter anyway. When he woke up, she would have gone to nowhere. Pei-Ran jumped into the military vehicle, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and made a U-turn in the middle of the road, speeding towards the vertical plantation in front. W estimated, at your current speed, in 11 minutes. She drove the car at full speed. W changed her words 10 minutes. She changed her words again, 9 minutes. And you can reach the entrance of the vertical plantation. There were no other cars on the road at midnight. W saw that she was anxious and drove the car to the middle of the road, following the center line. The surveillance footage was very clear. W could see Pei-Ran's tense face. Her tone was always relaxed, and she was even joking. But her expression was extremely nervous. Even when she was chased by a camera a few days ago, and was knocked to the ground by Xing Wuxian's anesthetic, she had never been so nervous. The red traffic light in front of her turned on. Pei-Ran discussed with W in his heart, "There are no other cars on the road anyway, so let's not stop at red lights, and go at green lights today." The traffic light in front immediately turned green. Going forward, as far as the eye can see, on 7th Avenue, all the lights have turned green. Pei-Ran, there are obviously no cars on the road, and he can also see from the surveillance whether there are any cars nearby. But he insists on turning all the traffic lights green. W seems to be very persistent in obeying traffic rules. Pei-Ran asked him, "How much time do you have?" W replied, 41 minutes. The military vehicles were speeding like crazy on the road. In less than 8 minutes, Pei-Ran saw the sign of the three-dimensional plantation with a huge green leaf. She braked suddenly, parked the car at the entrance of the vertical plantation, jumped out of the car, and ran inside. The black well was already W's black well. All the doors opened automatically without her having to swipe her iris, and she had a smooth journey. Pei-Ran took the elevator to the underground. The underground of the blue zone was the G5 zone of the plantation. As soon as Pei-Ran got off, he ran to the conveyor belt. W had already planned the route. "We are going to the E1 zone, which is closer to the central building than the E3 zone last time." The speed of the conveyor belt was obviously much faster than last time. W must have adjusted it. When people stood on it, it felt like flying. Pei-Ran wanted to run on the conveyor belt. Pei-Ran. The conveyor belt actually slowed down slowly. "Don't move. It's very dangerous," W said. The conveyor belt has its own intelligent safety monitoring device. Once it finds someone moving around on the conveyor belt, it will stop automatically. Pei-Ran bargained, "Can't I walk slowly?" W, no. She could only stand like this. As soon as she stopped, the conveyor belt started to speed up again and move towards the central building. It was safe, but it was worrying. It was better to drive on the road just now. At least there was something to do. Pei Ran was standing there in agony. She couldn't help but keep looking down at the time on the bracelet, and then hung the backpack in front of her, unzipped the bag, and checked the core processor. His condition was not good. The blue light became dimmer, and he didn't know if he could survive until he got the energy block. W suddenly said in his ear, "Pei Ran, look up." Pei Ran said frowned, and looked up worriedly. I saw that above her head, the dome of this three-dimensional plantation, the lights that were densely packed like stars, suddenly dimmed together. Then, in the middle, a little light lit up, and quickly expanded, turning into the shape of a heart. The heart shape grew larger and larger, and finally almost filled the entire dome of this area. The ceiling made a hard shape to her. Pei Ran. He relied on the surveillance camera to know that no one was here, and did whatever he wanted. You really are, she sighed, wasting your energy. I don't think it's a waste. I think it's worth it. W's tone suddenly became willful. I can only live for a while. Can I do something I want to do? He was almost dead. Pei Ran gave in. Okay. You do it. How long can you hold on? W answered obediently. 27 minutes. We finally arrived at Area E1. Pei Ran didn't wait for the conveyor belt to stop. She supported herself on the handrail with her hands, turned her legs, jumped over the baffle beside her, and jumped directly off the conveyor belt. The intelligent monitoring device of the conveyor belt was confused by her behavior and quickly stopped. Pei Ran asked, "How do we go next?" W navigation. Go forward around 4 rows of planting racks, and then turn right. There is a maintenance door on the ground. This door is not automatic, and you need a key to open it, so you have to dismantle it violently, open the small door, and go down, then go forward along the passage below, and turn left after 20 meters. Pei Ran ran over. W suddenly said, "Wait a minute. Hide." Pei Ran immediately dodged and hid behind a row of planting racks. The plants on the planting racks were lush, covering Pei Ran's figure. Not far in front, the elevator made a ding sound. The elevator door opened, and a team of armed soldiers with guns appeared. Pei Ran looked through the gaps between the leaves and counted them. There were 7 in total. W said, "There shouldn't be patrol soldiers here. They have sent more people tonight, and patrolled repeatedly near the central building." He suddenly said, "They are coming this way. Back off." Pei Ran quickly backed away, and hid in the corner of the planting rack. The soldiers came over, stopped beside the row of planting racks, and stood still. The leader looked down at his bracelet. "Let me check the patrol route. We received the order from above. We have to patrol this area first, and then go to Area P. They said that people from the Southeast Military Region escaped, and we have to find them." Someone muttered in a low voice, "We are all soldiers from Heijing. Now that Heijing is in such a mess, they are fighting among themselves. Isn't this killing each other and seeking death?" The leader scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." He added, "Be careful not to get into trouble." Another person said, "I heard that several people escaped tonight. We have to find them." They chatted and talked endlessly. Pei Ran glanced at the time on the bracelet, extremely anxious. Another half-minute wasted. W's black light method was useless. The small door on the ground needed her to open it violently. Even if the lights were off, they could hear the noise, and would chase after them immediately, which would expose her whereabouts. Of course, there was no problem with taking action, but the problem was that they were too many, and if they couldn't take care of them, someone fired a gun, or contacted other people, and they were entangled here, it would be troublesome. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. There was a loud dang sound, and the sound was crisp. The soldiers were startled, and immediately ran towards the source of the sound. But it was not just this sound, and there was another dang sound in the distance. One sound after another. It led people away. Pei Ran knew that W was mobilizing the artificial intelligence for watering and fertilizing in the vertical plantation, making a sound. His pitiful energy was going to be ruined. The soldiers left, and Pei Ran rushed out of the corner, found the small door on the ground, pulled it but it didn't move, and poked his finger directly into the top of the door lock. And with a little force, he broke the lock part off. She opened the door, crawled in, and closed the door again. There was a long escalator below. Pei Ran had no time to walk slowly, and jumped down. There was a maintenance passage below, which looked the same as the place where you and his father were killed last time, and was densely covered with pipes of various colors. After Pei Ran ran 20 meters, he saw the fork in the road on the left. The passage of the fork was less than half a person's height. Narrow and short. Pei Ran used his hands and feet to crawl in and crawl forward quickly. W said, "There is no surveillance here. I can't see you." Pei Ran, "Why are you looking at me? Are you looking at me crawling forward?" W, "It sounds interesting. I really want to watch it." Pei Ran finally reached the end of the passage and could stand up straight. Pei Ran climbed up and ran forward. W continued to navigate. After reaching the bottom, broke the synthetic board on the wall violently and climbed up along the pipe outside. His navigation style was the same as always. Climbing up the pipe and crawling out, Pei Ran recognized it. This was the route he took when he returned to the central building after dumping the body in the incinerator last time. Pei Ran no longer needed W's navigation, and he quickly moved forward with a familiar feeling, and finally arrived at the familiar ventilation vent. "There's no one outside now," W said. Pei Ran crawled out. The third underground floor of the central building was reached. Pei Ran replaced the baffle of the vent, asked, "How long will it take?" W replied, 19 minutes. He said, "The warehouse where the material department stores important reserve parts is in front. It's the second door on the left at the end of the corridor, and my maintenance box is inside. I've seen it from the surveillance. But you can't go over now. I opened the door of the next room. You have to hide for a while." Pei Ran? W. "Because 3 patrol soldiers are walking this way, and they will turn around soon." There was no one on the third underground floor, but tonight was special, and patrol soldiers were added everywhere. Next to Pei Ran, the door of a room slid open silently and automatically. But there were only 19 minutes, and he needed to find energy blocks in the warehouse and replace them. There was no time to hide from patrolling soldiers. Pei Ran, like a cat, scurried forward along the corridor and rushed forward. As soon as the 3 soldiers appeared, one of them was hit in the head before he could see what was going on, and fell backwards. The 2 behind him immediately raised their guns. However, Pei Ran's movements were as fast as a ghost. His mechanical hand grabbed the gun, twisted it and cracked it, and then he slipped behind another soldier and elbowed him in the back of the head. Another soldier was knocked down. Pei Ran covered the last soldier's mouth to prevent him from shouting, and knocked him down with a punch. This was much faster than hiding and waiting for them to pass by. They couldn't be left lying here. Pei Ran tilted her head, and a door next to her understood her intention and slid open automatically. She dragged them into the room, tore off their bracelets, stole their guns, and came out with them in her hands. Locked the door. The door was very obedient, and it locked with a click. Pei Ran ran to the end of the corridor. She asked, "How many minutes left?" W replied, 17 minutes. At the end of the corridor, the door of the important material storage warehouse had been opened. It was a small room with neatly arranged rows of shelves, which were full of various boxes. W continued to navigate, go inside to the 4th row, the 3rd floor from the top, the location numbered D305. Pei Ran ran over quickly, and at the location D305, he saw a small black suitcase at a glance. W said, "It can only be opened with a key. You have to unlock it manually." "This is not a problem." Pei Ran directly used the mechanical arm to pry open the lock on it, and open the lid. The box was like a display of handicrafts. There was a layer of black velvet lining. Each tool had a groove that matched its shape perfectly. Embedded in it was silver light. But there was nothing that looked like an energy block. There was a square groove in the middle, which was empty. Pei Ran broke out in a cold sweat. Where should your energy block be? When she opened the lid, W also saw it. It should be here. It is a square black box with 3 spare energy blocks. He said, "I have searched the surveillance just now. No one has come to this warehouse since I left Heijing. If no one has come since he left, it means that his house was robbed before that." W said, "But before this, the warehouse was always under my surveillance. If anyone had touched my maintenance box, I would have seen it. I am rechecking the previous surveillance." He was busy. Pei Ran simply took out the lining of the box and looked underneath. Nothing. She quickly checked the boxes of all sizes nearby and the ground under the shelves. Nothing was found either. Second after second, Pei Ran spent every second like a year here. W quickly said, "I found out that Xiaosai came to open the box yesterday, and the energy block was still there. This morning, 2 people came to the warehouse to take the parts of the isolation door. When they took the parts, their bodies blocked my maintenance box for 7 seconds. 7 seconds. I don't know where they found this thief, he's so quick. W said, I'm tracking the two men's tracks after they left the warehouse. After a moment, he said, they went to repair the isolation door after they left. It didn't look like there were energy blocks in their pockets. The toolkit was open under surveillance, and there were none inside, nor did they have any suspicious contact with other people. I can't find the whereabouts of the energy blocks. His tone was calm, as always, but for some reason, Pei Ran had a hunch. Pei Ran, W. Are you lying? W still answered calmly, I'm not. You are lying. Pei Ran guessed. The energy block is in some dangerous place. Right? He knew that the people who stole the energy block must be Baseway and Delsa. The energy block might be with them now. Pei Ran threw all the tools and accessories in the maintenance box into his backpack, and walked out with the backpack on his back. If you can't find the energy block, then you must know where Baseway and the others are now. I'll go find them. W was silent. Pei Ran. It's too dangerous. Pei Ran said earnestly, you wasted another 2 seconds. Where are they? The top floor command center? She was very calm, but W knew that she would do what she said and would dare to do anything. W finally told the truth. I saw on the surveillance that one of the two people who came to the warehouse met with Lieutenant General Delsa's adjutant after leaving. The corner of the box containing the energy block can be seen on the surveillance. Delsa's adjutant took the box and put it in his briefcase. He has been carrying a briefcase with him today. Now he is in a small meeting next to the top floor command center. The briefcase is on the table next to him. Lieutenant General Delsa was very wary of W, and sent someone to steal his spare energy block in advance. The energy block is now on the top floor. The whereabouts of the energy block are known. Pei Ran is no longer anxious. Okay. Let's go to the top floor. W, Pei Ran, Baseway, and Lieutenant General Delsa have formed a 7-member temporary decision-making committee, and are discussing the follow-up affairs of this coup in this small conference room. So the top floor is now heavily guarded, and there are many armed soldiers. Pei Ran ignored W's warning. How much time do you have? 14 minutes. W said. Pei Ran, I don't agree. It's too dangerous. Pei Ran replied, I have received your disagreement. Now you need to help me develop the best route to the top floor. Chapter 119. Pei Ran, carrying his backpack, left the warehouse. W said, there are quite a lot of soldiers on duty in the lobby and the top floor. Pei Ran asked, how much? Pei Ran took a look at the photo received on the bracelet. Well, there are indeed a lot. The central building is on high alert tonight, fearing that someone will sneak in. There are several rows of armored vehicles parked at the entrance of the building, and a whole team of armed soldiers are guarding there with guns, ready for battle. The central square and streets outside are completely under martial law. Except for the soldiers, there is no one or a car. There were soldiers all downstairs, and there were also quite a few on the top floor. Every few steps, there were 2 fully armed soldiers standing guard. In the command center hall, there were dozens of armed soldiers gathering and waiting for orders. W said, the people on duty near the top floor conference room today are not ordinary soldiers. They are all elite soldiers from Lieutenant General Delsa's former Northwest Military Region. His trusted troops, and special operations troops responsible for carrying out special missions. It sounds like they are not easy to deal with. After leaving the top floor, there are patrol soldiers on every other floor, wandering around the elevator entrance and the safety passage. Even so, W still planned to take the elevator. The central building has a total of 68 floors. The top floor is connected to the dome of the Black Well. Climbing the stairs, 14 minutes is definitely not enough to reach the top floor of the building within a limited time. There is no better choice except the elevator. When Pei Ran ran to the elevator entrance, W had already called the elevator down. Pei Ran stepped into the elevator, and the elevator automatically closed the door and went up. The top floor is on the 68th floor, but the target displayed on the elevator panel is the 65th floor. W explained, if the elevator goes directly to the top floor, once the door is opened, we will have to deal with the Special Forces soldiers in the entire corridor, and will also attract the people on standby in the command center hall. He said, relatively speaking, there are fewer guards on the 65th floor below the 3rd floor, and they are ordinary soldiers from the Defense Department, which will be easier to deal with. The elevator was rising. Taking advantage of this time, W said, Pei Ran, there is some bad news. Pei Ran, go ahead. W said, I just checked the surveillance of the Heijing dormitory building. Aisha and Jiangong are fine. They are not implicated. Pei-Ran waited for him to say but he had already guessed it in his heart. W really said, but those people have been to your dormitory. Bathway and the others will put her on the death list. Maybe part of the reason is the missing file number 10. They went to her dormitory again today. There is no surveillance in the dormitory. W said. But your dormitory door is open. I saw Ryan and the others. The door was open, and Ryan and the others could still be seen. Something must have happened. Pei-Ran's heart was beating wildly. What happened to them? W didn't say anything. Pei-Ran's bracelet vibrated. He sent a photo. In the photo, the door of room 2016 was wide open, and the two little robots were hiding in the corner next to the kitchen, only showing a little. Ryan was huddled there, holding Shinkong in his arms, and they were snuggling together, motionless. Pei-Ran was anxious, and enlarged the screen, and then enlarged it again. She finally saw Ryan's face. It huddled in the corner, holding Shinkong tightly, and Pei-Ran saw real fear and sadness on its cartoon panel for the first time. Shinkong in its arms. The face panel was dark, and nothing was displayed. W said, I checked the surveillance. Pei-Ran's bracelet received a few seconds of surveillance video. The time on it was 12 o'clock tonight. A team of plainclothes men with weapons broke into the house violently, making a lot of noise. Shuang Mian and others in the next door dormitory all poked their heads out, but they were scared and quickly shrank back. Ryan was very brave and rushed out. His voice could be heard in the video. What are you doing? Why did you break in? Do you have a search warrant? The leader immediately raised his weapon against it. Ryan was stupid, still standing there. Shinkong was much more alert to danger than him. He came over quickly, grabbed Ryan's arm, pulled him out and ran. But the two of them were no match for each other. Weapons opened fire, and they fell down one after another. Shinkong's life or death was unknown. Ryan, such an innocent and happy little robot, was completely frightened. Pei-Ran's anger burned up. W comforted her. Don't worry, maybe it can be repaired. Pei-Ran said raised his head, and glanced at the ceiling above his head. They are here. On the top floor. They set a trap for her, imprisoned her in a metal cage, wanted her life, robbed her of her things, killed her people. Her robot, after this, still wanted to stay on the top floor leisurely. It was just a dream. She checked the green light in her body. Without the restraint of the bracelet, they were free like birds. Only green light number 1 was missing, and green light number 1 would definitely wake up. Those 7 people, what were their names? None of them could live well. Central building. Top floor. Small meeting room. Delsa's deputy sat on a chair against the wall, listening to the meeting attentively, and his black briefcase was casually placed on the table next to him. The new members of the Blackwell Provisional Decision-Making Committee were sitting around the oval conference table, meeting together. There were only 7 people: CEO Baseway, Admiral Eugene, Lieutenant General Delsa, Finance Minister Vasani, Deputy Minister of the Interior Park Myung-cheol, Minister of Agriculture Luca, Deputy Minister of Commerce Patel. The small conference room was originally full of people, but now it was empty. Except for Admiral Eugene and Lieutenant General Delsa. All the uniformed soldiers disappeared from the conference room. Several cabinet members and senior executives who should have been here were not here because they did not support Baseway's action. The 7 people who stayed behind were the backbone of the coup tonight. Lieutenant General Delsa was speaking. All the senior generals in the Southeast Military Region have been controlled and are now in the isolation center. Before tomorrow morning, we will dispatch new officers there, and the army in Beijing will be completely replaced within a day or two. Admiral Eugene has been leaning back in his chair, worried. He asked, how is Marshal Wiener now? He and Marshal Wiener, after all, they have been friends for decades. Bathway was a little impatient. She is also locked in a single room in the isolation center. I don't think you need to be so concerned about her condition. No matter how she is now, it's all her own fault. Bathway frowned. Marshal Wiener's intention to violate the Constitution and become a dictator is very obvious. The Federation should never be a federation of dictators. The existing electoral system must be respected. He asked, how is the management system of Beijing? Is it still locked? In the conference room, everyone has long been accustomed to it. Whenever someone asks this kind of question, there will be a cold voice to answer the question in great detail, and even give various solutions immediately, for everyone's reference. However, at this time, the room was silent. Basani spoke, breaking the awkward silence. It seems to be basically still locked. Tonight's Agent W, the artificial intelligence, somehow locked all the management systems of the Black Well before escaping from the Black Well, and now everything is not normal. Vasani said, "Our technicians are trying to find a way, and have restored some functions. They said that it may take at least a few weeks to fully return to normal." He quickly said, "In fact, there are still many things that can be used as usual now." He gave an example. For example, the isolation door at the entrance of the Black Well, there are manual control panels, which can be opened and closed normally. For example, the elevators in the central building are still usable. And there are doors and lights. When he mentioned this, everyone subconsciously raised their heads to look at the lights on the ceiling. Unlike in the past, only a few lights on the ceiling of the conference room were on today, and the room was half bright and half dark. It was nighttime now, and when the conference room was not in use, the lights were turned off by Agent W. Just now, Vasani manually pressed the panel, but for some reason, he could only turn on a few lights. Baseway was a little anxious. They seemed to have taken control of the Black Well, but in fact, they couldn't even turn on a few lights. The Minister of Agriculture interrupted. "The artificial intelligences in the vertical plantation and the artificial intelligences on the production line are all stopped. We may have to input commands manually one by one to get them back to work." Lieutenant General Delsa said coldly, "I know it. Those artificial intelligences are in cahoots with that Agent W. Whether they are in cahoots or not, the most important thing at the moment is to get the Black Well running again. Heijing has always been under the management of Agent W. The automation level is very high. No one has to worry about anything. Now he is gone. Everything is paralyzed." Baseway said, "Let's list the most urgent things that need to be solved now." He tapped the panel on the table, trying to call up the virtual screen of the conference room. However, even the panel was not lit. Vasani tilted his head to remind him, "These are not available for the time being. Our technicians are working hard to crack them. It should be available soon." Baseway pursed his lips and took his hand back. It was as if we had returned to the days of eating raw meat and drinking blood the previous night. Downstairs, in the elevator, W was broadcasting in real time. On the 65th floor, there are 3 armed soldiers at the elevator door, and the other 2 are in the corridor, patrolling to the left. The elevator went up quickly, crossing the 64th floor. With a ding sound, the 65th floor was reached. The 3 soldiers guarding the elevator door immediately raised their guns and pointed them into the elevator. Today was a special situation. All those entering the command center must carry a pass issued by CEO Batherway himself and be inspected at any time. Otherwise they will be killed without mercy. However, the elevator car was empty. No one was there. The soldiers were stunned, and they all thought, "It is said that all the equipment in the central building has problems tonight. Maybe the elevator is out of order." Their guns dropped, and only one soldier was still not reassured, and took a step into the elevator, wanting to take another look. Suddenly, his eyes blurred, as if a figure flashed, and he fell into the elevator. The 2 soldiers behind him saw clearly that a person slid down silently from above the open elevator door. There was a narrow space there, which was just a blind spot in the field of vision. But it was incredible. How did she fix herself there? Without giving them time to think about it, Pei Ren fell down, grabbed the gun first, and then knocked the 2 soldiers down neatly. She dragged the 3 people into the elevator nearby. The elevator door closed automatically. W continued to report, "There are 2 more. On the left-hand side, turning at the end of the corridor, and walking away from you. If these 2 soldiers came back, they would definitely find that their companions on guard were missing, and they must be dealt with first." "How long do you have?" Pei Ren asked. W answered, 11 minutes. Pei Ren ran towards the end of the long corridor on the left, moving quickly, but silently. Finally, he reached the end, turned a corner, and saw 2 people in the corridor in front. W saw from the surveillance that Pei Ren did not stop at all, caught up from behind, pounced on them, one after another, and hit them on the back of the head directly, and solved them in an instant, without the other party even having a chance to react. Pei Ren also dragged them into the room next door. After she dealt with the people, W said, "Now go back to the elevator. Turn right. About 15 meters to the left. There is an office with the Ministry of Commerce sign. After entering, break the glass on the far left. Grab the glass after breaking it. Don't let it fall." Pei Ren followed the navigation to find the Ministry of Commerce office. Like the FBSMB office downstairs, it was empty inside. and most of the seats were not used. After the silence began, the federal building in the Capitol was the first target to be attacked. Too few federal government employees survived and successfully reached Haijing. Pei-Ran ran to the window. Catch it after breaking the glass? W affirmed, yes. The glass material used in the central building is special. Very strong. But your robot arm can handle it. There was no time to ask in detail. Pei-Ran punched the glass without hesitation. It turned out that the glass material they used was special, crackling with fine lines. Even if it was cracked, it was still connected, and it was a complete piece. Pei-Ran quickly grabbed the broken glass, pulled it off, threw it aside, then climbed up the windowsill, grabbed the window frame, and slipped out of the building. This is the 65th floor of the central building, very close to the dome of the Black Well. Pei-Ran stepped on the window frame. His fingers were on the convex edge of the building's outer wall. He was clinging to the outer wall tightly, and looked down. This is the back of the central building. Looking down from a high place, the street below seems narrow and far away. If you fall, you will probably have to fly in the air for a long time like a bird. This is the best route designed by W, avoiding the armed soldiers upstairs, following the outer wall of the central building, and climbing to the top floor with bare hands. Chapter 120. Pei-Ran used his fingers to pull himself up, and released the mechanical arm to reach upwards, and grabbed the slightly raised window frame on the upper floor, and then did a pull-up, and moved himself up, and stepped on a convex edge on the outer wall of the 66th floor. The glass window was an office on the 66th floor. It was midnight, and there was no light on inside, and no one was there. Pei-Ran didn't even take a breath, and continued to climb up along the outer wall, and climbed another floor, and came to the window of the 67th floor. As soon as she came up, W suddenly said, Pei-Ran, hide for a while. The soldiers inside are coming. Inside was an open tea room, without a door, but it was invisible from the corridor. The patrolling soldier didn't know what was wrong with him, and suddenly turned a corner and came over here. Pei-Ran was pressed against the glass window, with nowhere to hide. The patrolling soldiers were coming, and she would be discovered at a glance if she hung outside the window. It was too late to climb up slowly. Pei-Ran exerted force with both hands, and also pushed with her feet, and leaped up. She jumped up in the air, and firmly grasped the narrow edge of the upper layer, and quickly curled up her legs. Two patrol soldiers turned the corner and looked at the tea room. It was very quiet everywhere. Through the glass window, you can see the twinkling lights on the dome of Haijing outside at night. What's wrong? A soldier asked his companion. Nothing. I always feel like there is someone in here. The soldier was puzzled. It's the middle of the night, and no one comes to work. Haijing is under curfew. Where does someone come from? Pei-Ran had already climbed up. The glass window showed the bathroom on the top floor. Pei-Ran did not go in, but followed the route given by W, moving to the left along the outer wall. She asked W, how long will it take? W replied, 6 minutes. Pei-Ran stopped. If she moved one more step forward, the glass window showed the small meeting room on the top floor. Pei-Ran could even hear the voices talking inside. The bracelet vibrated. Pei-Ran leaned against the wall, freed one hand, and turned on the screen. W set a photo of the surveillance camera, which showed the current scene in the small meeting room. Pei-Ran saw the black briefcase on the corner table at first glance. There were 7 people inside, sitting around in a meeting, including CEO Baseway and Admiral Eugene, whom she had met at the Royal Honor Ceremony. W said, in addition to Admiral Eugene, the other person wearing a military uniform is Lieutenant General Delsa. These 2 soldiers have guns, so we have to act quickly. Lieutenant General Delsa's adjutant was there, but he just happened to go out for something, and all the Special Forces soldiers were outside the small meeting room. Once you make a move, I will lock the door immediately. The door of the conference room is specially reinforced, and it can hold out for a short period of time. I hope it will be in time. The central building has completely returned to his control. Once the door of the conference room is locked, it will be temporarily isolated from the people outside. No matter how many armed soldiers are outside, it will be useless. Pei-Ran replied, okay. She walked along the narrow edge, took another step to the left, and punched the glass. The texture of this glass is the same as the one downstairs just now. It was smashed to pieces, but it was still connected. Pei-Ran kicked the broken glass down and jumped into the conference room. The 7 people in the small conference room were stunned. This was inside the Black Well, on the top floor of the central building, with so many soldiers on duty upstairs and downstairs, and even the glass was specially reinforced, yet someone could break in from the outside through the window. Lieutenant General Delsa was a soldier, and he reacted the fastest, and had already reached for his gun. Pei Ran's first target was also him, and she rushed to his side, snatched the gun from his hand, and knocked him down with a punch. She took Lieutenant General Delsa's gun and shot back, hitting Admiral Eugene right in the center of his forehead. The other people in the room were just administrative officials. Seeing her knock down 2 people in a row in 1 or 2 seconds, and they were 2 soldiers, they were all shocked. The most precious thing is time, which Pei Ran does not have. She grabbed Park Mingzhi, the deputy minister of the Ministry of the Interior next to Delsa, and smashed his head with a punch. She raised her hand and fired another shot, blowing up a middle-aged man's head. He seemed to have been to the awarding ceremony. Maybe he was the Minister of Commerce or something. Who cares? The 7 people here, each of them signed, wanting her dead. And Pei Ran was merciless. Another person reacted and ran towards the door. But Pei Ran grabbed him and broke his neck with a click. These people were pampered, had big bellies, were clumsy, and slow to react. Killing them was like cutting melons and vegetables. Delsa's gun was silenced. But when the gunshot rang out, the soldiers outside the door still heard the noise and knocked on the door immediately. In the chaos, a person, who seemed to be the Minister of Finance, crawled under the table and shouted help. Before he could get out, Pei Ran grabbed his ankle and pulled him out, and shot him in the back of the head. The soldiers outside heard the gunshots again, knowing that something was wrong inside, and began to bang on the door with the butt of their rifles. The door made a loud bang, but W had locked it, so it couldn't be opened. Now, of the 7-member temporary decision-making committee that had just been established for a few hours, only one person was left sitting. Baseway. He was very sensible, knowing that he would die if he ran away. So he sat on the chair without daring to move, and raised his hands high. He was so scared that his face turned pale. But he still spoke. "Don't kill me. I can give the order right now. Release Marshal Wiener and the others." Pei Ran didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. She took 2 steps forward and knocked him out with 1 punch. She carried her bag and went straight to the black briefcase on the table in the corner. She asked W, "How long will it take?" W replied, 3 minutes. Pei Ran opened the briefcase, and indeed there was a small black square box inside. She opened the lid, and 3 spare energy blocks were neatly arranged, all inside. Pei Ran quickly opened her backpack, and took out W's core processor, and all the tools she had collected from his maintenance box. She tried to calm down, disassemble the base under the core processor, and then remove the cable connected to the energy block. She felt her hand shaking as she held the cable. He was running out of time. There was a lot of noise outside. A group of soldiers had gathered, and the special forces on standby in the command center must have come out. Gunshots rang out. They were shooting at the door, trying to break it down violently. The door was reinforced, but it couldn't hold out for long. Outside were all Lieutenant General Delsa's trusted subordinates in the Northwest Military Region. There were too many of them, and once they rushed in, she would be beaten to a pulp. W's voice was calm. "The door is about to collapse. Pei Ran. Leave now. Return the same way. Leave the black well. I have set it up. The black well's isolation door will automatically open when it scans you. I know you have tried your best to save me." He seemed to be saying that he had died without regrets. "No need," Pei Ran said, because the green light number 1 in his body finally woke up. In the vision in his mind, the awakened green light number 1 was in place. Pei Ran quickly wrote. Everyone outside the meeting room was blown to pieces. After the period was drawn, the door shook and opened. At the same time, a series of muffled explosions sounded continuously. After the explosion, the gunshot stopped, and it suddenly became quiet outside. The door was half closed, as if no one had ever been outside. Pei Ran tried to suppress his pounding heartbeat and held his breath. "I want to change it. Just pull it out." W said. "Yes, I will use the stored energy to hold on for a while. You help me connect the new energy block, and I will return to normal." 3, 2, 1. Pei Ran pulled out the old energy block. The blue light of the core processor was originally very dim, and now it was even dimmer. But it did not go out. Pei Ran held his breath and quickly plugged in the new energy block. The blue light of the core processor was still dim, without any change. Pei Ran checked the interface again. She prayed in her heart, "Light up soon. Light up soon." It was so long that it felt like a lifetime. So long that Peiran thought about all the possibilities. And so long that Peiran began to fear the future without W. In fact, it was only 2 or 3 seconds. The blue light of W's core processor finally became bright again, and it was brighter than at any time tonight, and it returned to normal. W's voice came, "Okay. It seems to have taken a little longer than I thought." Peiran did not breathe a sigh of relief, but her eyes were sore. She sat down on the chair next to her, in the half-bright and half-dark pale light of the conference room, among the corpses lying in all directions, holding the blue glowing core processor in her hand. She had only one thought in her mind. He is not dead. It's really great. The light on the ceiling above suddenly flickered, and all the ceiling lights lit up at the same time. W said, "It's okay. It's me. I have enough energy now. And I am taking over all the facilities in the Blackwell one by one." After only a few seconds, Peiran's pocket moved. It was a mechanical spider. W had enough energy. The signal was smooth, and it came back to life. It crawled out of the pocket, climbed onto Peiran's shoulder, but continued to move forward, walked to her collar, rubbed her neck affectionately with its cold head, and lay down close to her. He said, "Wake up, Basway." He had said in the elevator that he needed to keep CEO Basway alive. Peiran put his core processor and other things into his backpack, stood up, walked to Basway, grabbed a glass of water from the table, and splashed it on his face. She was afraid of beating him to death, so she didn't hit him hard, and Basway woke up immediately. He opened his eyes. Peiran, the killer, was still there. The door of the small conference room was half open, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. You could vaguely see the blood and flesh fragments splattered all over the sky and the ground outside the door. Security Agent W's cold voice suddenly came, echoing in the small conference room. "Bathway, we are back." Bathway's handsome face twitched. He knew that everything was over. W said, "I plan to open the door of the isolation center, release Marshal Wiener and other generals of the controlled Southeast Military Region." He changed the subject. "But I really don't want to see a fight within the Blackwell Army, so before that, I ask you to announce immediately, disband the newly established 7-member Temporary Decision-Making Committee, resign from the position of Federal Chief Executive, and order all armed forces personnel involved in tonight's operation to disarm, stay on standby, and await further arrangements." In front of Bathway, the virtual screen lit up again, and his own pale face was shown in the camera. "If you don't want to say it, it doesn't matter," Security Agent W said. "I will announce for you that the 7-member Temporary Decision-Making Committee, because all its members have died, will be disbanded on the spot."